Chapter 1. The Descent of the Red Alert System. If I survive this calamity, I shall become a wasteland warlord whose mere presence sends shivers down the spine of all who hear my voice or see my shadow. A young man clad in black, with a face as sharp as a blade, leaned against the door of a storeroom, clenching his fists and silently raging within. His name was Wang Wei, a fortunate survivor who had escaped the first wave of the apocalypse. Those who did not survive had been transformed into bloodthirsty zombies by the underground pathogens. In just 3 short months, the number of humans barely clung to 1/10 of its former self, leading to the establishment of various survivor bases. In this apocalyptic world, danger arose not only from instinctual, bloodthirsty zombies, but also from the survivors both within and outside the camps. At this moment, Wang Wei was being hunted by fellow survivors from his own camp, driven to a desolate factory on the outskirts of the city, to avoid being found by his foes. He carefully controlled his breathing, though his heart raced violently and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Suddenly, a series of thud sounds emanated from within the storeroom's wardrobe. Wang Wei took a deep breath and abruptly raised his head. A ferocious, bloodthirsty zombie had broken free from the confines of the wardrobe, its gaping maw lunging towards him as if it had found a delectable meal. Roar! The low growl of the zombie echoed ominously. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat. He realized that his pursuers outside would undoubtedly be drawn by the zombie's roar, signaling that this place was no longer a sanctuary. He yearned to escape, but the zombie had already charged before him, baring its teeth and moving with the speed of a man sprinting at full force. This compelled Wang Wei to grit his teeth. To flee, he had to eliminate the zombie before him. Drawing a small knife, its blade glinting in the sunlight, he stepped forward and rammed his shoulder into the zombie's chest. Thud! The zombie fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Wang Wei grasped the knife's handle with both hands and thrust it fiercely into the zombie's forehead, swiftly ending its life. Fortunately, having been a security instructor prior to the apocalypse, combined with 3 months of combat experience against zombies, dispatching an ordinary zombie posed no challenge. Bang! 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 At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Oh no, they've caught up so quickly. Wang Wei grimaced, instantly retrieving the knife from the zombie's head and hastily moving wooden crates to barricade the door against his pursuers. Listening to the approaching footsteps, he sensed that at least 5 individuals were outside, intensifying his anxiety, as if a sharp blade hung precariously over his head. A brash voice from outside called out, "Wang Wei, I know you're in there. If you're sensible, open the door quickly, and perhaps I'll grant you a swift death." The voice belonged to a young man who laughed coldly, exuding an air of confidence as if he had Wang Wei at his mercy. "Bring on, big head. If you dare come in, I have plenty of explosives here. We can all die together." Wang Wei attempted to sound menacing, though in truth he possessed no explosives. He merely sought to intimidate his adversaries and buy time, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. Huh, still pretending at this juncture? You may deceive others, but not me. Wang Wei, my brother has taken a liking to your sister. It's a privilege for her. You should never have refused. By the way, upon your escape from the camp, your sister consented to become my brother's concubine in 3 days to save your life. If you don't survive, my brother will be displeased. The brash youth sought to provoke Wang Wei, tugging at his nerves in hopes of inciting him to charge out recklessly. In response, Wang Wei clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In the camp he once inhabited, there were 20,000 survivors, resulting in the coexistence of 8 major factions. With the big-headed youth brother, Xiao Sheng, being the leader of one of them. Had Xiao Sheng genuinely cared for his sister, Wang Wei would never have opposed him. But the horrifying truth was that Xiao Sheng was a deranged psychopath. Any girl who became his concubine would undoubtedly not see the dawn of the next day. As her brother, how could Wang Wei allow his sister to fall into such a den of thieves? He had attempted to flee the camp with her, but was intercepted by Xiao Sheng's men, resulting in their temporary separation, leaving him to escape alone. Hatred for his own weakness, for being unable to protect his loved ones. Wang Wei gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, the flames of fury raging in his eyes that moment. The Red Alert system has been successfully loaded, esteemed commander. A mechanical voice echoed in Wang Wei's mind. Still pondering the source of the voice, he was taken aback as a virtual interface materialized before him, displaying 4 sections: main structures, defensive structures, units, and machinery. Within the unit section were various types of soldiers: red alert soldiers, wolfhounds, magnetic infantry, and anti-air units, among others. The machinery section showcased an array of tanks and aircraft: Tiger tanks, Rhino tanks, Apocalypse tanks, and Black Hawk helicopters. Witnessing this scene, words surged into Wang Wei's mind. Red Alert. The units within this Red Alert system were eerily reminiscent of those in the game Red Alert. The distinction lay in the fact that these units bore the label "not yet developed." Meanwhile, outside, the big-headed youth ordered his men to kick down the door, the sounds of bang, 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 resounding incessantly. Despite 3 heavy wooden crates barricading the door, the relentless assault of 5 men outside soon resulted in a crack forming. And within mere seconds, the door was breached. The big-headed youth, sporting yellow hair and exuding arrogance, raised a 92-style pistol, aiming its dark muzzle at Wang Wei, sneering, "Wang Wei, it's time to send you on your way." 4 henchmen brandished machetes, casting sinister glances at Wang Wei. This sent a jolt of fear through Wang Wei, his heart racing. "Commander, the novice package includes 5 red alert soldiers. Will you accept?" The mechanical voice resonated once more. Chapter 2. Red Alert warriors report to the young master. Wang Wei cast a fleeting glance at the large-headed fellow, realizing that the voice of the Red Alert system was audible only to him. A flicker of hope surged within him at the thought of 5 Red Alert warriors. With a slight smile gracing his lips, he addressed the large-headed man. "Surely, you wouldn't want to attract the surrounding zombies with gunfire, would you? How about we set our weapons aside and engage in a fair duel?" The large-headed man, licking his parched lips as if contemplating Wang Wei's reasoning, reluctantly holstered his 92 Type pistol and seized a machete from one of his subordinates. With a sinister smirk, he declared, "Very well, I shall grant you this wish. Claim your novice gift pack." Wang Wei proclaimed loudly, leaving the large-headed man and his companions bewildered, unsure of Wang Wei's intentions. In the next instant, a brilliant flash of gold illuminated the scene, and 5 warriors clad in camouflage uniforms, helmets adorning their heads, and wielding 95 Type assault rifles, materialized before Wang Wei. Although he had anticipated the appearance of his Red Alert warriors, the moment still left an expression of astonishment upon his face. The large-headed man's group, however, stood wide-eyed and frozen, grappling with disbelief at the extraordinary sight before them. What on earth is happening? How did 5 armed soldiers appear out of thin air? They pondered, still in a state of shock. "Eliminate them, leave none alive," Wang Wei commanded, his eyes filled with a fierce resolve. "Wang Wei, you cheat. We agreed on a one-on-one duel, and this is utterly deceitful." The large-headed man's expression turned frantic as he pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Wei, cursing vehemently. The 5 Red Alert warriors raised their 95 Type assault rifles, aiming them squarely at the group of large-headed men. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted, and spent cartridges littered the ground. The large-headed group fell, struck by bullets, collapsing into a pool of crimson. Once the cacophony ceased, Wang Wei approached the 5 lifeless bodies. Inhaling the pungent scent of blood that lingered in the air, he looked down at the corpse of the large-headed man, devoid of any sympathy. In this apocalyptic world, completing a mission without violating one's principles was a worthy endeavor. It was laughable that the large-headed man had deluded himself into believing a fair duel was possible. A duel? Why forego the advantage of a firearm? Such naivety. At that moment, the 5 Red Alert warriors stood in formation, raising their hands in salute to Wang Wei. Their movements were precise as they collectively declared, "Red Alert warriors, reporting to the commander." Wang Wei scrutinized the equipment of the 5 warriors. Their primary weapon was the 95 Type assault rifle, accompanied by 2 magazines, each containing 30 rounds of 5.8mm rifle ammunition. This amounted to a total of 90 rounds, including the magazine already loaded in the rifle. Their secondary weapon, a tactical knife, was no trivial matter, as it could prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments. "Who among you will lead the team?" Wang Wei inquired, scanning the 5 Red Alert warriors before him. "Commander, I am the deputy squad leader," one of them responded. The soldier on the far left, standing at an impressive height of 1.80 m, strode forward with purpose and declared emphatically. Wang Wei approached the squad leader before him and earnestly inquired, "Is this all the equipment available to the Red Alert soldiers?" In response, the squad leader reported, "Currently, our armament is merely at a non-star level. Once we advance to 1-star or 3-star status, both the equipment and ammunition capacity will see a significant enhancement. Furthermore, all Red Alert soldiers receive automatic ammunition replenishment every 3 hours. This revelation sparked an epiphany in Wang Wei. It became evident that the Red Alert system bore striking similarities to the game Command Conquer, Red Alert. He meticulously perused the prompts, gleaning a comprehensive understanding of the Red Alert system. To procure units within the system, one must first research a specific unit and subsequently invest a certain amount of funds to acquire it. A single Red Alert soldier is priced at a modest 100 gold, making it quite affordable. Additionally, as a fundamental troop type, the Red Alert soldier comes with inherent research capabilities, allowing for instant purchase at any time. The expansion of troop numbers is contingent upon the current rank of the commander. The higher the rank, the greater the cap on troop numbers. Presently, Wang Wei, as a class commander, is limited to a maximum of 10 troops. To further augment this limit, resources from the system must be expended to unlock the squad leader tier. Curiously, Wang Wei inquired, "How can I acquire resources from the Red Alert system?" The system elucidated without reservation, real-world gold is required. 1 gram of gold can be converted into 1 unit of in-game currency, which can be used for research and the purchase of Red Alert units. The development of the Red Alert system necessitates a substantial reserve of gold. This understanding dawned on Wang Wei. In this post-apocalyptic world, while many resources are scarce, gold remains plentiful. Numerous shops in the city and vaults within banks abound with it. Moreover, Wang Wei is aware that some survivors possess considerable amounts of gold. Before Wang Wei could respond, the voice of the Red Alert system resonated in his mind once more. "Esteemed Commander, will you claim the class commander equipment?" Surprised by the prospect of receiving equipment, Wang Wei exclaimed, "Claim it." Without hesitation. Instantly, a radiant light enveloped him, and as the blinding glow receded, he found his attire transformed. The original black clothing had metamorphosed into the uniform of a commander. Through the system's prompts, Wang Wei learned that the class commander uniform was not merely a garment. It also possessed bulletproof capabilities against handgun fire, significantly enhancing his chances of survival in this dire world. In addition, he discovered 2 new pieces of equipment, a Browning handgun, with each magazine containing 10 rounds of 9mm ammunition, totaling 2 magazines, and a tactical knife sheathed at his waist, identical to that carried by the Red Alert soldiers. Though he now possessed the Red Alert system and commanded 5 Red Alert soldiers, he was acutely aware that within the camp, Xiaoshang commanded over 300 henchmen, and returning to the camp could very well result in his demise. With only 3 days remaining until my sister's wedding, I resolved to gather a substantial amount of gold during this time and convert it into system resources. With enough resources, I could not only create a battalion, but even an entire regiment of Red Alert soldiers. Then, I would have the means to rescue my sister from her dire situation. Clenching my fists, I contemplated my mission, to search diligently for gold, bolster the ranks of Red Alert forces, and enhance my own strength within these 3 days. Afterward, I would return to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Chapter 3. Seizing gold from the dead, I recalled that a gold shop was located in the town center, approximately 5 kilometers away, where I might procure a significant quantity of gold jewelry. The city boasted even more such establishments, yet it also harbored a greater number of zombies. With just these 5 Red Alert warriors and myself, venturing into the city would likely only serve to provide the zombies with a feast. After all, over the past 3 months, a small portion of the undead had undergone mutations and evolution, with some exhibiting such resilience that they did not fear bullets from handguns. However, the zombies within the town were not nearly as densely clustered as those in the city. Resolute in my thoughts, I lifted my gaze to the deputy squad leader and commanded, "Everyone, our objective is the gold shop in Nanquan Town." Before departing from the abandoned factory, I took the 92-style handgun and ammunition from the corpse of Big Head, realizing that it could be a crucial asset in a moment of peril. Nanquan Town. In less than 10 minutes, the 6 of us arrived in the town, driving the pickup truck that Big Head had brought. This was a small town with a population of around 10,000, thus the density of zombies was relatively low. The deputy squad leader took the wheel, plowing through any stray zombies that obstructed our path, leaving the tires splattered with their blood. Nanquan Town felt desolate and eerie, the air filled with the relentless groans of the undead. Soon, under my guidance, we reached the only gold shop in the town. However, the glass door had been shattered, shards littering the ground, sending a shiver of foreboding down my spine. "Deputy squad leader, you will accompany me inside the shop. The rest of you, guard the entrance," I ordered urgently. "Understood," the 5 Red Alert warriors, including the deputy squad leader, replied in unison. According to the Red Alert system's indications, I knew that the warriors were fiercely loyal to their commander. My orders were akin to military commands to them. Even in death, they would heed my directives without falter. Suddenly, over 30 zombies surged forth from the street, prompting the 4 Red Alert warriors to raise their Type 95 assault rifles. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. The accuracy of the untrained Red Alert warriors stood at a mere 30%. meaning it would take an average of 3 bullets to dispatch a single zombie. Yet, the undead seemed inexhaustible, providing me with little opportunity. I had to exit the gold shop within a minute, or we would all perish here. Wang Wei, filled with vigilance, gripped the Browning pistol provided by the system and cautiously entered the gold shop alongside his deputy squad leader. At that moment, 2 zombies erupted from a door on the opposite side of the room, their grotesque faces twisted in hunger as they lunged toward Wang Wei and his companion. Fire! Wang Wei shouted. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew from the muzzle of the Browning, and with 3 shots, he dispatched the foremost zombie. However, the second zombie was now less than 2 steps away, sending Wang Wei's heart racing. Just in the nick of time, the deputy squad leader fired, eliminating the imminent threat. Time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity for Wang Wei to steady himself. He hastily retrieved a plastic bag. Yet, when he glanced at the glass display case, his heart sank. Could it be? There was hardly any gold jewelry left. It appeared that survivors had already ransacked the place, leaving only a meager collection of treasures. Damn it! Wang Wei cursed under his breath. Nevertheless, even the smallest of gains is worth seizing. He and the deputy quickly collected the scant jewelry remaining in the case. Half a minute later, they exited the gold shop, only to be confronted by a horde of zombies outside, numbering over 200. A shiver ran down Wang Wei's spine as he rushed back to the pickup truck, leading his team to evacuate the scene. The relentless growls of the zombies echoed behind them as they surged forward. Fortunately, with the aid of their vehicle, Wang Wei and his team managed to escape the town unscathed. They returned to the abandoned factory, which boasted a sparse density of zombies, providing a temporary refuge. Red alert system, convert these gold ornaments, Wang Wei declared, tossing a small bag of jewelry onto the table. Instantly, a flash of golden light enveloped the room, and the bag vanished, leaving only a black plastic bag behind. At that moment, the funds displayed on the Red Alert interface transformed from 0 to 521 gold. Purchase 5 Red Alert soldiers to fill the squad unit. Wang Wei commanded with gravity as he surveyed the soldier interface. The only available unit was the Red Alert soldiers, equipped with their own research capabilities. With no other options, he promptly selected 5 Red Alert soldiers. In a flash of golden light, 5 soldiers clad in camouflage and wielding Type 95 assault rifles lined up before him. After spending 500 gold, only 21 gold remained in his account. Wang Wei regarded the 5 newly acquired Red Alert soldiers with satisfaction. The maximum unit size for a squad is 10, but to expand further, he would need to invest in unlocking a platoon unit, which came at a steep price. A glance at the prompt revealed that unlocking the platoon unit would require 3,000 gold, equivalent to 6 pounds of gold. Wang Wei pondered to himself. It seems that in order to search for a substantial quantity of gold, one must take risks. Tomorrow morning, I will head to the gold shop in the outskirts of Shurching. It was dusk, and evening had fallen. Moving about at night was not advisable. I could only wait until dawn to take action. The vice squad leader discovered a box of instant noodles in a nearby house, allowing Wang Wei and 10 Red Alert soldiers to have a simple meal to satiate their hunger. That night, concerned about the potential for a zombie ambush, Wang Wei divided the 10 Red Alert soldiers into 2 small teams, taking turns to stand guard. He certainly did not wish to find himself unwittingly devoured by zombies in his sleep. At that moment, Wang Wei stood on the rooftop of an abandoned factory, gazing at the Red Alert interface before him. The sounds and visuals of the Red Alert system were exclusive to him. Others were entirely oblivious. Having spent considerable time observing the main interface, his curiosity was piqued by the secondary interface, and he yearned to discover its contents. Red Alert system, open the secondary interface. Chapter 4. The arrival of the heavy soldier before him. The interface transformed instantaneously from the main screen to the secondary screen, resembling a computer display. Upon closer inspection, Wang Wei noticed 3 sections on the secondary interface: Sign In, Research Technology, and Purchase Store. Within the Research Technology section were options for light weapons, heavy weapons, tanks, evolution serums, and healing serums. Unlike the main interface, the weapons developed here were not intended for Red Alert units, but rather for human use in the real world. Researching these technologies required significant funding, and the costs were considerable. However, what caught Wang Wei's attention was the ability to develop evolution serums and healing serums. These 2 items were indeed valuable. According to the prompts from the Red Alert system, evolution serums could aid humans in becoming initial-level new humans, significantly enhancing strength, speed, and reflexes. The healing serum, on the other hand, could prevent infection from a zombie bite. Wang Wei swallowed hard, astonished, thinking that once sufficient funds were acquired, he would definitely prioritize developing these 2 types. As for the sign-in interface, his curiosity led him to click on it. At that moment, a mechanical voice from the Red Alert system resonated in his mind. Esteemed Commander, would you like to use your first sign-in? Yes, I would like to proceed. Wang Wei nodded without hesitation. Instantly, a card materialized on the interface, and upon flipping it over, a familiar figure emerged. "No way, it's him," Wang Wei exclaimed excitedly. In a flash of golden light, a robust man, resembling a towering iron tower, appeared before him, fully armed, wielding an M60 general-purpose machine gun, and saluted. "Heavy soldier. Reporting to the commander. Reporting on my equipment." Wang Wei could hardly contain his joy and eagerly inquired. The heavy soldier lowered his hand and reported in a powerful voice. "Commander, my primary weapon is an M60 general-purpose machine gun, with each magazine containing 107 62mm rounds, totaling 2 magazines. My secondary weapon is a fragmentation grenade." Report concluded. Gazing at the general-purpose machine gun wielded by the heavily armed soldier, Wang Wei instinctively stepped forward, extending his hand to caress the formidable firearm, reminiscent of a steel behemoth. This was indeed a devastating weapon. Had there been a heavily armed soldier in the town during the day, countless zombies could have been felled within moments, and the retreat would not have been so chaotic. The machine gun's power far surpassed that of the Type 95 assault rifle, boasting exceptional penetration capabilities. A single bullet could effortlessly pierce through a zombie's skull, potentially dispatching 2 at once. The arrival of this heavily armed soldier was fortuitous, as Wang Wei's team was in dire need of heavy firepower. Red alert system. I have already maximized the unit capacity of my squad. Why can I still recruit another unit? Furthermore, how am I able to purchase red alert soldiers without a barracks? Wang Wei inquired, perplexed. In response, the red alert system, reminiscent of a knowledgeable instructor, echoed within Wang Wei's mind with a mechanical voice. The red alert soldiers earned through sign-ins can be forcibly integrated into your squad, unbound by restrictions. Until a red alert barracks is established, the system's built-in temporary barracks can accommodate up to 300 personnel. What exactly is the sign-in interface? Wang Wei questioned, eyeing the sign-in screen with curiosity. The red alert system slowly elucidated. In the sign-in interface, commanders may sign in once daily to receive rewards. Any item available within the red alert system has a certain probability of being obtained. Additionally, one can reserve the opportunity for the day and combine it with opportunities from multiple days to significantly increase the likelihood of acquiring higher-tier items. Are you implying that by utilizing a sign-in opportunity, I could potentially obtain an apocalyptical tank or a super weapon? Wang Wei could not help but ask. Indeed, however, acquiring an apocalyptical tank or a super weapon requires the combination of multiple sign-in opportunities to yield a chance of acquisition, the red alert system explained in detail. With 3 days remaining until his sister's wedding, Wang Wei realized that he could utilize his sign-in opportunities thrice during this period. If he could procure high-tier red alert units, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Ideally, he would summon an apocalyptical tank, boasting high armor and damage, which would render him unafraid of Xiao Sheng and his 300 subordinates. Locking eyes with the heavily armed soldier, Wang Wei clapped a hand on his shoulder and stated earnestly, "Tomorrow, we shall venture into the city. Our ability to retreat alive will depend on your heavy fire support. I assure you, the mission will be accomplished." The heavily armed soldier replied with resolute confidence, unflinching in the face of danger. The night swiftly passed, and dawn broke. It had been a quiet night, devoid of zombie incursions. With half a pack of instant noodles remaining from the previous evening, Wang Wei prepared a simple breakfast, musing that he would need to seek out food supplies later in the day. "Assemble," he bellowed after everyone had eaten their fill. 10 red alert soldiers and 1 heavily armed soldier promptly set aside their tasks, donning their gear and forming 2 rows before Wang Wei. Today's mission takes place at the gold shop located on the outskirts of Shurching. Everyone must follow my commands. Without my orders, no one is permitted to act recklessly or leave the formation, Wang Wei admonished sternly. Understood. The group responded in unison. Just as Wang Wei was about to give the command to depart, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, emanating from the red alert system. "Esteemed Commander, the system radar has detected a red alert treasure chest located 3 kilometers to the southeast. The treasure chest will remain effective for 3 hours before automatically vanishing, and it may yield high-level red alert items." Chapter 5. All members ascend to star level a red alert treasure chest? Upon hearing the notification from the red alert system, Wang Wei felt a surge of excitement. If he were to open the treasure chest and acquire an apocalypse tank, it would be truly remarkable. Can the red alert soldiers open the treasure chest on my behalf? Wang Wei inquired, astonished. No, only you, Commander, can personally open the treasure chest for it to take effect, the red alert system clarified. This left Wang Wei feeling somewhat helpless. So he was compelled to alter his plans and seize the red alert treasure chest located 3 kilometers away. Turning to his 11 subordinates, he commanded in a low voice. "Everyone, our objective is the red alert treasure chest at the southeast, 3 kilometers away. Let us move out." With the team now doubled in size, the single pickup truck outside would certainly be insufficient for transport. Fortunately, there were several abandoned vehicles nearby. Wang Wei located a functioning vehicle and directed the deputy squad leader to refuel it. Once prepared, Wang Wei and his entourage set forth towards the treasure chest location. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies. Without the vehicles, they would have undoubtedly been hindered by these bothersome creatures. The two vehicles sped along at 60 miles per hour, leaving the zombies far behind. Seated in the passenger seat of the pickup, Wang Wei beheld a virtual red alert interface that displayed the precise location of the treasure chest, which was drawing ever closer. At the entrance of Dongshan Community, Wang Wei and his team disembarked and positioned themselves by the wall outside the complex. Initially expecting the treasure chest to be in an open area, Wang Wei soon discovered that it had actually landed on the rooftop of Building 1 in the Dongshan Community. This revelation prompted him to silently curse the red alert system. Could this blasted system not allow for a smoother experience? The deputy squad leader cautiously approached and reported in a hushed tone, "Commander, I have just observed the surroundings. The number of zombies within the complex exceeds 500. Should we fire our weapons, the zombies will converge upon us immediately." Over 500 zombies. This was tantamount to a death sentence for Wang Wei. At this moment, he speculated whether the red alert system had orchestrated a trap designed to lead him to his demise. Yet, if he were to miss this opportunity for the treasure chest, he could not fathom when he might encounter another. With only 2 days remaining until his sister's wedding, he had to rapidly enhance his strength during this time. He could not afford to overlook even the slightest opportunity for advancement. Upon contemplating this, Wang Wei gritted his teeth, his expression resolute. The dead birds fly upwards. Those who live endure for countless years. I am determined to open this red alert treasure chest. We shall all partake. Move out. With that, Wang Wei drew his Browning pistol and was the first to charge into the Dongshan Community. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Wei fired at the zombies 20 meters ahead. Sparks erupted from the muzzle. To his embarrassment, all 3 shots missed, revealing his lackluster marksmanship. Dazed, Wang Wei silently vowed to practice his shooting skills once he made it out unscathed. The red alert soldier, wielding a Type 95 assault rifle, pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fire. Shell casings clattered to the ground. The first 10 or so zombies in the front line fell under the barrage. A heavily armored soldier swung the M60 machine gun with both hands and unleashed a fierce volley at the most densely packed group of zombies. The bullets flew like fiery serpents from the M60's barrel, and within 3 seconds, more than 10 zombies lay lifeless in a pool of blood, showcasing devastating firepower. Do not linger in battle. Retreat to Building 1. Wang Wei shouted through gritted teeth. The open ground was ill-suited for a direct confrontation with the zombies, so he planned to shift the battlefield to the stairwell of Building 1. With the heavy soldier's machine gun as a guard, any approaching zombies would meet their demise. Suddenly, a zombie lurking behind a trash bin rose, entering Wang Wei's blind spot. The creature bared its blood-soaked maw and charged at him. Thud! Wang Wei felt a collision against his back, losing balance and tumbling to the ground. The zombie emitted a primal roar, ringing painfully in Wang Wei's ears. Just as the zombie was about to sink its teeth into Wang Wei's arm, the vice squad leader hurriedly fired at it. Rat-a-tat-tat! The gunfire erupted, and a foul spray of zombie blood splattered across Wang Wei's face as the creature collapsed onto him. What are you standing around for? Quickly remove this zombie's corpse. Sweat beaded on Wang Wei's forehead, his heart racing. He had narrowly escaped being bitten by the ambushing zombie. The vice squad leader swiftly cleared the zombie off Wang Wei, who dared not linger and hurriedly led the charge into the stairwell of Building 1. Since the battle commenced, Wang Wei estimated that at least 50 zombies had been shot down. While there were zombies in the stairwell, their numbers were significantly fewer than those outside. The team raced up the stairs, pursued relentlessly by the zombies below. The sounds of gunfire intertwined with the roars of the undead echoed through the corridor. As they approached the rooftop, Wang Wei was infuriated by the sight before him. A massive pile of debris blocked the entrance to the rooftop, with various discarded wooden planks haphazardly strewn across the stairs, nearly occupying half of the top floor's stairway. The iron door to the rooftop was locked. Vice squad leader, you and your team hold the stairwell. Even if it means death, you must defend it for me, Wang Wei commanded sternly. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the entire community. Below, the air was filled with the growls of zombies. Before Wang Wei could clear the debris before him, the heavy soldier shouted, "Commander, I am out of ammunition." "So am I. I have only 3 rounds left," cried the red alert soldiers in unison. This sent a wave of anxiety surging through Wang Wei's throat. At that moment, the heavy soldier produced a fragmentation grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it into the horde of zombies in the corridor below. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, shaking the entire building as if it were experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. The grenade could only hold the zombie swarm at bay for a few seconds, and soon another wave surged forward. But just then, a twist of fate occurred. A golden flash enveloped the heavy soldier and the 10 red alert soldiers, rejuvenating their equipment and replenishing their ammunition. Wang Wei was momentarily stunned. In this critical moment, everyone had leveled up. Chapter 6. Obey my will. Previously, Wang Wei had heard from the Red Alert system that Red Alert soldiers could automatically level up after eliminating a certain number of enemies. With each level gained, their weapons and personal combat abilities would see a significant enhancement. The 11 Red Alert soldiers before him clearly displayed signs of having leveled up. They were genuine, fully fledged Red Alert 1-star soldiers. Wang Wei cast a sidelong glance at the 11 soldiers below and noticed that both the 10 Red Alert warriors and the heavy soldier had their ammunition automatically replenished. This revelation took him by surprise. Leveling up in the Red Alert units also restored ammunition. At that moment, the primary weapons of the Red Alert soldiers were still the Type 95 assault rifles, but they now boasted 3 additional magazines, effectively doubling their ammunition supply. Moreover, the Type 95 assault rifles were now equipped with silencers, and the heavy soldier had an extra fragmentation grenade at his shoulder. The heavy soldier's transformation was even more remarkable. His ammunition capacity had increased from 2 magazines to 4, providing him with 400 rounds of 7.62mm bullets. The number of fragmentation grenades had also doubled from 1 to 2. The already formidable M60 machine gun had now evolved into an enhanced version, significantly amplifying its lethality. Tat-tat-tat. The 10 Red Alert soldiers raised their Type 95 assault rifles and opened fire on the approaching zombies below. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy soldier swung the reinforced machine gun like an iron beast, sparks flying from the muzzle. The 11 Red Alert soldiers held the corridor, ensuring that as soon as the zombies poked their heads up, they were met with a hail of gunfire. Wang Wei dared not let a moment of complacency slip by. He hastily cleared the debris before him and, after half a minute, finally removed all the wooden obstacles, leaving only the iron door of the rooftop yet to be dealt with. Immediately, Wang Wei drew his Browning pistol and aimed it at the lock on the iron door. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the lock on the door shattered into 2 pieces. Wang Wei hurriedly opened the door and strode onto the rooftop, surveying his surroundings. At last, he spotted a large wooden chest, towering at 2 meters, positioned 20 meters away at 3 o'clock. He had finally discovered the coveted Red Alert treasure chest, which filled him with exhilaration. Everyone, retreat to the rooftop and secure the entrance. Wang Wei commanded his Red Alert subordinates in the corridor. Yes, they responded in unison. As the Red Alert soldiers took their positions on the rooftop, armed with an enhanced machine gun and 10 automatic rifles aimed at the entrance, a barrage of firepower was unleashed, creating an impenetrable barrier against the throng of zombies in the corridor. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wei sprinted towards the Red Alert treasure chest, placing his right hand in the palm-shaped recess on its side. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of gold illuminated his surroundings, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes. His heart raced with anticipation as he speculated about the treasures that might emerge from the chest. The Red Alert system had previously indicated a high probability of acquiring superior items from the treasure. Could it possibly yield an apocalyptic tank, or perhaps a super weapon? He pondered how he would maneuver a tank off the rooftop of a 7-story building if such a marvel were to materialize. As the blinding light gradually subsided, Wang Wei cautiously opened his eyes through the gaps between his fingers. To his astonishment, the treasure chest had yielded not a tank or a nuclear-grade weapon, but rather a humanoid Red Alert soldier. Red Alert Yuri, reporting to the commander. A middle-aged man with an exotic visage stood before Wang Wei, saluting with a raised hand. This was Yuri, the mind control specialist from Red Alert, endowed with the ability to dominate enemy soldiers and tanks. Notably, Yuri's psychic shockwave could instantaneously obliterate all living entities within several meters. Before Wang Wei could utter a word, a peculiar zombie roar echoed from below the building. He rushed to the edge of the rooftop and peered down, only to behold a colossal zombie, towering at 3 meters with a physique akin to that of a giant, standing in the courtyard below. Incredible! An evolved zombie has appeared, Wang Wei thought with a wry smile. Over the past 3 months of the apocalypse, the bacterial mutations had given rise to even more formidable and savage zombies within the horde. The speed and strength of mutated zombies far surpassed those of ordinary ones. Moreover, the evolved zombies, a step above the mutated ones, possessed even greater power. Mutated zombies were unfazed by handgun fire, while evolved zombies could shrug off most rifle rounds entirely. Typically, such beings would only manifest in densely populated urban areas. Yet here they were, emerging in the suburbs, much to Wang Wei's dismay. Everyone retreat. Depart from the rooftop of building number 2. Wang Wei urgently instructed. He could not afford to provoke an evolved zombie, as the question of whether they could even contend with it was a significant concern. The second building stands in proximity to the first, with merely a meter separating the rooftops of the 2 structures. Wang Wei was the first to leap onto the rooftop of the second building, followed closely by his 12 loyal subordinates from the Red Alert team. At this moment, The majority of the zombies within the vicinity were concentrated around the first building, leaving the second largely devoid of the undead. Wang Wei and his comrades successfully reached the base of the second building. He silently prayed, hoping that the formidable evolved zombie had made its way into the first building. Just then, a shocking scene unfolded before Wang Wei's eyes. An evolved zombie, towering like an iron tower, emerged from the first building, seemingly sensing their presence, and charged towards them with a speed akin to a speeding vehicle, covering more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous roar, the evolved zombie let out a bone-chilling scream. Fire! Wang Wei shouted through clenched teeth, drawing his Browning pistol to shoot at the evolved creature. The rapid gunfire echoed through the air. Yet, neither the Browning nor the Red Alert Soldier's Type 95 automatic rifles inflicted any substantial damage upon the evolved zombie. Perhaps the enhanced machine guns wielded by the heavy infantry could be effective, but those soldiers were still on the staircase of the second floor. As the evolved zombie bore down upon them, Red Alert Yuri stepped forward, raising both hands as a shockwave surged toward the creature. Submit to my will, Yuri commanded coldly. In an instant, the evolved zombie halted, its gaze becoming vacant. Chapter 7. The food tycoon Wang Wei observed the towering evolved zombie, now frozen in place and seemingly dazed. He was taken aback. He knew that Red Alert Yuri had the capability to control both men and tank squads, but he never anticipated that Yuri's mind control would extend to the undead. Moreover, this was no ordinary zombie. It was an evolved specimen, a rarity that emerged only once among 100,000 common zombies. In that moment, Wang Wei was overwhelmed with exhilaration, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. Yuri lowered his hand slowly and turned to Wang Wei, reporting, "Commander, the evolved zombie is now under my control. Should we eliminate it or leave it be?" Wang Wei instinctively glanced at the evolved zombie, which had lost its previous ferocity and now resembled a tamed pet. It would be a pity to kill it. We might need this evolved zombie in the future. He stepped forward, patting Yuri's arm, shaking his head nonchalantly. "Let us keep it for now. It may prove useful later." "Understood," Yuri replied with a calm nod. Just then, two zombies burst forth from the first building, sprinting towards Wang Wei and his team with the speed of an ordinary human. However, what transpired next astonished Wang Wei. Instead of launching an attack on them, the two zombies lunged at the already subdued evolved zombie. Roar! The evolved zombie emitted a furious roar. Its fists, as large as cooking pots, struck the approaching zombies with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, two zombies had their skulls shattered, blood mist dispersing into the air as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This left Wang Wei utterly astonished. "Wow, my brother is impressive." He couldn't help but swallow hard, though his excitement was hard to conceal. This evolved zombie was undeniably a formidable weapon. It dispatched zombies with an ease akin to child's play. Thankfully, Yuri had just managed to control it. Otherwise, Wang Wei would have been at a loss on how to handle such a fearsome creature. He also realized that once Yuri had established control over the evolved zombie, the other zombies would perceive it as an enemy. "Get in the car, return to the camp," Wang Wei shouted as he noticed hundreds of zombies pouring out of Building 1. Without hesitation, the group followed him towards the two vehicles parked outside, with the controlled evolved zombie keeping pace. However, each step it took made the ground tremble beneath its immense weight, forcing Wang Wei to have it trail behind the cars. "Yuri, how many powerful beings like the evolved zombie can you control simultaneously?" Wang Wei inquired curiously from the passenger seat, glancing back at Yuri in the rear. In response, Yuri explained, "Currently, I can only control one unit at a time. To control another, I must sever my connection with the first. Furthermore, the extent of my control is influenced by the target's mental strength. I can manage beings of no star or 1-star level, which limits me to controlling entities like the evolved zombie." Yuri spoke slowly, and Wang Wei felt as if he had struck gold, his heart brimming with joy. With Yuri by his side, encountering a lone evolved zombie in the future would no longer be a threat, but rather an opportunity for experience. In the abandoned factory on the outskirts, Wang Wei and his group returned to their base, accompanied by the imposing evolved zombie. This mission had proven immensely fruitful. Not only had they gained Yuri, the mind control specialist, but they had also acquired a weapon of mass destruction in the form of the evolved zombie. Suddenly, Wang Wei recalled that he had not utilized today's sign-in opportunity and calmly called out, "Red Alert System, open the sign-in interface." With a humming sound, a virtual interface appeared before him. "Claim today's sign-in reward," Wang Wei stated confidently. A flash of golden light enveloped the scene, and as the blinding radiance faded, a robust and fur-covered Red Alert attack dog materialized before him. This dog was significantly more formidable than an ordinary adult wolf dog, measuring 1.5 meters in length and nearly a meter in height. Woof! Upon seeing Wang Wei, the Red Alert dog rushed towards him as if excited to reunite with its master, leaping into his embrace and affectionately nudging its forehead against Wang Wei's arm. This brought a gleam to Wang Wei's eyes, as he recalled that the wolf dog in red alert was the bane of infantry units, effortlessly dispatching them with ease. Wang Wei extended his hand to stroke the fluffy head of the red alert wolf dog, joyfully exclaiming, "From this moment forth, you shall be known as Rifle." Woof. The red alert wolf dog crouched slightly, panting happily as if it understood Wang Wei's words and was pleased with its new name. Gurgle. At that moment, a sound emanated from Wang Wei's stomach. Having only consumed a packet of instant noodles in the morning, he was far from satiated, and now, at noon, hunger gnawed at him. Regrettably, he had forgotten to venture outside in search of provisions, and it appeared he would have to endure hunger for the afternoon. The wolf dog Rifle seemed to grasp Wang Wei's thoughts, promptly lifting its front paw to pat him and barking before sprinting towards the abandoned factory. Confused yet concerned for Rifle's safety, Wang Wei hastily followed, accompanied by the squad leader. "Rifle, what has got into you running so fast?" After 3 minutes of frantic running, Wang Wei was left breathless, while the squad leader and the wolf dog remained lively and energetic. Eventually, Rifle led them to the underground storage of the abandoned factory, barking twice at the large door. Intrigued, Wang Wei noticed the door was secured with a hefty lock. He drew his Browning pistol, standing 3 meters away to fire at the keyhole. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed, and the lock fell to the ground. The wolf dog Rifle pushed the door open and entered first, holding it ajar. At that moment, Wang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Within the 200-square-meter underground storage lay mountains of rice, meticulously packed in sacks. The squad leader approached and opened a cold storage room, revealing rows of chilled pork hanging from the rails. Wang Wei swallowed hard, his face alight with excitement. Goodness, so much food. I might just become a food tycoon. Chapter 8. The target, the golden store in the mall. To think there was a hidden food warehouse right beneath their noses. If not for Rifle's keen sense of smell, they might have missed this treasure. "Rifle, you've made quite the contribution upon your arrival. You truly are my lucky charm," Wang Wei said with a smile as he patted Rifle's furry head. The revelation of a food warehouse within the underground factory was almost too astonishing to believe without witnessing it firsthand. However, upon reflection, it was plausible that some survivors had deliberately stored food here, thinking it would evade the notice of others. Yet, by sheer coincidence, it had been discovered by Wang Wei and his companions. The rice in the warehouse was packed in 50-pound bags, and given the scale of the rice present, there must be at least 10,000 bags, amounting to a staggering 500,000 pounds of food. How long would it take to consume all of this? A person could eat to their fill with just 2 pounds of rice a day. In the future, if I were to command a battalion, these granaries would suffice for several years. More importantly, if I were to return to the camp with this food in 2 days, I wonder how many survivors I could rally to heed my command. That afternoon, Wang Wei instructed the red alert soldiers to indulge themselves. He relished every mouthful of rice alongside the freshly prepared pork knuckle, thoroughly satisfied with the meal. At 1 o'clock, observing that the ammunition for his red alert subordinates had been replenished, Wang Wei blew his whistle and called out, "Assemble." The red alert troops moved with precision, forming 2 neat rows in under 10 seconds. Before him stood 10 red alert warriors, 1 heavily armored soldier, 1 red alert Yuri, and a wolf dog with a rifle. Including himself, they numbered 13, accompanied by 1 wolf dog. The evolved zombies under Yuri's control were stationed to guard the perimeter. With 5 hours until sunset, they had to capture the Qingdao Mall and seize all the gold and jewelry within. "Everyone ready, let's move," Wang Wei commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. "Yes." "Woof," responded the 12 red alert soldiers and the wolf dog in unison. Qingdao Mall stood at the boundary of the suburbs and the city, a large shopping complex. Before the apocalypse, Wang Wei had accompanied his sister there. Thus he knew it housed 2 jewelry stores, which likely contained at least 10 pounds of gold. If they could acquire it all, the resources for the red alert would be immense. At the very least, upgrading their ranks to a company would be feasible. Surrounding Qingdao Mall were numerous residential houses, resulting in a significant, albeit less dense, zombie population compared to the city. This was one of Wang Wei's motivations for targeting the mall. Arriving in 3 pickup trucks, they brought the evolved zombies along. They reached a narrow alley near the mall, and shortly after, the deputy squad leader returned to report, "Commander, I have observed the surroundings. There are no fewer than 1,000 zombies outside the mall, and it is occupied by a considerable number of mutated beasts." Mutated beasts? Wang Wei's heart tightened. Suddenly, he recalled that there was a zoo nearby, which before the apocalypse housed 2 black tigers imported from abroad. If those tigers had made their way into the mall, it would spell trouble. Following the onset of the apocalypse, not only humans were infected by the virus, but some animals also transformed into ferocious, bloodthirsty mutated beasts. These creatures were not to be underestimated, possessing strength far superior to their pre-infection selves. It is no exaggeration to state that each mutated beast wielded power comparable to that of evolved zombies. The formidable mutated beasts could even rival the evolved zombies. Wang Wei gazed at his red alert subordinates, deep in thought. The thousands of zombies and a group of mutated beasts before them could easily overwhelm them. Suddenly, he looked toward the evolved zombies and had a brilliant idea. You all, gather some plastic bottles from around the area. Commander, what are you looking for a bottle for? The deputy squad leader asked curiously. In response, Wang Wei picked up a plastic bottle from the ground and, with a knife, made a cut across his left palm, allowing a stream of crimson blood to flow into the bottle. Wang Wei solemnly explained, whether they are zombies or mutated beasts, they possess little intelligence, and their primal instinct is to thirst for blood. Therefore, I intend to divert the hordes of zombies and mutated beasts both inside and outside the mall using the blood in this bottle. The deputy squad leader suddenly understood. I see. Commander, you wish to draw the tiger from its den so we can enter the mall. Good. Now let's move quickly, Wang Wei replied with a faint smile. In no time, the red alert soldiers prepared 5 plastic bottles, each contributing a small amount of blood. Once this was completed, Wang Wei placed the 5 blood-filled bottles on the evolving zombies and instructed Yuri to control them to charge out, breaking 1 blood-filled bottle every minute. This meant that after the mutated beasts and zombies were lured away, Wang Wei and his team would have a maximum of only 5 minutes to act. Let's begin. Wang Wei signaled to Yuri quietly. At that moment, Yuri controlled the evolving zombies to charge outward. After creating a distance of 500 meters from the team, one of the evolving zombies crushed a blood-filled bottle. The effect was immediate. The hordes of zombies and mutated beasts inside and outside the mall, sensing human blood, became frenzied and rushed towards the location of the evolving zombies. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Wei led his team through the back entrance of the mall. Inside the mall, chaos reigned. The once vibrant displays were long gone, replaced by the foul stench of blood, both human and zombie. A few scattered zombies remained within the mall, prompting Wang Wei to give the deputy squad leader a knowing glance and whisper, "Use your knife for close kills." Understood. The deputy squad leader nodded calmly. The deputy squad leader, along with 2 red alert soldiers, sheathed their Type 95 rifles and, taking advantage of the moment while the scattered zombies were unaware, rushed forward to deliver precise stabs to the back of the zombie skulls. Thud! The red alert soldiers acted with efficiency, their blades entering cleanly, and 3 zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 9. Humanity is worthless in the apocalypse. Since the 10 red alert soldiers were promoted to 1-star soldiers, not only had their weaponry improved, but their hand-to-hand combat skills had also seen significant enhancement. In a 0-star state, red alert soldiers are mere recruits. In 1-star status, they are veterans, and in 3-star status, they are elites. This left Wang Wei with a sense of anticipation, wondering if the red alert soldiers, once promoted to 3 stars, could rival the new humans. Time was of the essence for Wang Wei and his team. They needed to reach the 2 gold shops within the mall as soon as possible. Wang Wei took the lead, with the red alert soldiers closely trailing behind. As they passed the supermarket within the mall, 2 zombies suddenly burst forth from the shelves, lunging towards Wang Wei, momentarily startling him into a freeze before he quickly raised his weapon to defend himself. At that moment, the wolfdog rifle surged forward with a swift motion, transforming into a shadowy figure as it effortlessly knocked a zombie to the ground, sinking its teeth deep into the creature's neck. With a sharp crack, the zombie's head was severed from its body. After dispatching 1 zombie, the wolfdog rifle remained vigilant, promptly executing a similar maneuver on another zombie, once more tearing into its neck. Witnessing this, Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. It was a swift execution. The wolfdog rifle eliminated these ordinary zombies as if it were merely child's play. Well done, rifle, Wang Wei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the wolfdog rifle. Seemingly understanding Wang Wei's praise, the rifle squatted slightly, grinning at him with a sense of pride. Having traversed the supermarket within the mall, Wang Wei and his companions hurried towards the interior of the 2nd floor. Through a hazy recollection, Wang Wei vaguely remembered that a gold shop was located on the 2nd floor of the mall. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, he was startled by the sound of footsteps emanating from the 3rd floor. This immediately heightened his alertness as he aimed his gun towards the source of the noise. The soldiers under red alert also heard the footsteps, raising their 95-style assault rifles, while the heavily armed soldiers brandished their enhanced M60 machine guns, directing their fire towards the 3rd floor. In that moment, unfamiliar faces appeared on the 3rd floor. Wang Wei was utterly astonished to encounter other survivors in this place. There was a group of survivors on the 3rd floor, armed with long guns, numbering fewer than Wang Wei's group, only 5 in total. What struck Wang Wei was that the leader of the survivors had the appearance of a youthful, delicate young man. Instantly, both parties found themselves in a standoff, guns trained on one another, yet neither side fired the first shot. They were acutely aware that a single gunshot would draw the attention of the mutated beasts and the horde of zombies outside. "Who are you?" Wang Wei asked coldly, aiming his firearm at the young man. "Why should I tell you?" If you wish to avoid trouble, let us part ways amicably, replied the young man on the third floor, aiming his pistol at Wang Wei. Understanding the rationale behind this statement, Wang Wei realized that they were not mortal enemies, merely two groups that had crossed paths. If shots were fired, the opposing faction could be annihilated. Yet the sound would undoubtedly summon the surrounding horde of zombies and mutated creatures. At that point, not only would obtaining gold and jewelry from the shop be impossible, but their very survival would also be at stake. Very well, let us part ways amicably, Wang Wei replied gravely, nodding in agreement as he holstered his Browning pistol. The young man on the third floor also lowered his weapon, and both groups resumed their respective activities. Just then, a mutated black tiger, its size comparable to that of an adult bison, suddenly charged down from the fourth floor of the mall, its dark stripes barely visible. As it landed, the black tiger swiftly raised its right paw, the glint of its sharp claws flashing ominously. The sharp claws of the black tiger lashed out at a gun-wielding survivor on the third floor. In an instant, the unfortunate survivor was torn in half. His body gruesomely shattered, collapsing into a pool of blood. A roar erupted from the tiger's mouth, sending a shiver down Wang Wei's spine, filling him with an ominous sense of foreboding. The black tiger from the zoo had indeed made its way to the shopping mall. The mutated beasts outside, upon hearing the tiger's roar, would undoubtedly rush back to the mall. Shoot it. Eliminate this beast. The young man, seemingly aware of the gravity of the situation, aimed his weapon at the menacing creature and pulled the trigger. The three subordinates following him hastily raised their rifles and fired. The gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting, shells littering the ground. Wang Wei looked up to witness the black tiger endure a barrage of over a dozen shots, seemingly unfazed. With a swift motion, the tiger lunged forward again. The young man dodged, but his two subordinates were not so fortunate. One youth had his head crushed by the tiger's paw, while a middle-aged man was sent flying, crashing from the third floor onto a metal flag below, impaled and dying on the spot. Wang Wei watched in horror, as if turned to stone, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He estimated that the tiger's combat prowess rivaled that of the evolved zombies controlled by Yuri. At that moment, the tiger's murderous intent surged, its piercing gaze fixed upon the young man and another survivor before it. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The man with the goat-like beard behind the young man suddenly turned his gun and, with a shot, hit the young man in the right thigh. Crimson blood flowed from the wound, staining his light denim pants. The young man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, gritting his teeth and hurling accusations at his subordinate. "Aussie, how dare you shoot at me? You traitor. I'm sorry, but if I didn't do this, I would be the one to die," replied the goat-bearded man coldly. This revelation filled Wang Wei with dismay. Humanity, in this apocalyptic era, truly held no value. A brother, seemingly amicable on the surface, could turn on his own in a moment of crisis, all to buy time for the goat-bearded man to escape. The black tiger roared again, advancing forward. This time, however, it did not target the incapacitated young man, but chose to pursue the traitorous goat-bearded man instead. The scene before Wang Wei filled him with trepidation. In the blink of an eye, the black tiger appeared before the betrayer, opening its gaping maw and biting down, severing much of the goat-bearded man's body. Chapter 10, A Perilous Battle. The turn of events unfolded far too swiftly. The black tiger did not initially attack the young man, but instead targeted the traitor. Instant retribution had arrived. Wang Wei looked up to see the goat-bearded man's body already savagely bitten off, as the tiger began to chew. The man with the goatee had no chance to utter even a single cry of despair. He perished utterly and irrevocably. The scent of blood in the air grew increasingly potent. Just as the black tiger prepared to devour the creamy youth, the latter, enduring excruciating pain in his thigh, tumbled down the stairs from the third floor, successfully landing on the second floor of the shopping mall. "Save me." The creamy youth's face turned an ashen hue, his voice weak and breathless. Yet, there was not a trace of sympathy on Wang Wei's face, nor was there any intention in his heart to rescue the creamy youth. They were already entrenched in the apocalypse. He was no saint, much less a savior. The fate of others was of no concern to him. If he were to save this creamy youth, there must be a compelling reason presented. Though it may sound cold-hearted, in this dire world, a compassionate heart would only hasten one's demise. "Retreat," Wang Wei barked, his expression grim. The horde of mutated beasts outside was fast approaching. If they did not withdraw soon, their survival would become uncertain. Suddenly, the black tiger leapt down from the third floor, its massive form obstructing the path of Wang Wei and his group. A resounding roar erupted from the black tiger's mouth, emanating an overwhelming intimidation. Wang Wei swallowed hard. Yet, driven by reason, he gritted his teeth and raised his Browning pistol, coldly commanding, "Open fire, concentrate fire to eliminate this beast." The sound of gunfire erupted as 10 red alert soldiers lifted their Type 95 assault rifles, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the black tiger. The heavy infantryman hoisted an enhanced M60 machine gun, the spent casings scattering to the ground. To Wang Wei's astonishment, the rifle bullets had no more effect on the Black Tiger than a drizzle. They could not breach its defenses. Only the 7.62mm bullets from the heavy infantryman's machine gun managed to tear a wound in the Black Tiger, causing blood to spurt forth. The Black Tiger, in pain, refrained from confronting Wang Wei and his group head-on, resorting instead to guerrilla tactics, leaping and dodging as it navigated the second-floor floorboards. Wang Wei wished to vacate this perilous place swiftly, but the Black Tiger was determined to impede their escape. It became clear to Wang Wei that in order to leave, they must eliminate the obstructive Black Tiger. At that moment, the Black Tiger suddenly vanished from sight. Wang Wei and his companions were momentarily at a loss regarding the beast's whereabouts. Suddenly, the fallen creamy youth gritted his teeth and warned Wang Wei, "Be careful. The Black Tiger is behind you." With the heavy infantrymen and red alert soldiers engaged in combat ahead, this meant their rear defense was vulnerable. Upon hearing the creamy youth's warning, Wang Wei quickly turned around, just in time to see the Black Tiger charging towards him. Fortunately, he had heeded the creamy youth's alert and was prepared. In a moment of imminent peril, Wang Wei hastily evaded, causing the Black Tiger's claw strike to miss its mark. In a swift motion, Yuri unleashed a psychic shockwave, causing the Black Tiger to howl in agony and retreat into the shadows. Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of survival after the perilous encounter. Thankfully, it was the timely warning from the creamy youth that had saved him. Otherwise, he knew he would have met his demise at the claws of the Black Tiger, torn asunder. "Thank you, my brother. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I shall repay it now," Wang Wei expressed with a respectful nod towards the creamy youth. Previously, he had hesitated to evacuate the creamy youth, believing he bore no obligation to rescue him. However, the warning that had just saved his life prompted a change of heart. He resolved to assist the creamy youth in their escape. Understood. The squadron leader nodded eagerly, stowing away his assault rifle and hoisting the creamy youth onto his back. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger lurked in the shadows, its predatory gaze fixed on Wang Wei and his companions, leaving them in a precarious position. "Use grenades to flush that beast out," Wang Wei commanded coldly. The 9 red alert soldiers retrieved the fragmentation grenades hanging from their right shoulders, pulled the pins, and hurled them into the darkness of the mall. Boom! A cacophony of explosions erupted. The Black Tiger let out another anguished roar, indicating that at least one grenade had inflicted harm upon it. It burst forth from the shadows, and Wang Wei looked up to see the once mighty Black Tiger now bloodied and battered, its body continuously oozing its crimson lifeblood. "Yuri, bewilder the Black Tiger's vision," Wang Wei shouted urgently. Yuri raised his hands, sending a shockwave that struck the Black Tiger squarely on the head, inflicting pain akin to the tightening of the monk's headband from Journey to the West. For a fleeting 2 seconds, the Black Tiger was immobilized. The heavily armored soldier and the 9 red alert warriors opened fire decisively, their concentrated fire raining down upon the Black Tiger like a torrential downpour. This onslaught elicited yet another wail from the creature, exacerbating its wounds and leaving it on the brink of collapse. The Black Tiger, attempting to escape, lifted its formidable paws. But at that moment, the wolf dog rifle surged forward, its jaws agape. The steel-like, razor-sharp fangs sank deeply into the Black Tiger's neck. No matter how it struggled, the wolf dog rifle maintained its grip tenaciously. In less than 3 seconds, the Black Tiger collapsed to the ground, its eyes wide in shock, yet devoid of life. Suddenly, the wolf dog rifle shimmered with golden light. As the blinding radiance faded, Wang Wei looked up to behold a wolf dog rifle, now standing 2 meters long and an impressive 1.5 meters high before him. Its form was more towering than most Tibetan mastiffs, with robust muscles rippling through its limbs, resembling a steel monstrosity. Before him stood a rifle that had evidently evolved into a 1-star red alert wolf dog. And this was merely the beginning of its ascension. This brought a smile to Wang Wei's face, as he speculated whether the rifle, once it ascended to the rank of 3-star wolf dog, would be capable of overpowering the Black Tiger. Chapter 11. The Mutant Tiger King. The might of the Black Tiger was indisputable. Its fur and skin could withstand the force of most rifle and handgun bullets, complemented by its indomitable and razor-sharp claws. Even when confronted with the evolved zombies controlled by Yuri, it could hold its ground evenly. A question lingered in Wang Wei's mind regarding whether Yuri could exert control over the Black Tiger. However, with the situation becoming increasingly dire, and the mutated beast horde outside drawn by the sounds of gunfire and explosions, he decided to escape first before seeking answers. "Let us retreat, back the way we came," Wang Wei shouted urgently. At that moment, the air was filled with the howls of the approaching mutated beasts, their return growing ever closer. "Yes," everyone echoed in unison. Wang Wei and his companions hastened their steps toward the rear of the mall. The matter of the mall's gold and jewelry had to be set aside. After all, if one were to perish, no amount of gold or resources would matter. Upon reaching the first floor, the one-star wolf dog rifle led the charge, swiftly dispatching the zombies blocking their path. In its unenhanced state, the wolf dog rifle had effortlessly dealt with ordinary zombies, and now, upgraded to 1 star. Its power had increased significantly, with its speed nearly doubling. The wolf's claw was like a divine weapon, easily eliminating the zombies that obstructed them. At that moment, a colossal black tiger appeared at the front entrance of the mall, its dark fur akin to armor, muscles rippling on its limbs, resembling a massive iron beast. In comparison to the black tiger that the wolf dog rifle had slain earlier, this one seemed to embody a true Tiger King. The Tiger King measured over 4 meters in length and stood a formidable 2.5 meters tall. Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback upon first sighting this creature, questioning whether this was truly a tiger. The transformation brought about by the infection in this post-apocalyptic world was nothing short of terrifying. Wang Wei felt that he would rather face 5 evolved zombies simultaneously than confront this 4-meter-long black Tiger King. Heavy soldiers, use grenades to collapse the front entrance. Wang Wei commanded urgently. The heavy soldiers, not daring to be careless, quickly retrieved 2 fragmentation grenades, pulled the safety pins with their mouths, and hurled them toward the entrance where the Tiger King stood. Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions resonated, sending shockwaves that brought down the entrance, momentarily blocking the Tiger King outside. Yet, Wang Wei understood that this would hardly deter the Tiger King. At best, it would afford them only a few precious seconds. Wang Wei and his companions hurriedly made their way to the back entrance of the shopping mall. Once everyone had vacated the premises, a red alert soldier swiftly secured the large door behind them, allowing the group to descend into the underground parking lot. Suddenly, a roar akin to a tiger's echoed throughout the Qingdao Mall. The Black Tiger King, upon spotting the lifeless body of a black tiger on the second-floor walkway, let out a mournful and furious howl. It seemed that the deceased creature was indeed the progeny of the Black Tiger King. Yet, now it lay lifeless. Enraged, the Black Tiger King's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he leaped towards the back entrance of the mall, relentlessly pursuing Wang Wei and his party, closing the distance between them with alarming speed. Wang Wei, vaguely aware of the thunderous footfalls of the Black Tiger King behind him, pressed on. As they neared the entrance of the underground parking lot, a towering figure, a zombie standing at an imposing 3 meters, materialized before Wang Wei. This was the evolved zombie under Yuri's control. Yuri, do you think we can withstand the onslaught of the pursuing Tiger King? Wang Wei inquired breathlessly, glancing at the red alert soldier beside him. Without hesitation, Yuri shook his head. I doubt it. Even with my evolved zombie, our group would likely stand no chance against the Tiger King. Suddenly, Wang Wei noticed that the evolved zombie was equipped with 2 blood-filled vials. An idea sparked in his mind. Yuri, you command the evolved zombie to shatter the blood vials and attract the surrounding zombies to stall the Tiger King, granting us an opportunity to retreat. Understood, Yuri replied. Under his command, the evolved zombie acted upon his will, crushing one of the blood vials in its grasp. In that instant, the scent of blood wafted through the air, drawing the attention of hundreds of zombies within a radius of several hundred meters. The horde was dense, comprising no fewer than 300 zombies. As Wang Wei and his companions burst forth from the underground parking lot, the Black Tiger King had already appeared at the entrance. Yet he was met with an imposing barrier of over 300 zombies. With a fierce roar, the Tiger King charged into the throng like a steel tank, sending any zombies that dared to impede his path flying, as though they were mere kites severed from their strings. Wang Wei glanced back and realized that ordinary zombies could hardly delay the Tiger King for long. It was only a matter of time before the Tiger King would reach them. Gritting his teeth, Wang Wei coldly commanded, Yuri, keep the evolved zombies engaged with the Tiger King to cover our retreat. Yes, Yuri promptly responded, reaching out to the evolved zombie. The 3-meter-tall evolved zombie loomed like a giant, yet in the presence of the Tiger King, it was not a formidable adversary. The 2 titans roared at one another. Suddenly, the 2 massive figures collided with a resounding crash. The evolved zombie's fist, as large as a cooking pot, struck the Black Tiger King's head with force, yet it failed to inflict any fatal damage. Conversely, the Tiger King's claw swiftly severed one of the evolved zombie's arms. Immediately thereafter, the Black Tiger King overpowered the evolved zombie, sending it sprawling to the ground. With a head the size of a small cart, the tiger seized the evolved zombie's skull in its jaws. A thunderous crash resonated as the massive body of the evolved zombie collapsed at the feet of the Tiger King. Simultaneously, Wang Wei and his companions were already seated in the pickup truck, racing towards their stronghold at high speed. Yuri, seated in the back, felt his pupils constrict as beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Furrowing his brow, he hastily reported to Wang Wei, who occupied the passenger seat. Commander, the strength of the Tiger King is overwhelming. The evolved zombies under my control could not halt its advance. In less than 5 seconds, I lost contact with them. Chapter 12. You are quite troublesome. The evolved zombies, which could not be slain even by rifles, could not withstand the onslaught of the Black Tiger King for even 5 seconds. This left Wang Wei, who was driving, feeling quite disheartened. Just how powerful does the Tiger King have to be to annihilate evolved zombies with such ease? All along, Wang Wei believed that the evolved zombies were the paramount threat in this post-apocalyptic world. Yet it was only now that he realized some of the mutated beasts were even more terrifying. It is likely that only with the Red Alert tanks and their artillery would he stand a chance of defeating this suffocatingly powerful Tiger King. Although the evolved zombie he controlled had perished at the hands of the Tiger King, they were fortunate enough to have retreated to safety. The fact that the main force managed to escape alive was the best outcome possible. As for the gold jewelry within the commercial gold shop, Wang Wei dared not covet it for the time being. With a terrifying presence like the Tiger King, to return would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. He would have to seek other gold shops, even if it meant risking a venture into the city. Wang Wei pondered silently. At the abandoned factory stronghold, his group had returned, albeit with one less evolved zombie, but one more survivor. Squad leader, the matter of the food warehouse must not be disclosed to outsiders. Do you understand? Wang Wei instructed in a hushed tone. Understood, the squad leader responded promptly. Although the young man had previously saved Wang Wei's life, the debt of gratitude was now considered settled, as he had also saved the young man in return. Furthermore, Wang Wei was unaware of the newcomer's background. Who knew what kind of person he truly was? One must always be cautious, especially in a world like this, where vigilance was paramount. After all, as the old saying goes, a cautious sailor can sail for 1,000 years. The fewer people who knew about the food warehouse, the better. Wang Wei did not wish to attract deadly trouble due to the vast supplies stored within. Squad leader, please fetch me some alcohol, tweezers, and clean gauze. Wang Wei said calmly. Yes, the squad leader nodded vigorously, and within moments, he returned with a bottle of alcohol, tweezers, and a roll of clean gauze, placing them in Wang Wei's hands. These supplies were found in the food warehouse, likely prepared by its previous owner as a precautionary measure. Now, they had inadvertently become a boon for Wang Wei. Wang Wei arrived outside the room of the creamy young man. He observed the young man seated on a chair within, tending to a gunshot wound on his thigh, using his torn jacket as makeshift bandaging. This sight elicited a derisive chuckle from Wang Wei. Are you not afraid of infection by leaving those bullet fragments inside your thigh? He remarked nonchalantly as he stepped inside, shaking the medical supplies in his hand. It's none of your business. The creamy young man, seemingly aware of Wang Wei's intentions, coldly retorted without gratitude. This response displeased Wang Wei, who sniffed and said, How is it that you fail to recognize the kindness of others? After all, I am your savior, and this is how you treat your benefactor? Before him sat a rather handsome young man. Wang Wei took a moment to scrutinize him. Refined features, pale skin, and a cap perched atop his head, resembling a star from a Korean drama. The creamy young man scoffed. Humph, I could say the same. If it weren't for my warning in the mall, you would have been torn in half by that black tiger. This reminder jolted Wang Wei's memory, bringing forth the harrowing scene from the mall. He had indeed come perilously close to death at the hands of the black tiger, leaving him in a cold sweat. Thank you, he murmured, bowing his head in gratitude for the young man's timely intervention. The creamy young man, feeling a bit bashful, smiled and shook his head. No, I should thank you for leading me away from the mall. After exchanging thanks, the two drew closer to one another. Wang Wei, glancing at the medical supplies in his hands, offered warmly, before the apocalypse, I was an instructor at a security company and learned how to treat gunshot wounds. If you do not mind, I can help extract the bullet fragments from your leg. As soon as he finished speaking, the creamy young man lowered his head, appearing lost in thought, which left Wang Wei perplexed, wondering what was on his mind. Rest assured, I have experience in treating gunshot wounds and can guarantee the removal of the bullet fragments, Wang Wei assured confidently. No, it's unnecessary, the creamy young man replied hesitantly. Wang Wei was taken aback. Had it been anyone else, they would have readily agreed. After all, the longer the bullet fragments remained, the greater the risk of infection. A slight misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Noticing the creamy young man's downcast gaze and timid demeanor, Wang Wei speculated on possible reasons and inquired. Are you afraid of pain? The extraction will sting a bit, but just grit your teeth, it will only last a short while. The creamy young man squirmed again, as if harboring a secret. Really, it's not necessary. This declaration confirmed Wang Wei's suspicion. The young man was indeed fearful of pain, which explained his repeated refusals. Had it not been for this delicate young man's role as his savior, he would have never involved himself in such trivial matters. How troublesome you are? It's merely a matter of retrieving a bullet fragment. Why the hesitance? Are you not a man? Wang Wei said with irritation. After uttering these words, he stepped forward to place the medical supplies on a chair, his hands reaching to unfasten the pale denim trousers of the young man, intending to extract the bullet fragment lodged in his leg. Yet, the young man clutched his pants tightly, resolutely refusing to remove them. This obstinacy provoked Wang Wei's ire. As he thought to himself, I am determined to treat this young man's gunshot wound. With this thought in mind, he exerted a bit more force with his hands. At that instant, the young man seated before him swung his palm and struck Wang Wei's left cheek, a crisp voice escaping his lips. You pervert. Do you believe I want to kill you? This left Wang Wei momentarily stunned, causing him to shudder in fear, swiftly lifting his gaze to question, no way. Are you a woman? Chapter 13. Assistant Squad Leader. What do you know? The voice he had just heard was unmistakably that of a woman. Yet, the young man before him bore a masculine visage. What was going on? The young man removed the cap perched atop his head, allowing long hair to cascade down his back. At that moment, Wang Wei was dumbfounded. The young man was indeed a woman. Listen well, my name is Feng Qinya. The young lady, Feng Qinya, knitted her brows and glared at Wang Wei in annoyance. This left Wang Wei feeling utterly helpless. You're a woman? Why didn't you say so earlier? He lamented, covering his bruised face. You never asked me. How was I to say anything? Feng Qinya shot back, her retort sharp and effective, leaving Wang Wei momentarily speechless. Had he realized earlier that Feng Qinya was a woman, he would not have so rudely attempted to remove her trousers. He had unwittingly earned a slap. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. However, one could not deny that Feng Qinya's disguise was exceptional. Her ability to cross-dress was so convincing that it was hard to detect any flaws. Perhaps not only he, but even the assistant squad leader outside had been misled into believing she was a man. I apologize for my earlier recklessness. Now, regarding your leg wound, would you prefer to handle it yourself, or shall I assist in extracting the bullet fragment from your thigh? Wang Wei lowered his head, his confidence waning. I should also apologize for hitting you. I'm truly sorry. Feng Qinya acknowledged her fault and bowed her head in contrition. Following the earlier misunderstanding, both felt a flicker of guilt. Wang Wei slightly lifted his gaze towards Feng Qinya's gunshot wound, noticing a faint trickle of blood. He offered, Miss Feng, if you don't mind, I could use scissors to cut around your wound to retrieve the bullet fragment. That would be much appreciated. Feng Qinya nodded slightly. Extracting the bullet fragments was the very task Wang Wei engaged in while at the camp. Now, he had returned to his former profession. In no time, all the bullet shards from Feng Qinya's leg were meticulously removed. The pain was so intense that Feng Qinya bit down hard on the towel in her mouth, as if this action could alleviate some of her suffering. After Wang Wei had dressed the wounds on her leg with clean gauze, he stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at Feng Qinya. The surgery went smoothly, but remember not to let the wound come into contact with water during this period. Thank you. By the way, I still don't know your name, Feng Qinya said, removing the towel from her mouth and looking at Wang Wei in astonishment. Wang Wei, he replied without a moment's hesitation. Wang Wei, is that a euphemism for impotence? Feng Qinya questioned, her expression one of disbelief. This provoked an eye roll from Wang Wei, who slowly explained, Sister, did your gym teacher teach you to listen like that? My name is Wang Wei. Please don't call me that again. All right, Wang Wei, Feng Qinya nodded solemnly. Wang Wei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. I am Wang Wei. Please do not miscall me. If you continue to use that name, I may become genuinely angry. At that moment, Feng Qinya broke into a radiant smile, saying, Okay, don't be upset. Wang Wei is quite a charming name after all. Her face lit up with joy, and one could not help but notice how beautiful she appeared when smiling, with two adorable dimples gracing her cheeks and her lashes curling gracefully. Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback by her charm, yet still felt perturbed by her choice of address. With a resigned smile, he stood up, wishing to distance himself from Feng Qinya, and turned to walk towards the door. However, before he could reach it, Feng Qinya waved and called out, Wang Wei, I'll remember your name. From now on, I shall be your sister, supporting you. I need to use the restroom. Could you assist me there? Hearing her call out his full name brought a smile to Wang Wei's face. With Feng Qianya's leg injury still unhealed and without a crutch for support, he reluctantly nodded. Grumbling, what a hassle, now I'm at a disadvantage. Feng Qianya linked her arm through his, and thus, Wang Wei assisted her towards the restroom in the abandoned factory. The restroom had been cleaned by the Red Alert soldiers the previous night and was ready for use. On their way, the surrounding Red Alert soldiers noticed Commander Wang Wei aiding a young lady, their eyes fixated on Feng Qinya, suddenly realizing that the previously perceived delicate figure was, in fact, a girl. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at the restroom's entrance. Wang Wei helped Feng Qinya to the door of the ladies' restroom, allowing her to lean against the wall as she entered, mindful of his masculine decorum. Yet, just as Feng Qinya stepped inside, a piercing scream echoed from within. This sudden turn of events left Wang Wei with an ominous feeling, as he feared that something had befallen Feng Qinya inside. Without a second thought, he turned and rushed in. However, as soon as he entered, their foreheads inadvertently collided, causing both to tumble to the ground, with Wang Wei atop and Feng Qinya beneath. Their bodies nearly intertwined. In such close proximity, Wang Wei could even catch a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from Feng Qianya. At that moment, the vice squad leader outside heard the commotion and hurried over. Upon witnessing Commander Wang Wei and Feng Qianya in such an intimate position, he appeared to grasp the situation. Scratching the back of his head with a chuckle, "Apologies, you two. Please continue as if I were never here." "Vice squad leader, it's not what you think." Wang Wei replied with an awkward smile, eager to clarify. "You needn't explain, Commander. I understand. We're all men here. Just carry on. I'll keep watch outside," the vice squad leader said, waving his hand with a grin. Chapter 14. Taking risks. Wang Wei quickly rose, his expression turning serious as he addressed the vice squad leader. "You understand nothing. That was merely an accident, so don't misconstrue it, got it? It truly was an unforeseen event." And Wang Wei had no desire for his subordinate to misunderstand him. While Feng Qianya was indeed attractive, he was not the type to be entranced merely by beauty, especially since they had only recently met and were still unfamiliar with one another's backgrounds. Realizing Wang Wei's earnest explanation, the vice squad leader nodded, "Understood. I see I misjudged the situation. By the way, Commander, dinner is ready." "Good. You stay here and help her back," Wang Wei replied nonchalantly, then proceeded towards the mess hall of the main base. Ever since the Wolfdog Rifle Squad discovered the granary, the rations for Wang Wei and his group had significantly improved. While it couldn't be described as a feast, at least there was no concern about going hungry. At the dining table, Wang Wei gazed at the fragrant pot of braised pork ribs and rice, involuntarily swallowing hard before hastily taking his seat at the commander's position. The Red Alert soldiers, along with the Wolfdog Rifle Squad, stood rigidly at attention upon Wang Wei's arrival. Their discipline so strict that it seemed they could not touch their chopsticks until he declared the meal had begun. "What are you standing around for? Eat," Wang Wei exclaimed, scooping a generous bowl of braised ribs for himself. Upon hearing his command, the soldiers promptly returned to their seats, picking up their chopsticks to dig in. As he watched the ribs clutched in his chopsticks, Wang Wei couldn't help but reflect on the dire state of the world after 3 years of apocalypse. Most survivors were barely scraping by, often uncertain of their next meal. To think that indulging in braised ribs was a luxury few could afford in these trying times. Yet here he was, savoring each bite and relishing in the moment, feeling like the happiest person alive. Each mouthful of rice paired with succulent ribs made for an exquisite dining experience. In less than 2 minutes, the vice squad leader returned, supporting Feng Qianya. Upon seeing the empty pot devoid of the braised ribs, only broth remained, the vice squad leader lamented with a grimace, "Commander, couldn't you have left me at least one rib?" The soldiers present erupted in laughter. After all, Feng Qianya was their savior, and the vice squad leader was still one of his subordinates. Thus, while Wang Wei might slight anyone else, he would never neglect these two. He immediately instructed the heavy infantry to bring forth the 2 portions of braised ribs they had prepared earlier, placing them on the table, which instantly brightened the vice squad leader's mood. The following morning at Shirqing Linglang Street, the atmosphere was bleak and eerie, with thousands of zombies roaming about. This location marked the boundary between the urban area and the outskirts. On this street stood a gold shop, the goal of Wang Wei's mission for the day. A group of 10 Red Alert soldiers, including Red Alert Yuri, heavy infantry, and the Wolf Dog Rifle, gathered on the rooftop not far from the gold shop. Feng Qianya, however, was left behind at the camp. From his elevated position, Wang Wei surveyed the street below, where bloodthirsty zombies swarmed, with over 2,000 visible to the naked eye. "Commander, I am willing to lead the charge and divert the horde below," the vice squad leader declared, thumping his chest in self-nomination. "Are you out of your mind? You do realize the current situation, don't you? The moment you fire your weapon, the zombies will not only be the thousands before us, but will multiply into the tens of thousands," Wang Wei quietly rebuffed him. It was clear that the previous tactic of drawing the zombies away from the Qingdao Mall would not suffice. A new strategy was imperative. "Commander, then what do you suggest we do?" the vice squad leader inquired, sensing Wang Wei's concern. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Wang Wei's face as he discreetly gestured to the group, saying, "Vice squad leader, Yuri, and the wolf dog. You 3 will accompany me into the gold shop. The rest of you must be ready to provide cover for our retreat at the first sound of gunfire." A chorus of affirmations followed, heads nodding like garlic cloves being crushed. With that, Wang Wei led the trio down the stairs, cautiously maneuvering towards the gold shop. Utilizing abandoned vehicles and walls as cover, one zombie seemed to catch wind of their footsteps and turned, poised to unleash a roar. In that critical moment, Red Alert Yuri unleashed a psychic shockwave, stunning the creature, while the wolf dog lunged forward, swiftly severing the zombie's neck. The synergy between Yuri and the wolf dog rifle was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving Wang Wei, the commander, in awe. Armed with tactical knives, Wang Wei and the vice squad leader dispatched the zombies blocking their path. One kicked a zombie to the ground while the other delivered a decisive blow. the knife piercing the creature's skull. During their 100-meter approach to the gold shop, they managed to eliminate no fewer than 10 zombies without alerting the horde. In a matter of moments, Wang Wei and his companions successfully entered the gold shop. Upon seeing the golden jewelry displayed in the shop's glass window, a radiant smile spread across Wang Wei's face as he struggled to contain his excitement. He instructed in a hushed tone, "Be quick. Gather the jewelry into your bags." "Understood," replied Red Alert Yuri and the deputy squad leader, nodding vigorously. Within a minute, they had managed to collect all the jewelry from the shop into their bags. However, at that moment, a mutated zombie standing outside caught sight of the humans within. With a feral roar, the mutated zombie unleashed a sound akin to that of a wild beast. "Retreat." Wang Wei gritted his teeth and urgently waved his hand. The surrounding horde of zombies, alerted by the noise, became agitated, and in an instant, tens of thousands of zombies surged toward the gold shop. The mutated zombie charged first toward Wang Wei and his group. Before it could get close, the wolf-dog rifle unleashed a powerful strike, knocking it down and sinking its sharp fangs into the zombie's neck. As more zombies rushed forward, Wang Wei and his companions were compelled to fire back. The gunfire echoed through the streets of Linling. At that moment, the Red Alert soldiers, responsible for covering their retreat, drove 2 pickup trucks forward. Wang Wei and his group hurriedly ran toward the vehicles, while the heavily armed soldiers provided cover, with the enhanced M60 machine gun spitting flames. With a series of rapid shots, the heads of the foremost zombies erupted in clouds of blood, sending them crashing to the ground. Chapter 15, Promotion to Squad Level. The enhanced M60 machine gun wielded by the heavily armed soldiers proved to be a formidable weapon. Almost every bullet pierced through the bodies of the zombies, striking those behind them as well. In this round of fire, the heavily armed soldiers emptied a 100-round magazine, resulting in at least 60 zombies lying lifeless in pools of blood. The Red Alert soldiers were equally formidable, showcasing their prowess as they aimed their Type 95 assault rifles at the approaching horde, shells ejected continuously from the chambers and littering the ground. The 5.8mm rifle bullets claimed the lives of the zombies, delivering fatal headshots. Wang Wei noted that since the Red Alert soldiers and heavily armed soldiers had advanced to a 1-star level, not only had their equipment and combat abilities seen a significant enhancement, but their marksmanship had also improved exponentially. In their unranked state, the Red Alert soldiers had only a 30% accuracy rate. Now, their precision had soared to 60%. Almost 3 shots were sufficient to take down 2 zombies with headshots. "Everyone, get in the vehicle and evacuate," Wang Wei shouted urgently. Despite the overwhelming firepower of the Red Alert soldiers, the sheer number of zombies surrounding them was staggering. For every zombie they shot down, 2 more took its place. The slaughter seemed endless. He understood that if they lingered here for even a few more seconds, they would all perish. The Red Alert soldiers swiftly returned to the vehicles, and those standing at the back turned their guns toward the zombies blocking their path. Wang Wei, seated in the passenger seat, rolled down the window and drew his Browning pistol, firing at the zombies outside. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out continuously. Perhaps it was the overwhelming density of the surrounding zombies that caught Wang Wei off guard. He had expended 2 entire magazines, yet had managed to eliminate only 6 of the undead. Fortunately, the bullets would automatically replenish every 3 hours, so he felt no remorse over their use. After the team retreated from Linglang Street, the horde of zombies behind them remained thick and seemingly endless, which left Wang Wei seated in the front passenger seat, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Thankfully, they had successfully escaped. Since the onset of the battle, Wang Wei and his companions had dispatched no fewer than 300 zombies, yet this paled in comparison to the vast scale of the undead swarm. Wang Wei dared not linger and hastily instructed the driver to return to the camp. Though this operation had been a gamble, the risk and reward were proportional, and Wang Wei envisioned how much gold they might have amassed during their endeavor. Upon reaching the camp, they could once again expand the Red Alert team. At the headquarters, Wang Wei and his team returned to the base successfully. "Yuri, Vice Squad Leader, please pour the gold jewelry from your respective bags onto the table," Wang Wei commanded. He was the first to toss his gold jewelry onto the square table before him. Following his lead, the Red Alert soldiers, including Yuri and the Vice Squad Leader, placed their recovered treasures on the table as instructed. The sight of the small mountain of gold jewelry brought a wide smile to Wang Wei's face. "Red Alert system, convert this gold," he urged, suppressing his excitement. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the room. When the blinding radiance dissipated, the gold jewelry had vanished. Esteemed Commander, the conversion was successful. 6,688 grams of gold, converting to 6,688 funds, with a total of 6,709 funds, intoned the mechanical voice of the Red Alert system within Wang Wei's mind. He could not help but swallow hard, unable to conceal his ecstatic joy. He had struck it rich. In an instant, he had transformed into a wealthy magnate. During this expedition, Wang Wei had never dreamed he would acquire 6,688 funds. Now, the team had reached the upper limit of the squad level structure. To further expand their ranks, they could only unlock the platoon level structure. Wang Wei had initially thought that the 3,000 funds required to unlock the platoon level structure was an astronomical sum. However, it now appeared to be trivial. Red Alert System. I wish to unlock the platoon level structure and expand the Red Alert team, Wang Wei declared loudly. Instantly, the virtual interface of the Red Alert system before him began to change. The commander level elevated from squad to platoon. Consequently, Wang Wei could now expand the team limit to 30 members. Moreover, the total funds were reduced by 3,000, now standing at 3,709. Wang Wei cast a glance at the Red Alert soldiers, heavy infantry, the wolf dogs, and Yuri, pondering. While the Red Alert soldiers were adequate for dealing with ordinary zombies, they were not particularly effective against evolved zombies of greater strength. The M60 machine gun of the heavy armored soldier is undeniably a formidable weapon, capable of inflicting considerable damage upon evolved zombies, albeit with the drawback of a sluggish mobility. In contrast, the Red Alert Hound exhibits remarkable agility, allowing it to hunt down numerous zombies without disturbing the horde, which is commendable. As for Yuri from Red Alert, he is nothing short of exceptional, possessing not only the ability of mind control, but also the capacity to unleash psychic shockwaves and induce mental disorientation. If possible, augmenting Yuri would be the optimal choice. At that moment, Wang Wei began to contemplate his options. Suddenly, the virtual interface before him transformed into the unit selection screen, revealing a crucial insight. Since his promotion to the rank of platoon commander, the units available for development had expanded from the original Red Alert soldier to include both the Red Alert Hound and the heavy armored soldier. However, development required financial expenditure. Only after development could he purchase the units. Specifically, the research cost for the Red Alert Hound was 2,000 gold, with the purchase price of a single hound being 200 gold. The heavy armored soldier incurred a research fee of 4,000 gold and a purchase cost of 400 gold for each soldier. In that instant, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over Wang Wei, who had initially fancied himself a minor tycoon, but now realized he was still the same impoverished individual. Consequently, he abandoned any plans to develop other Red Alert units. Alas, he was destitute. Curiously, Wang Wei inquired, does the Red Alert system require commanders to reach a certain rank to have the opportunity to develop and purchase units? Indeed, the Red Alert system elucidated. The higher the level of the commander, the greater the variety of Red Alert units available for research. This revelation illuminated Wang Wei's understanding. Currently, his troop comprised 12 Red Alert soldiers and 1 hound, indicating that there were still 17 vacancies to fill. With a serious demeanor, Wang Wei accessed the interface for the Red Alert soldier and declared with earnestness, Red Alert system, I wish to purchase 17 Red Alert soldiers to bolster my forces. Chapter 16. The new Red Alert treasure chest. Initially, Wang Wei had intended to develop some powerful Red Alert units. However, due to his financial constraints, he had to settle for purchasing Red Alert soldiers while reserving some funds for future contingencies. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of golden light illuminated the area before him. 17 Red Alert soldiers, clad in camouflage uniforms, adorned with camouflage helmets, and wielding the Type 95 assault rifle, formed 2 rows before Wang Wei. 2 imposing Red Alert soldiers stood at the forefront of the new recruits, raising their hands in salute to Wang Wei. Squad leader of the 2nd squad, reporting to the commander. Squad leader of the 3rd squad, reporting to the commander. Both Red Alert soldiers called out in unison to Wang Wei. Squad leader of the 2nd squad. Squad leader of the 3rd squad. This revelation momentarily stunned Wang Wei, as he had not appointed any Red Alert soldier as a squad leader. To his astonishment, the Red Alert system had taken the initiative to assign them. Who is the squad leader of the 1st squad? Wang Wei inquired, gazing incredulously at the 2 squad leaders before him. Stepping forward with determination, the vice squad leader behind Wang Wei raised his hand in salute and reported with a resonant voice, Report, Commander, I have been promoted to squad leader, which means I have ascended from vice squad leader. This revelation brought clarity to Wang Wei. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these 3 squad leaders would also rise in rank alongside him in the future. They could be considered his trusted subordinates. Very well, vice squad leader, no, squad leader. Please welcome the newly arrived Red Alert soldiers and prepare a generous feast to ensure everyone is well fed and satisfied. Wang Wei patted the squad leader's shoulder, still adjusting to the new title. Yes, the squad leader responded solemnly, standing tall before Wang Wei. A sense of joy invigorated Wang Wei, his steps seemingly lighter as he walked. Suddenly, he recalled something important and promptly halted, addressing the Red Alert system. Red Alert system, when I was promoted to squad leader, I received a squad leader's gift pack. Now that I have become a platoon commander, surely there is a corresponding gift pack for that rank? Indeed, commander. Would you like to claim the platoon commander gift pack? The red alert system replied. A smile spread across Wang Wei's face as he eagerly nodded. Claim it. In an instant, a golden light enveloped him. While his commander's coat remained unchanged in appearance, its bulletproof capabilities had been exponentially enhanced. The new commander's coat could now virtually disregard most handgun bullets. Additionally, his equipment had transformed. The Browning pistol he once held was now an MP5 submachine gun, complete with 2 magazines, each containing 30 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Moreover, a fragmentation grenade dangled from his right shoulder. Wang Wei gazed at his new weaponry, reflecting on how timely the MP5 was, perfectly compensating for his shooting skills with its rapid-fire capability. The platoon commander gift pack had indeed provided him with an MP5. He eagerly anticipated what extraordinary weapon the company commander gift pack would bestow upon him. With a broad smile, he envisioned the future. Armed with his current equipment and a platoon of red alert soldiers, he felt a surge of confidence. Tomorrow marked his sister's wedding day. It also signified the moment he would return to camp to eliminate Xiao Sheng and liberate his loved ones from danger. However, he had to acknowledge that, given the current strength of the red alert forces, removing Xiao Sheng, who commanded over 300 subordinates, would be somewhat challenging. Xiao Sheng had over 100 gunners under his command. Once hostilities commenced, he might not gain the upper hand. With half a day remaining before returning to camp, he needed to enhance his capabilities. His immediate task was to elevate the 17 newly arrived red alert soldiers to 1-star status. 1-star red alert soldiers possessed a collective strength that surpassed that of 2 unranked soldiers combined. Since he could not rely on numerical superiority, he must elevate the team's overall prowess. After a period of rest, Feng Qinya felt it was inappropriate to simply indulge in Wang Wei's hospitality, prompting her to take the initiative to share the responsibility of cooking that afternoon. In response, Wang Wei expressed his refusal. However, he could not withstand the persuasive arguments of Feng Qinya. Her assertions were so compelling that he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Yet, deep down, Wang Wei held no genuine trust in Feng Qinya and instructed a squad leader to closely shadow her, lest she tamper with the food. One must always be wary, especially in these apocalyptic times. Wang Wei had no desire to succumb to a hazy demise at the dining table. Feng Qinya, fully aware of Wang Wei's concerns, chose not to elaborate further and prepared a delectable spread of dishes in front of the squad leader. The ingredients for these meals were procured from the grain warehouse by the squad leader's men. Thus Feng Qinya remained oblivious to the matters concerning the warehouse. The cuisine prepared by a woman always surpasses that of the men. Wang Wei indulged in 3 bowls of rice. After satiating his hunger, he personally led the main force, assigning the 2nd and 3rd squad leaders to take the new recruits to nearby villages to hunt zombies. The primary objective was to allow the 17 newly arrived red alert warriors to accumulate experience and swiftly advance to the rank of 1-star veterans. 3 hours later, the 17 recruits had successfully exterminated nearly 600 ordinary zombies, and the 2nd and 3rd squads lived up to Wang Wei's expectations, ultimately achieving the 1-star rank. Glancing at his wristwatch, Wang Wei noted that it was now 3:30 in the afternoon, with 2.5 hours remaining until sunset. This prompted him to ponder whether he should venture into the city for another round of hunting for golden jewelry. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Emanating from the red alert system, esteemed commander, the system radar has detected a red alert treasure chest located 15 kilometers to the northwest. The treasure chest is valid for 3 hours and will automatically disappear thereafter. The mention of a red alert treasure chest momentarily stunned Wang Wei, but a smile soon graced his face. He had previously discovered that the red alert system's treasure chests differed somewhat from those in the game. The former could yield any combat unit from the red alert system, including even super weapons, significantly enhancing the treasure chest utility. The first time he opened a red alert treasure chest, he acquired a mind control specialist, Yuri from Red Alert. What a lucrative find. Now, news of another treasure chest had emerged. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Wang Wei turned towards the northwest with a wry smile. Lamenting, 15 kilometers to the northwest lies the city of Shirshir, teeming with over 1 million zombies. Why must the treasure chest land in such a perilous location? If the red alert system were a person, Wang Wei would certainly give it a thorough thrashing to vent his frustrations. The treasure chest could have descended anywhere, yet it chose to fall into the densely populated zombie-infested city. This incited Wang Wei's ire. Esteemed commander, the landing of the red alert treasure chest is a random operation. The mechanical voice of the red alert system chimed in once more. Wang Wei gazed somberly towards the city, his expression darkening as the day of return to the camp approached. With the current forces of the red alert, it seemed increasingly unlikely that he could rescue his sister. Rather, there was a significant possibility that they would all perish within the confines of the camp. When one dies, the bird flies upward. If one lives, the years stretch endlessly. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he rallied his troops. First squad, second squad, third squad, all present. Our objective is at the 9 o'clock direction, 15 kilometers away. The red alert treasure chest. Wang Wei's voice rang out, filled with fervor. He was acutely aware that this mission was fraught with peril, a near-certain death trap amidst the hordes of zombies. Yet for Wang Wei, the prospect of the red alert treasure chest represented an immense opportunity. The fate of the red alert team hinged on what treasures this chest would yield. Yes, woof. The 29 red alert soldiers and a wolf-dog rifle responded in unison, their collective spirit resonating powerfully. This operation was even more dangerous than their previous expedition to the Qingda shopping mall. It was imperative that the entire force proceeded together to enhance their chances of successfully acquiring the red alert treasure chest. The red alert warriors took their positions in 5 pickup trucks, with the foremost vehicle manned by a heavily armored soldier. The enhanced M60 machine gun trained on the road ahead. Should a horde of zombies emerge, the formidable weapon would unleash its fury. Wang Wei occupied the bed of the second pickup, his wolf-dog rifle resting beside him. As he gazed at the wolf-dog rifle, he couldn't help but stroke its fluffy fur, reflecting on the fact that the red alert wolf-dog was an unparalleled weapon against zombies, effortlessly capable of dispatching even mutated variants. Furthermore, the wolf-dog exhibited an extraordinary resistance to the pathogens carried by zombies, even if it were to be scratched by a zombie's claws. Its antitoxin serum would immunize it against the infection. However, the other ordinary red alert soldiers were not so fortunate. Only those who had achieved the rank of 3-star soldiers could naturally produce the antitoxin serum, thus gaining immunity to the zombie pathogens. Rifle, you must stay by my side and protect me, Wang Wei whispered softly as he caressed the wolf-dog rifle's fur. Woof. The wolf-dog barked in response, as if comprehending Wang Wei's intent, nuzzling against him in affirmation. In the urban center of Stone City, within a mere half hour, Wang Wei and his party arrived at their destination. He quickly consulted the system radar, pinpointing the exact landing site of the red alert treasure chest, a bus station. However, a chill ran down his spine as he beheld the street ahead, where a dense throng of zombies stood, an endless sea of decay stretching into the distance. The bus station was now completely overrun by the undead. Concerned that the sound of their vehicle might attract the attention of the nearby horde, Wang Wei gestured for silence and commanded, everyone disembark and head to the rooftop. Their current refuge was a clothing store, with the second floor and above consisting of residential apartments. In the hallway and within the rooms, the zombies, alerted by the commotion downstairs, opened their gaping maws and surged towards Wang Wei and his group. The squad leader aimed his silenced Type 95 assault rifle at the advancing undead, methodically eliminating them, causing several corpses to tumble down the staircase. Upon reaching the rank of a 1-star soldier, the red alert warriors were equipped with silencers. Although a faint sound accompanied each gunshot, the noise was insufficient to reach the horde of zombies 300 meters away, which emboldened the squad leader to fire in this vicinity. The second and third squad leaders, not to be outdone, also raised their silenced rifles, systematically dispatching the zombies in the corridor. In mere moments, Wang Wei and his group ascended to the rooftop of the building. Wang Wei produced a pair of binoculars and gazed at the sea of zombies below, a look of astonishment washing over his face, as if he were turned to stone. Grappling with disbelief. Commander, what do you see? Let me take a look, inquired the squad leader, standing beside Wang Wei, curiosity piqued. Wang Wei swallowed hard, suppressing his shock, and handed the binoculars to the squad leader. As the squad leader peered through the lenses, a shiver coursed through him as he exclaimed, "No way. There are so many zombies 300 meters ahead. Surely, there must be at least 100,000. 100,000? That's merely the beginning. Including those within the building and in the hidden corners, the number of zombies ahead is at least 200,000. Wang Wei replied, his voice heavy with dread. The sight before them was not merely a horde. It resembled an ocean of the undead. Previously, Wang Wei had encountered the largest horde of around 10,000, but he could never have fathomed the existence of a staggering wave of 200,000 zombies within the city. At that moment, the squad leader, still gazing through the binoculars, suddenly remarked in astonishment, "Commander, there appears to be a group of survivors near the sea of zombies." "Survivors? Hand me the binoculars. I must see," Wang Wei urged, taking the binoculars from the squad leader's hands, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, just 100 meters from the outskirts of the zombie horde, 6 ragged survivors brandishing melee weapons were hiding beside a dilapidated truck. Among them were 2 women and 4 men, each wearing a look of panic, clearly taken aback by the emergence of such a massive zombie assembly. Their faces drained of color. Just then, one of the survivors, overwhelmed with fear, trembled, causing the long knife in his grip to clatter to the ground. The metallic sound echoed ominously. A roar erupted from the sea of zombies, igniting a frenzy among the undead, who surged toward the group of survivors, the ground shaking beneath them. This commotion would typically not have affected Wang Wei, but he was infuriated to see that the 6 survivors, spotting the red alert warriors atop the rooftop, began to run towards their position. Wang Wei was left dumbfounded. What manner of people are these? Drawing the zombie horde towards me? Chapter 18. Yuri's lethal move. Over 200,000 zombies trampled upon the pavement, the ground resonating with a thunderous cacophony. Countless undead surged forth from the buildings, converging with those on the streets, resembling a dark sea of ants, a mass of writhing heads. From his vantage point on the rooftop, Wang Wei felt a prickling unease as he beheld the scene below. The 6 survivors on the ground had opted against ascending to the rooftop. Instead, they spotted 5 pickup trucks parked beneath the building, compelling them to attempt an escape from this perilous locale. Wang Wei seethed, cursing under his breath. These bastards, not only do they lure the zombies over, but they also wish to seize my vehicles. In a fit of rage, he brandished his MP5 submachine gun, intent on eliminating these interlopers. However, at that moment, 2 imposing, 3-meter-tall, mutated zombies entered Wang Wei's line of sight. The emergence of evolved zombies was an alarming development, and the simultaneous appearance of 2 was enough to draw a sharp intake of breath from him, as he recalled the formidable strength these creatures possessed. Evolved zombies were beings so powerful that even rifle bullets struggled to pierce their defenses. With 2 now present, the 6 survivors below were in dire straits. One of the evolved zombies obstructed the path of the survivors, and with a sweeping motion of its massive hand, it sent one survivor hurtling away, shattering several of their ribs before the unfortunate soul crashed uncontrollably against the wall, meeting a grim fate. The sight sent shockwaves of terror through the remaining 5 survivors. 1. Armed with a shotgun, aimed at the head of the approaching evolved zombie. Bang! The trigger was pulled, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of pellets. Nearly half of the projectiles struck the evolved zombie's face, clashing against it like metal on metal, producing a shower of sparks, yet inflicting no damage whatsoever. Instead, it served only to enrage the foremost evolved zombie. With a thunderous gait, the zombie charged forth, the ground trembling beneath its weight, and within a mere stride. It was upon the survivor wielding the shotgun. The colossal hand seized the unfortunate individual, and with a gaping maw, it sank its teeth into the survivor's head. The poor soul did not even have the chance to scream before collapsing into a pool of blood. Wang Wei surmised that the remaining 4 survivors would likely meet a similar fate. At that moment, Wang Wei's heart raced as he noticed a significant number of zombies seemingly drawn to his location, surging towards the building he occupied. The weight of impending doom pressed heavily upon him. Retreating was not an option. To survive, he needed to forge a new path. Suddenly, he spotted a wooden plank on the rooftop, measuring 3 meters in length and over a meter wide. An idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly commanded, "Connect that plank to the opposite rooftop." The squad leaders of Class 1 and Class 2 stowed their assault rifles and hurriedly approached to lift the wooden plank indicated by Wang Wei, positioning the heavy board from one rooftop to the opposite side. Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, retreat in order. Wang Wei commanded as he sprinted across the plank to the adjacent rooftop, gesturing for the others to follow. Understood. The group responded in unison. The red alert soldiers advanced methodically across the plank, their movements fluid and coordinated, one after another crossing over. Just before the zombie horde descended upon the rooftop, Wang Wei and his group successfully reached safety, promptly stowing the plank and repeating the process to connect it to the rooftop of the adjacent building. Roars of frustration erupted from the zombies above, rendered impotent and helpless. In a fleeting moment, Wang Wei and his team, employing this tactic, drew closer to the location of the red alert treasure box, as indicated by the system radar, now less than 100 meters away. This spurred Wang Wei and his companions to quicken their pace, hastening towards the car station below. "Do not linger, fight and retreat, conserve ammunition," Wang Wei shouted with fervor. Raising his MP5 submachine gun, he aimed at the zombies surging up the stairwell. A burst of gunfire rang out, and the foremost zombie was dispatched on the spot, its head left resembling a peanut. With 2 hours remaining until ammunition replenishment, conserving resources was paramount. Countless zombies continued to infiltrate the building. Yet Wang Wei's squad demonstrated formidable firepower, sending the undead crashing to the ground in pools of blood. Eventually, the team reached the car station. Prompting a reflective sigh from Wang Wei, the adage of blessing in disguise resonated within him. Had it not been for the earlier group of survivors diverting the bulk of the zombie horde, breaching the car station would have been a formidable challenge. At that moment, Wang Wei and his team stood at the entrance of the station. Class 2 leader, Class 3 leader, you will hold the entrance with your respective teams. Heavy infantry, you will remain for fire support. Under no circumstances must the zombies breach your positions, Wang Wei declared with unwavering authority. We shall accomplish the mission. The Class 2 and Class 3 leaders affirmed in unison, saluting. The red alert soldiers from both classes fortified the entrance of the car station, unleashing a barrage of bullets as the sound of gunfire echoed throughout the station, intermingled with the furious growls of the zombies. 18 red alert soldiers stood resolutely in this confined space, significantly enhancing their odds of defense. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies outside, estimated at 200,000, breaking through this dense wall of firepower proved a daunting task. Meanwhile, Wang Wei led Class 1 towards the location of the red alert treasure box. Numerous zombies lurked within the car station, methodically eradicated by the soldiers of Class 1. Just then, hundreds of zombies surged forth from the station's exit, charging towards Wang Wei and his team. Class 1 leader, Yuri, hold the exit. Wang Wei quickly instructed. We shall accomplish the mission. Class 1 leader and Yuri replied in unison, their expressions resolute. Yuri's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Suddenly, his body levitated, hovering half a meter above the ground. A formidable psychic shockwave erupted from his hand, extending outward. Buzz! A violent sound of shockwave reverberated through the air, sending countless particles of dust spiraling upwards. The psychic wave obliterated the brains of the foremost zombies, rendering them a mere mush, as over 30 of them collapsed to the ground, clearing a significant area in an instant. Chapter 19. Armed mining vehicle. The scene before Wang Wei left him utterly astonished. With this singular maneuver, Yuri had directly vanquished more than 30 zombies. Wang Wei was aware of the devastating potential of Yuri's psychic shockwave, yet he never imagined it could possess such terrifying strength. And this was merely Yuri at a non-star level. What unimaginable power would he wield upon ascending to a 3-star rank? The Yuri from the Red Alert treasure chest had indeed not disappointed him. He wondered what formidable Red Alert unit would emerge from this new treasure chest. Wang Wei sprinted towards the location of the Red Alert treasure chest, tightly gripping his MP5 submachine gun, which only had half a magazine left. His heart filled with anticipation. The Red Alert treasure chest must yield a powerful unit this time. The entrances and exits of the bus station were barricaded by zombies. Although the horde outside had not surged into the station, Wang Wei understood that once the Red Alert soldiers ran out of ammunition, their firearms would be no more effective than mere clubs. At that point, the zombies outside would inevitably invade the bus station. With no escape in sight, Wang Wei faced a high probability of meeting his demise here. This was a gamble. Wang Wei staked his very life on it. His wager was the Red Alert unit that would be unveiled from the treasure chest. Should an armored vehicle emerge, it would be his ticket to survival. Just then, Wang Wei spotted a massive wooden box ahead. With no time for elation, he hurried towards the Red Alert chest, eager to unveil its contents. Suddenly, 2 mutated zombies, towering at 2 meters, appeared before him, blocking his path. In terms of speed and strength, these mutated zombies were several times more powerful than their ordinary counterparts. Wang Wei had previously estimated that approximately 1 mutated zombie would emerge from every 500 ordinary zombies. The evolved zombies, however, were a further evolution of the mutated ones, possessing strength far superior to that of the mutated variety. Time was of the essence for Wang Wei, so he disregarded everything else, raised his submachine gun, and squeezed the trigger in a sweeping motion. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames erupted from the muzzle of the MP5. Nearly half of the remaining bullets struck the foremost mutated zombie. And with the final shot, the gun collided with the zombie's head, resulting in a burst of crimson mist. The leading mutated zombie was instantly dispatched by Wang Wei. However, at the moment Wang Wei extracted his tactical knife, another mutated zombie launched a surprise attack on him, causing his heart to tighten with an ominous premonition. A wolf's howl echoed from behind him. The wolf dog, a powerful creature, lunged at the mutated zombie, its strong claws tearing a gash in the creature's flesh. Yet the zombie's face betrayed no sign of pain. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of zombies. They are utterly impervious to suffering. The mutated zombie attempted to shove the wolf dog aside. But in the next instant, the wolf dog opened its jaws wide and sank its teeth viciously into the zombie's neck. With a violent tug, the head of the mutated zombie was severed from its body. Well done, wolf dog. Wang Wei, still shaken, felt a surge of gratitude for having ordered the wolf dog to protect him closely. Otherwise, he might have met a grim fate. The wolf dog panted heavily, seemingly understanding Wang Wei's thoughts, and grinned contentedly. Quickly, Wang Wei approached the Red Alert treasure chest, noticing a palm-shaped indentation on its surface. Without hesitation, he placed his hand in the groove. Suddenly, a flash of golden light filled his vision. The dazzling brilliance momentarily blinded him, forcing him to shield his eyes. As the light faded, he slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him caused his eyes to widen in astonishment, a smile of relief spreading across his face. Before him lay an armored vehicle draped in heavy armor. Towering over 4 meters and extending 8 meters in length, it resembled a formidable heavy truck exuding an imposing aura. At the front of the armored vehicle was a steel tooth-like blade, sharp and menacing. What captivated Wang Wei even more was the presence of a heavily armored 20mm cannon mounted atop the vehicle's cabin, its massive barrel resembling a monstrous steel beast capable of tearing through anything in its path. Wang Wei recognized it instantly. It was the armed mining vehicle from Red Alert. He recalled that the armored mining vehicle boasted defense capabilities even more formidable than those of a Rhino tank, rendering it nearly indestructible. At that moment, two Red Alert soldiers clad in camouflage, wearing combat helmets, and each armed with a 92-style pistol descended from the driver's cabin of the armed mining vehicle. Wang Wei marveled at the unexpected bonus of two soldiers accompanying the vehicle. However, these soldiers were not combat types. They were the operators of the armed mining vehicle. Standing before Wang Wei, they raised their hands in salute. Driver of the armed mining vehicle, reporting to the commander. Gunner of the armed mining vehicle, reporting to the commander. The two soldiers announced in unison. Wang Wei gazed at the imposing armored mining vehicle, and suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. He hastily inquired of the vehicle commander, "Commander, may I ask, can the armored mining vehicle carry personnel?" The commander replied, "Report. The rear compartment is designated for storing gold ore. Thus, it cannot accommodate passengers. However, Red Alert soldiers may stand atop the armored mining vehicle." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Wang Wei's face. This armored mining vehicle was indeed a fortuitous arrival. Although the rear compartment could not be used for personnel, the vehicle's exterior could transport individuals. Consequently, his group could safely evacuate using the armored mining vehicle. Furthermore, the 20mm cannon mounted on it was a formidable weapon, arguably the strongest under his command at that moment. Wang Wei lifted his gaze towards the 20mm cannon perched above the vehicle's cabin, musing to himself, "I wonder if the evolved zombies outside and the Black Tiger King from the Qingdao Mall can withstand the barrage from this 20mm cannon." Chapter 20. Cannon's Path. With the addition of the armored mining vehicle, Wang Wei's confidence surged. Even if he returned to the East City base tomorrow, he felt emboldened to confront that scoundrel Xiao Sheng. Though this expedition to the city to retrieve the Red Alert treasure box was fraught with peril, the most significant outcome was the acquisition of a commendable Red Alert unit from within the treasure box. Risk and reward were indeed commensurate. This thought brought a gratifying smile to Wang Wei's face. A thunderous roar echoed nearby, piercing the air with an ominous zombie growl. Wang Wei turned towards the sound, discovering it was an evolved zombie. He had not anticipated their swift arrival. With a raised eyebrow and a serious expression, he commanded the two crew members of the armored mining vehicle, "You two, hurry aboard and follow my lead. Provide cover for the main force as we retreat from the city." Understood. The vehicle commander and gunner nodded resolutely, responding in unison. Once the crew members boarded the armored mining vehicle, Wang Wei climbed atop the vehicle's railing, gaining a vantage point. From this height, he beheld a sea of zombies surrounding the bus station, their numbers overwhelming and seemingly endless. Countless zombies jostled together, occasionally resulting in tragic stampedes, where the slow were trampled underfoot. The cacophony of their wails reverberated through the throng, reminiscent of a veritable hell on earth. A chill coursed through Wang Wei's spine. But he steeled himself, gritting his teeth and commanding, "Armored mining vehicle, advanced towards the bus station entrance." With a thunderous roar, the massive armored mining vehicle surged forward like a steel behemoth, rumbling towards the entrance of the bus station. Perhaps due to its immense weight, the concrete ground crumbled beneath the relentless pressure of its steel wheels. In less than half a minute, Wang Wei and the armored mining vehicle arrived at the bus station entrance. At this moment, Classes 2 and 3 were still valiantly resisting the relentless onslaught of the approaching zombies. The ground beneath the heavy infantry was littered with spent machine gun shells, nearly engulfing their feet. After several minutes of relentless fire, a multitude of zombie corpses lay scattered at the entrance of the bus station, forming 3 small mounds, each containing no fewer than 100 lifeless bodies. Wang Wei estimated that there were at least 1,000 fallen zombies before him. This indicated that the personnel under the command of Class 2 and Class 3 had successfully defended this position, eliminating over 1,000 zombies and achieving a commendable feat. At that critical moment, a hulking, giant-like evolved zombie appeared before Wang Wei, barreling forward with reckless abandon, sending any zombies that dared to obstruct its path flying like mere playthings. Class 2 and Class 3 responded swiftly, raising their Type 95 rifles and aiming at the mutant zombie's head. The sound of gunfire erupted, a series of flashes illuminating the scene. Over a dozen bullets struck the evolved zombie's skull, producing a cacophony of metallic clashing, yet to no avail. It sustained not a scratch. At this moment, the evolved zombie was less than 20 meters from their stronghold. The situation was dire. For the evolved zombie, that distance was merely a matter of 2 or 3 seconds. Just as the tension reached its peak, Wang Wei's voice echoed behind Class 2 and Class 3. "Armored mining vehicle, fire upon them. Reduce these zombies to mere remnants." With a command given, the air was pierced by the thunderous roar of cannon fire, causing Wang Wei to instinctively cover his ears. The gunner of the armored mining vehicle, upon receiving the commander's order, immediately took control of the 20mm cannon and unleashed a barrage upon the charging, evolved zombie. Each time the gunner pulled the trigger, over a dozen rounds were propelled forth. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cannon shells rained down upon the vicinity of the evolved zombie. Akin to a saturation bombing, zombies within a 5-meter radius of the evolved creature were violently torn asunder, meeting gruesome fates. The evolved zombie itself was not spared. A cannon shell struck its chest, creating a gaping wound the size of a basketball, from which the foul, putrid blood flowed continuously onto the cement ground. The creature's left arm was shattered by 2 rounds, blood gushing forth. Most critically, 3 cannon shells impacted the left side of its face, obliterating its skull into a mass of gore, the stench of zombie blood splattering onto the ground. With a thunderous crash, the 3-meter-tall evolved zombie collapsed into the heap of corpses, lifeless. Wang Wei, standing atop the armored mining vehicle, was left astonished. Goodness! This 20mm cannon truly lives up to its reputation. A barrage of cannon fire from dozens of machine gun rounds swiftly annihilated an evolved zombie. Before unleashing the onslaught, Wang Wei harbored doubts, believing that at least 100 rounds would be required to vanquish the formidable evolved zombie. To his surprise, he had grossly underestimated the might of the 20mm cannon. The once dreaded evolved zombie crumbled like tissue paper beneath the onslaught of the armed mining vehicle's cannon. Squad leader, Wang Wei shouted from atop the vehicle, his voice resonating with authority. Come here. The squad leader, having stowed his Type 95 assault rifle, stepped directly in front of the armed mining vehicle. There should be several buses available at the station. No matter the means, you must procure one swiftly. Wang Wei commanded with a grave expression. Understood, I will accomplish the task. The squad leader stood tall, saluting Wang Wei from atop the vehicle. The armed mining vehicle could accommodate a limited number of personnel, merely enough for a squad, rendering it impossible to evacuate an entire platoon. To ensure a safe departure with the bulk of the troops, an alternative mode of transportation was imperative. Within a minute, the squad leader returned, piloting a bus. Wang Wei immediately gestured for all red alert soldiers present, his expression stern as he bellowed. All personnel, board the bus. Armed mining vehicle. Carve us a path through the bloodshed. Gunner, prepare to fire. Clear the way. Chapter 21. Yuri ascends. Red alert soldiers are inherently conditioned to obey the commands of their commander without question. For them, Wang Wei's orders were as immutable as military law. Yes, the members of the 2nd and 3rd squads responded in unison, as they sheathed their Type 95 rifles and made their way to the bus. The 20mm cannon of the armed mining vehicle roared to life once more. The gunner, seated in the co-pilot's seat, deftly manipulated the cannon from above the driver's cabin. Each pull of the trigger unleashed a barrage of over 10 rounds. Boom! The thunderous sound of the cannon echoed. The projectiles rained down upon the throng of zombies, enveloping the area in a mist of crimson. Each round effortlessly claimed the lives of 2 zombies, with some even taking 3 or 4. With a single press of the trigger, the gunner felled no fewer than 30 zombies, clearing a significant expanse. Yet, the relentless tide of zombies surged forth to fill the void. As the members of the 2nd and 3rd squads boarded the bus, Wang Wei raised his hand decisively, his voice resonant with conviction. Let us move out towards the station exit. The members of the 1st squad and Yuri remained at the station's exit. They were all Wang Wei's soldiers, and he would not abandon a single one. With Wang Wei's command, the steel beast of the armed mining vehicle roared back to life, the sound of its engine reverberating as it surged forward. At the forefront of the armored mining vehicle, steel fangs gleamed ominously, capable of annihilating anything in their path. Every zombie that dared to obstruct the vehicle was instantaneously severed in twain, crushed mercilessly under the relentless steel wheels. The armored mining vehicle surged ahead, carving a bloody path through the throng, leaving a gruesome array of disfigured corpses strewn across the ground behind it. The gunner manned the 20mm autocannon, unleashing a barrage upon the densest clusters of the undead. With every pull of the trigger, a dozen shells would claim no fewer than 30 zombies, facilitating the vehicle's advance through the sea of corpses. The bus followed closely, its occupants ready for action. 2nd squad, 3rd squad, open the windows and eliminate the approaching zombies. Wang Wei commanded as he observed countless undead closing in on the bus, intent on ensnaring it. Almost immediately, the windows of the bus began to slide open, the barrels of Type 95 assault rifles protruding to fire upon the encroaching horde. The sound of gunfire erupted within the bus. The heavily armored soldiers were equally resolute, having exhausted their 400 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition. They still possessed 2 fragmentation grenades. With determination, a soldier retrieved the grenades, removed the safety pins with his teeth, and hurled them into the throng of zombies to the left. The explosions that followed were deafening. The grenades detonated amidst the horde, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a boiling cauldron. Each grenade unleashed no fewer than 2,000 shards upon detonation, with 2 grenades. That signified a barrage of at least 4,000 fragments. In that instant, the shrapnel shot forth as if multiple heavy machine guns were indiscriminately firing in all directions. Within a 5-meter radius of the grenades, zombies collapsed into pools of blood, some even decapitated. The vast and dense sea of the undead found themselves momentarily thwarted in their pursuit of Wang Wei and his team. However, ahead lay a blockade of dozens of abandoned vehicles, tightening Wang Wei's chest with uncertainty. Would the armored mining vehicle be able to forge a path through? Yet, the scene that unfolded before him soon alleviated his trepidation. With unstoppable momentum, the armored mining vehicle barreled into the obstructive wreckage, effortlessly demolishing the abandoned cars. In less than a minute, both the armored mining vehicle and the bus reached the exit of the bus station, having trampled no fewer than 500, perhaps even 800 zombies. Wang Wei had initially intended to retrieve the first squad and Yuri from within the bus station, but alas, the entrance proved too narrow to accommodate the imposing armored vehicle's maneuverability. Thus, he resolved to carve a bloody path from the entrance. As he gazed forward, he saw Yuri and the first squad steadfastly holding their ground, their achievements rivaling those of the second and third squads. Before them lay no fewer than 1,000 fallen corpses of the undead, with several small mounds of bodies rising from the ground. Almost every soldier from the first squad was stained with blood. Fortunately, it was the blood of zombies. Even Yuri's battle suit bore the foul, putrid liquid. Yuri, first squad. Board the bus. Armored mining vehicle. Cover the soldiers' retreat. Wang Wei commanded urgently. No sooner had his words left his lips than the cannon of the armored mining vehicle pivoted, unleashing a barrage upon the horde of zombies before Yuri and his comrades. The relentless cannon fire echoed around them, causing Wang Wei immense distress. His eardrums nearly rupturing from the cacophony. Had he known it would be like this, he certainly would have refrained from standing atop the vehicle. The experience was utterly unbearable. A volley of cannon shells struck the zombies ahead, severing dozens in half, their dismembered limbs and gory remnants littering the ground. A miasma of blood rising like a scene from hell. Not a single zombie within the range of the cannon's onslaught escaped unscathed. Seizing this opportunity, the squad leader urged the red alert soldiers to hasten toward the bus. At that moment, however, a throng of zombies numbering in the thousands surged in from behind the bus. The foremost zombie was barely 5 meters away from the vehicle. The red alert soldiers leaning against the back window could only dispatch a minuscule fraction of the horde with their bullets, rendering their efforts trivial in the face of the overwhelming swarm. As the bus appeared on the brink of being overrun, Yuri clenched his teeth, his eyes shimmering with a crimson hue, and a formidable aura emanated from him, lifting him half a meter above the ground. With both hands directed at the advancing horde, a powerful psychic shockwave surged forth. Debris and dust erupted from the ground, filling the air. A resounding crack echoed as Wang Wei observed Yuri, realizing he was about to unleash his devastating psychic wave once more. Over 40 zombies were instantly obliterated, crashing to the earth in a cacophony. At that moment, a brilliant golden light enveloped Yuri, igniting Wang Wei's excitement. Yuri had finally ascended to a new star level. Chapter 22, The New Breed of Zombie. The previous night, Wang Wei had gleaned everything he could about Yuri from his words. Yuri's signature psychic attack was not without limits. In his unstarred state, he could only utilize the psychic wave 3 times a day. Upon becoming a 1-star unit, this increased to 5 times, and a 3-star unit could unleash it 10 times. As Yuri ascended in rank, not only would the frequency of his special move increase, but the potency of the psychic wave would also multiply. Once the blinding golden light receded from Yuri, Wang Wei noticed a significant enhancement in his presence, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. A chorus of zombie growls erupted, and the advancing undead grew ever more numerous. Concerned for Yuri's safety, Wang Wei hastily urged, "Yuri, do not linger in battle. Quickly return to the bus." In response, Yuri respectfully nodded towards Wang Wei and hastily returned to the bus. The armored mining vehicle, resembling a steel behemoth, roared back to life, its immense power generating a series of thunderous sounds. Any zombies that obstructed the path of the armed mining vehicle were swiftly severed in two by its metallic jaws, subsequently crushed into a pulp beneath its colossal wheels. With the armored mining vehicle clearing the way, the horde of zombies posed no threat to Wang Wei and his companions. After the armored mining vehicle had driven 100 meters, an unsettling feeling gripped Wang Wei, who stood atop the vehicle. He quickly turned to survey the scene ahead, and was met with the sight of hundreds of abandoned cars blocking their route. To his astonishment, he heard the eerie roars of mutated zombies emanating from the second-floor windows of the buildings lining the street. Suddenly, a strange zombie howl pierced the air. Before Wang Wei could contemplate further, zombies began leaping from the balconies on either side, landing atop the bus and the armored mining vehicle. These were not ordinary zombies. They were all mutated, which sent a wave of dread through Wang Wei. "Open fire." Do not conserve ammunition, Wang Wei shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a mutated zombie landed perfectly on the roof of the armored mining vehicle, nearly 3 meters away from him. A surge of anxiety gripped his heart, and he quickly drew his 92-style pistol, aiming it at the mutated creature before him. This pistol had originally been seized from an adversary, and he had not anticipated needing to use it. However, with the MP5 submachine gun's ammunition depleted, he had no choice but to confront the threat with this sidearm. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Wei pulled the trigger 3 times in rapid succession, the bullets hurtling towards the mutated zombie. Perhaps due to the proximity of the target, Wang Wei, who was not particularly skilled with firearms, managed to hit the creature. With a thud, the mutated zombie collapsed, 2 bullet holes punctuating its head, and its body fell from the roof of the armored mining vehicle to the ground below. Armored mining vehicle, break through with all your might, Wang Wei urged fervently. The driver immediately pressed down on the accelerator, charging forward despite the hundreds of abandoned vehicles obstructing their path. Nevertheless, in the face of the steel monster, these derelict cars were utterly inadequate to impede its advance, merely slowing its speed. Wang Wei estimated that it would take at least half a minute for the armored mining vehicle to carve a path through the sea of abandoned cars. As long as they could hold out for that duration, there remained a flicker of hope. However, the number of mutated zombies leaping down from the second floor continued to swell. Wang Wei had initially thought there were only 20 or 30, but now, he faced no less than 100 right before him. It felt as though they were ensnared in a well-orchestrated ambush. What perplexed Wang Wei was the identity of the mastermind behind this trap. Who could orchestrate such a coordinated attack involving 100 mutated zombies? Could it be that the one behind this ambush was not human at all, but a zombie? Wang Wei pondered deeply. Bang, bang, bang. The 20mm caliber machine gun fired once more, its muzzle aimed at the mutated zombies on the balcony. With this single barrage, countless shards of glass rained down upon the ground. On the second-floor terrace, no fewer than 10 mutated zombies were instantly obliterated. Yuri, who had recently ascended to a 1-star rank, raised his hand towards the mutated zombies outside the back window of the bus, unleashing a more potent psychic shockwave. A resounding crack pierced the air as the shockwave surged towards a group of mutated zombies at the rear of the bus. Sensing Yuri's formidable power, the zombies hurriedly attempted to evade. Yet, some were too slow to react. This lethal psychic attack shattered the brains of 7 mutated zombies in an instant. Commander, I'm out of bullets. So am I. I have only 2 bullets left. The red alert soldiers inside the bus exclaimed in dismay. For those without ammunition, wield your tactical knives and drive the mutated zombies away, Wang Wei commanded resolutely from atop the armed mining vehicle. At that moment, Wang Wei dispatched another mutated zombie, executing a headshot, but his 92-style pistol was now devoid of bullets, compelling him to draw his tactical knife. Suddenly, 2 mutated zombies crawled onto the vehicle's roof, charging at Wang Wei from either side. Gritting his teeth, Wang Wei steeled himself for the confrontation. Just then, the wolfdog rifle inside the bus seemed to sense Wang Wei's peril, leaping from the vehicle and bounding onto the roof of the armed mining vehicle. The wolfdog rifle was the first to tackle one of the mutated zombies, sending it tumbling off the vehicle. The other mutated zombie lunged at Wang Wei, who swiftly swung his tactical knife, aiming for the creature's head. With precision, the knife pierced the skull of the mutated zombie, causing it to collapse lifelessly onto the vehicle's roof. At that moment, the armed mining vehicle successfully broke through the horde. The bus's second-in-command hastily steered the vehicle to follow. The mutated zombies were indeed swift, yet they could not match the speed of the armed mining vehicle, which soon left them far behind within half a minute. Wang Wei sighed in relief. Suddenly, he spotted a new type of zombie standing amidst the sea of undead. This new type possessed an unusually large head atop its neck, with a mouth resembling that of an octopus, and a diminutive body. More significantly, 4 robust evolved zombies loomed behind this new specimen. In the presence of this new type, the 4 evolved zombies appeared as docile sheep. The new zombie sensed Wang Wei's gaze and lifted its head to look back at him, separated only by a river. The man and the zombie locked eyes. Chapter 23. The timid lord-type zombie. This was a distinctly unusual new type of zombie. Had it not been for the 4 imposing evolved zombies standing behind it, Wang Wei would have found it difficult to notice. Yet, he was puzzled. Why would these 4 evolved zombies willingly stand behind this new type? Had it been a usual day, the evolved zombies would have torn apart the zombies standing in front of them. Yet now, the evolved zombies resembled devoted bodyguards, standing respectfully behind the new type of zombie. What puzzled Wang Wei further was the rarity of even a single evolved zombie in ordinary circumstances. Yet, astonishingly, for had emerged all at once. At this moment, a turbulent stream spanning 20 meters separated Wang Wei from the new type of zombie. Wang Wei and his companions stood on the riverbank, while the sea of zombies loomed ominously on the opposite side. Perhaps it was due to Wang Wei's unwavering gaze that the new type of zombie became infuriated and unleashed a furious roar directed at him. A sound akin to a sonic wave erupted from the zombie, causing the sea of undead to stir restlessly, a dark mass rushing towards the bridge. Even the 4 evolved zombies sprang into action, with 2 leading the charge. In that instant, Wang Wei found himself momentarily stunned, as the realization dawned upon him. This octopus-like new type of zombie not only commanded the evolved zombies, but could also orchestrate the entire horde. Stammering in disbelief, Wang Wei had long believed that zombies were of a singular type. Yet, at this very moment, he comprehended the folly of his simplistic assumptions. Previously, the zombies had lacked organization, acting solely on primal instincts to devour and assault the surviving humans. However, with the emergence of this new type of zombie, the undead had become unified and capable of coordinated assaults. Especially alarming was the ability of this new type of zombie to control a staggering 200,000 others, marking it as a nightmarish existence for humanity. Wang Wei gazed somberly at the new type of zombie on the riverbank, recognizing in his heart that this type could be aptly termed a zombie overlord. This overlord was undeniably a looming threat. Although it currently commanded only over 200,000 zombies, should its control extend to 1 million, even the combined bases of Stone City would be powerless to withstand such an onslaught. The overlord now lingered not far across the river, presenting a crucial opportunity to eliminate this perilous entity before it could grow. With a grim expression, Wang Wei swiftly resolved within his mind. Under the collapsing nest, how could there be unscathed eggs? Upon this realization, Wang Wei's intent to kill the overlord ignited fiercely. Gunner, unleash all shells upon the overlord zombie across the river, Wang Wei declared firmly, standing atop the armed mining vehicle. Yes, responded the gunner, seated in the passenger seat of the armed mining vehicle, with resolute affirmation. No sooner had he spoken than the 20mm cannon turret pivoted towards the overlord zombie on the opposite bank. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of deafening artillery fire erupted in succession. Flames burst forth from the cannon's muzzle, as if capable of rending apart all existence. In a matter of seconds, dozens of shells were launched towards the overlord zombie. On the opposite bank, the lord-type zombie seemed to sense imminent danger, trembling in fear and letting out a howl that resonated like a sonic wave from its octopus-like mouth. What transpired next left Wang Wei utterly astounded. Countless zombies rapidly amassed before the lord-type zombie, forming what resembled miniature mountains of corpses. 2 evolved zombies positioned themselves in front of the lord-type, shielding it from harm. In mere seconds, nearly 500 zombies recklessly surged forward, creating a grotesque barrier of flesh to withstand the onslaught of cannon fire. Moreover, the number of zombies willing to become this sanguinary shield only increased, as even the tens of thousands originally pursuing Wang Wei and his group returned to aid the lord-type zombie. The cannon operator had initially aimed at the lord-type zombie across the river. However, the scale of the mound of bodies proved overwhelmingly massive, with one heap rising to a staggering 6 meters and containing no fewer than 1,000 zombies. The cannon shells exploded upon impact with the zombie pile, unleashing a thick mist of blood. Countless zombies were obliterated, their bodies shattered and torn asunder in a horrific spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. The armed mining vehicle's cannon operator unleashed over 100 shells, yet still failed to breach the mound of corpses. This barrage claimed the lives of no less than 300 zombies, prompting Wang Wei to swallow hard, inwardly cursing. This lord-type zombie is truly cunning, desperately clinging to life in such a wretched manner. Suddenly, the cannon operator ceased fire, the 20mm cannon falling silent. Do not stop firing, even if we exhaust our ammunition. We must create a breach in that mound to reduce the lord-type zombie to mere remnants. Wang Wei shouted. Report. All 500 rounds have been expended, and there are still over 2 hours until automatic resupply, the operator in the passenger seat explained. Wang Wei, infuriated, stamped his foot in frustration. If only we had another 500 rounds now, he believed they could surely carve a path through the mound and snuff out the lord-type zombie's life. Yet, at this critical moment, they were out of cannon ammunition. Then, Wang Wei's gaze fell upon the grenade at his chest pocket. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him. He hastily retrieved the grenade, shouting, "Stop the vehicle. Anyone with grenades, disembark and throw them at the lord-type zombie." The armed mining vehicle and the bus came to a halt. Wang Wei promptly pulled the pin from his grenade and hurled it towards the lord-type zombie across the river. A distance of over 50 meters was not a challenge for him. The red alert soldiers obeyed Wang Wei's command, disembarking to retrieve their own grenades, pulling the pins, and launching them towards the lord-type zombie as well. In an instant, more than 20 grenades rained down upon the sea of zombies across the river. Boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted in succession. The shrapnel from countless grenades scattered like bullets, peppering the mound of corpses in a frenzied display of destruction. In that instant, Countless zombies met a gruesome demise amidst the shrapnel of grenades, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses. A towering mound of bodies, reaching 6 meters in height, collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing the figure of a Lord-type zombie. 2 grenades breached the barrier of the corpse heap, landing before the Lord-type zombie. Boom. 2 violent explosions reverberated through the air. Chapter 24. The madman seeking death. A thick mist of blood enveloped the riverbank, mingling with the dark clouds of smoke from the grenade explosions, resembling a hellish battlefield. Wang Wei, observing the dissipating blood mist, yearned to ascertain whether the Lord-type zombie had truly perished. Although he understood that such formidable zombies would inevitably reappear in the future, eliminating one early would clear a significant adversary from his path. He fervently prayed that the 2 lethal grenades would claim the life of the Lord-type zombie. Yet, as the blood mist receded to the point of visibility, the sight before Wang Wei prompted a heavy sigh. 2 towering, 3-meter-tall evolved zombies were seen sprawled where the grenades had landed. The audacity of the Lord-type zombie was astonishing. It had commanded the evolved zombies to absorb the force of the grenades with their flesh. Remarkably, the Lord-type zombie remained unscathed. However, the evolved zombies were not so fortunate. Their bodies were torn open by shrapnel, blood gushing forth. Had they been human, such injuries would have proven fatal. A roar erupted from the Lord-type zombie, directed at Wang Wei on the opposite bank, echoing a mocking challenge, belittling the futility of Wang Wei's assault. Fury surged within Wang Wei, yet rationality soon prevailed, calming his turbulent emotions. Everyone, retreat to the camp. He barked, gritting his teeth. The armed mining vehicles and buses roared to life, speeding back toward the safety of their encampment. As he turned to survey the densely packed sea of zombies across the river, his gaze settled on the Lord-type zombie. And he couldn't help but reflect, when they next crossed paths, the number of zombies under its command would surely exceed 200,000. The existence of the Lord-type zombie would render survival increasingly arduous for the human survivors. The outer structures of the East City base would scarcely withstand the onslaught of the Lord-type zombie. I must swiftly amass resources for a red alert base of my own. On the return journey, the armed mining vehicle led the procession, closely followed by the bus. Wang Wei had already disembarked from the roof of the mining vehicle and seated himself within the bus. Fortunately, they had managed to deploy the armed mining vehicle at a critical moment. Otherwise, he might have met his end within the jaws of the zombies. Reflecting on the harrowing experience in the city, a chill ran down his spine. Nonetheless, he remained steadfast in his belief. Risk and reward are intrinsically linked. Should such circumstances arise again, Wang Wei would resolutely venture forth to seize the opportunity. Life is but a fleeting moment. Death is but an eternity. Wang Wei gazed at Yuri, who was seated beside him, and could not suppress his curiosity. Yuri, the Lord-type zombie possesses the ability to control evolved zombies and can command a vast horde of 200,000 zombies. Is this ability akin to your mind control powers? After a brief pause, Yuri shook his head in response. No, it is different. The Lord-type zombie exerts control over other zombies through unique infrasound waves, enabling it to command such a massive number. My capability, on the other hand, relies on mental control, which allows me to establish a spiritual connection with others. Wang Wei nodded slightly, a realization dawning upon him. It was no wonder that the Lord-type zombie occasionally emitted sounds reminiscent of infrasound. It was ultimately a means to dominate the zombie horde. With your current strength, can you control a Lord-type zombie? Wang Wei inquired with curiosity. If you could control one, would that not effectively grant you a zombie army? Contemplating this prospect, Wang Wei looked at Yuri with eager anticipation. Yuri, shaking his head like a rattle drum, explained, no. Even if I were to become a 3-star soldier, I would still be unable to control a Lord-type zombie. The mental strength of a Lord-type zombie is not only on par with mine, but often exceeds it. I am only capable of controlling those with weaker mental fortitude. Can you manage the Black Tiger King from the Qingdao Mall? Wang Wei asked, astonished. The Black Tiger King is a 3rd-level mutated creature, and at this stage, I am still unable to control it. However, should I advance to a 3-star soldier, there exists a certain probability that I could control the Black Tiger King. Yuri candidly explained. A smile spread across Wang Wei's face at this revelation. The Black Tiger King from the Qingdao Mall would undoubtedly be a formidable asset. If he could gain control over it, it would serve as a tremendous advantage. Excited by the thought, Wang Wei eagerly anticipated Yuri's ascension to a 3-star soldier. At that moment, the 2nd squad leader, responsible for driving the bus, reported, Commander, a new human has appeared 100 meters ahead, engaged in intense combat with hundreds of zombies. New human? This news instantly piqued Wang Wei's interest. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, ancient pathogens have ravaged the globe, transforming zombies into formidable beings and even turning some survivors into forces to be reckoned with. Due to the emergence of these ancient pathogens, their speed, strength, and agility far surpass the limits of ordinary humans. Such individuals are collectively referred to as new humans. Some of these powerful new humans can even rival evolved zombies. Even the weakest new human can easily overpower several mutated zombies. Wang Wei recalled that within the East City base, numerous new humans had become coveted by the 8 major factions. Classes 1, 2, and 3 disembarked to eliminate the zombie horde. Wang Wei stood up and gestured with his hand. A rare encounter with a new human, especially one who was alone, sparked his desire to recruit. The Red Alert faction needed to develop. However, it must also harness the strength of some survivors to bolster its own power. Only then could they genuinely dominate the desolate wasteland. The 95-style assault rifles of the Red Alert soldiers were devoid of ammunition, and it would take over 2 hours for the system to automatically replenish them. As a 1-star Red Alert warrior, their combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Coupled with the formidable 1-star Hellhound rifle, within less than a minute, the horde of zombies before them lay sprawled in pools of blood. The Red Alert soldiers emerged unscathed, suffering no casualties, merely exerting a bit of energy. With the new humans now before him, Wang Wei swiftly advanced, halting just a step away from his counterpart. "I am Wang Wei, and I hold great admiration for your strength. Would you care to join me?" he stated plainly, expecting that his earlier act of chivalry would elicit gratitude from the new human. However, to his utter astonishment, the individual reacted like a madman, rebuking him. "Who asked you to help me? I am seeking death, and you are meddling where you don't belong." With that, the lunatic brandished his Tang Dao, recklessly charging towards a cluster of zombies. Chapter 25. I beg you to be human. This fellow is nothing short of a madman. A madman seeking death, no less. Had Wang Wei and his group not intervened, this fool would have surely perished at the hands of the zombies. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, he chastised those who saved him. This left Wang Wei dumbfounded. What kind of person is this? Observing the madman's retreating figure, Wang Wei could only manage a bitter smile. At this moment, the madman bore numerous wounds, all marks of bites from the zombies. Fortunately, as a new human, his innate serum could counteract the zombie virus, or he would have long since succumbed. "Commander, this scoundrel dared to speak to you in such a manner. I wish to teach him a severe lesson. Please grant me this opportunity." Yuri, the Red Alert soldier, volunteered. With his mouth smeared in zombie blood, the Hellhound rifle seemed equally dissatisfied with the madman's behavior. Eager to restore honor for Commander Wang Wei, a lesson must indeed be administered, but not at this moment. If he desires to seek death, let us oblige him. Should he survive this wave of zombies, we shall take action. Wang Wei's expression suddenly turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon the madman not far ahead. At this moment, the madman wielded a sharp Tang Dao. Under the setting sun, the blade shimmered ominously. With remarkable speed, he charged into the throng of zombies. With a swift motion, he swung the Tang Dao towards a zombie's head, producing a sound akin to slicing through the air. In an instant, the zombie's head was severed. The fluidity of his movements astonished Wang Wei. He had not anticipated that this madman was not only a new human, but also a seasoned fighter. The oncoming horde of zombies numbered over 30. The madman's strikes grew increasingly rapid, his speed and power far surpassing that of ordinary survivors. Even Wang Wei, with his background as an instructor, could barely catch a glimpse of the madman's blade in motion. "Kill!" the madman roared, embodying the might of an entire legion. The assault of the madman grew increasingly ferocious and impeccable. With a single stroke, he cleaved the zombie's skull in two, splattering the ground with its crimson blood, some of which even splashed onto his face. Gradually, the madman became more and more exhilarated in his slaughter, akin to a lunatic seeking death, attacking relentlessly, devoid of any semblance of defense. A zombie lurked behind him, opening its gaping maw to bite into his shoulder, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, while fresh blood gushed from the wound, staining his white shirt a deep red. Gritting his teeth, the madman revealed his ferocity, delivering a powerful kick that sent the feasting zombie sprawling. Before the creature could hit the ground, the madman swiftly brought his blade down, expertly severing the zombie's head. Wang Wei, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but swallow hard. The newly evolved survivors were already formidable, yet this madman was a seasoned fighter, his strength utterly astonishing. Suddenly, a gut feeling struck Wang Wei. Perhaps even the evolved zombies would prove no match for this lunatic. One by one, the zombies fell into pools of blood. When only one zombie remained, the madman relinquished his tang knife, which sank into the ground with a swish. He then delivered a fierce kick to the zombie, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground. In a flash, the madman lunged forward, sitting atop the zombie, his calloused fists raining down upon its head. Each punch sent blood splattering from the zombie's skull. After over 10 strikes, the creature ceased to move, its head deflating like a punctured toy. "Is it truly so difficult to kill me?" the madman roared, as if death were the most coveted of desires. This left Wang Wei perplexed. The madman was not only a new breed of human, but also a seasoned warrior. Someone of his caliber should be able to live more comfortably than most survivors. Yet, he seemed intent on courting death. Wang Wei gestured, and the surrounding red alert soldiers advanced, encircling the madman in layers. What do you want? Get lost. The madman faced a line of soldiers without a hint of fear, remaining unabashed. This provoked Wang Wei, who waved his hand and commanded, "First squad, step forward and give this insolent brat a thorough lesson until he submits." 10 red alert soldiers stepped up, fists clenched, charging at the madman. Each soldier possessed notable strength, especially those who had been promoted to first-tier units, enabling them to outmatch foes several times their number. With 10 soldiers attacking simultaneously, Wang Wei felt a flicker of curiosity. Who would emerge victorious in this clash against the new humans? Both sides relied solely on their fists and feet, engaging in a brutal exchange of blows. For a duration of nearly 2 minutes, 10 red alert warriors were successively defeated, yet the madman was not faring much better. His face a canvas of bruises and his body marred with injuries. I expected more than this. The madman sneered mockingly. This outcome took Wang Wei by surprise. But upon hearing the madman's derisive taunts, his fury ignited, and he barked coldly. All units from the 2nd and 3rd squads, converge. Engage until he submits. 29 red alert soldiers and a red alert wolf dog lunged forward with fervor. This time, the madman could not withstand the onslaught, collapsing onto the grass within mere seconds. Subdued by 4 red alert warriors who restrained his hands and feet. Will you yield? Wang Wei demanded, his voice low and commanding as he regarded the fallen madman. I will not submit. Even if you kill me, I shall never yield to you. The madman retorted defiantly, maintaining his tough demeanor. This prompted Wang Wei to raise an eyebrow and issue a command with a wave of his hand. Bring him here. Strip him of his clothing. If he seeks to face the zombies, let him do so in his bare skin. At that moment, the squad leader was momentarily taken aback, a bitter smile creeping upon his face as he muttered internally, Commander, please, have mercy. Understood, the 2nd squad leader nodded, advancing step by step. Meanwhile, the madman's expression shifted to one of anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as if he harbored an unspeakable secret, gritting his teeth in silence. The 2nd squad leader crouched beside him, unfastening the madman's belt. Just as his trousers were about to be removed, the madman hastily pleaded, Let us talk this over. Don't strip me. I yield, I truly yield. Brothers, you are all like family to me. Chapter 26. The Tiger Generals surrender at this moment. The madman appeared on the verge of tears, as though the loss of his trousers would be more humiliating than his very demise. However, the 2nd squad leader did not relent, continuing his efforts to disrobe the madman. Red alert soldiers were trained to follow their commander's orders without question. If the commander directed them east, they would not waver towards the west. Seeing this, Wang Wei raised his hand and, with an imposing demeanor, commanded, Enough. 2nd squad leader. Stand down. Yes, sir. The 2nd squad leader retracted his hand from the madman's trousers and stood at attention. The madman exhaled a sigh of relief, a look of near euphoria washing over him as if he had narrowly escaped death. Wang Wei stepped forward, halting just 2 paces away from the restrained madman. Gazing at him, held down by 4 red alert warriors, Wang Wei stated, I may forego stripping you, but you must answer my questions truthfully. Do you understand? The madman before him was a new breed of human, a skilled fighter, which left Wang Wei quite impressed with his capabilities. They were to return to the East City base the following day. If he could persuade this madman to join his ranks, it would undoubtedly enhance his own defenses. However, to win his allegiance willingly would require some effort. Wang Wei was confident that with the right persuasion, the madman would consider joining his cause. Understood, my brother. I shall divulge anything you wish to know, provided you refrain from undressing me. The madman nodded vigorously, on the verge of tears. Wang Wei glanced at the ground, where over 30 corpses of zombies lay, all slain by the madman. When combined with the zombies he had recently dispatched, the total exceeded 50. Not a single one of these zombies met a peaceful end. They were either disemboweled or had their brains obliterated, as if the madman bore an irreconcilable vendetta against them. Wang Wei fixed his gaze upon the madman and inquired, What grievance do you harbor against these zombies? Why do you seek to confront them with such ferocity? They all deserve to perish. If it weren't for them, my uncle would not have been bitten and would not have left me. The madman clenched his fists, teeth gritted. It appeared that Wang Wei's question struck a nerve, igniting a palpable fury in the madman's eyes, though this wrath was directed solely at the zombies, not at Wang Wei and his companions. This revelation enlightened Wang Wei. No wonder the madman displayed such ruthless determination in slaying zombies. It was rooted in the fact that his beloved kin had succumbed to the infection. Were it his own cherished relative afflicted, he suspected he would exhibit even greater madness. Since the cataclysm began, have you remained with your uncle? Wang Wei asked with keen interest. Yes, but now he is infected with the zombie virus and on the brink of death. Without him, I have no desire to live. I implore you, let me go. I must avenge my uncle. Even if I perish, I will take a horde of zombies with me. The madman's face contorted with rage as he spoke the final words. On the verge of death, Wang Wei seized upon this pivotal detail, his mind racing with possibilities. He had been contemplating how to persuade the madman to join them. And now an unexpected opportunity had arisen. For ordinary survivors, infection with the zombie virus meant certain death. Yet, in Wang Wei's view, it was not an inescapable fate. He recalled the treatment serum available in the Red Alert store interface, as long as one was not yet deceased. Administering the serum could allow the infected survivors to continue living. What if I told you I have a means to save your uncle? Would you believe me? Wang Wei asked, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. What? You can save my uncle? If you can bring him back to life, I will stick by you for life, through fire and water, without regret. The madman, sensing Wang Wei's intentions, quickly expressed his eagerness, his face alight with excitement. A smile crept onto Wang Wei's face. This was precisely the affirmation he sought. You have made this promise. Do not renege on it. Wang Wei replied with a knowing smile. The madman earnestly nodded and declared with conviction, a man's word is his bond, if I go back on it. May I meet a wretched end? Splendid. Step aside, Team Leader 2, assist this brother, Wang Wei commanded with a wave of his hand. The 4 Red Alert soldiers who had been restraining the madman synchronously rose and took a step back. Team Leader 2 approached and, adhering to Wang Wei's orders, helped the madman to his feet. However, upon seeing Team Leader 2, the madman trembled in fear, hastily standing upright while clutching his trousers, as if he believed Team Leader 2 intended to strip him again. This left Wang Wei both amused and exasperated. Where is your uncle? Quickly lead us to him. We must expedite his treatment, Wang Wei urged. It was known that any ordinary survivor bitten or scratched by a zombie, as long as they did not perish on the spot, would wait a period before fully transforming into a zombie. Wang Wei had previously observed that such potential victims could take anywhere from an hour to half a day to succumb. The madman seemed to grasp Wang Wei's intent and eagerly nodded, guiding the way while aboard the bus. Inside the vehicle, Wang Wei curiously inquired, what part of your uncle's body was bitten by the zombie, and is the injury severe? How long has it been since the incident? He was bitten on the shoulder, and the wound is not too grave. As for the time elapsed, it has been over 2 hours. My uncle is a good man. He does not wish to become a harmful zombie, so he sought a secluded place to end his own life. Brother, you must save him, I implore you. The madman pleaded, even dropping to his knees. Had Wang Wei not intervened, the madman would have attempted to bow repeatedly. Wang Wei helped the madman to his feet. Reflecting on the words just spoken, a bite on the shoulder, and it had already been 2 hours. This situation was rather dire. His greatest fear was that the madman's uncle had already taken his own life. If that were the case, Wang Wei wondered if the madman would still wish to accompany him. For now, he could only do what he could and leave the rest to fate. I am Wang Wei. May I ask your name? Wang Wei extended his hand toward the madman. The madman promptly shook hands in return, introducing himself. I am Huang Quan, a student from the foremost martial arts school in the capital before the apocalypse. All my skills were taught to me by my uncle. This revelation startled Wang Wei. He had not anticipated that Huang Quan was a student of the foremost martial arts school in the capital. The reputation of this school had reached Wang Wei even before the world fell into chaos, ranking among the top 5 martial arts institutions in all of Z country. No wonder Huang Quan's swordsmanship was so elusive and fluid. Your uncle is not also affiliated with the foremost martial arts school, is he? Wang Wei inquired with keen interest. Indeed, my uncle is not only the head coach of the foremost martial arts school, but was also the chief combat instructor for the special forces in the capital. Huang Quan nodded vigorously, pride illuminating his face as he spoke of his uncle. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei could not help but swallow hard. Huang Quan's uncle was truly remarkable. If he could gain the allegiance of Huang Quan's uncle and have him impart combat skills to his subordinates, it would undoubtedly enhance his own strength significantly. Wang Wei and his companions arrived at a quaint wooden cabin. Huang Quan hurriedly approached, knocking on the door and calling out, "Second uncle, it's Huang Quan. Please open the door." Bang, bang, bang. Huang Quan continued to pound on the door, yet not a single sound echoed from within. Suddenly, Wang Wei, standing outside, caught a whiff of a metallic scent wafting from the cabin. Chapter 27. The Mutant Rodent Horde. It was not only Wang Wei who detected this ominous odor. Even the wolf dog, booping, sensed the familiar scent, barking anxiously at the cabin. Woof, woof, woof. The wolf dog growled, as if sensing something dreadful lurking inside that unsettled it. Yuri stood beside Wang Wei, also aware of the unease emanating from the cabin, ready to protect Commander Wang Wei at a moment's notice. Huang Quan, step back. There's something amiss inside that cabin. Wang Wei raised an eyebrow and gestured urgently. As a new human, Huang Quan's sense of smell was far more acute than that of ordinary humans. He too recognized that something was not right within. However, Concerned for his second uncle's safety, he unsheathed his Tang Dao and with a swift motion, cleaved through the wooden door. Just then, a series of high-pitched squeaks erupted from within, growing increasingly loud, which darkened Wang Wei's expression. Everyone be on guard, he commanded. Yes, the red alert soldiers responded in unison. Although their ammunition had yet to be replenished, their faces bore unwavering determination. The red alert warriors and heavy infantry drew their tactical knives, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. The cacophony from inside intensified. At that moment, a mutant creature the size of a wildcat bolted from the cabin, but in the next instant, Huang Quan, standing by the door, raised his blade and severed the creature's head. Wang Wei took a closer look, and to his astonishment, he realized it was a rat, an enormous rat. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a creature. Before he could fully process this revelation, a chorus of scuttling footsteps erupted from the cabin. Hundreds of mutant rats surged forth, each the size of a wildcat, with bared fangs and thick fur, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. They appeared as a dark tide rushing forward. One of the leading mutant rats lunged at Wang Wei. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his tactical knife and plunged it into the creature, piercing through its body. After a few anguished cries, it fell silent. However, before Wang Wei could discard the mutant rat's carcass, 5 more charged at him, baring their teeth. Wang Wei's heart raced in alarm. At that moment, the wolf dog, booping, leaped into action, its sharp claws ripping through a mutant rat's belly, while its jaws clamped down on another, effortlessly tearing off its head. One by one, the 5 mutant rats were dispatched by the wolf dog. This allowed Wang Wei to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the Red Alert warriors had already engaged in combat with the mutated rats, systematically eliminating them one by one with tactical knives. However, the mutated rats pouring out of the small cabin seemed endless. Just as one was dispatched, 2 more would take its place. This made Wang Wei realize. Murmuring to himself, could this small cabin be the lair of the rat horde? He had no idea how many mutated rats remained inside, but he understood that if they did not retreat soon, everyone would perish here. After all, the number of mutated rats emerging from the small cabin had already exceeded 1,000. Everyone, retreat, evacuate this place. Wang Wei shouted after kicking a mutated rat away. The Red Alert warriors fought while retreating, gradually making their way back to the bus. Yet Huang Quan remained outside the cabin, fiercely battling the oncoming mutated rats, unwilling to leave just yet. The number of rats that fell beneath his blade was no fewer than 100. Brother Wang, my uncle might still be inside. I can't leave, I must rescue him. Huang Quan yelled at Wang Wei, his resolve unwavering. Wang Wei stood at the bus door, reprimanding Huang Quan. Are you foolish? Don't you understand that this small cabin is the nest of the rat horde? Your uncle may have already succumbed to their claws. Get in the vehicle. As long as you are alive, I will avenge him. Those words caused Huang Quan to tremble, as if he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. All right. He gritted his teeth, pierced through another mutated rat, and then retreated to the bus. The armed mining vehicle and the bus swiftly started their return journey. Once Wang Wei and the others had distanced themselves by 100 meters, he glanced out of the rear window, only to see a dense mass of rats surging forth, their dark fur glistening under the setting sun like a black tide. The sheer number of rats made Wang Wei's scalp tingle. The horde alone had likely surpassed 10,000. Additionally, more mutated rats continued to pour out from the cabin as if there were no end in sight. However, as the distance between the rats and the vehicles increased, the ravenous horde ceased their pursuit. To hell with this apocalypse. Even the rats have turned vicious. It truly makes life unbearable. Wang Wei lamented inwardly. Inside the bus, Huang Quan sat despondently in his seat, lowering his head in guilt. Uncle, I'm sorry. I didn't manage to save you before you were devoured by the rats. Do not blame yourself. You have done your utmost. It is simply fate. Wang Wei placed a comforting hand on Huang Quan's shoulder and sighed deeply. Brother Wang, you said you would help me avenge my uncle. Is that true? Huang Quan lifted his head, looking at Wang Wei with an urgent expression. It seemed he understood that, with his own strength, he could never eliminate the entire rat horde. But perhaps, with the aid of Wang Wei's forces, they might be able to eradicate the swarm entirely. Yes, it is true. A man's word is his bond, and Wang Wei, embodying this sentiment, reaffirmed his commitment by patting Huang Quan on the shoulder with unwavering resolve. Eradicating this plague of rodents was no trivial endeavor. Were it another supplicant, Wang Wei would have undoubtedly declined without hesitation. However, Huang Quan was no ordinary individual. He was a seasoned warrior with substantial combat experience and a formidable new breed of humanity. Should Wang Wei acquiesce, Huang Quan would undoubtedly pledge his loyalty with utmost sincerity. For this reason alone, Wang Wei deemed it worthwhile to invest his efforts in aiding Huang Quan to eliminate the rodent infestation. Brother Wang, thank you. I, Huang Quan, will follow you for life. He expressed gratefully, bowing deeply to Wang Wei in appreciation. At that moment, the bus unexpectedly came to a halt. Team leader. What is the reason for the sudden stop? Wang Wei inquired of the second team leader at the wheel. Commander, there lies a comatose survivor in the grass ahead. The second team leader gestured forward, hastily explaining. A survivor? This revelation prompted Wang Wei and Huang Quan to glance in the direction indicated by the second team leader. Suddenly, Huang Quan trembled, tears of joy streaming from the corners of his eyes, as he called out ecstatically, Second uncle. Chapter 28. Unlocking the healing serum, Wang Wei lifted his gaze to see an elderly man lying unconscious on the grass outside the bus. The elder appeared gaunt. Yet, even in slumber, he emanated an air of authority. More significantly, Wang Wei noted that this unconscious elder bore a striking resemblance to Huang Quan. Upon hearing Huang Quan shout second uncle, enlightenment dawned on Wang Wei. Could it be? The man lying in the grass was indeed Huang Quan's second uncle. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Quan dashed out of the bus, leaving even his Tongdal behind. It seemed that nothing in the world mattered more to him than his second uncle. Wang Wei turned to survey the red alert soldiers inside the bus and commanded. First team leader, assume defensive positions. First team, disembark and stand guard. The first team leader gestured affirmatively and shouted with conviction. Once Wang Wei exited the bus, the formidable wolf dog rifle and Yuri flanked him on either side. Meanwhile, the first team leader led 9 red alert soldiers to encircle the area, vigilant against the approach of zombies, mutated beasts, or any other survivors. Second uncle, please wake up, it's me, Huang Quan, he pleaded, lifting his uncle gently. Yet, despite Huang Quan's fervent calls, his uncle's eyes remained tightly shut, unresponsive. At that moment, Wang Wei noticed numerous bite marks from mutated rats on the elder's body. Additionally, on his uncle's shoulder lay a distinct wound, reminiscent of a zombie bite. Just as Huang Quan had described, both the zombies and the mutated creatures carried ancient pathogens. Any ordinary survivor bitten or scratched by them would succumb to infection and become a zombie. It was evident that Huang Quan's second uncle lay in a state of unconsciousness due to the exceedingly high levels of ancient pathogens within him, teetering on the brink of zombification. Brother Wang, I implore you, you must save my uncle. Huang Quan knelt before Wang Wei. Wang Wei promptly assisted Huang Quan to his feet, his expression grave and earnest as he declared, a man's word is his bond. When one speaks, one must act. These are your own words to me. Rest assured, I shall indeed save your uncle. Now, turn around. You are not to look back without my permission. Understood. Huang Quan nodded vigorously, turning away from Wang Wei. The secrets of the red alert system were not to be shared with any survivor, no matter how close. Wang Wei would not allow even his most trusted confidants to know this secret. This was precisely why he instructed Huang Quan to turn his back. Red alert system. Activate the secondary interface. Wang Wei murmured within his mind. Instantly, a virtual interface materialized before his eyes. He deftly opened the purchase menu of the secondary interface. Within the panel, he found information regarding a healing serum. The development cost of the healing serum was 1,000 gold, while each vial was priced at 100 gold. With a maximum purchase limit of 5 vials per day for commanders of the appropriate rank. Develop the healing serum and purchase 1 vial. Wang Wei silently commanded. In an instant, a flash of golden light appeared, and in his hand materialized a syringe filled with a green liquid. Without a doubt, this liquid was the healing serum capable of curing the zombie virus. Administering this serum would not only heal the infected individual, but also grant them immunity to ancient pathogens. 1 injection for a lifetime of protection. Spending 1,100 gold was certainly a painful decision for Wang Wei. Had he chosen to invest those resources in red alert soldiers, he could have acquired 11 warriors. His account balance plummeted from 2,009 gold to a mere 909 gold, leaving him nearly destitute. Yet, upon reflection, the investment of 1,100 gold for the loyalty of the new human, Huang Quan, was still a worthy transaction. Gold would always be abundant in the future. With enough daring, he could plunder countless treasures from the city's gold shops. However, missing the chance to secure Huang Quan's allegiance might prove irreparable. Moreover, Wang Wei was set to return to the eastern city base the following day. With Huang Quan's addition, he would undoubtedly gain a formidable ally. Wang Wei rolled up his uncle's sleeve and injected the healing serum into his right arm. Initially, his uncle's arm was marred with swollen veins resembling earthworms. But as the serum coursed through his body, the veins visibly diminished in size. Clearly, the effects of the serum were immediate. In less than 10 seconds, his uncle's eyelids fluttered, filling Wang Wei with elation. Huang Quan, you may turn around, Wang Wei called out. Huang Quan quickly pivoted to face them. Just as his uncle slowly opened his bleary eyes, and the two locked gazes. Uncle, Huang Quan exclaimed, am I not dead? How am I still alive? His uncle responded in disbelief. Upon witnessing the miraculous revival of his second uncle, Huang Quan was overtaken with emotion, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he hurriedly explained. I owe this all to Brother Wang's intervention, which has allowed you to awaken. He then added, Second uncle, there is something I wish to convey. I have resolved to follow Brother Wang. This revelation brought clarity to his uncle, who now understood that it was the esteemed Wang Wei who had orchestrated his rescue. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Huang's uncle, with Huang Quan's assistance, rose to his feet and, embodying the decorum of a martial artist, bowed respectfully towards Wang Wei, expressing his profound gratitude. Mr. Wang, I, Huang Heir, am indebted to you for an immeasurable favor. Should you not mind, I am willing to pledge my service to you in repayment for the life you have saved. At these words, Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback by Huang's uncle's discernment, filling him with elation. Although this venerable man had surpassed 60 years, he still possessed an invigorating spirit. Wang Wei recalled Huang Quan's mention of his uncle being the chief instructor of the foremost martial arts academy in the capital before the apocalypse, as well as the combat coach for the elite special forces. If Huang's uncle were to train the new recruits from among the survivors, they would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. With his assistance, Wang Wei felt confident that success was within his grasp. As they journeyed back to the camp, Wang Wei and his companions settled into the bus. Observing Huang Quan and his uncle in the rear seats, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With these two formidable allies joining their ranks, the return to camp the following day promised to be far more seamless. A smile of contentment graced Wang Wei's face as he gazed out at the setting sun, when suddenly, an epiphany struck him, prompting deep contemplation. If the news of the healing serum reached the East City base, countless individuals would surely rush to acquire it at a premium price. Would this not signify that upon returning to the camp tomorrow, I could leverage the healing serum to amass a fortune in gold? Chapter 29. Survivors outside the camp. The healing serum is undoubtedly a coveted commodity. In this apocalyptic era, ordinary survivors face the daily threat of zombie bites, risking infection and eventual death, lacking the innate healing serum possessed by the new humans. If one were to be bitten, the outcome was invariably fatal. Consequently, the demand for the healing serum among ordinary survivors is immense. Each vial commands a price of 100 gold, equating to 100 grams of gold. Wang Wei mused that even if he set the price at 500 grams, a throng of survivors would eagerly seek to purchase it. While gold holds little value for the survivors, for Wang Wei, it could be transformed into system resources to further develop his Red Alert initiative. With this thought, a confident smile emerged on Wang Wei's face as he envisioned the dawn of wealth beginning upon their return to the East City base. Arriving at the temporary camp, Wang Wei returned alongside his Red Alert subordinates and the newly joined survivors. Hearing the thunderous roar of an armed mining vehicle outside, Feng Qianya initially mistook it for an earthquake and hurriedly exited her room. Upon encountering the imposing armored vehicle, resembling a steel behemoth, her face registered profound astonishment. Goodness! Wang Wei, where did you procure this magnificent contraption? She exclaimed, swallowing hard, unable to conceal her excitement. Particularly striking was the turret mounted with a 20mm cannon, its formidable muzzle causing a shiver to run down her spine. This armed mining vehicle? It is, of course, a gift from my superiors. Wang Wei replied with a knowing smile. He would never divulge the details of the Red Alert system to anyone, not even to those he trusted most. However, to quell Feng Qianya's curiosity, he had devised a strategy on his way back. He would falsely claim to have connections with higher authorities. After all, the words flowed from his lips, and the Red Alert warriors would cooperate, allowing him the freedom to weave whatever narrative he desired. Do you really have someone above you? Who is it? Feng Qianya inquired, her interest piqued. The provincial capital, Wang Wei replied nonchalantly, uttering just 2 words. This left Feng Qianya momentarily stunned. She glanced at the Red Alert soldiers, who bore the semblance of regular troops, and then at the formidable armed mining vehicle before her, which made her more inclined to believe Wang Wei's claims. At that moment, Huang Quan and Uncle Huang approached. Due to Huang Quan being a new breed of humanity, he emanated a distinct aura that an ordinary person could easily discern. Upon seeing him, Feng Qianya remarked with surprise, "Well, Wang Wei, you stepped out for a bit this afternoon and managed to bring back a new breed. I'm not deceiving anyone. Huang Quan and Uncle Huang are willingly by my side, assisting me." Wang Wei defended himself. "By the way, Miss Feng, I plan to return to the East City base tomorrow. How do you intend to arrange your own plans?" He suddenly recalled something and turned his gaze to Feng Qianya. The woman before him was his savior. Otherwise, he would never have intervened to save her, nor would he have cared about her whereabouts. "I am from the East City base. Since that is the case, please take me along to the East City base tomorrow." Feng Qianya replied, looking intently at Wang Wei. "What? You are from the East City base? What position do you hold there?" Wang Wei asked with intrigue. I'll keep you in suspense. You'll find out tomorrow," Feng Qianya teased playfully before turning on her heels and walking back to her room. Observing her retreating figure, Wang Wei felt that Feng Qianya's identity was anything but ordinary, and it seemed she possessed some influence within the East City base. If she could lend him assistance tomorrow, it would be most fortuitous. Mr. Wang, is there anything you need us to do? Uncle Huang stepped forward, keen to contribute to Wang Wei's cause. Not at the moment. You both should rest well tonight in preparation for tomorrow's fierce battle, Wang Wei politely instructed. Understood. My nephew and I shall certainly assist Mr. Wang in clearing out enemies. Uncle Huang nodded with composure, affirming his conviction. After the group had finished their dinner, the sky had completely darkened. The night hung overhead, and a gentle wind blew. At 8:30, the Red soldiers had replenished their ammunition. Just then, the squad leader responsible for guarding the perimeter of the temporary camp returned. Commander, a survivor convoy has appeared 500 meters outside the camp, observing our situation. The squad leader reported urgently, standing before Wang Wei. This news instantly invigorated Wang Wei, who rose from his cot. His expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the squad leader and inquired, how many individuals are in that survivor convoy? Do they possess heavy weaponry? There are approximately 20 people, half of whom are armed with Type 81 automatic rifles. They do not carry heavy weapons. The squad leader explained meticulously. This prompted Wang Wei to lower his head, lost in contemplation. Those individuals outside were certainly unaware of their true strength. It was highly possible that they had spotted the camp's firelight and were harboring some ulterior motives. Were they merely passing through or plotting to raid the place? Wang Wei found himself without a definitive answer. He adhered to his principle. If others did not provoke him, he would not provoke them. However, should any individuals harbor malicious intent, Wang Wei would not hesitate to eliminate them entirely. Either they would refrain from engaging, or if they did, he would eradicate them completely without mercy. Though his sentiments seemed ruthless, in this apocalyptic world, showing leniency to foes would only be a cruelty towards oneself. Squad leader, instruct the soldiers to extinguish the fires and feign sleep. If the survivors dare to intrude upon the camp, shoot them on the spot. Leave no one alive. Wang Wei declared, his eyes gleaming with a hint of murderous intent, articulating each word deliberately. Understood. The squad leader saluted Wang Wei, raising his hand. With more than 20 individuals outside, half of whom were armed with Type 56 assault rifles, Wang Wei could not afford to be careless. He immediately summoned the second squad leader, the third squad leader, Huang Quan, and Uncle Huang. All personnel, prepare for action. At that moment, the fires within the camp were extinguished. Wang Wei and his group concealed themselves in the shadows. He retrieved his binoculars and lay on the rooftop, peering into the distance. Indeed, 500 meters ahead, a survivor convoy came into view. The survivors' attempts at disguising their presence were woefully inadequate. They likely believed they were concealed, unaware that they had already been exposed to Wang Wei's sight. The first squad lay in ambush on either side of the abandoned factory. The second squad occupied the high ground, while the third squad took position inside the factory, with their guns protruding from the windows, fully prepared for action. Huang Quan and Uncle Huang stood beside Wang Wei, providing close protection against unforeseen events. Just then, the entrance of the abandoned factory was slowly pushed open from the outside. 9 survivors, armed with Type 81 automatic rifles, intrusively entered the abandoned factory. Their demeanor suggested a nefarious intent to eliminate the living forces within and seize Wang Wei's resources. However, this time, they encountered formidable resistance. Wang Wei extracted his MP5 submachine gun, aiming it at the intruders below, and murmured, "The audacity. They truly seek to plunder my territory. They are courting death." As 15 survivors infiltrated the factory, Wang Wei pulled the trigger. A barrage of bullets erupted in the darkness, resembling a fiery serpent directed at the unsuspecting intruders. The gunfire echoed ominously. The Red Alert soldiers, who had been lying in wait, also opened fire, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the survivors inside the entrance. Chapter 30. The acquisition of the fuel tanker. All Red Alert soldiers obeyed Commander Wang Wei's orders. Consequently, upon hearing the gunfire, they received the signal to commence shooting. 27 Red Alert warriors, wielding Type 95 assault rifles, unleashed a torrent of 7.62mm bullets, striking the ill-intentioned survivors in a matter of moments. Heavily armed soldiers hoisted enhanced M60 machine guns, their relentless fire resonating through the night. Under the cover of this firepower, the intruding survivors were taken aback. Before they could react, the foremost rifleman collapsed into a pool of blood. Each survivor felled by gunfire bore no less than 4 bullet wounds. Those struck by the M60 were left mangled, their blood splattering the ground, meeting a gruesome end. The remaining survivors, witnessing the carnage, lost their will to fight and hastily turned to flee. Yet, Wang Wei had no intention of letting them escape. These survivors were nothing short of marauders. Had it not been for his Red Alert soldiers today, he would have been in grave peril. It was either to refrain from striking or, should he choose to engage, to eliminate them entirely to preclude future threats. Wang Wei rose, sweeping his fire towards the fleeing survivors. Several bullets struck one of them, ultimately claiming their life. Blood oozing from the corners of their mouth as they collapsed into a pool of crimson. The marauding survivors who had entered the abandoned factory all succumbed under the relentless barrage of Wang Wei's firepower. The scent of blood became overwhelmingly pungent in the air. Gazing at the bodies strewn across the ground, Wang Wei exhibited neither fear nor sympathy. Those who dared to trespass on his territory were to learn the harsh lesson of mortality. Meanwhile, 500 meters away from the factory, 6 vehicles were nestled within the dense foliage, including a fuel tanker. Only 17 individuals had infiltrated the factory, leaving 5 behind to guard the vehicles. A bespectacled man gazed apprehensively towards the direction of the abandoned factory, swallowing hard, his face awash with fear, as he turned to a stocky middle-aged man beside him. Tiger. The gunfire from the abandoned factory was far too intense. It surely wasn't TR people. I estimate there are at least a squad of shooters inside. Brother Long and the others may have met with misfortune. Shouldn't we hastily depart from here? The bespectacled man, seemingly the strategist among the surviving thugs, hurriedly proposed a plan. The man known as Tiger drew a 92-style pistol from his person, his expression fierce as he gritted his teeth and barked, "Enough of your nonsense. Brother Long will not perish. As long as he breathes, we shall support him." Just then, 2 figures materialized before the 5 surviving thugs. As the ominous clouds gradually dispersed, illuminated by the moonlight, 2 silhouettes emerged, 1 man and 1 wolf, coldly regarding the 5 surviving thugs. It was none other than Red Alert Yuri and the wolf dog rifle. Wang Wei had anticipated that the thugs would leave some behind to guard the vehicles, so before taking action, he had instructed Yuri and the wolf dog rifle to stealthily proceed. Once the gunfire erupted from the factory, they would eliminate the remaining thugs. Woof! The wolf dog rifle leaped, directly tackling one of the surviving thugs and sinking its teeth into the man's neck. Blood erupted forth. The thug struggled for less than 2 seconds before a sickening crack echoed as his head was severed. Kill them. Tiger, with his face contorted in rage, raised his 92-style pistol, aiming it at Yuri. Yet the next moment, Yuri pointed his hands towards Tiger, an icy glint in his eyes as he commanded, "Submit to my will." Instantly, Tiger trembled, his pupils dilating in terror, as his hands involuntarily turned the gun towards his 2 companions. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the 2 surviving thugs fell lifelessly to the ground. Clearly, at that moment, Tiger had been rendered a puppet by Yuri's mind control abilities. Only 1 thug remained. The bespectacled man. His face drained of color, cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his legs trembled uncontrollably, causing him to stumble and fall. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The bespectacled man stammered, his voice quaking in fear, just as the wolf dog rifle prepared to sink its teeth into his throat. Footsteps echoed from behind. "Wait, don't kill him yet. I have some questions for him." Wang Wei's voice emerged from the dense thicket. The wolf dog rifle halted, standing guard beside the bespectacled man to prevent his escape. Wang Wei, surveying the 3 corpses on the ground with calm composure, approached the bespectacled man and coldly demanded, "Who are you? Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me." The bespectacled man, trembling and incoherent, fell to his knees before Wang Wei. This left Wang Wei profoundly dissatisfied. He drew his MP5 submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets into the ground before the bespectacled man, the rapid gunfire stirring up clouds of dust. "If you fail to answer my questions again, I assure you, the next shot will find its mark upon your person. Do you understand?" Wang Wei said coldly, his expression grim. "Understood, understood. I am a survivor from the East City base, and the ones in charge are the Lin brothers." The bespectacled man hastily explained. "The Lin brothers?" This revelation momentarily stunned Wang Wei. He had never anticipated that these thuggish survivors were subordinates of the Lin brothers, one of the 8 major factions of the East City base, a force on par with that despicable Shaosheng. Yet, despite this realization, there was no trace of fear or regret in Wang Wei's eyes. Given another chance, he would still pull the trigger without hesitation. "What brings you to my territory?" Wang Wei inquired. The bespectacled man quickly elaborated, fearful of being executed on the spot. "Our people were on their way back to the East City base. When we passed this area and saw the abandoned factory lit up with fire and signs of life, we assumed there was minimal armament inside. That's why Long Gu and Hu Gu intended to eliminate you and seize your supplies." Before the bespectacled man could finish his explanation, Wang Wei raised the MP5 and fired a burst into the chests of both him and the now subdued Hu Gu. The gunfire rang out. The 2 men widened their eyes, blood spilling from their lips as they collapsed into a pool of crimson. Gazing at the lifeless body of the bespectacled man, Wang Wei solemnly stated, "These individuals must perish. If they live, we will be the unfortunate ones." He turned to the squad leader, commanding, "Squad leader, dig a grave for these thuggish survivors." "Yes." The squad leader stood at attention, nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, Wang Wei's gaze fell upon the vehicles of the thuggish survivors. For pickup trucks, a large truck, and a fuel tanker. He waved his hand, instructing squad leader. Climb atop the fuel tanker and assess its contents. The squad leader nodded eagerly and scrambled onto the roof of the tanker. After inspecting its condition, he shouted with excitement. Report. The fuel tanker is full. Congratulations, Commander. We have acquired a fuel tanker. This unexpected discovery pleasantly surprised Wang Wei. He had assumed the thuggish survivor's tanker would hold little fuel, but to his astonishment, it was brimming. Squad leader. Gather your team and collect all the spoils here to return to the camp, Wang Wei commanded, looking at the squad leader atop the tanker. Yes. I will ensure the task is completed. The squad leader nodded vigorously. Upon returning to the camp, Wang Wei reflected somberly upon the pile of bodies before him. These individuals had fancied themselves hunters, oblivious to the fact that they were, in truth, the prey. They sought to plunder his resources without even conducting reconnaissance to ascertain their own worthiness. Truly, the depths of their foolishness were astonishing. Now, not only did they fail to plunder successfully, but they were also entirely subdued by Wang Wei, who seized a considerable bounty, leaving him in a state of bemusement. In a short while, the second squad leader entered Wang Wei's room, laden with an array of firearms, and reported with a smile, Commander, all the spoils have been successfully retrieved. We have a fully fueled fuel tanker, a truck half filled with food supplies, and 4 pickup trucks. Additionally, there are 2 Type 92 handguns, 10 Type 81 automatic rifles, 21 machetes, and a total of 616 rounds of various calibers. This brought a sense of satisfaction to Wang Wei. He had originally been pondering what vehicle to drive back to the base the following day, but unexpectedly, the survivors of the marauders had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Although Wang Wei had some oil reserves, to be candid, they were not abundant, only enough for 2 or 3 days. Now, with a fully fueled tanker, the pressing issue of oil scarcity was resolved. As for the firearms, while they were not of superior quality and the quantity was limited, these weapons could potentially alleviate his predicament when ammunition ran low in the future. Let us store these spoils and take them with us when we return to the East City base tomorrow, Wang Wei instructed calmly. Understood. The second squad leader nodded with composure. Once the firearms were taken away by his squad, Wang Wei found himself alone in the room. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he murmured softly, "Oh right, I have yet to utilize today's sign-in opportunity. I wonder what treasures it might yield today." The first time he signed in, he received a heavily armored soldier. The second time, he obtained a red alert attack dog. And now, he was about to use his third opportunity. Wang Wei eagerly hoped for a high-level red alert unit. Red alert system, activate today's sign-in. Wang Wei called out softly. Instantly, a virtual interface materialized before him, displaying the sign-in panel. Before his eyes, a flash of golden light revealed a familiar red alert unit. Red alert engineer, reporting for duty. A spirited red alert engineer, adorned with a yellow hard hat, appeared before Wang Wei and saluted. Red alert engineer? Wang Wei recalled that in the game, red alert engineers could repair buildings and bridges and could seize public structures for their own use. However, it was unfortunate that red alert engineers were one-time units. Thus, Wang Wei curiously inquired of the engineer before him. Engineer, does your capability mirror that of the engineers in the game? There are some differences. The red alert engineer explained in detail. The red alert engineer can repair buildings and bridges, and upon entering public structures, can be reused. Moreover, the red alert engineer can repair and modify vehicles. The higher the level, the greater the repair capabilities and efficiency. This revelation astonished Wang Wei. Reusable? Does this not imply that after the red alert engineer has repaired the structure, they can be repurposed for other uses? It just so happens that our team is currently lacking personnel for vehicle modifications, and the arrival of the red alert engineer has perfectly addressed this urgent need. Your timing is impeccable. Engineer, are you capable of installing collision protection devices on the front of the pickup trucks? Wang Wei asked eagerly. Not a problem. The red alert engineer nodded vigorously, resolutely affirming. Excellent. Please proceed to the garage at once. The second squad leader will fully cooperate with you. Our objective for tonight is to equip the fronts of 4 pickup trucks with collision protection devices and repair 2 additional trucks. Wang Wei instructed with a serious demeanor. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. The red alert engineer responded firmly. Once the pickup trucks are fitted with collision protection devices, they can directly charge through the scattered zombies blocking the road, eliminating the need to navigate around them as before. This will undoubtedly enhance the team's marching speed significantly. Moreover, this abandoned factory may lack resources, but it is replete with partially salvaged vehicles. Given the capabilities of the red alert engineer, repairing 2 trucks before dawn will be a trivial endeavor. Tomorrow marks the day we return to the camp to rescue my sister from the abyss and exact vengeance upon our foes. A fierce battle is likely inevitable. That night, Wang Wei found himself unable to sleep, rising from his bed at 4 in the morning. He was eager to ascertain whether the red alert engineer had completed their task. So he made his way to the garage of the abandoned factory. Upon entering the garage, Wang Wei was immediately captivated by the sight of 3 newly refurbished trucks and 4 pickup trucks. One of the trucks was a trophy acquired from the hands of survivor raiders, while the other 2 had been meticulously repaired by the Red Alert engineer. Now, thanks to the engineer's efforts, these 3 trucks appeared as if they were brand new. Like the 4 pickup trucks, the fronts of these 3 trucks were also equipped with collision protection devices, bestowing upon all 7 vehicles an imposing, wild demeanor that inspired awe. "Commander, you have arrived." The Red Alert engineer stood before Wang Wei. At that moment, not only was the Red Alert engineer present, but also 9 soldiers from the second squad, who were assisting with the tasks at hand. Wang Wei patted the engineer's shoulder and replied with a smile, "I am thoroughly satisfied." The engineer not only accomplished the tasks assigned by Wang Wei, but also equipped the fronts of the 3 trucks with collision protection devices, which greatly pleased him. As he ran his hand over the collision protection device on one of the pickup trucks, he mused to himself, "Surely, even mutated zombies will be unable to withstand the force of this modified pickup. Engineers and second squad, you have worked diligently tonight. It is time for you to return and rest. Additionally, summon the first and third squad soldiers to come and load these 3 trucks with provisions." Wang Wei scanned his subordinates, ultimately fixing his gaze on the second squad leader. Understood, they nodded in agreement, fatigue evident, yet their spirits remained high. Wang Wei gazed towards the direction of the East City base, understanding that merely relying on the Red Alert soldiers was insufficient to establish a firm foothold there. It was imperative to secure an ample supply of food to ensure that the survivors willing to follow him could have their fill. Only with these 2 essentials could he earn the loyalty of the survivors at the East City base. Wang Wei planned to lead his team to the East City base at 8 o'clock in the morning. He lowered his gaze to check his watch. It was now 4:30 in the morning. Less than 4 hours remained before their return to the East City base. Chapter 32. The 8 extremes define the universe. Returning to the East City base would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Xiaosheng. Although Wang Wei currently commanded a platoon of Red Alert soldiers, an armed mining vehicle, and the newcomer Huang Quan, he felt no certainty of absolute victory. For now, he could only do his utmost and accept fate. In less than 5 minutes, the Red Alert soldiers from the first and third squads had gathered before Wang Wei. The round moon hung high in the sky, and the world was enveloped in silence. Yet, the Red Alert soldiers appeared invigorated, ready to face any challenge. "Squad leaders of the first and third squads, take your teams to the food warehouse and load these 3 trucks with supplies. Complete the task before the sun rises today. Are you confident in achieving this?" Wang Wei scanned the soldiers before him, finally fixing his gaze on the squad leaders. "Absolutely, we will ensure it gets done." Both squad leaders saluted in unison, pledging with determination. "Go and attend to it," Wang Wei said with satisfaction, nodding as he exited the garage. With less than 4 hours until departure, he decided to practice his martial arts in preparation for the impending battle. Before the apocalypse, he had been an instructor at a local security company. While he might not be able to take on 10 foes at once, defeating 3 reckless assailants single-handedly was certainly within his capabilities. Wang Wei specialized in the 8 extremes fist, having trained in it for 5 years. Now, he stood on the flat ground inside the entrance of an abandoned factory, where the remnants of those survivors shot down by him and his group had once lain. Although the bodies had been buried and the bloodstains cleaned away, a faint scent of iron lingered in the air, sharpening his resolve. He reminded himself, only by becoming strong could he face tomorrow with a smile and protect those he cherished. Assuming the starting stance of the 8 extremes fist, he envisioned the air before him as an adversary, delivering punch after punch, elbow strike after elbow strike, thrusting punches, elbow strikes, sinking elbows, hammering strikes, turning elbows, heart-pushing elbows, backward thrust elbows, Iron Mountain lean. Wang Wei practiced the fundamental 8 techniques of the 8 extremes fist repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, soaking his clothes. He entered a state of selflessness, his movements accelerating with fervor. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind him. "Who goes there?" Wang Wei retracted his fists and turned towards the source of the sound. "Mr. Wang, if my old eyes do not deceive me, what you are demonstrating is indeed Bajiquan." A familiar voice resonated, and it was none other than Uncle Huang. Before the apocalypse, Uncle Huang was the head instructor of the foremost martial arts academy in the capital, a seasoned master of the martial arts with a wealth of experience. Thus, recognizing the style as Bajiquan posed no challenge for him. "Indeed, I am practicing Bajiquan," Wang Wei acknowledged, relaxing his guard upon seeing Uncle Huang, nodding with a calm demeanor. However, Bajiquan is not executed in such a manner. In literature, there is Tai Chi to bring peace to the world, and in martial arts, Bajiquan establishes order. "Mr. Wang, the Bajiquan you are demonstrating possesses form, but lacks the essence of lethality." Uncle Huang gently shook his head and spoke kindly. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei immediately grasped Uncle Huang's implied intention, which was to offer guidance on his Bejiquan technique. I would be grateful for your insights, Uncle Huang. Wang Wei clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Uncle Huang. Then allow me to show you my humble skills. How much you comprehend depends entirely on your aptitude, Mr. Wang. So observe closely and learn well. Uncle Huang smiled softly and promptly assumed the initial stance of Bejiquan. Although both were practicing Bejiquan, the essence conveyed by each was strikingly distinct. Wang Wei's Bejiquan appeared soft and lacking in power, while Uncle Huang's was filled with unyielding vigor. Each movement seemed to target the opponent's very life. Tiny pebbles and dust danced in the air with every motion of Uncle Huang's hands and feet, his arms crackling as his fists struck the air, producing a resonant sound of wind. This particular technique of Bejiquan was known as the fierce tiger climbs. The second technique, the King of Hell's 3 points. The third technique, the Overlord's relentless grip. Uncle Huang executed Bejiquan for nearly 2 minutes, radiating an extraordinary presence befitting a master of martial arts. This caused Wang Wei's heart to skip a beat, and he could not help but murmur, could it be that Bejiquan can unleash such lethal techniques? Wang Wei diligently practiced the lethal techniques imparted by Uncle Huang, committing them to memory. There are 8 lethal techniques in Bejiquan. Haste makes waste. Mr. Wang, first master these 3 techniques, and I shall then teach you the remaining 5. Uncle Huang placed his hands behind him and spoke amiably to Wang Wei. Very well. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Huang. May I inquire about something? In terms of strength, how do you compare to Huang Quan? Wang Wei nodded, gazing at Uncle Huang with curiosity. In response, Uncle Huang paused momentarily before elaborating. It's a 50-50 match. Although my nephew Huang Quan, as a new breed of humanity, possesses greatly enhanced strength and speed, I excel in combat skills and extensive experience. This revelation caused Wang Wei's heart to leap in disbelief. To think that an ordinary person could stand on equal footing with a new breed of humanity. In the past, such a notion would have been beyond his wildest imagination. Yet now, he understood that Uncle Huang was not speaking falsely. Uncle Huang's prowess might truly be on par with the new breed, Huang Quan. Suddenly, Wang Wei recalled the shop panel within the red alert system, which featured items like evolution potions. What if, in the future, Uncle Huang could transform into a new breed? One wonders just how formidable Uncle Huang's strength could become. Surely, even at his weakest, he could easily overpower the evolved zombies. Uncle Huang, you truly are my lucky star. In the future, any good fortune that comes my way shall undoubtedly be shared with you. Uncle Huang, Wang Wei exclaimed with joy. Haha. Ever since I laid eyes on Mr. Wang, I knew he would surely accomplish great feats in this wasteland. The old man said, all I desire is for Mr. Wang to treat my nephew Huang Quan generously in the days to come. With his hands clasped behind him, Uncle Huang smiled calmly. Wang Wei was uncertain whether Uncle Huang was merely flattering him or speaking from the heart. However, receiving praise from a martial arts master brought a smile to Wang Wei's face as he nodded earnestly. Rest assured, whether now or in the future, I shall treat Huang Quan as my own. With Mr. Wang's assurance, I can finally relax, Uncle Huang replied, clearly satisfied. He slowly turned and returned to his room, seemingly reluctant to interrupt Wang Wei's continued practice of the 8 extremes fist. In an instant, the vast open space was left with Wang Wei alone once more. His mind replayed the 3 lethal techniques of the 8 extremes fist that Uncle Huang had just demonstrated, as if viewing a film. Fierce Tiger Ascends, King of Hell's 3 points, and Overlord's Ruthless Reigns. Wang Wei dedicated nearly half an hour to mastering these 3 techniques, though he felt he had only just begun to grasp them with limited proficiency. Nevertheless, it must be said that possessing these 3 lethal techniques had more than doubled Wang Wei's combat prowess. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Wang Wei as he suddenly remembered something. He hastily retracted his fists and softly called out, Red Alert System, claim today as sign-in. A flash of golden light appeared before him. Just as Wang Wei wondered what red alert item he would receive today, the blinding light faded, revealing a syringe on the ground before him. This syringe contained a green liquid, bubbling vigorously, with the name of the item inscribed on its exterior. Wang Wei brought it closer to the fire, allowing the flickering light to illuminate the name. Evolution Potion with 50 purity. He murmured. Chapter 33. Evolution Potion. To Wang Wei's astonishment, the red alert item before him was the evolution potion he had longed for. He swallowed hard, barely able to conceal his excitement. The evolution potion. Once injected, it could grant a chance to become a new breed. Wang Wei recalled that in this post-apocalyptic world, individuals transformed into new breeds due to the fusion of their cellular genes with the ancient pathogens that floated in the air on the very first day of the apocalypse. Before the cataclysm, the majority of humanity had their cellular genes consumed by tiny, ancient pathogens present in the air, transforming them into bloodthirsty zombies. A portion of humanity, however, found that their cellular genes could neither merge with nor be devoured by these minuscule ancient microorganisms, rendering them the fortunate survivors of this apocalypse. Wang Wei gazed at the evolution serum in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. Did this not imply that he too could evolve into a powerful new human, akin to those of the underworld? This thought filled him with exhilaration. Yet, he was perplexed by the label on the serum, which indicated a purity of 50. What did that signify? Confounded, Wang Wei decided to consult the red alert system. Red alert system, why does this evolution serum indicate a purity of 50? What does it mean? Esteemed Commander, the mechanical voice of the red alert system resonated in Wang Wei's mind. The 50 purity of the evolution serum signifies that you possess a 50 probability of becoming a new human. A 50-50 chance of transformation? This raised Wang Wei's eyebrows. As he sensed something amiss and pressed further, I still do not fully comprehend. If I inject this evolution serum and do not become a new human, what will happen to me? Should the transformation fail? Commander, you will become a zombie. Even the injection of a healing serum will be futile, the red alert system explained. At that moment, the joyous anticipation Wang Wei had cultivated was doused like a cold splash of water. He realized the gravity of the situation. Injecting this 50 purity evolution serum was akin to a high-stakes gamble, with his very life as the wager. Should the transformation succeed, he would ascend to the ranks of the new humans, akin to those of the underworld. However, failure would result in death. A shiver coursed through Wang Wei as he swallowed hard, his gaze flitting nervously. Is there a 100 purity evolution serum? He inquired curiously. Indeed. The red alert system replied with calm assurance. There are 6 variants of evolution serums available, with purities of 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. As long as your rank reaches that of a division commander, you may purchase the 100 purity evolution serum. A division commander rank? Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. He was currently only at the rank of squad leader, and it seemed a distant dream to attain the status of a division commander. Moreover, the resources required to ascend from squad leader to division commander were monumental. Wang Wei recalled that his promotion to squad leader had cost him a staggering 3,000 gold, equivalent to 6 pounds of gold. Turning to gaze toward the direction of the East City base, he felt a whirlwind of emotions within him. He glanced at the watch adorning his left wrist. It was now 5:30, leaving him less than 3 hours until departure. Tomorrow, he would engage in a fierce battle with Xiao Sheng to rescue his sister from the clutches of the abyss at the East City base. However, Xiao Sheng commanded a formidable force of over 300 men, including several new humans and 100 skilled gunmen, ready to fight to the death for him. To speak candidly, Wang Wei harbored no absolute assurance of victory. Life and death are but a gamble, and what is so daunting about that? In a desperate bid to rescue my sister with greater certainty, I shall risk everything. Gritting his teeth, Wang Wei rolled up his sleeves and injected the evolutionary serum into his left shoulder. As the verdant liquid coursed through his veins, he felt as though his heart had been encased in ice, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The emptied syringe slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. How frigid! Wang Wei could not suppress another tremor, exhaling wisps of chilling air. He crouched down, curling in on himself, acutely aware that his body temperature was plummeting. This encroaching coldness dulled his consciousness, as if a voice beckoned him into slumber. Yet, deep within, Wang Wei understood that should he close his eyes, he might never open them again. An overwhelming drowsiness enveloped him, making his eyelids feel as if they were succumbing to an unseen force, gradually closing. Just at the moment when his lids threatened to shut, Wang Wei sprang to his feet, clenching his fist and striking his chest with a resounding thud. A violent impact reverberated through the air, momentarily invigorating him, though a heavy ache settled in his chest. The chill persisted, compelling him to shiver uncontrollably. I cannot perish. I must not fall here. I still have to save my sister and provide her with a good life. Wang Wei gritted his teeth and growled softly. He tightened his fist and assumed the stance of the 8 extremes fist. In that moment, the thought of rescuing his sister consumed Wang Wei's mind, fortifying his resolve. One punch after another, one elbow strike after another. He pounded the air as though it were a phantom adversary. The 3 lethal techniques of the 8 extremes fist, imparted to him by Uncle Huang, became increasingly adept and fierce under Wang Wei's execution. A formidable aura reminiscent of Uncle Huang emanated from him. The fierce tiger climbs the mountain. The king of hell's 3 points. The overlord's hard pull. Wang Wei fervently practiced the deadly techniques of the 8 extremes fist, striving to sharpen his awareness and dispel the cold that enveloped him. Bang! A piercing sound echoed through the air. That was the sound of Wang Wei executing a lethal punch of the 8 extremes fist. Suddenly, he sensed his strength escalating at a visible pace. His power grew heavier, as if pressing down with the weight of 1,000 pounds. His speed and agility surged at an astonishing rate. This filled Wang Wei with elation, yet he remained vigilant. for the chill and drowsiness had not yet receded, compelling him to continue his fervent practice of the 3 deadly techniques. A tree, as thick as a water barrel, loomed before him. Wang Wei envisioned the tree as a phantom enemy, unleashing the 3 lethal techniques of the 8 extremes fist upon its trunk in succession. The first strike. The fierce tiger climbs the mountain. A fist imprint marred the bark, splinters flying in all directions. In the second maneuver, the King of Hell executed a 3-point strike. A gash was carved deep into the tree trunk, which was as thick as a water barrel. For the third strike, he unleashed the might of a tyrant. With a single blow, Wang Wei's iron fist pierced through the trunk with a thunderous crash, causing the massive tree to topple over. Wang Wei exhaled deeply, feeling the chilling sensation and fatigue within him dissipate. His strength and senses had significantly heightened. This signified that he had successfully undergone the transformation. He had finally become a new breed of humanity. A smile blossomed on Wang Wei's face. At that moment, the sky began to lighten, heralding dawn. A ray of sunlight emanated from the heavens, gracing Wang Wei's countenance. As the clouds parted, sunlight showered the earth with myriad beams of brilliance. Wang Wei glanced at the watch on his left wrist. At this moment, it was precisely 6 o'clock. He had 2 hours remaining before heading to the East City base. Chapter 34. Journey to the East City base. Wang Wei clenched his teeth, having finally endured the most excruciating phase of transformation. The agony he experienced was known only to him. Each time he felt on the verge of closing his eyes, unable to awaken, the adorable visage of his sister would appear in his mind. It was this very thought that compelled Wang Wei to grit his teeth and persevere. Hard work indeed rewards the diligent. Wang Wei had triumphed. He had become a new human, akin to the river Styx. His strength, speed, and agility had received a significant enhancement. The muscles on his body bulged, robust like a powerful bull. Notably, his strength had increased by more than 5-fold. This invigorated Wang Wei, who secretly reveled in his newfound prowess, pondering where he stood in comparison to Huang Quan at that moment. Yet, as the image of Huang Quan wielding a tang knife flashed through his mind, a tremor coursed through Wang Wei. He understood that in a bare-handed duel, he might have a slight chance of victory. However, should both wield blades, he would undoubtedly be bested by Huang Quan, to the point of being unrecognizable. With joy comes vitality. Following his transformation into a new human, Wang Wei proceeded to the food warehouse. With the cooperation of the first and third squads, 3 trucks were already loaded to the brim with provisions. Furthermore, approximately 2/3 of the food remained within the warehouse. The leaders of both squads approached, standing tall and saluting Wang Wei in unison. "Commander, all 3 trucks are fully loaded with supplies. Thank you for your efforts." "How many tons of food do the 3 trucks hold in total?" Wang Wei inquired, astonished, as he looked at the leader of the first squad. "Each truck is loaded with 30 tons of rice, totaling 90 tons across the 3 trucks." The leader of the first squad reported with great authority. 90 tons of rice. How many lives could be sustained with such a bounty? Should the survivors at the East City base catch sight of this abundance, they would undoubtedly flock to it, eager to pledge their allegiance. After all, not everyone at the East City base had enough to eat. Most survivors faced the grim reality of having had their last meal without assurance of the next. In the granary, how much grain remains? Wang Wei inquired curiously, glancing at the third squad leader. "There are still 182 tons of rice inside," the squad leader replied respectfully. If it were not for the presence of only 3 trucks, Wang Wei would have genuinely wished to transport all the rice back to the East City base. However, it appeared that he could only conceal the remaining 182 tons of grain here. Once settled at the East City base, he would return to transport all the grain from this location. As Wang Wei prepared to take a shower, he happened to encounter Huang Quan practicing his swordsmanship along the way, prompting him to pause and observe Huang Quan's technique, which he might find useful in the future. Huang Quan's swordplay exuded a palpable aura of lethality. Each move was directed with deadly intent towards the opponent's life. Under the sunlight, a chill emanated from the edge of the Tang's sword, exuding a formidable presence. Perhaps sensing Wang Wei's presence behind him, Huang Quan halted, sheathing his sword and approaching Wang Wei, inspecting him from head to toe in astonishment. "Brother Wang, when did you become a new human?" Wang Wei had no intention of revealing the matter of the evolution serum to anyone for the time being, not even to Huang Quan. With a knowing smile, Wang Wei replied, "I woke up this morning and inexplicably became a new human." The naive and straightforward Huang Quan did not ponder this further, nodding with a smile as if genuinely pleased for Wang Wei's transformation. "Brother Wang, you are truly fortunate. But even if you have become a new human, you are still no match for me." Huang Quan confidently thumped his chest. Initially, Wang Wei contemplated how to challenge Huang Quan, but the latter's offer presented an opportunity. Seizing the moment, Wang Wei suggested, "Shall we have a friendly sparring match? But let's agree beforehand. No weapons, just bare hands." "All right, I will defeat you within 10 moves." Huang Quan readily agreed, exuding an air of certainty. Since becoming a new human, Wang Wei was unaware of the extent of his true abilities. Engaging in a spar with Huang Quan provided the perfect opportunity to gauge his current strength. Huang Quan set aside his tang sword, which pierced the ground effortlessly as if it were tofu, with a quarter of the blade embedded in the earth. Wang Wei assumed the starting stance of Bagwazang, tightening his fists. Bagwazang. Brother Wang, I didn't realize you practiced Bagwazang. Huang Quan remarked with a grin. I possess many skills, Wang Wei declared then. Like an arrow released from a bow, he surged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Huang Quan. Since becoming a new human, Wang Wei's speed had more than doubled. Even the short-distance champion from before the apocalypse would find it challenging to match his velocity. Like a fierce tiger leaping up the mountain, Wang Wei shouted. Leaping forward with the ferocity of a tiger, his right elbow aimed directly at Huang Quan's face. This sudden and fierce assault caught Huang Quan off guard, leaving him startled by Wang Wei's unexpected aggression. Huang Quan hastily raised his arm to defend himself. Bang! A violent collision echoed through the air. Although he managed to block Wang Wei's lethal strike, the pain in his arm felt as if he had been struck by a vehicle, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. Before Huang Quan could regain his composure, Wang Wei charged forward once more. Yama's three-finger technique. Wang Wei advanced with unstoppable force, his iron fist surging forward. Huang Quan dodged repeatedly, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. The overbearing break. Wang Wei offered no respite, unleashing another lethal move from the 8 Extremes fist. Gritting his teeth, Huang Quan tightened his fist and retaliated directly at Wang Wei. Boom. Fist met fist. A tremendous crash immediately resonated. Centered around the two, a gust of wind violently spread outwards, stirring up a cloud of dust and fallen leaves. In the next moment, Huang Quan's expression turned to one of shock, a pained look washing over his face as he stumbled backward 7 steps. Wang Wei fared little better. His face contorted in agony as he too retreated 7 steps. The outcome of their initial sparring session caught Wang Wei off guard. He had not anticipated that he would be evenly matched with Huang Quan. This revelation filled him with delight. However, Huang Quan was displeased, drawing out the Tang Dao embedded in the ground, and exclaimed, Brother Wang, that doesn't count. I'm not skilled in fist techniques. Let us spar with weapons this time. No, I'm hungry. Let us go eat instead. Wang Wei chuckled, shaking his head. He thought to himself that sparring with Huang Quan in knife techniques would be akin to seeking torment. With that, he turned toward the cafeteria, and Huang Quan hurriedly followed, persistently pleading, Brother Wang, I beg you, let us spar with weapons, just for 1 minute. Eating is more important. Wang Wei patted Huang Quan on the shoulder, smiling nonchalantly. No matter how much Huang Quan insisted, Wang Wei would not engage in a sparring session with knives. He would not partake in activities that would lead to unnecessary hardship. Wang Wei was well aware of his own capabilities. Having managed to reach a stalemate with Huang Quan, he was determined to maintain that sense of pride. At 8 in the morning, Wang Wei stood inside the entrance of the abandoned factory. Before him stood a row of red alert soldiers, arranged in 3 columns, armed with Type 95 assault rifles. Heavily armored soldiers, Yuri and the wolf dog, stood at the front, exuding an imposing presence. Huang Quan, Uncle Huang Er, and Feng Qianya stood to the left, all gazing toward Wang Wei. An armored mining vehicle, resembling a steel behemoth, was stationed in the center of the open ground. Its 20mm cannon covered with a black cloth, both understated and commanding. 4 modified pickup trucks flanked the armed mining vehicle, their front-end collision devices strikingly prominent. In the second row were 3 trucks laden with 90 tons of grain and a fuel tanker, alongside refrigerated trucks from the grain storage. Commander, personnel, and supplies are all accounted for. A squad leader raised his hand in salute to report to Wang Wei. Wang Wei nodded calmly, gesturing with his hand, his demeanor stern and serious as he called out, All personnel, proceed to the East City base, depart. Chapter 35, This Damned Sense of Oppression. A convoy of 10 vehicles roared towards the East City base. The armed mining vehicles led the way, ready to effortlessly crush any scattered zombies encountered along the road into mere fragments. Even stationary vehicles posed no obstacle for these iron behemoths, which would simply push them aside with their formidable power. 4 modified pickup trucks followed closely behind the armed mining vehicles, with red alert soldiers poised to unleash a barrage from their Type 95 assault rifles should any anomalies arise in the vicinity. Bringing up the rear were 3 trucks laden with provisions, a fuel tanker, and a refrigerated truck, all expertly driven by professional red alert soldiers ensuring they remained in formation. Wang Wei occupied the passenger seat of one of the modified pickup trucks. Through the rearview mirror, he gazed at the refrigerated truck behind them, musing, the pork and beef inside that truck should be saved for my sister. She is at a critical stage of growth, and her nutrition cannot be neglected. During their time at the East City base, life had not been particularly good for Wang Wei and his sister, but it had not been entirely bleak either. By treating gunshot wounds for the minions of powerful factions, he earned enough food to keep them both only half satiated. Meat? That was a mere fantasy. As he looked towards the direction of the East City base, Wang Wei realized it had been over 3 months since his sister had tasted roasted meat. Upon returning, he was determined to ensure she had her fill. With that thought, he retrieved a photograph of his sister from his belongings, a smile spreading across his face. The girl in the photograph was playful and charming, at the tender age of 18, sporting a bun hairstyle, bright eyes, and a radiant smile. Notably, a small beauty mark on her right cheek added to her endearing and cheerful demeanor. This girl was none other than his beloved sister, his only family in this world. For her, Wang Wei would willingly risk his life. Feng Qianya, seated in the back, leaned forward and noticed Wang Wei engrossed in the photograph of the girl. With intrigue, she inquired, "Who is this sister of yours?" "She is quite lovely. She is my biological sister, Wang Xian, the only family I have left in this world. I am returning to the East City base to rescue her from this hellish place," Wang Wei replied, his gaze fixed on the photograph, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Your sister is truly your biological sister?" "No way. Are you certain you share the same mother?" "Your sister is stunningly beautiful, while you are rather plain." Feng Qianya teased from the back seat. "Plain?" Wang Wei's heart sank. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, assessing his own appearance. Youthful and sharp-featured. Was he really plain? Though he may not have matched the top male stars of the pre-apocalyptic world, he was certainly not lacking. In high school, he had even been regarded as the school heartthrob. Unable to contain his surprise, Wang Wei retorted, "Miss Feng, how can you call me plain?" "Haha, Wang Wei. You are truly too gullible. Whatever I say, you believe without question. Well, I must admit, you are not unappealing. In fact, you are quite handsome." Feng Qianya chuckled, covering her mouth. This prompted Wang Wei to cast a helpless glance at her. At that moment, Feng Qianya smiled charmingly, revealing 2 delightful dimples. Her lashes curled gracefully as she laughed, momentarily leaving Wang Wei entranced, surprised by her unexpected beauty. Huang Quan, who was driving, stole a glance at Wang Wei, curiosity piqued. "Brother Wang, which scoundrel from the East City base dares to bully your sister?" "I, Huang Quan, will not spare them." Since they were nearing the East City base, Wang Wei felt no need to conceal the truth. Moreover, it was not a secret that warranted silence. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "It is Xiao Sheng, one of the 8 formidable forces of the East City base." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qianya's demeanor shifted. She regarded Wang Wei with astonishment. "Xiao Sheng, that fellow is quite formidable, commanding over 100 gunmen. Moreover, I have heard that he possesses no fewer than several new humans under his command. With your current forces, engaging him head-on would likely yield little advantage." Given her background at the East City base, it was reasonable for her to be well acquainted with Xiao Sheng's capabilities. Indeed, Wang Wei's group would struggle to gain any substantial advantage in a direct confrontation. Nonetheless, he was resolute in his decision to confront the East City base today. For it was the day when his sister, Wang Xian, was to be coerced into becoming Xiao Sheng's concubine. As an elder brother, even if the path ahead led into the jaws of danger, Wang Wei would not hesitate to rescue his sister. "You speak quite realistically. However, in a head-on clash, that scoundrel Xiao Sheng wouldn't fare much better," Wang Wei declared, his final words delivered with deliberate intensity, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. "Wang Wei, your character is increasingly appealing to me. Would you consider being my younger boyfriend? I can ensure your safety at the East City base." Feng Qianya said playfully with a slight smile. "Perhaps not." "I, Wang Wei, still possess a semblance of pride," he replied, waving his hand dismissively in a nonchalant manner. Gazing into the rearview mirror at Feng Qianya, Wang Wei pondered her cunning nature, noting her reluctance to reveal her true identity thus far. Yet, he understood that she must have connections with some of the significant powers within the East City base. Otherwise, she would not have boasted about protecting him. Wang Wei contemplated. "When the enemy approaches, I shall be prepared to counter, upon reaching the East City base. I hope Feng Qianya will provide invaluable assistance when it matters most, not forgetting that I sheltered her for 2 days." The East City base, one of the 6 major survivor bases in Shicheng, is home to over 20,000 survivors. Situated on the outskirts of the city and characterized by its basin topography, it is inherently defensible. There is but a single entrance and exit, marked by the formidable steel and concrete gates. The stone gate of this city wall towers at 4 meters high, spans 2 meters in width, and stretches 100 meters in length, allowing the defense forces of the East City base to take their positions atop the wall and fire upon threats below. At this moment, thousands of wooden stakes lay scattered outside the city gate, having already impaled numerous zombies, yet the undead still wave their arms, albeit restricted in their movements. Over 50 soldiers from the city defense forces, armed with Type 81 automatic rifles, idly sat cross-legged upon the wall, engaging in games and casual conversation. while only a handful of diligent guards stood vigilant, scanning the horizon. One disgruntled man with a buzz cut expressed his confusion, questioning the necessity of such a large contingent stationed at the wall when the influx of visitors was minimal. In his view, a mere 10-man squad would suffice to guard the gate. Another lean soldier seated opposite him jested about the lack of purpose in their assignment, suggesting that lounging in the company of women would be far more pleasurable. Suddenly, a rumbling noise reverberated through the ground, causing the cards before the buzz-cut man to leap into the air, while small pebbles on the wall danced upwards. The can of beer in his grasp spilled uncontrollably, splattering its contents. "What the hell, an earthquake? Brothers, quickly descend from the wall," he exclaimed in alarm, rising to his feet. Yet, in the next moment, a soldier rushed to report, "Squad leader, deputy squad leader, this is not an earthquake. The sound originates from a convoy up ahead." A convoy? The buzz-cut man turned to gaze towards the source of the noise, and indeed, a convoy emerged on the horizon. Particularly striking was the lead vehicle, a monstrous steel beast clad in heavy armor, equipped with an unyielding steel maw that seemed capable of breaching the city gates with ease. 8 colossal steel wheels thundered across the ground, producing a deafening roar. Having never witnessed such an imposing vehicle, the buzz-cut man swallowed hard, rendered speechless by the sheer might of it. However, the lean soldier beside him voiced the sentiment that lingered in the air: "Damn, what an oppressive presence." Chapter 36. The protective Wang Wei. The armored mining vehicle's weight rivaled that of a heavy tank, with tires forged entirely from steel. The vehicle emitted a thunderous cacophony upon ignition, resonating within a mile radius. This convoy unmistakably belonged to Wang Wei and his entourage. As they approached within 50 meters of the East City base's gates, Wang Wei rolled down his window and called out, "Stop. Squad leader, prepare to disembark with me." The armored mining vehicle came to a halt, followed by the subsequent vehicles, which gradually ceased their movement. Wang Wei stepped out, raising his gaze towards the formidable concrete wall before him, feeling not an ounce of security in its presence. This wall might withstand a sporadic horde of zombies, but it barely sufficed for true protection. However, if the Lord-type zombie were to lead an army of over 200,000 undead to this place, the 100-meter city wall would be rendered utterly inconsequential. Wang Wei had witnessed firsthand how a Lord-type zombie could amass a mountain of corpses, stacking them up to 6 meters high. At that point, the sea of zombies could easily ascend the 4-meter wall by stepping upon the mound of their fallen kin. He was uncertain whether the Lord-type zombie in the city would make its way to the East City base, yet he comprehended that if it arrived here, the East City base would be inundated with blood. This thought plunged Wang Wei into deep contemplation. "I must hasten to gather resources for Red Alert and develop my own Red Alert base. Only in this manner can I withstand the overwhelming tide of the undead." Behind Wang Wei stood a squad leader, clad in camouflage attire, wearing a bulletproof helmet, and wielding a Type 95 assault rifle, making him particularly conspicuous. "I was also a survivor from the East City base. Brothers above, please open the city gate and allow us entry," Wang Wei called out to the buzz-cut man stationed at the gate. He recognized this buzz-cut man as a squad leader under Bai Yi, who was frequently summoned by Bai Yi to oversee the gate. Upon realizing Wang Wei's identity, the buzz-cut man assumed that Wang Wei was a survivor team returning from an expedition and curiously inquired, "Which faction do you belong to within the East City base?" "We belong to no faction," Wang Wei shouted in explanation. Initially, Wang Wei had intended to summon all his subordinates to exert pressure on the buzz-cut man atop the wall. However, he quickly reconsidered. Should Xiao Sheng catch wind of this, it would reveal his hand prematurely. Such a course of action was decidedly unwise. After this pronouncement, the buzz-cut man on the wall fell silent for a moment, as if pondering something. "It is not impossible for you to enter the East City base, but you must relinquish half of the resources you've acquired on this outing. No, it should be 2/3, including that monstrous armored vehicle of yours," the buzz-cut man declared, pointing disdainfully at the armed mining vehicle. Wang Wei's heart sank at this moment. He understood all too well the implication of the buzz-cut man's demands. This man perceived the group below as lacking support, prompting him to seek to plunder their belongings. Such ambition was remarkable. Not only did he demand 2/3 of their resources, but he also coveted their armed mining vehicle. Before Wang Wei could unleash his fury, the squad leader behind him raised an eyebrow, his eyes aflame with rage, and shouted at the buzz-cut man on the wall. "Who do you think you are, acting like a bandit? If you do not open the gate, do not blame us for being impolite." "Oh, I am quite eager to see how you intend to be impolite," the buzz-cut man retorted, waving his hand. The more than 50 city defense soldiers atop the wall raised their Type 81 automatic rifles, aiming their barrels at Wang Wei and the squad leader below. At such a close distance, coupled with the fact that they were outnumbered by more than 50 rifles, Wang Wei understood that should they open fire, he and the squad leader would be instantly riddled with bullets. "I apologize, my subordinate has overstepped. We meant no offense," he said, attempting to defuse the situation. "Could you summon Bei here? I have matters to discuss with him, Wang Wei suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with a newfound strategy as he shouted towards the buzzcut man atop the city wall. The Bey he referred to was none other than the leader of one of the 8 great powers of the East City base. A formidable entity boasting over 1,000 armed men, whose strength was not to be trifled with. Who do you think you are? What makes you worthy of meeting Bey? Your subordinate's earlier remarks have displeased me greatly. Thus, I have altered my demands. You must relinquish at least 4/5 of your supplies. Otherwise, you shall not enter the East City base. The buzzcut man bellowed, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he had Wang Wei firmly in his grasp. This provoked a raised eyebrow from Wang Wei, who felt a surge of irritation. Had it not been for his desire to avoid accumulating enemies and the fact that he lacked sufficient strength, he would have already confronted the man atop the wall. As Wang Wei contemplated how to persuade the other party to open the city gates, Feng Qinya stepped down from the vehicle and chastised the buzzcut man. They are unworthy of meeting Bey, but am I not deserving? This invigorated Wang Wei, who hoped that the man would recognize Feng Qinya's identity and allow him passage through the gates. However, what transpired next took Wang Wei by surprise. The buzzcut man, upon seeing Feng Qinya's beauty, licked his lips and leered, "It has been a while since I encountered such a lovely woman. For your sake, you may leave half of your supplies and let the beauty spend the night with me, and I shall grant you entry." Realizing this, Wang Wei understood that the man on the wall did not recognize Feng Qinya at all. "You insolent cur, how dare you disrespect me? Do you wish for your demise?" Feng Qinya glared fiercely at the buzzcut man. The man, lecherous to the core, smirked and continued to gawk, further infuriating Feng Qinya. Without hesitation, she drew a 92-style pistol and aimed it at the man atop the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. The buzzcut man, quick on his feet, crouched down just in time to evade her bullets. "How dare you shoot at me? Brothers, attack," he commanded, and as the captain of the city defense forces, his order was met with immediate compliance. Over 50 soldiers directed their weapons towards Wang Wei and his companions and pulled the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. The cacophony of gunfire echoed from the wall. Seeing the situation escalate, Wang Wei swiftly grabbed Feng Qinya's hand and pulled her behind the armored mining vehicle, narrowly escaping the hail of bullets. However, the squad leader was not so fortunate. A bullet struck his left shoulder, blood oozing from the wound. Had Wang Wei not dragged him to safety, the squad leader might have met a grim fate. Furious, Wang Wei shouted towards the city defense forces atop the wall. "You bastards! Do you think you can harm my men without consequence? Gunner, take that buzzcut man down." "Yes." Within the cockpit of the armed mining vehicle, the gunner shouted fervently. As his words faded, the black cloth draping the turret fell to the ground, revealing the 20mm cannon which slowly elevated, aiming directly at the buzzcut man atop the city wall. At that moment, the buzzcut man, realizing that the formidable weapon was trained upon him, was gripped by fear. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead and soaked through his shirt. This revelation left him trembling, forcing him to swallow hard. Yet he could not conceal the terror etched upon his face. Had he known earlier that Wang Wei and his companions possessed such a formidable weapon, even 1,000 lies would not have emboldened him to utter the disrespectful words he had just spoken. Regret consumed him, but he now understood it was too late for remorse. Chapter 37. You are regular troops. This buzzcut man truly lacked integrity. Wang Wei, acknowledging that the individual belonged to the city defense forces under the command of Bai Yi, initially chose to address him with civility. However, the buzzcut man repeatedly took advantage of this courtesy, demanding that they relinquish 4/5 of their supplies, a display of insatiable greed. Wang Wei was well aware of the regulations of the East City base, where entry posed no obligation to surrender any resources. The buzzcut man's audacious demands stemmed from his belief that Wang Wei lacked substantial backing, perceiving him as an easy target for exploitation. Yet, on this occasion, the buzzcut man had encountered a formidable adversary. Having harmed Wang Wei's people, he would face dire consequences, for even if the highest powers shielded him, Wang Wei would ensure he felt the repercussions. The 20mm cannon was aimed directly at the buzzcut man's position. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon roared to life, unleashing a barrage of shells that accurately struck the buzzcut man's location upon the city wall. The concrete structure, reinforced with steel, was pockmarked with numerous craters, as the explosive shells shattered the very wall that had shielded the buzzcut man, sending dust and debris cascading down upon him. The city defense soldiers atop the wall hastily returned fire at the armed mining vehicle, the sound of gunfire ringing out as bullets ricocheted off its armored exterior, leaving trails of sparks but inflicting no harm. "Gunner, fire! Deter those city defenders," Wang Wei commanded from behind the vehicle. No sooner had he spoken than the turret swung to face the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks erupted from the cannon's muzzle. With each pull of the trigger, a volley of shells was released. In under 3 seconds, no fewer than 50 rounds struck the wall, rendering it riddled with craters beneath the feet of the city defenders. This display of firepower sent shivers of fear through the defenders atop the wall, as they believed the shells would soon rain down upon them. They hastily crouched down against the wall, abandoning all semblance of courage. "Please, sirs, I recognize my error. Do not fire." The man with the buzz cut concealed himself behind a barricade, raising a small white flag and waving it. "Gunner, cease fire," Wang Wei commanded with a wave of his hand. Instantly, the 20mm cannon atop the turret fell silent. As Wang Wei surveyed the city wall, where the defense troops cowered in fear, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Did these defenders truly believe themselves to be invulnerable? Had it not been for their allegiance to Lord Bei, that previous bombardment would not have merely struck the wall, but would have rained down upon them. Some individuals simply cannot be indulged. They must be made to feel pain to understand fear. Now that they realize their folly, do they not think it is a tad too late? You fired upon my men and attempted to extort me. How do you intend to compensate for this transgression? Wang Wei stepped forward, addressing the defenders huddled behind their cover with a cold reprimand. If I had known of your prowess, I would not have dared to provoke you, even with tenfold courage. How about this? I shall order the city gates to open, and I will forfeit any supplies. You and your resources may freely enter the East City base. Yet, the man with the buzz cut remained too intimidated to rise and speak, evidently wary of Wang Wei's 20mm cannon. In that moment, Wang Wei understood that the once arrogant man had genuinely capitulated. Where had this humility been earlier? Just moments ago, he had been so brazen. Now, a squad leader lay wounded by gunfire. If this man did not pay a price, Wang Wei would not swallow his indignation. Our people must enter the East City base, and someone must account for the injuries inflicted upon my men. You were the one issuing orders just now, weren't you? Come down here so I can disable your arms with 2 shots, and I shall overlook this incident. Wang Wei's expression hardened, his tone commanding. Huang Quan and Uncle Huang Air, upon hearing this, could not help but regard Wang Wei with newfound respect. His concern for his subordinates instilled a deep admiration in them, strengthening their resolve to serve him faithfully. Otherwise, I can offer you some food supplies as compensation, the buzzcut man pleaded. That is non-negotiable. Either your hands are rendered useless, or I shall take your head. Wang Wei replied coldly, directing his gaze at the man. In this matter, he was justified, even if it reached Lord Bei. Wang Wei felt no fear. Just then, the gates of the East City base began to open slowly. Wang Wei was utterly unprepared for what was about to unfold. Over 20 armed defense troops emerged from the base, led by a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, sporting a long beard, with thick brows and prominent eyes, exuding an air of unapproachability. This was none other than the true ruler of the East City base, Lord Bei. Young man, are you certain you wish to act against my people on my territory? Bei stood 15 meters away from Wang Wei, exuding an aura of authority, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue as he regarded Wang Wei for the first time. Behind Bei, 4 figures clad in black and wielding long blades loomed, instilling a sense of unease in Wang Wei. Not only were these individuals formidable new humans, but Bei himself also radiated the unique essence of their kind, unmistakable to the discerning eye. The presence of 5 new humans, alongside a host of armed gunmen, heightened Wang Wei's vigilance considerably. As Bei approached, the buzzcut man atop the city wall discreetly departed, making his way towards the eastern city base. Bei, this entire situation is the doing of your squad leader. He extorted me for 4/5 of my supplies, and even shot one of my men, Wang Wei declared, his demeanor grave as he gestured emphatically. I am aware that my current armed forces are no match for you, Bei. However, the power I represent is not to be trifled with. I have my 1st, 2nd, and 3rd divisions at my disposal. In response, a full platoon of Red Alert soldiers disembarked from their vehicles, standing resolutely behind Wang Wei. Bei was momentarily taken aback by the sight of these soldiers, all brandishing Type 95 automatic rifles and clad in camouflage fatigues. A realization flickering in his eyes as he pondered the implications. Are you regular troops? Bei inquired, his gaze fixed on Wang Wei with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. In the wake of the initial wave of chaos that accompanied the apocalypse, regular military forces had gradually been obliterated. Over 3 months had elapsed since the onset of the disaster, yet here stood a group resembling a regular army, leaving Bei perplexed. Wang Wei initially contemplated denying this assertion, but upon glancing at the platoon of Red Alert soldiers, each embodying a steely resolve, he hesitated. Had he not been privy to the backstory, he too might have been led to believe these soldiers were remnants of the pre-apocalyptic military. Suddenly, an enlightening idea struck Wang Wei, a clever stratagem blossoming in his mind. If Bei doubted the soldiers' legitimacy, then he would simply raise the banner and pull the tiger's skin. After all, it had been 3 months since any news of regular troops had surfaced. No one would be able to unravel this deception. With a smile, Wang Wei nodded at Bei. Bei, your discernment is commendable. Indeed, These men behind me are regular troops. As he uttered these words, Wang Wei couldn't help but admire his own ingenuity, nearly convincing himself of the truth of his own fabrication. Did not the regular army cease to exist after the first wave of the apocalypse? Bei scrutinized Wang Wei's eyes, recognizing the cunning of the ruler of the eastern city base, akin to a wily fox, attempting to discern whether Wang Wei was indeed spinning a web of lies. At that moment, should Wang Wei display even the slightest crack in his facade, Bei's keen gaze would undoubtedly expose him. Thus, the pressure upon Wang Wei was immense. Wang Wei suppressed the tension within him, his expression calm as he smiled lightly and declared, "A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Although our regular army has suffered significant losses, we have managed to retain a small elite force. Currently, we have established a stronghold in the provincial capital, boasting an armed contingent of over 10,000. Wang Wei gestured animatedly, speaking as though it were indeed the truth. The revelation of an armed force exceeding 10,000 astonished Bei and the surrounding city defense troops. Presently, the entire eastern city base comprised 2,000 armed survivors, most of whom lacked substantial combat experience. The notion that the provincial capital's regular army could muster such a formidable force was nothing short of astonishing. As a result, when Bei glanced at Wang Wei, a note of respect crept into his tone, a stark contrast to his earlier condescension towards Wang Wei. Now, he regarded him as an equal, primarily due to the apprehension he felt regarding the forces behind Wang Wei and the provincial army. "What should I call you, young man?" Bei inquired politely. "I am called Wang Wei, formerly of the eastern city base." Wang Wei introduced himself with poise. "Oh, so you are one of our own from the eastern city base. By the way, may I ask what brings you here with a full platoon?" Bei asked, gazing intently into Wang Wei's eyes, his words laden with meaning. The old fox was indeed cunning, attempting to extract information from Wang Wei with every utterance. Wang Wei, however, responded nonchalantly, "There is nothing of great significance. The higher-ups wish to establish a lookout station in the eastern city base and conduct a bit of trade with the locals." "Trade? What kind of trade?" Bei's curiosity piqued further. "We intend to sell some local specialties from the eastern city base," Wang Wei replied casually. "Local specialties? Are you referring to the regional delicacies from the provincial capital?" Bei chuckled lightly. "Certainly not. The specialties we offer include a therapeutic serum that protects ordinary survivors from the zombie virus, and a substance known as the evolution potion, which can transform ordinary survivors into formidable new humans, much like yourself." At this declaration, Bei and his companions were left utterly speechless, their astonishment surpassing even that of their initial discovery of Wang Wei's background. The therapeutic serum and evolution potion being mere local specialties? In that moment, they appeared almost petrified, only regaining their composure after a brief pause. Even the typically composed Bei found himself swallowing hard, unable to conceal the excitement evident on his face. As he repeatedly questioned Wang Wei, "Brother Wang, is this truly the case? You are indeed selling therapeutic serums and evolution potions?" "Yes, indeed," Wang Wei affirmed with a calm nod. Were it anyone else making such claims, Bei might have been skeptical. However, in his eyes, Wang Wei and his companions represented the provincial army, an extraordinary force capable of developing such remarkable products. How splendid it is that the regular army can establish an outpost at our East City base. This is indeed a stroke of fortune for us. However, the East City base is a veritable melange of individuals. Should a large contingent settle there, it might incite trepidation among the locals. The cunning old fox, Bei, spoke with veiled implications once more. Wang Wei, counting his toes in contemplation, discerned that Bei's true concern lay in the potential threat to his dominance over the East City base. "Might I implore you, Bei, to illuminate the path forward?" Wang Wei clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Very well, at the East City base, your outpost may accommodate a maximum of 100 personnel. If your numbers exceed this, I fear it may provoke anxiety among the populace, leading to unwelcome disturbances for my brother Wang." Bei assumed an air of righteous gravity. Yet Wang Wei understood that the populace he referred to was in fact himself. Is it truly the limit of 100 personnel at the East City base? Wang Wei paused, deep in thought. Regardless, he had no intention of establishing his own red alert base there. His aim was merely to capitalize on the therapeutic serum and evolution agents to amass a fortune. Additionally, he sought to recruit capable individuals at the East City base to serve as his reserve forces. "Understood. I appreciate your counsel, Bei." Wang Wei nodded with composure, regarding Bei with respect. "These are mere trifles. It is my honor to assist the regular army. Brother Wang, how many therapeutic serums and evolution agents do you possess? Are they effective? How shall we transact?" Bei posed 3 inquiries in quick succession, evidently placing great importance on the therapeutic serum and evolution agents. "I regret to inform you, Bei, that the upper echelons have mandated confidentiality regarding our stock. However, I can assert that both the therapeutic serum and evolution agents are indeed effective. As for the transaction, The higher authorities are currently amassing gold, so gold jewelry will suffice as currency. Wang Wei spoke with feigned sincerity. In truth, he yearned to sell the therapeutic serum to Bei at once, to acquire a cache of gold for converting into red alert resources, thereby fortifying his position against Xiaosheng. Alas, the shop interface within the red alert system permits purchases only after noon. To procure the therapeutic serum, one must wait until after midday. This realization caused the sergeant standing behind to lower his head, silently lamenting. Commander, you truly possess a gift for embellishment. The gunshot wound on the sergeant's left arm had already been bandaged by Yuri, and as soon as they found a suitable resting place, Wang Wei could retrieve the bullet fragments lodged within the sergeant's arm. Trading with gold? That is a simple matter. I have nothing but a penchant for collecting gold. May we transact now? I wish to purchase some therapeutic serum and evolution agents. Bei inquired with delight. Wang Wei calmly shook his head. There are regulations in place. Transactions may commence tomorrow. Understood. I shall be sure to arrive early tomorrow. Bei nodded enthusiastically. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed within the base, accompanied by the sound of several pickup trucks approaching. Wang Wei raised his head and beheld 5 pickup trucks and over 100 armed gunmen suddenly materializing ahead. The open beds of these trucks were equipped with 50 caliber heavy machine guns. The gunners aimed their weapons at Wang Wei and his companions, while the multitude of armed men readied their rifles, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated. Buyer, hasn't my subordinate executed this task splendidly? I've summoned a whole battalion. This time, those people will surely be left in dire straits. The buzzcut man stepped forward, believing he had accomplished something noteworthy, eager to take credit. Little did he know that Buyer was seething with fury, his face contorted in rage. Chapter 39. The bitter fruit of one's actions. Wang Wei exchanged a glance with the buzzcut man, who resembled a foolish clown. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why not try being bold again? The buzzcut man coldly retorted. In that instant, Buyer could no longer contain his wrath. He swiftly turned and stood before the buzzcut man, raising his right hand to deliver a resounding slap across the man's face. The sound echoed like thunder, leaving the buzzcut man's right cheek swollen and red, resembling that of a pig, as he staggered and fell to the ground. Buyer, why did you strike me without cause? The buzzcut man protested, his face a mask of grievance. Buyer glared fiercely at him, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, and spoke slowly. Not only do I wish to strike you, but I also long to end your life. With that, Buyer raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick to the buzzcut man's face. This kick was infused with all his strength, amplified by Buyer's formidable prowess as a new breed of human. The impact shattered the buzzcut man's nose, blood gushing forth as he flew several meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Thud! The buzzcut man collapsed to the ground, his face smeared with blood, a picture of utter disarray. Buyer, I have done nothing wrong. Why must you assault me? He lamented, unable to rise from the ground. The buzzcut man's subordinates were privy to the underlying circumstances, yet they understood that Buyer was in a volatile state. Thus no one dared to assist him or clarify the unfolding events. Standing aside, Wang Wei observed the buzzcut man's woeful state with a sense of delight. How adorably foolish he was. In this moment, he felt as if he were a distinguished guest before Buyer. Yet, the buzzcut man had the audacity to summon others to confront him without grasping the situation. You haven't erred? Fool. Do you even comprehend the identity of the person before you? Buyer pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Wei, glaring menacingly at the fallen buzzcut man. Is he merely an ordinary person? The buzzcut man protested, clutching his nasal injury, his voice laced with indignation. An ordinary person? Huh. If Brother Wang were an ordinary man, then I would not even qualify to be one myself. Listen closely, for the man before you, Brother Wang, is no ordinary individual. He is the representative of the regular army from the provincial capital. Northern Master clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at the crew-cut man before him. What? He is from the provincial army? The crew-cut man's expression turned to one of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Were this claim to originate from anyone else, he would have dismissed it outright. Yet, spoken by Northern Master, such words compelled him to accept their truth. Northern Master was indeed the very man who not only extorted me, demanding 4/5 of my supplies, but also shot one of my subordinates. I wonder, Northern Master, how do you intend to address this matter? Wang Wei pointed towards the crew-cut man lying on the ground and inquired in a solemn tone. At that moment, the crew-cut man trembled in fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had always assumed that Wang Wei was merely an ordinary survivor. Little did he know that Wang Wei's influence far surpassed his own, backed by a power that eclipsed even that of Northern Master. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from provoking Wang Wei. Regret consumed him, leaving him in despair. The crew-cut man turned to Northern Master, as if grasping at a final lifeline, and hastily knelt before him, repeatedly bowing his head. Northern Master, I have followed you since before the apocalypse, for a decade, and though I may lack merit, I have endured hardships. Please save me. I do not wish to perish. This plea softened Northern Master S' heart, causing him to hesitate in providing a response to Wang Wei. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from within the East City base. Over 100 armed men emerged, led by a young man adorned with a wolf head tattoo on his left cheek, who shouted fiercely, "Which scoundrel dares to bully my young lady? Alang, I am here." Feng Qinya waved her hand, calling out to the tattooed man. This revelation momentarily stunned Wang Wei. The young lady referred to by Alang was none other than Feng Qinya. "Young lady, we have arrived late. I apologize for the fright you endured." Upon seeing Feng Qinya, Alang rushed forward, stopping just 3 paces away. "We welcome you home, young lady." The hundreds of armed men behind Alang echoed in unison, their voices thunderous and commanding. At this juncture, Feng Qinya turned to face Wang Wei directly, winking playfully as she explained, "Wang Wei, have you not always been curious about my identity? I shall reveal it now. I am, in fact, a member of the Feng family, one of the 8 great powers of the East City base. I possess a listening device and a locator. My family could have retrieved me much earlier, but I found you rather intriguing and chose to remain." With this revelation, Wang Wei suddenly understood. No wonder Alang and his group were aware of Feng Qianya's plight. It was because she was equipped with a listening device and a locator. The fact that Feng Qianya held the status of the Feng family's young lady left Wang Wei utterly astonished. He had suspected that Feng Qianya was no ordinary individual, but he never imagined her connections would be so formidable. No wonder, back when we were in the car, it was said that there was someone capable of sheltering themselves at the East City base. The Feng family is indeed a force more formidable than Shaoshang within the East City base. They are regarded as the second most powerful faction there, their status and influence only surpassed by Bei. "Thank you for your candor," Wang Wei nodded calmly, a serene smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the buzzcut man kneeling on the ground trembled in fear, feeling as though he had encountered a stroke of ill fortune. Not only had he offended Wang Wei today, but he had also incurred the wrath of the young lady of the Feng family. At this juncture, Feng Qinya turned to face the buzzcut man, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. However, the buzzcut man was indeed one of Bei's subordinates. Even in the act of punishing a dog, one must heed its master, let alone take a life. Thus, Feng Qinya reported to Bei, "Your subordinate has just insulted me, shown me disrespect, and even expressed a desire to take advantage of me. It would be best to resolve this matter now, lest I return to inform my father. I wonder how you intend to handle this situation?" Wang Wei raised his gaze to assess Bei's expression, which bore a look of exasperation. Bei sighed deeply, understanding the gravity of the situation, and looked down at the buzzcut man with disappointment. "I warned you before, if you do not mend your ways, you will inevitably bring about your own demise. Bei, I was wrong. I shall change my ways. Please, I implore you to save me." The buzzcut man raised his hand to grasp Bei's ankle, weeping and pleading. Yet this time, Bei's demeanor remained resolute. He forcefully kicked the man's hand away and addressed Wang Wei and Feng Qinya, saying, "Brother Wang, Miss Feng, I will provide you with an explanation." With that, Bei seized a Type 92 pistol from one of his subordinates and aimed it at the buzzcut man's head. This sight caused the buzzcut man to widen his eyes in terror. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet hole appeared in the buzzcut man's head, and with a splatter of blood, he collapsed into a pool of crimson, lifeless. This left Wang Wei utterly astonished. He had intended merely to incapacitate the buzzcut man's arms. He had not anticipated Bei's ruthless decisiveness. A brother for 10 years, so swiftly dispatched with a single shot. Truly, the leader of the East City base. His methods and ferocity are nothing short of exceptional. Gazing at Bei, Wang Wei pondered deeply. In future encounters with Bei, one must tread carefully. Upon entering the city, Feng Qinya, her expression impassive, waved her hand and led Alang along with over 100 armed members of the Feng family into the East City base. "Brother Wang, are you satisfied with this resolution?" Bei inquired with a warm demeanor directed at Wang Wei. "Yes, I am satisfied. However, there is one more matter I must discuss with you, Bei. The higher-ups are concerned that I may encounter trouble, and thus they will be dispatching a team to rendezvous with me shortly. Therefore, I kindly ask you to allocate a substantial territory for me and my brothers to have a place to reside within the East City base." Wang Wei nodded nonchalantly, casting a meaningful glance at Bei, implying that should anything happen to him in the East City base, the higher-ups would not rest until justice was served. Chapter 40. With the elder brother present, no one can harm you. Bei is the most formidable figure within the East City base, commanding a legion of over 1,000 city defense troops at his behest. If one could ally with Bei, it would be advantageous, at the very least. During the imminent confrontation with Shaoshang, even if Wang Wei were to falter, Bei would not stand idly by while Wang Wei met his demise at the East City base. This is due to Bei's apprehension regarding the regular army that Wang Wei had alluded to. A fleeting tremor passed through Bei's brow. A momentary flicker that did not escape Wang Wei's keen observation. My brother Wang, as long as you remain in the East City base, I shall ensure your safety. Should anyone dare to lay a hand upon you, they shall be opposing me, Bei. Regarding territorial matters, it is easily resolved. There exists a desolate plot in the southwest corner of the East City base. With the personnel you bring, transforming this vacant land into a forward outpost would pose no challenge. Bei regarded Wang Wei with a smile that was both enigmatic and knowing. Wang Wei nodded calmly, acknowledging. With your assurance, Bei, I am at ease. On behalf of those above, I extend my gratitude to you. Wang Wei cast a discerning glance at Bei, the cunning fox who was subtly ensnaring him. Unbeknownst to others, Bei was communicating that while he could guarantee Wang Wei's safety at the East City base, he would not extend his assistance for other endeavors. When it comes to territory, Bei is indeed quite miserly, readily offering up a mere abandoned space for Wang Wei's use, allowing his men to construct a forward outpost. To Bei, it was merely a patch of wasteland, of little consequence. Let us not stand on ceremony. We are all citizens of Z Nation, and it is only fitting that we assist one another. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Bei said, his expression alight with mirth as he regarded Wang Wei. Very well, Wang Wei replied with a composed nod, outwardly perceiving Bei as sincere and welcoming him into the East City base. Yet, Wang Wei understood that this was entirely due to his earlier mention of the healing serum and evolutionary agents. Were it not for that, Bei would never have permitted him and his entourage to enter the East City base. In one's own lair, one does not allow others to slumber peacefully unless there are interests to be gained. Subsequently, Wang Wei and his companions returned to their vehicle, entering the East City base in grand formation, heading towards the southwest direction. Within the vehicle, an idea struck Wang Wei, and he turned to Uncle Huang in the back seat, asking, Uncle Huang, do you possess a method to obscure the aura of the new humans, rendering their identities undetectable? Uncle Huang paused, seemingly in contemplation, before his expression brightened and he eagerly nodded. I have previously studied some acupuncture secrets that can mask the aura of a strong individual for 2 hours. I believe applying this acupuncture secret to the new humans should yield a similar effect. Excellent. I implore you, Uncle Huang, to proceed immediately with the acupuncture technique to conceal the new human auras of myself and Huang Quan, Wang Wei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Understood, Uncle Huang nodded, refraining from questioning Wang Wei's motives, as if he had discerned something significant. Uncle Huang withdrew several silver needles from his person and swiftly pierced them into Wang Wei's body, causing the aura of the new human to retract instantly, rendering it imperceptible. This revelation brought immense joy to Wang Wei. Were he to present himself as a new human before Xiaosheng, it would undoubtedly arouse Xiaosheng's suspicion. However, with the aura now concealed, Xiaosheng would likely let his guard down, presenting Wang Wei with an invaluable opportunity. The convoy soon arrived at the southwestern wasteland previously mentioned by Lord Bei. The area was overgrown with weeds, adjacent to the riverbank, desolate and devoid of human presence, spanning over 3,000 square meters. After extracting the bullet fragments from the shoulder of the first squad leader, Wang Wei commanded, Squad leader, you are to lead the Red Alert warriors in guarding the supply vehicles. No supplies are to be lost. Should any survivors dare to approach and seize them, shoot on sight. Understood, we will accomplish the task. The squad leader raised his right hand and saluted Wang Wei. Second and third squad leaders, you will remain here for now. I will fire 3 shots as a signal. Upon hearing it, you are to rush to rendezvous with me. Wang Wei directed a serious gaze towards the second and third squad leaders, issuing his command. Yes, they responded in unison, raising their hands in salute. Uncle Huang, Huang Quan. Accompany me, Wang Wei stated, turning to face them with a solemn expression. Very well, they both nodded slightly in agreement. Wang Wei gazed eastward, fully prepared for this return. Even if it meant confronting that scoundrel Xiaosheng and risking everything, he was determined to escort his sister to safety. It had been 3 days since he had left the East City base and returned. He wondered how his sister was faring. In the outer city of the East City base, a slum lay scattered with tattered tents patched together, where the survivors appeared gaunt and malnourished. This slum housed over 10,000 souls, with the city defense forces distributing limited rice porridge daily. Yet, only 4/5 of the survivors could partake, leading to daily fatalities from hunger and disease. In stark contrast, those living within the inner city of the East City base were akin to inhabitants of paradise. At that moment, a group of menacing figures wielding long knives entered the slum. The survivors on the street, terrified, hurriedly made way, retreating to the sides. In no time, these thugs arrived outside a dilapidated tent, where a burly man with pronounced brows shouted, Wang Exine, 3 days have passed. By order of my elder brother, I am here to take you away. There were 7 thugs present, all subordinates of Xiaosheng. Just then, the tense flap was pushed aside, and an 18-year-old girl with a bun hairstyle emerged. This girl was none other than Wang Wei's sister, Wang Xian. Has my elder brother truly left the East City base safely? Wang Xian slowly raised her gaze to the burly man before her, astonished by his words. Why waste words? Come with us. The burly man scoffed, completely dismissing Wang Xian. Xiao Sheng would select an unwed girl each day to share his bed, and it was always the burly man who was sent to fetch these girls. Thus, he was aware of the grim reality. Any girl accompanying Xiao Sheng would not survive the night, subjected to unspeakable torment, ultimately meeting a tragic end. In his eyes, Wang Xian was already as good as dead. I won't leave until you answer me. Has my brother truly escaped the East City base? Wang Xian repeated, her brother Wang Wei's safety seemingly more precious to her than her own life. You're asking for a beating. The burly man, irritated, raised his hand to strike Wang Xian. Startled, she quickly closed her eyes and bowed her head, her delicate brows furrowed in distress. Yet, just as his hand was mere inches from her face, a figure suddenly appeared before her, seizing the burly man's wrist with a powerful grip that rendered him immobile. Brother! Tears welled up in Wang Xian's eyes at the sight of the newcomer, who was none other than Wang Wei, just arrived at the scene. With a swift kick to the burly man's abdomen, a sharp crack echoed as several of his ribs shattered, sending him crashing into a group of thugs. Looking at his sister, Wang Wei vowed, do not fear. With your brother here, no one can harm you. Chapter 41. Fishing with a long line in the past. Wang Wei lacked the ability to protect his sister, but now, he was no longer someone whom others could easily manipulate. With the red alert system at his disposal, his potential far exceeded that of any warlord in the wasteland. Brother, I thought you had left the East City base. Why have you returned? Wang Xian, wiping her tears, gazed at Wang Wei in astonishment. From childhood, she had always called him brother, a habit that had formed over the years. Only after leaving the East City base did I realize that you were forced to marry that scoundrel Xiao Sheng for my sake. You are my sister, my only family in this world, and I could never stand by and watch you suffer. I have returned to ensure you live a good life, free from the tyranny of others. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it, and you shall die. My sister, Wang Xian, is my reverse scale. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on her, I will not hesitate to sever their hands and take their lives. Not even Jesus could save them. Wang Wei gazed tenderly at his sister, gently stroking her hair. Brother, you should not have come back. You are no match for Xiao Sheng. Pay me no mind. And while his main forces have yet to arrive, hasten your escape from the East City base. Wang Xian's eyes were slightly reddened as she looked earnestly at Wang Wei, her voice choking with emotion. In the past, I was not a match for Xiao Sheng, but that does not mean I am now incapable. Sister, worry not. Your brother is here, and all challenges can be overcome. Wang Wei gently patted Wang Xian's shoulder, smiling calmly. At that moment, the burly man who had been knocked down rose with the support of his subordinates. What are you? Just you alone dare to challenge my brother? You must be seeking death. The burly man scoffed coldly, laughter echoing from the 6 henchmen behind him, all of whom looked upon Wang Wei with disdain. Just then, 2 figures approached, an elder and a youth, standing behind Wang Wei. These 2 were none other than Uncle Huang and Huang Quan. Brother Wang, this scoundrel has spoken disrespectfully. Shall I teach him a lesson? Huang Quan's expression was stern as he sought Wang Wei's permission. Yes, eliminate them all. Not a single one should be spared. A murderous glint shone in Wang Wei's eyes as he coldly commanded. Is it merely 2 useless lackeys you called for? Look at how proud you are. Do you truly believe that with just the 3 of you, you can contend against our 7? The burly man sneered. However, before he could finish his taunt, Huang Quan transformed into a gust of wind, darting forward to stand before the burly man. Against this group of thugs, Huang Quan didn't even draw his broadsword from his back. He struck with his iron fists instead. A punch from a new human possesses at least 500 pounds of force. Moreover, Huang Quan was a seasoned fighter, amplifying the lethality of his blows. Bang! Huang Quan's iron fist crashed into the burly man's shoulder blade, producing a sound akin to shattering bone. In front of everyone, the burly man was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, landing 7 meters away like a lifeless dog, groaning in pain and spitting blood. You are mistaken. To deal with your 7 rabble, I alone am sufficient. No need for Brother Wang to intervene. Huang Quan coldly rebuked the fallen burly man. The remaining 6 thugs exchanged fearful glances, evidently intimidated by Huang Quan's earlier display of power. Yet with the first assailant advancing, the rest quickly followed suit. The 6 henchmen brandished their long knives and charged at Huang Quan. Huang Quan drew his broadsword and engaged in combat with the 6 attackers. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated in the air. Huang Quan moved like a reaper, and none of the assailants could withstand his might, one after another. They fell into pools of blood, overwhelmed by Huang Quan's formidable strength. All 6 henchmen were swiftly dispatched by Huang Quan, each struck down with lethal precision. blood splattered everywhere, and the stench of carnage thickened in the atmosphere. Wang Wei initially wished to shield his sister, Wang Xian, from the gruesome scene before them. However, upon reflection, he recognized that in this apocalyptic world, it was imperative for her to acclimate to its brutal realities. At that moment, the once formidable group led by the burly man was reduced to just him, gasping for breath. Huang Quan brandished the tang knife's hilt like a harbinger of death, advancing menacingly toward the burly man. The latter, stripped of his earlier bravado, was now visibly alarmed. "You cannot kill me. I am under Xiaosheng's protection. If you take my life, you will become adversaries of my brother, Xiaosheng, who will undoubtedly seek retribution," the burly man stammered, swallowing hard, yet failing to mask his trepidation. "Xiaosheng, you think we're afraid of him? I will slay you first, then send your brother to the same fate," Huang Quan retorted, raising the tang knife high. Under the sunlight, the blade shimmered ominously. The burly man's fear manifested as he trembled, wetting his trousers, a foul liquid streaming down to the ground. Wang Wei could only smile bitterly at the sight. Truly lacking in fortitude, he thought. Nonetheless, Huang Quan's murderous intent remained unyielding, poised to cleave the burly man's head in two. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Wei, and he cried out, "Huang Quan, spare him." The burly man was merely a pawn in Xiaosheng's game. Slaying him would not resolve their issues. However, allowing him to return could lure Xiaosheng into their trap, potentially presenting an opportunity to eliminate him. Patience is key, reel in the big fish. Huang Quan paused, lowering the knife, and turned to Wang Wei, puzzled. "Brother Wang, why should I spare him? This scoundrel disrespected your sister. He deserves to die? Enough with the questions. Mr. Wang is our leader now, and we must comply with his orders without question," Uncle Huang interjected hastily, sensing Wang Wei's intentions. "You speak wisely. Brother Wang has his reasons. I shall grant this scoundrel a reprieve for now," Huang Quan conceded, nodding slightly and positioning himself to prevent any sudden escape by the burly man. Wang Wei stepped forward, halting 5 paces from the burly man. He looked down with cold resolve and declared, "Return to Xiaosheng and inform him that as long as I am here, I will not allow my sister to be taken by your kind. If you dare to challenge me, come here and settle it. I, Wang Wei, will stand my ground." Chapter 42. Wang Wei, do you dare return? Xiaosheng, the leader of one of the 8 major factions in the East City base, commanded a force of 300 thugs, including over 100 armed men. This substantial power instilled a sense of trepidation in Wang Wei. If Xiaosheng were to dispatch only a fraction of his men, Wang Wei felt confident in his ability to vanquish them. Upon the demise of Xiaosheng, the subordinates under his command found themselves leaderless, descending into chaos. When the time comes for retribution, Wang Wei remains unperturbed. The burly man, having learned that his life could be spared, stifled the excruciating pain coursing through his body and limped back to the camp, refraining from uttering a single harsh word, fearful that Wang Wei might reconsider his decision to spare him. Once the burly man vacated the scene, the residents of the slums emerged from their tents one by one. "Wang Wei, you are no match for Xiaosheng. It would be wise for you to flee," they urged. "Indeed, having slain Xiaosheng's subordinates, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. You must leave the East City base while there is still time. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Wang Wei, take your sister and escape swiftly." The surrounding neighbors regarded Wang Wei with concern, each offering their counsel. This elicited a bitter smile from Wang Wei, as it became apparent that the onlookers, much like his sister, believed him incapable of confronting Xiaosheng. Unbeknownst to them, one of Wang Wei's intentions upon his return was to eliminate that scoundrel Xiaosheng. "I am resolute. I shall not flee," he declared with conviction. "Sister, please step inside. I have matters to discuss with you privately. Uncle Huang Er and Huang Quan, you shall guard the entrance. No one is to enter without my permission." Wang Wei maintained a composed demeanor, exuding an air of unshakable determination. Had this been 3 days prior, he would have heeded their advice without question. But times have changed. Wang Wei was no longer the prey of others' whims. Moreover, after enduring life-threatening encounters over the past 3 days, he had long ceased to fear death. Is it merely a life? After 18 years, I shall still be a man of valor. All right. Wang Xian nodded vigorously, following Wang Wei into the tent. The tents in the slum resembled mobile shelters akin to those found on the grasslands, with interiors spacious enough to resemble a single-room dwelling. Many had intended to eavesdrop on the conversation between Wang Wei and Wang Xian, but upon witnessing the fearsome presence of Huang Quan, they recoiled in terror. Wary of the blood-stained saber he wielded. "Sister, every word I am about to share is of utmost importance. You must listen attentively," Wang Wei said, his expression grave as he faced his sister. "Yes, brother, what is it?" Wang Xian replied, sensing the significance of the moment and nodding earnestly. Wang Wei scanned the tent to ensure they were alone, and then looked directly at his sister. "My current status is not ordinary. I am affiliated with the regular army. Shortly, I will confront Xiao Sheng, but I cannot guarantee victory. Therefore, I will arrange for someone to escort you back to my camp. Should I fall in battle, you must leave the East City base with my men. They will protect you for a lifetime." As Wang Wei spoke these words, his tone grew somber. Gazing at his sister Wang Xian before him, he clenched his fists, silently vowing that he must prevail in this battle for her sake. Upon hearing Wang Wei's declaration, Wang Xian shuddered, seemingly taken aback by her brother's swift transformation into a soldier within merely 3 days. "Brother, I shall not depart. I want to fight alongside you," Wang Xian stated resolutely, lifting her gaze to meet Wang Wei's. "Nonsense. If you remain here, you will only distract me. If you wish for your brother to survive, heed my words and return to my camp. Obey," Wang Wei implored in a hushed tone. Yet, Wang Xian bit her lip, reluctant to acquiesce, revealing her concern for his safety, which warmed Wang Wei's heart. However, before Wang Xian could articulate her thoughts, Wang Wei interrupted, "There is no but. For your sake, I shall survive." After a brief pause, Wang Xian nodded slightly, not wishing to divert Wang Wei's focus. "Very well, I shall return to your camp, brother. But you must promise me that you will come back safe and sound." "Agreed," Wang Wei replied solemnly, nodding his head. At that moment, he glanced at his watch and realized that Xiao Sheng and his group would soon arrive. He called out urgently, "Uncle Huang, please come in." Without hesitation, Uncle Huang entered the tent. "Mr. Huang, how may I assist you?" Uncle Huang, fully aware of his role, clasped his hands respectfully before Wang Wei. "I need you to escort my sister Wang Xian back to the camp and convey my message to the squad leader. If I meet with misfortune, do not seek vengeance on my behalf. Just take my sister and leave the East City base," Wang Wei stated, locking eyes with Uncle Huang. "Understood." Uncle Huang nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, under Wang Wei's watchful gaze, his sister Wang Xian was escorted back to the camp by Uncle Huang. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Wei was filled with deep emotions. Perhaps this would be the last time he would see his sister. For her sake, for the chance to hear her call him brother once more, he tightened his fists and gritted his teeth, the desire for victory intensifying within him. 10 minutes later, Xiao Sheng's men had yet to arrive. Uncle Huang returned from the camp and reported, "Mr. Wang, everything has been taken care of. Thank you for your hard work." Wang Wei exhaled in relief. Regardless of the outcome of the impending battle, Wang Xian's life was secure. This reassured Wang Wei, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the coming confrontation. Outside the tent lay 6 lifeless bodies, blood pooling around them, the metallic scent thickening and drawing the attention of onlookers. At that moment, Wang Wei heard the distant sound of approaching vehicles. "They're here." He raised his head, his expression stern. The survivors nearby quickly parted to clear a path for the vehicles. Before Wang Wei, 4 cars appeared. A Rolls-Royce, resembling a black Phantom, accompanied by 2 Jeeps and a truck, arrived. Wang Wei scrutinized a man in sunglasses seated in the back of the Rolls-Royce, noting a resemblance to Xiao Sheng, thus concluding it was indeed him. Over 20 burly men wielding machetes disembarked from the truck, while 12 armed gunmen emerged from the Jeeps. However, Xiao Sheng remained inside the luxurious vehicle. Observing the scale of the opposing force, Wang Wei could not suppress a sigh of relief. His long game had finally ensnared a significant catch. Moreover, they had deployed merely about 1/10 of their manpower, an extraordinary opportunity for Wang Wei. A chance to eliminate Xiao Sheng. Leading the group was a robust man, exuding an aura of strength, who sneered at Wang Wei. "Wang Wei, do you dare to return?" This man was unmistakably a new breed of human. Chapter 43. Even when given a chance, you prove inept. The strength of these new humans surpassed that of most survivors. In terms of power, speed, and reflexes, they far exceeded ordinary survivors. Even the weakest among them could easily vanquish a dozen knife-wielding thugs. The formidable new humans could rival evolutionary zombies. Huang Quan, standing behind Wang Wei, was undoubtedly among the elite of this new breed, possessing strength that could stand alongside evolutionary zombies. Yet, despite being a new human himself, the imposing figure before them could be judged as no match for Huang Quan based solely on his aura. Wang Wei chose to disregard the brutish man and fixated his gaze on Xiao Sheng inside the Rolls-Royce, coldly challenging, "Xiao Sheng, are you planning to be a coward? Hiding in your car?" Wang Wei aimed to provoke Xiao Sheng into emerging, intending to strike first and eliminate him. However, to Wang Wei's astonishment, although Xiao Sheng clearly heard his taunt, he remained unperturbed, merely observing the outside world from his seat. "You insignificant figures are not worthy of my brother's presence. If you are wise, surrender and hand over your sister, Wang Xian. If I am in a good mood, I may grant you a more comfortable passage." The robust man placed his hands before him, staring intently at Wang Wei. Perhaps due to Wang Wei and Huang Quan concealing their new human auras, the man had not spared them a glance. His tone suggested he felt assured of controlling the situation. Fools are plentiful year after year, but this year seems particularly abundant. "Brother Wang, leave this brute to me." I, Huang Quan, can dismantle him in no time. Huang Quan was eager to engage with the new human. Previously, he would have charged forward without a second thought, but now, as one of Wang Wei's subordinates, he understood that every action required Wang Wei's command. Wang Wei, with an expression of calm indifference, shook his head gently and replied with a composed smile, "No, leave this person to me. I am eager to ascertain the extent of my current abilities." With that, he drew an MP5 submachine gun from his possession. The gunmen opposite him, startled, raised their weapons and aimed at Wang Wei. He pointed the muzzle of the submachine gun skyward and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sharp sound of 3 gunshots echoed. "Look how frightened you all are. Against mere ants like you, I have no need for a firearm. My iron fists alone can shatter your skulls." Wang Wei sneered at the group, led by Xiao Sheng. After speaking, he handed the MP5 to Uncle Huang Air, silently hoping that the second and third squad leaders would hear the signal and arrive promptly. His gunfire was not intended to intimidate those before him, but rather to send a signal to his comrades. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Sheng and his companions failed to grasp Wang Wei's intention, mistakenly believing he was attempting to threaten them. If only he could stall them for a little while longer. When his main force arrived, they would unleash heavy firepower to obliterate Xiao Sheng and his crew in one fell swoop. What audacious bravado! You, an ordinary person, think you can crush our skulls? Such delusions. The burly man cracked his knuckles and advanced toward Wang Wei step by step. As his words faded, Wang Wei shot forward like an arrow, leaping to deliver a powerful blow directly to the man's face. Taken by surprise, the burly man quickly raised his arms to defend himself. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as the man barely managed to block Wang Wei's iron fist, yet the force left his arm aching. It was evident that Wang Wei's strength was formidable. What incredible power! But in the end, you are merely an ordinary man. I will soon show you the absolute chasm between new humans and ordinary folk. The burly man shook his arm to relieve the pain, but regarded Wang Wei with disdain and contempt. At that moment, the burly man initiated the attack, his fist the size of a cooking pot whistling past Wang Wei, who adeptly dodged several times. This caught the man off guard. He had not anticipated Wang Wei's speed and reflexes to be so swift. "Who told you I am just an ordinary person? I, too, am a new human." Wang Wei adjusted his stance, exuding a robust aura as he charged at the burly man. The initial stance of Bajiquan unfolded in an instant, and his iron fists relentlessly struck at the man's body. Bajiquan, the fierce tiger, climbs the mountain. Wang Wei shouted inwardly. The burly man was taken aback. He had not expected Wang Wei to also be a new human. He hastily attempted to evade, but his reaction was a moment too slow, and Wang Wei's fist struck him squarely on the right shoulder. Fortunately for the opponent, being a new human endowed him with a physique stronger than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, that blow would have rendered his right arm useless. 3 points of the King of Hell. Wang Wei launched another assault, offering the burly man no respite. 3 powerful punches targeted the man's chin, neck, and chest. The burly man, wary and unwilling to underestimate Wang Wei, successfully evaded the first 2 strikes. However, the third punch was unavoidable, landing squarely against his chest. A resounding thud echoed through the air as he was sent reeling backward. While still airborne, Wang Wei struck again, the iron fist. His right elbow collided with the man's chest, delivering a force that undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 pounds, shattering several of the man's ribs and sending him crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string, landing 9 meters away. Upon hitting the ground, the burly man appeared pale and gasping, blood spilling from his lips. Wang Wei observed the scene before him with astonishment, never expecting such a new breed of humanity to be so fragile. Or perhaps, it was simply that his own strength was overwhelming, even when given a chance. It proves futile. Wang Wei scoffed coldly. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps filled the air. Wang Wei lifted his gaze, his heart swelling with joy. The Red Alert soldiers had finally arrived. Over 20 Red Alert warriors surrounded the area, heavy infantry positioned atop a nearby building, securing the high ground. Their enhanced M60 machine guns aimed at Xiao Sheng and his entourage below. Yuri and the Red Alert attack dogs stood resolutely by Wang Wei's side. "All personnel from Team 2 are present," shouted the Team 2 leader. "All personnel from Team 3 are present," echoed the Team 3 leader. The weapons of all Red Alert soldiers were trained on the center, causing the 30-odd members of Xiao Sheng's faction to tremble in fear, their legs shaking uncontrollably. "Open fire. Eliminate them all. Leave no one behind," Wang Wei commanded coldly, reclaiming an MP5 submachine gun from Uncle Huang and aiming it at the adversaries before him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wang Wei fired first, pulling the trigger. The surrounding Red Alert soldiers followed suit, raising their Type 95 automatic rifles to unleash a barrage upon Xiao Sheng and his group. The foremost 10 or so henchmen were struck by bullets, their cries of agony ringing out as they fell one after another. The gunmen within Xiao Sheng's faction attempted to retaliate, But before they could pull the trigger, the heavy infantry with the enhanced M60 machine guns had already trained their weapons on them. Rat-a-tat-tat. A stream of fire erupted from the muzzle of the machine gun, the bullets raining down upon the opposing gunmen. In the first wave of fire, every one of Xiao Shung's sharpshooters was hit, collapsing into a pool of blood. Hiding inside a Rolls-Royce, Xiao Shung attempted to flee, but in the next moment, the heavy soldier targeted the luxury vehicle with his machine gun. A full magazine was unleashed, and black smoke billowed from the Rolls-Royce. Boom! The machine gun round struck the vehicle's fuel tank, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that echoed loudly. The shockwave from the blast surged outward, kicking up a cloud of dust, as flames erupted skyward. Chapter 44. One must be ruthless to stand firm under the dense barrage of gunfire. The group, led by Xiao Shung, gradually succumbed to the blood-soaked ground. A Rolls-Royce erupted with a thunderous explosion, rendering the vehicle utterly inoperative as plumes of black smoke ascended into the air. Wang Wei lifted his gaze, a surge of elation coursing through him, and an involuntary smile crept upon his face. Could it be that Xiao Shung had perished so easily? Wang Wei pondered silently. Yet, without witnessing Xiao Shung's lifeless body, an unsettling doubt lingered in his heart. He grasped his MP5 submachine gun and cautiously approached the wrecked Rolls-Royce. Uncle Huang, Huang Quan, Yuri, and the fierce dog followed closely behind, safeguarding Wang Wei's every move. As Wang Wei leaned closer, he discerned a corpse slumped in the driver's seat, though the face was obscured, buried beneath the seat, rendering it impossible for him to ascertain the identity. Huang Quan, drag the body out, Wang Wei commanded, his expression grave. Understood, Huang Quan replied with a slight nod, kicking open the crumpled door and seizing the corpse by the ankle to pull it free. In that moment, Wang Wei finally beheld the visage of the deceased. The individual bore a gaunt appearance, and when donned with sunglasses, bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Shung, even sharing the same physique and hair. However, Wang Wei had previously encountered Xiao Shung. This body, resembling Xiao Shung, was certainly not the real Xiao Shung. Suddenly, Wang Wei's eyes widened in alarm as he sensed something amiss. He quickly shouted, "This is not the true Xiao Shung, but rather his decoy. We have fallen into a trap. We must retreat immediately to the camp." No sooner had he spoken than bang! A sniper's shot rang out. Wang Wei's instincts kicked in, propelling him backward to evade the danger. The bullet narrowly missed him, striking the ground where he had just stood, leaving a deep mark. This sent a wave of shock through Wang Wei, filling him with trepidation. Fortunately, having evolved into a new breed of humanity, his reflexes were exponentially sharper than those of ordinary survivors. Otherwise, that bullet would not have grazed the earth but would have found its mark upon his head. Ambush! Seek cover! Wang Wei shouted through gritted teeth. At that moment, the distant sound of gunfire erupted, a torrential hail of bullets raining down upon Wang Wei and his companions. Among them were the sharp cracks of handguns and the thunderous blasts of rifles. More alarmingly, Wang Wei realized that the adversary was equipped with heavy machine guns. He hastily took refuge beside the wrecked Rolls-Royce, as bullets ricocheted off the vehicle, sparking with each impact. Thankfully, the Rolls-Royce was already rendered useless. Otherwise, another explosion could have resulted in his demise or severe injury. The survivors in the slums, upon hearing the gunfire, huddled within their tents, terrified to venture outside for fear of being ensnared in the chaos. Just then, Wang Wei noticed a commotion ahead as the sound of vehicles approached. Through the gaps in the wreckage, he observed more than 20 assorted vehicles advancing towards them. 2 pickup trucks, each equipped with a heavy machine gun from the last century, bore down on Wang Wei and his companions. The gunners unleashed a relentless barrage, making it impossible for Wang Wei's group to even raise their heads. Following the convoy were over 200 thuggish men wielding machetes, each bearing a menacing demeanor, as if they intended to devour Wang Wei alive. "Ceasefire!" A familiar voice rang out, halting the gunfire abruptly. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Wei's teeth clenched, for he recognized it belonged to that scoundrel, Xiao Shung. How insidious! To have arranged a decoy? What audacity! Fury coursed through Wang Wei as he gritted his teeth. "Wang Wei, I never imagined that in just 3 days you would muster such a formidable force. I underestimated you. Come forth. If you pledge your allegiance to me, I shall overlook the past and spare you and your sister." Xiao Shung stepped down from the vehicle, brandishing a handgun and speaking in a seemingly amiable tone. Despite his gaunt appearance and robust physique, radiating an aura of cheerfulness, those familiar with him understood that Xiao Shung was the archetype of a refined rogue, engaging in nefarious deeds behind a veneer of civility. Peering through the gap of a Rolls-Royce, Wang Wei was taken aback by the sheer number of adversaries before him. It was a veritable sea of humanity, at least 300 strong, comprising over 100 gunmen and 200 machete wielders. Alarm surged within Wang Wei, prompting him to swallow hard, striving to suppress his mounting panic. "Utter nonsense, surrender? Xiao Shung, do you think I am oblivious to your schemes? You merely wish for me to expose myself so that you can eliminate me first. You despicable scoundrel, how shameless can you be, setting a trap with a stand-in? Wang Wei remained concealed beside the abandoned Rolls-Royce, clenching his jaw as he berated Xiao Sheng. All's fair in war. From the moment you let my men go, I sensed something was amiss. If I do not act, it won't be my decoy who falls, but you, Xiao Sheng. You have slaughtered so many of my subordinates. Whether you show yourself or not, you and your men are destined for death. As for your sister, rest assured, I will ensure she experiences enjoyment, and I guarantee she will be bettered in for 3 days afterward. Unfazed by Wang Wei's tirade, Xiao Sheng savored the moment, mocking him with a sardonic smile, attempting to coax Wang Wei into the open. Hearing this, Wang Wei's fists tightened, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes, solidifying his resolve. Even in death, he would take that rascal Xiao Sheng with him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. Wang Wei turned to see armed mining vehicles approaching. Commander, armed mining vehicles have arrived. The driver of the lead vehicle shouted. A surge of elation filled Wang Wei's heart as he quickly commanded, perfect timing. Train your cannons on Xiao Sheng. If he dares to move a muscle, fire at will. As these words were spoken, the 20mm caliber cannon was aimed at Xiao Sheng, causing his expression to shift to one of alarm. He hesitated to move, terrified that the steel monstrosity's projectiles would land upon him. Wang Wei, are you threatening me? Do you truly believe I fear you? I command over 300 men, while you barely have 30. Even if we were to engage, it is you who would face defeat. Here's a proposition. Surrender your weapons, and I shall spare your brothers and sister. Xiao Sheng's face betrayed a hint of panic as he made this concession to Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei harbored no belief in the sincerity of Xiao Sheng's final statement. Yet, he could not deny the truth of Xiao Sheng's earlier words. The disparity in numbers was stark, and should conflict arise, his chances of a devastating defeat were high. Suddenly, Wang Wei's gaze fell upon an offensive grenade strapped to his right shoulder, igniting a spark of inspiration in his mind. He called out with conviction, everyone, retrieve your grenades and throw them at the enemy. Render them incapacitated. Xiao Sheng watched in horror as over 20 red alert soldiers brandished their grenades. His face contorted in rage as he shouted, Wang Wei, should you dare to throw those grenades, I will ensure that each of you suffers a fate worse than death. Yet, Wang Wei's countenance bore no trace of fear. He seemed to disregard the very notion of life and death. In that moment, he laughed heartily. Resembling a madman unafraid of the consequences, his face a mask of hatred directed at Xiao Sheng. One must be ruthless to stand firm. If I must perish, I shall take you down with me. The tension between the two factions had escalated to a palpable standoff. Wang Wei's red alert soldiers had all disengaged their grenade safety pins, gripping them tightly. A simple toss would trigger an explosion within 2 seconds. 20 grenades were poised to be hurled toward Xiao Sheng's position, a devastating blow that would undoubtedly inflict significant casualties. Each grenade possessed a blast radius exceeding 10 square meters, and the combined effect of 20 grenades would encompass at least 200 square meters. The number of injured among Xiao Sheng's ranks could easily surpass 100. Meanwhile, Xiao Sheng's marksmen raised their weapons, aiming at the red alert soldiers before them. 2 heavy machine guns pivoted to target the advancing red alert troops. Yet beads of cold sweat began to form on the brows of the gunners, their shirts dampened by anxiety. They were human too, fearful that the grenades in the hands of their adversaries might land upon them. Just as Wang Wei prepared to throw the first grenade, the sound of an approaching vehicle pierced the air. Leading the charge was an armored vehicle, heavily fortified and mounted with a 12.7mm caliber machine gun, accompanied by a convoy of several jeeps. Wang Wei looked up, pondering the identity of these newcomers. His resolve to eliminate Xiao Sheng remained unwavering. No matter who arrived, this scoundrel must perish. He would not hesitate to stake his own life to see it done, because Wang Wei understood that as long as Xiao Sheng remained alive, both he and his sister, Wang Xian, would find no peace. The newly arrived convoy did not align itself with either Xiao Sheng or Wang Wei's group, but instead positioned itself between the two factions. From the vehicles emerged over 100 armed gunmen, clad in uniform black attire and hats, exuding an imposing presence, akin to a squad that had undergone rigorous training. Upon merely catching sight of this contingent, Wang Wei instantly comprehended their origins. The arrival was none other than the city defense forces commanded by Lord Bei of the East City base. The distinctive black clothing and hats of the city defense forces made their identity unmistakable, though fewer in number than Xiao Sheng's men. Each member of the city defense was well equipped, predominantly armed with Type 81 automatic rifles, and among every 10 city defense soldiers, there was typically a heavy machine gun. In contrast, Xiao Sheng had only 2 heavy machine guns at his disposal, while the city defense forces present boasted no fewer than 10. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from the front. Brother Wang, Brother Xiao, what is the necessity of this conflict? Why resort to violence? We are all from the East City base. Let us lay our grievances upon the table and resolve them without weapons, lest we damage our camaraderie. Lord Bei descended from an armored vehicle. A cigar clenched between his fingers, exhaling a plume of smoke that momentarily obscured the surroundings. Before Wang Wei could respond, Xiao Sheng, brimming with agitation, interjected as if he had found a savior. Lord Bei, your arrival is fortuitous. Wang Wei has slain over 30 of my men and now dares to challenge me. If our forces unite, we shall surely eradicate this scoundrel Wang Wei, Xiao Sheng implored, casting a pleading gaze towards Lord Bei. Wang Wei, however, could not help but raise an eyebrow at Xiao Sheng's fervent words. Should Lord Bei choose to support Xiao Sheng, given the current military strength of both factions, his defeat would be inevitable. Although Wang Wei had previously deceived Lord Bei into believing he was part of a legitimate provincial military force, he remained oblivious to Lord Bei's true intentions. The entirety of the East City base was well aware of the intricacies surrounding its 8 major powers, and having resided there for 3 months, Wang Wei too possessed insight into these dynamics. Among the 8 factions lay 2 principal camps, one led by the Feng family, comprising 4 established local powers, which had roots in Shichang that spanned a century before the apocalypse. The other, spearheaded by Lord Bei, constituted the new faction, also with 4 forces, which had evolved from mere ruffians into a formidable presence in the wake of the apocalypse. Xiao Sheng was one of the factions within this new force. Broadly speaking, Xiao Sheng and Lord Bei were allies within the same camp, sharing a close connection. The old and new factions engaged in daily skirmishes, both overt and covert. Thus, it was assured that Lord Bei would not abandon Xiao Sheng, as doing so would jeopardize his own standing within the East City base. This realization caused Wang Wei to raise an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Lord Bei, who was savoring his cigar. If Lord Bei truly intended to assist Xiao Sheng against him, how would he respond? For now, he could only rely on chance. Which side does Master Bei truly stand on? If Master Bei aligns himself with Xiao Sheng, then today, I would surely meet my doom. The mere thought of it made Wang Wei swallow hard, desperately concealing the panic etched on his face, feigning a demeanor of calm. Yet, in reality, his heart raced with anxiety, teetering at the brink of despair. However, the subsequent scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Master Bei's expression twitched, darkening abruptly as he tossed his cigar to the ground, directing a scathing reprimand at Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng, has your mind become muddled? Before seeking my assistance, might you first ascertain Mr. Wang's identity? You cannot lay a hand on him. With a tone of admonishment, Master Bei scolded Xiao Sheng. At these words, Wang Wei felt an immense relief wash over him. He had wagered correctly. Master Bei was indeed on his side. Xiao Sheng, upon hearing Master Bei's declaration, trembled in disbelief, casting a bewildered glance at Wang Wei before turning to face Master Bei directly, offering a wry smile. Master Bei, what do you mean? I'm afraid I don't quite grasp your point. You must understand, Brother Wang is untouchable. Xiao Sheng, you must promptly apologize to Brother Wang. Master Bei exclaimed, exasperated by Xiao Sheng's ignorance. I will not apologize. Isn't he merely an ordinary survivor? Xiao Sheng retorted, visibly perplexed. Clearly, he remained oblivious to Wang Wei's true standing, believing that Wang Wei's fortunate circumstances alone had attracted such formidable armed forces. Given your usual cleverness, how have you become so foolish now? Since you are unaware of Mr. Wang's identity, allow me to enlighten you. Mr. Wang is the representative of the provincial army, sent here under orders to establish a forward outpost at the East City base. Master Bei glared fiercely at Xiao Sheng, his dissatisfaction palpable as he explained. Upon hearing this, shock rippled through Xiao Sheng's camp. They could hardly fathom that Wang Wei's group was, in fact, the provincial army's delegation. Xiao Sheng, too, was taken aback. Had it not been for Master Bei's words, he would never have believed Wang Wei's identity, even under duress. The might of the regular army far surpassed the combined strength of all factions at the East City base. Such a force was certainly not one that Xiao Sheng's family could afford to offend. Realization struck, and beads of sweat broke out on Xiao Sheng's forehead as he swallowed hard, his body trembling involuntarily. Wang Wei observed Xiao Sheng's current state, understanding that fear had gripped him. So, Wang Wei, no, Mr. Wang, is the representative of the regular army. This was all a grave misunderstanding, a colossal error. Why are you still holding your weapons? Lower them at once. Mr. Wang, I acknowledge my fault. I apologize. I promise to visit you personally to express my contrition. Let us withdraw. With that, Xiao Sheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow and smiled apologetically at Wang Wei. He then gestured for his over 300 subordinates to leave the scene. Once, he exuded an air of invincibility. However, upon discovering Wang Wei's true identity, he quickly yielded. This elicited a sardonic smile from Wang Wei. With a cold, menacing gaze fixed on Xiao Sheng, he spoke with a chilling tone. Did I permit you to leave? Chapter 46. 30 pounds of gold. From the moment Xiao Sheng attempted to monopolize Wang Xian, Wang Wei harbored a deadly resolve against him. Despite Xiaoxing being one of the 8 formidable powers of the East City base, Wang Wei felt no fear. Only by eliminating Xiaoxing could he quell the fury raging within him. Now, with the knowledge that the influential Bai Yi of the East City base stood on his side, Wang Wei's heart surged with joy. Perceiving it as a fortuitous chance, an opportunity to eradicate Xiaoxing once and for all, Bai Yi arrived with hundreds of armed men, including no fewer than 10 heavy machine guns. Notably, the armored vehicle following Bai Yi carried a 12.7mm caliber anti-aircraft machine gun, its lethality only second to the 20mm caliber cannon of an armed mining vehicle. With Bai Yi's assistance, not only could Xiaoxing be swiftly dealt with, but annihilating his entire entourage would also be a feasible endeavor. At that moment, Xiaoxing quivered, a fresh sheen of cold sweat reappearing on his brow. Although fury boiled within him, he dared not display it, instead turning with a facade of contrition toward Wang Wei, saying, "Mr. Wang, I was in the wrong before. I should not have harbored intentions toward your sister, nor should I have laid hands on you. How about this? I am willing to offer you a generous sum of resources as a gesture of my sincere apology." This elicited a mocking sentiment from Wang Wei. Sincere apology? Utter nonsense. Had Xiaoxing not discovered his true identity, they would have clashed long ago. Now, Xiaoxing was the epitome of a bully who preyed on the weak. Unaware of Wang Wei's status, he had thought him a soft target to manipulate at will. But upon learning of Wang Wei's affiliation with the provincial military, he was left trembling with fear. "I do not seek your apology, nor do I desire your resources. I only want your life." Wang Wei articulated the final words with gritted teeth, the air thick with murderous intent. This caused Xiaoxing's face to twitch imperceptibly, clearly incensed. Bai Yi stepped forward, wearing a congenial smile as he interjected, "Brother Wang, grant me this favor. Let us each take a step back. We are all part of the East City base, and it is unwise to escalate matters over trivialities." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi, realizing he preferred not to witness Xiaoxing's demise, thus seeking to mediate the conflict between them. Wang Wei furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering whether pressing the issue to eliminate Xiaoxing would compel Bai Yi to switch allegiance and side with Xiaoxing. If that were to occur, the situation could drastically shift. This thought sent a wave of anxiety through Wang Wei. One misstep could lead to an abyss of despair. However, Wang Wei was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity before him to eliminate Xiaoxing. He tentatively addressed Bai Yi, saying, "Master Bai, if we unite our forces to remove Xiaoxing, I can bring my troops into your camp thereafter. What Xiaoxing can do for you, I, Wang Wei, can also accomplish in the future." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoxing's countenance darkened, falling into silence as he gazed at Bai Yi. In that moment, Bai Yi became the focal point of the gathering. Whether to engage in battle or not hinged entirely on which side Bai Yi chose to support. Initially swayed by Wang Wei's persuasion, Bai Yi paused to reflect before gently shaking his head with a smile, replying, "I maintain my previous stance. The best outcome would be for both of you to take a step back. I shall not align with either of your factions. If you wish to fight, then fight. I shall not interfere." On the surface, Bai Yi appeared neutral, yet Wang Wei understood all too well that, in his heart, Bai Yi ultimately favored Xiaoxing. This was hardly surprising, as Xiaoxing had maintained a close relationship with Bai Yi even before the apocalypse. Furthermore, Bai Yi had to consider the sentiments of the other two emerging factions as well. Abandoning Xiaoxing could very well lead to a rift with them. Wang Wei, while ostensibly the representative of the legitimate military in the provincial city, wielded vast influence behind the scenes. Yet, this was merely a verbal promise. No one could guarantee its fulfillment. In comparison, the risks seemed to outweigh the benefits. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Xiaoxing was jubilant, aware that Wang Wei's current military strength could not possibly overcome him. In contrast, Wang Wei was troubled, realizing that he could only prolong Xiaoxing's existence for the time being. When he amassed absolute power in the future, he would undoubtedly strike again to claim the head of that scoundrel, Xiaoxing. Clenching his fists, Wang Wei mused, "For your sake, Bai Yi, I can take a step back and spare Xiaoxing's life. However, while he may escape the death penalty, he must still pay a price as compensation." Adopting a resolute stance, Wang Wei offered Bai Yi a way out. "Of course, I am curious as to what Brother Wang desires in compensation from Xiaoxing?" Bai Yi inquired, his expression warm and congenial, concealing any trace of anger or joy. Such individuals are often profoundly shrewd. Wang Wei glanced at Xiaoxing and then at the surrounding red alert soldiers, contemplating that what he lacked most at present was gold. With sufficient gold, he could convert red alert resources, develop new units, and expand his forces. He could even establish a red alert base and cultivate his influence. With this in mind, Wang Wei suddenly envisioned his desires. "I require 30 pounds of gold," he declared, extending 3 fingers and speaking in a grave tone. This amounted to 15,000 gold in red alert. Were it not for the commander-level restrictions, he could summon 150 red alert soldiers with such resources. The declaration of 30 pounds of gold astonished everyone present. Although gold may not serve as sustenance in the post-apocalyptic world, it undeniably possesses a remarkable ability to retain value. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, many individuals are amassing gold, hopeful that it will enable their resurgence once the turmoil subsides. Thus, it is not merely the ordinary survivors who are collecting gold. Even the leaders of the 8 major factions in the East City base are in pursuit of it. However, none anticipated that Wang Wei would audaciously demand 30 pounds of gold. Xiao Sheng was taken aback, initially believing that Wang Wei sought to inflict physical harm upon him, only to discover that the demand was for gold. 30 pounds of gold is an exorbitant amount, although I have gathered a considerable collection of gold jewelry. The total weight barely amounts to 20 pounds, rendering it impossible to produce 30 pounds in one go. Xiao Sheng shook his head, feeling powerless. This matter does not concern me. It is your issue, Xiao Sheng. I require 30 pounds of gold, not a gram less. Although my current military strength may not yet rival yours, rest assured, my reinforcements will soon converge with me. At that point, I guarantee that I shall uproot you entirely. Wang Wei's demeanor was stern as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Sheng. He employed his adept persuasion techniques once more, intimidating Xiao Sheng, while simultaneously hinting to the nearby Bai Yi that should Xiao Sheng fail to deliver the 30 pounds of gold, he would find a way to eliminate Xiao Sheng regardless of Bai Yi's involvement. Bai Yi's expression flickered, evidently swayed by Wang Wei's insinuation, and he proactively addressed Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng, I can lend you 10 pounds of gold. However, you must repay me in due time, understood? Understood, I am grateful to you, Bai Yi. Xiao Sheng responded promptly with a respectful gesture. Bai Yi nodded with composure, turning to Wang Wei with a smile. Mr. Wang, given that both parties have taken steps back, let us allow Xiao Sheng to return with his people for now. The 30 pounds of gold will be dispatched to your camp shortly. Unacceptable. The 30 pounds of gold must be presented to me first before Xiao Sheng can depart, Wang Wei asserted resolutely. He had proclaimed that compensation would be provided in the form of 30 pounds of gold, yet who could guarantee its actual delivery? It was conceivable that it might take time before the gold was forthcoming. Only when the 30 pounds of gold lay before him would he feel assured. Chapter 47. Ascending to the next rank, both Bai Yi and Xiao Sheng have proven themselves capable of reaching their current positions, which attests to their exceptional cunning. They are shrewd individuals, and engaging with them necessitates utmost caution. Promises, in their eyes, may be fulfilled, yet they can equally remain unfulfilled. This is precisely why Wang Wei maintained his unwavering stance, insisting on seeing the 30 pounds of gold up front. Xiao Sheng, with a furrowed brow, gazed at Wang Wei with discontent. My gold is securely stored in a safe, the code of which only I know. Therefore, I must return to retrieve the gold for you. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. You could share the code with your trusted aide. Allowing him to bring the gold to me, Wang Wei waved his hand dismissively, casually offering a suggestion. Xiao Sheng lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought, and for a fleeting moment, a shadow of gloom crossed his face. Yet Wang Wei discerned the expression that flickered across Xiao Sheng's countenance. However, Wang Wei remained unfazed. What he craved was 30 pounds of gold. What did it matter what Xiao Sheng was contemplating? Moments later, a smile emerged on Xiao Sheng's face, one that appeared forced and insincere, causing Wang Wei to feel a wave of nausea. Very well, I shall act according to Mr. Wang's wishes and instruct my subordinates to bring forth the gold, Xiao Sheng remarked, wearing an innocuous facade as he gazed at Wang Wei. Yet, deep down, Wang Wei understood that Xiao Sheng was likely concocting some devious scheme behind the scenes. Nevertheless, he resolved to face whatever challenges arose. As long as he secured the 30 pounds of gold, Wang Wei would be able to procure red alert units once more in the upcoming conflict. Even without the assistance of Bai Yi, Wang Wei possessed the prowess to eliminate Xiao Sheng. Having spoken, Xiao Sheng gestured and whispered instructions to one of his loyal confidants. What was said remained a mystery to Wang Wei. He merely observed as the confidant nodded repeatedly, occasionally glancing up at him, as if plotting something sinister. Soon, that confidant drove off towards Xiao Sheng's camp, and within moments, the vehicle vanished from sight. Bai Yi raised his hand and solemnly instructed one of his subordinates, vice officer, return to the inner city and procure 10 pounds of gold. Yes, Bai Yi, the vice officer nodded, hastily embarking in a jeep towards the inner city. Seeing the cooperation from the other side, Wang Wei chose to remain silent, leaning against the armed mining vehicle as he awaited the arrival of the 30 pounds of gold. The Red Alert soldiers reattached the safety pins to their grenades and returned them to their original places, standing resolutely behind Wang Wei, ready to heed his commands at a moment's notice. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Sheng's confidant and Bai Yi's vice officer returned in succession, each carrying a briefcase, which they placed before Wang Wei. This sight brightened Wang Wei's countenance, and a smile blossomed on his face as he waved his hand, saying with nonchalance, "I kindly ask you both to open the cases." The two men sought confirmation from Bei Yi and Xiao Sheng, and upon receiving nods from their respective leaders, they opened the black briefcases. Before Wang Wei lay a scene that filled him with immense delight, for both briefcases contained genuine gold. Just as Wang Wei reached out to touch the 20 pounds of gold that Xiao Sheng had provided, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, the wolf-dog rifle stationed behind him seemed to sense an unusual scent, lunging forward and knocking Xiao Sheng's confidant to the ground. The 20 pounds of gold scattered across the floor, with several gold bars landing upon the face of Xiao Sheng's confidant. What transpired next left Wang Wei astonished. As multiple gold bars struck the confidant's face, his skin began to visibly corrode at an alarming rate, emitting acrid white smoke that filled the air. While anguished cries erupted from his lips, raw and heart-wrenching, as if he longed to end his suffering against the wall. "Ah, it hurts. Xiao Ge, save me." Xiao Sheng's confidant writhed on the ground, the corrosive agony rendering him in a state worse than death. This sight sent a shiver down Wang Wei's spine, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. The 20 pounds of gold were indeed toxic, and not just any poison, but one with formidable corrosive properties. Fortunately, the wolf-dog rifle had sensed the danger in time, preventing him from falling victim to this fate. Had it not been for that, the unfortunate figure writhing on the ground would have been his own ending. The realization that such lethal poison could lurk within perfectly ordinary gold was alarming. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Wei knew that this was undoubtedly the machination of that scoundrel Xiao Sheng. No one else would resort to such treachery. "Xiao Sheng, it seems you have malicious intent towards me." "Very well, if that is the case, then let us all perish together." Wang Wei retrieved a grenade from his person. Pulling the safety pin, the red alert soldiers behind him followed suit, each ready to act upon their commander's command. The 20mm cannon of the armed mining vehicle once again aimed menacingly at Xiao Sheng, poised for action. Xiao Sheng's expression darkened, akin to someone whose plot had been thwarted, yet he quickly masked his face with a guise of innocence, drawing his sidearm and leveling it at his agonized confidant. The poor soul's visage was grotesquely eroded by the toxin, resembling a specter that instilled fear. Bang! A gunshot rang out, leaving a bullet hole in the confidant's head, who then fell lifelessly to the ground. Wang Wei was taken aback, astonished by Xiao Sheng's ruthlessness. Without hesitation, he had executed his own subordinate. "Mr. Wang, I take full responsibility for my failure to manage my subordinates. However, this was not orchestrated by me. It was undoubtedly this scoundrel's doing, attempting to pit us against each other in a deadly struggle, hoping to seize power amidst the chaos. Now, I am cleansing my ranks, offering you an explanation," Xiao Sheng declared, appearing righteous as he pointed to the deceased confidant. This only elicited disdain from Wang Wei. Such eloquence. Did he truly believe himself to be a fool? From beginning to end, this entire affair was instigated by Xiao Sheng. Meanwhile, Bei Yi, standing aside, seemed to grasp the underlying intricacies of the situation but feigned ignorance, choosing not to intervene. Clearly, Bei Yi was shielding Xiao Sheng. At this juncture, Wang Wei faced two potential courses of action: to engage in a bloody confrontation with Xiao Sheng, or to grant him a way out, feigning confusion. After careful contemplation, Wang Wei ultimately chose the latter. Preserving one's strength for future endeavors was paramount. Once his red alert forces attained sufficient power, retribution against Xiao Sheng would be inevitable. With a calm demeanor, Wang Wei nodded lightly, a serene smile gracing his lips as he said, "Ah, so it is. My apologies, I nearly misconstrued your intentions. I should be the one to apologize to you, Mr. Wang. Now that the 30 pounds of gold have been accounted for and misunderstandings cleared, I shall take my leave, as there are matters within the camp that require my attention." Xiao Sheng inclined his body in a formal gesture of respect. "Be my guest," Wang Wei replied, his expression remaining unfazed. At the moment Xiao Sheng turned around, Wang Wei instantaneously sensed a shadowy glint in Xiao Sheng's eyes, reminiscent of a murderous intent. Given Xiao Sheng's temperament, the scoundrel would undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. Glaring at Xiao Sheng's retreating figure, Wang Wei gritted his teeth, vowing that one day he would personally sever Xiao Sheng's head from his shoulders. "I swear it." North he uttered a subtly phrased remark before leading his entourage away in grand fashion, leaving only Wang Wei and his companions behind. Wang Wei, observing the golden bars smeared with potent poison beneath his feet, was acutely aware of their highly corrosive nature. He waved his hand and commanded, "Class 2, from a circle." Yes, the red alert soldiers of Class 2 nodded solemnly, standing erect to encircle Wang Wei, ensuring that the outside survivors could not glimpse the details within. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wei whispered, "Red alert system, convert this gold." In an instant, both the 20 pounds of poisoned gold and the 10 pounds bestowed by North vanished from sight. The mechanical voice of the red alert system resonated. "Congratulations, Your Excellency Commander. You have acquired 15,000 gold, bringing the total system resources to 15,909 gold. Wang Wei's heart surged with joy, his face unable to conceal his excitement. Red alert system, I wish to advance to the battalion commander level, he exclaimed eagerly. Chapter 48. Formation of the new recruits. To ascend the commander level, one must expend system resources. Currently, Wang Wei held the rank of squad commander and needed to consume 10,000 gold worth of red alert resources to elevate to battalion commander. Wang Wei had initially anticipated that it would take time to gather sufficient system resources for promotion. However, he had not foreseen that during this return to the East City base, although he had failed to exact revenge, he had acquired 30 pounds of gold from Shaosheng. Converting this into system resources would yield 15,000 gold. At that moment, a flash of golden light enveloped Wang Wei, significantly enhancing his equipment. Before he could fully assess his new gear, the red alert system's voice chimed in. Esteemed commander, congratulations on your promotion to battalion commander. You are now permitted to recruit a maximum of 100 soldiers, and 2 new troop types have been added, red alert engineers and red alert snipers. Wang Wei already had 1 red alert engineer under his command, but the red alert sniper piqued his interest. Gazing at the troop interface, he noted the high attributes of the red alert sniper, feeling a genuine sense of envy. However, the research and cost were considerable. The research expense for a red alert sniper was 6,000 gold, while the cost to produce one was 600 gold. The research cost for a red alert engineer was similarly steep at 5,000 gold, with a production cost of 500 gold. Nearly every troop type's research expense was tenfold the unit price. Now that Wang Wei had ascended to battalion commander, having expended 10,000 gold in system resources, he was left with a total of 5,909 gold in the system resources. Subsequently, Wang Wei cast a glance at his own transformation, a smile inadvertently gracing his visage. Red alert system, could you enlighten me about any additional changes following my promotion to the rank of company commander? Aside from an increase in troop capacity and the addition of 2 primary units, the enhancements to the commander's equipment were substantial. The original commander's battle suit, capable of withstanding handgun bullets, had now evolved. The company commander's attire could resist small-caliber rifle fire. In terms of armament, while the primary weapon remained unchanged, 2 additional submachine gun magazines had been incorporated, bringing the total ammunition count to 120 rounds. Previously, one could procure evolution serum with a purity of 50. Now, the option to purchase serum with a purity of 60 was available, albeit at an increased cost of 500 gold. The red alert system provided a detailed explanation, igniting a surge of excitement within Wang Wei. The enhanced commander's battle suit, in particular, filled him with satisfaction. The ability to withstand small-caliber rifle fire significantly augmented his chances of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Unless faced with heavy-caliber weaponry, Wang Wei felt secure from the threat of ambushes. The addition of 2 MP5 submachine gun magazines was fortuitous, providing ample ammunition for honing his marksmanship. Following the departure of Bei Yi and Shaosheng, survivors began to emerge from the slums, casting curious glances at Wang Wei's group. Initially, he had intended to recruit some red alert soldiers, but with the crowd's presence, he decided to return and deliberate on the allocation of the remaining 5,909 gold coins. Everyone, return to the camp. Wang Wei gestured with his hand and called out. Yes, the red alert soldiers responded with a resounding cheer. Moments later, Wang Wei and his entourage returned to the camp. As he stepped down from the pickup truck, his sister, Wang Exine, rushed forward, arms wide open, embracing him tightly. Brother, I've missed you so much, she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears that streamed down her cheeks, falling into Wang Wei's hands. I've missed you too. Wang Wei gently patted his sister's back, his voice filled with heartfelt sincerity. In this world, Wang Exine was his last remaining family. His desire to become a formidable figure in this wasteland stemmed from a longing to possess enough strength to safeguard his sister, ensuring that no one would dare to bully them again. Wang Exine was, without a doubt, the most significant person in Wang Wei's life, irreplaceable by anyone else. I'm truly happy to see you back. Are you hurt? Let me see. Wang Exine stepped back, scrutinizing Wang Wei with concern. Your brother possesses remarkable powers. If there were any injuries, it would surely be those adversaries who would bear the scars. Wang Wei replied with a smile. Thank goodness you're unharmed. Wang Exine sighed in relief upon confirming her brother's safety. At this moment, Wang Wei recalled that he had pressing matters to attend to. He gently patted his sister Wang Exine's arm and said softly, Sister, it's almost noon, and I find myself a bit hungry. Could you assist the class leader in the kitchen and prepare today's lunch? All right, I'll head there right away, Wang Exine replied obediently, her eyelashes curling as she smiled, radiating innocence. After Wang Exine made her way to the kitchen, Wang Wei turned to Huang Quan and instructed, Huang Quan, Brother Wang, what is your command? Huang Quan inquired with curiosity. There is indeed a matter I need your assistance with. My sister, Wang Xian, is the most important person in my life, and my enemies are surely aware of this. I suspect they will target her in the future. I need you to be my sister's bodyguard, ensuring her safety at all times. Can you manage that? Wang Wei gazed thoughtfully at Huang Quan. The safety of his sister was of paramount importance, and he could not afford to be careless. He needed someone formidable to protect her, and after careful consideration, he concluded that only Huang Quan was capable of this significant task. Brother, whatever you ask of me, I shall do. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. As long as I live, I will ensure that Wang Xian suffers not a scratch, Huang Quan asserted resolutely, looking directly at Wang Wei. With your word, I feel reassured. Wang Wei replied, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, Huang Quan proceeded towards the kitchen, appearing ready to take on the role of Wang Xian's personal bodyguard. Since the team had only recently arrived at the East City base, the camp had merely cleared away some weeds. The vehicles were temporarily arranged to form a makeshift wall, encompassing an open area of several hundred square meters. Wang Wei mused to himself, it seems I must hire some laborers from the slums today to help construct a proper wall around this space. But first, I must address the pressing matters at hand. Wang Wei approached the armed mining vehicle, positioning himself where his sister Wang Xian and Huang Quan could not see him. He silently commanded, Red Alert System, purchase 30 Red Alert soldiers. Instantly, a flash of golden light illuminated the ground. As the brilliance faded, figures materialized before him. 30 newly minted Red Alert soldiers, clad in camouflage, brimming with vigor and spirit, donned helmets and wielded Type 95 assault rifles, stood before Wang Wei. Red Alert soldiers. Reporting to the commander. The 30 new recruits stood at attention, raising their hands to salute Wang Wei in unison, their movements impeccably synchronized, echoing with an overwhelming presence. The Red Alert soldiers purchased through the system were as flesh and blood as any living being. Wang Wei gazed upon the 30 spirited Red Alert soldiers, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The formation of this new platoon meant that he now commanded 2 platoons in total, comprising 63 Red Alert soldiers. This undoubtedly significantly bolstered his strength. Wang Wei originally intended to develop the heavy infantry of Red Alert, wishing to purchase a few to bolster the firepower of his team. However, the research cost for the heavy infantry was quite exorbitant, amounting to a staggering 4,000 gold. Given his current circumstances, this expenditure was beyond his means. He decided instead to procure several Red Alert soldiers at the price of 100 gold each. Once he accumulated sufficient resources, he would then pursue the development of the heavy infantry. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Wei, prompting him to inquire softly of the Red Alert system. Red Alert system. I recall that in the game, various military units require the construction of specific buildings for procurement. Why is it that this is not necessary now? In response, the voice of the Red Alert system resonated within Wang Wei's mind. The Red Alert system possesses a unique characteristic. Individual soldier units are not governed by building permissions, but rather by the rank of the commander. The higher the commander's level, the more powerful the Red Alert units that can be developed. As for tanks and aircraft, they necessitate both the approval of the system's buildings and the rank of the commander before they can be created. This revelation enlightened Wang Wei. Contemplating this, his curiosity intensified regarding the formidable nature of the tanks he would manufacture once he constructed the vehicle factory. At that moment, he observed a line of new Red Alert soldiers before him and, with a sense of amusement, asked, Who among you is the squad leader? Not a single one of the 30 new recruits stepped forward, remaining silent. The leaders of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads seemed to sense something amiss and hurriedly approached. The 3rd squad leader quickly stood before Wang Wei, reporting in, I am the 2nd squad leader. To Wang Wei's surprise, the former 3rd squad leader had assumed the role of 2nd squad leader. Who is the 1st squad leader? Wang Wei inquired, puzzled. Reporting in, I am the 1st squad leader. The former 2nd squad leader raised his hand in a respectful salute. And you, 1st squad leader? Wang Wei turned to the 1st squad leader, his curiosity piqued. Reporting, Commander, from this moment on, I am the squad leader of your guard unit. The former 1st squad leader stood tall, saluting. This clarified matters for Wang Wei. Since his promotion to company commander, his previous officers had all advanced a rank alongside him. And he now had an additional guard unit, which he found intriguing. The guard unit comprised 10 members, tasked with providing close protection for Wang Wei and relaying signals. The 1st Red Alert squad consisted of 22 members and a wolf dog armed with a rifle, while the 2nd squad included 30 new Red Alert soldiers. At that moment, his sister, Wang Xian, called from the back kitchen of the camp, Elder brother, dinner is ready. Okay, I'll be right there. Wang Wei replied, waving his hand to signal the teams to return to the camp for their meal. His sister, along with Uncle Huang Er and Huang Quan, expressed curiosity about the arrival of the new recruits. Wang Wei fabricated a story, claiming they were reinforcements from the provincial city. fortuitously arriving to rendezvous at the East City base. The others, believing his words, harbored no suspicions. After a hearty meal, Wang Wei was engaged in a discussion with the Red Alert engineer regarding the transformation of the camp. Engineer, please provide an estimate. How many materials will be required to convert this area of over 3,000 square meters into a camp? Wang Wei stood beside the armed mining vehicle, gazing intently at the Red Alert engineer before him. The camp was lacking in nearly every essential resource, with the sole exception of food. Even basic necessities like chairs, tables, and tents were in short supply. Thus, Wang Wei planned to take the new recruits on an expedition to procure some fundamental materials, including steel bars, concrete, and bricks. The engineer did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for half a minute before finally lifting his head to reply. The materials for constructing the camp can be sourced from the riverbed, but we are critically short on steel bars, concrete, and bricks. We will require at least 50 tons of steel bars, 100 tons of concrete, and approximately 200 tons of bricks. This revelation caused Wang Wei to draw in a sharp breath. The construction of a camp necessitated an immense quantity of steel, concrete, and bricks. Fortunately, not far from the East City base lay a town that specialized in producing these very materials, which undoubtedly possessed an ample supply. At that moment, the squad leader approached and saluted Wang Wei, stating, "Commander, a group of people has arrived outside, bringing supplies and requesting to see you." The mention of incoming supplies sparked Wang Wei's interest. "Let the leader of the group in," he commanded. "Yes, sir," the squad leader nodded. Before long, a familiar voice resonated from ahead. "Wang Wei, you've done well. You've left Xiaosheng in such a predicament that he even had to compensate you with 30 pounds of gold." Wang Wei looked up to see that the speaker was none other than Feng Qianya, the esteemed young lady of the Feng family, ranked second among the factions in the East City base. Accompanying her was a dapper gentleman in a suit, appearing to be in his early 30s. Before Wang Wei could inquire further, the man introduced himself. "Mr. Wang, you are quite the accomplished young man. I am Zhang Laolu from the Zhang family." Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that Feng Qianya would be accompanied by someone of such stature. The Zhang family was also one of the 8 major factions within the East City base, and Zhang Laolu was none other than the current head of the family. Much like the Feng family, the Zhang family was a long-established power. "Miss Feng, Brother Liu, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" Wang Wei inquired directly. "I appreciate your straightforwardness. Since you and your team have just arrived at the East City base, I am certain you are in need of essential supplies. I am here on behalf of my family, bringing you a donation of tents," Feng Qianya replied, waving her hand. Standing beside her, Zhang Laolu added with a smile, "I have brought some tables, chairs, and bedding, and I will ensure that electricity is connected to your camp, so you will have light tonight." Both Feng Qianya and Zhang Laolu offered resources that Wang Wei urgently required. However, Wang Wei understood a fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Thus, he did not accept their gifts immediately, but instead smiled at them with curiosity, saying, "I cannot accept without offering something in return. How could this be without merit? Your recent dealings have left Xiaosheng in such disarray that he has lost face in the East City base, which brings honor to our established factions," Feng Qianya retorted. Feng Qianya calmly elucidated. Zhang Laolu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Mr. Wang, your reputation has been firmly established at the East City base. Our long-standing faction is eager to ally with you, and we can assist in eliminating Xiaosheng together." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei immediately grasped the intentions of those before him. No wonder they wore such congenial expressions. They had arrived bearing the very supplies he urgently required. It appeared there were ulterior motives at play. The long-standing faction of the East City base sought to recruit him. Before Wang Wei could speak, the squad leader hurriedly approached, reporting, "Commander, Master Bei has arrived, bringing along a batch of supplies." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qianya and Zhang Laolu exchanged glances. Wang Wei lowered his head, inwardly bemused. It seemed that not only the long-standing faction of the East City base wished to recruit him, even the newly formed Sun faction had designs on him. Chapter 50, A Deceptive Maneuver. Master Bei arrived with supplies. Wang Wei needed no further contemplation to surmise that his purpose was akin to that of Feng Qianya and Zhang Laolu. They all wished for him to join their ranks. Should Wang Wei align himself with any faction, it would undoubtedly enhance their overall strength significantly. However, this would irrevocably offend the opposing faction. Choosing one over the other was a thankless endeavor. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Wang Wei's mind, and he waved his hand, instructing the squad leader, "Please invite Master Bei in." "Yes." The squad leader nodded in affirmation. Feng Qianya and Zhang Laolu, standing nearby, refrained from further comment, clearly aware that this was Wang Wei's domain, where all decisions rested with him. Any attempt to obstruct or intervene would challenge Wang Wei's authority. In less than half a minute, Master Bei entered the camp alone. What a lively gathering. Even Miss Feng and Laolu are present. Master Bei greeted with a seemingly harmless smile. Before Feng Qinya and Jiang Laolu could respond, Wang Wei turned to Master Bei, clasped his hands in greeting, and straightforwardly inquired, "Master Bei, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" Wang Wei was well aware of Master Bei's intentions, yet some matters necessitated a pretense of ignorance. "Brother Wang, I brought a large contingent to the East City base, and surely you require a supply of living essentials. Thus, I came specifically to present you with a batch of prairie tents and some necessities. This is not only to compensate for our previous unpleasantness, but also to formally invite you to join our Sun faction," Master Bei declared forthrightly. Disregarding the presence of Feng Qinya and Jiang Laolu, "Master Bei, one must adhere to the principles of precedence in such matters. Our long-standing faction arrived first. Your actions seem rather inappropriate," Feng Qinya interjected, her hands clasped before her, her delicate brows furrowed in displeasure. "I find it entirely appropriate." Master Bei waved his hand dismissively. Unperturbed, the audacity of Bei Yi left Feng Qinya seething, her eyes darkening as she turned to Wang Wei and inquired, "Wang Wei, if you join our old faction, we can assist you in dealing with your enemies." Bei Yi, unyielding, addressed Wang Wei with courtesy, "Brother Wang, there are no eternal foes in this world, only everlasting interests. If you align yourself with our new faction, I assure you that within a month, you will become the 9th most powerful entity in the East City base." All eyes in the room shifted toward Wang Wei, who, in that moment, became the center of attention. He contemplated the two before him, regardless of which faction he chose. He would offend the other, a predicament that seemed a futile endeavor. Yet, he could not deny his desire for the resources they offered. True to his nature, he felt he would be remiss not to accept their generous gifts. "Bei Yi, Miss Feng, you are aware that I, Wang Wei, am a man of organization, bound to heed its directives. The choice of faction is something I can merely suggest to my superiors. The final decision lies with them," Wang Wei explained with a smile, subtly conveying to the three that he had no immediate intention of joining either faction. They could not coerce him into taking sides. However, should he find comfort in their offers, he might consider aligning with one of them. Both Bei Yi and Feng Qinya, along with Jiang Laolu, understood Wang Wei's implications. Indeed, Wang Wei's organization was disciplined, necessitating a report before any decision could be made. "The resources I brought will only rot away in the warehouse. Thus, I kindly ask you to accept them, Brother Wang," Bei Yi said amiably, hoping to win Wang Wei's favor. "Brother Wang, I also implore you to accept the resources we have brought. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will do my utmost to help," Feng Qinya added, unwilling to concede in her attempt to create a favorable impression on Wang Wei. Both parties were eager to court him. "Since that is the case, I shall not be polite. On behalf of my organization, I extend my gratitude to you three," Wang Wei replied, feigning reluctance while inwardly reveling in his good fortune. Double benefits, without the need to choose a side. It felt akin to a windfall. More importantly, as long as he refrained from declaring his allegiance, neither of the two factions in East City would dare to openly offend him. Even Xiao Sheng would have to tread carefully. "Please, do not hesitate to seek my assistance whenever needed," Bei Yi smiled. At that moment, an idea struck Wang Wei. He clasped his hands and smiled. "Mountain Lord, Miss Feng, Brother Lu, I indeed have a favor to ask of you. I intend to procure a batch of rebar and cement to construct a camp outside the base, but I lack sufficient trucks. Thus, I would like to boldly request a few trucks from you." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qinya stepped forward, declaring, "Is it simply a matter of trucks? We have plenty within our old faction. Not only can I lend them to you, but I can even give them to you. Brother Wang, I have 9 trucks at my disposal, and they are yours." In a fervent display of eagerness, Bei Yi expressed his intentions. Both parties were keen to extend their utmost assistance and ingratiate themselves with Wang Wei, aiming to leave a favorable impression that might encourage Wang Wei to align himself with their respective factions in the future. "Given the scarcity of manpower, I shall resort to a compensated arrangement to borrow from you. If possible, I would like to request 6 trucks from each of you, to be returned in their original quantity before nightfall, with a reward of 100 pounds of rice per truck," Wang Wei stated with an air of nonchalance. "That is agreeable." Both Bei Yi and Feng Qinya nodded without hesitation. "Thank you, esteemed colleagues." A smile graced Wang Wei's face. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to secure a fleet of trucks, and to his surprise, a solution had swiftly presented itself. With both major factions vying for his favor, it seemed a waste not to capitalize on the opportunity. Once Bei Yi and Feng Qianya's entourage departed the camp, the squad leader of the guards approached Wang Wei, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Commander, I must say, you possess a remarkable talent for persuasion. Moreover, you exhibit a cunning wit. Oh, let us be cautious with our terminology. This is not mere persuasion, nor is it cunning, but rather wisdom," Wang Wei replied with a gentle pat on the squad leader's shoulder. Gather all members of the guard squad. We shall embark on a visit to the slums. What is the purpose of going to the slums? The squad leader inquired, puzzled. To recruit laborers. Wang Wei advanced ahead, his demeanor calm and untroubled. Chapter 51, Boss. Do you think I am capable? Constructing the camp necessitates a vast quantity of building materials. Wang Wei had diligently committed to memory the tonnage of steel bars, concrete, and bricks as mentioned by the Red Alert engineer. Hence, he had sought to borrow 12 large trucks from the two factions. With the truck issue resolved, it was time to address the recruitment of workers. After all, such an enormous volume of building materials could not be expected to be transported solely by his Red Alert soldiers. The slums housed a plethora of young laborers, idly waiting for work, which presented an opportune moment for Wang Wei to offer them food in exchange for their assistance in moving steel bars, concrete, and bricks. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the streets of the slums echoed with the sounds of two honking vehicles. Two pickup trucks came to a halt in a densely populated area of the slums. 8 Red Alert soldiers, clad in camouflage and armed with Type 95 assault rifles, disembarked, while 2 of their comrades remained at the wheel. At that moment, Wang Wei stood atop the open bed of the foremost pickup truck, holding a megaphone. He pressed the button to activate the device, and a crackling sound ensued. Hello, hello, hello? Wang Wei called out, testing the functionality of the megaphone. The survivors of the slums, upon hearing the commotion, paused in their tracks and turned their curious gazes toward Wang Wei. Before long, an increasing number of individuals gathered, eager to discern the nature of the unfolding event. In less than 5 seconds, over 1,000 emaciated survivors, their stomachs growling in hunger, stood within a 100-meter radius. All eyes fixed intently on Wang Wei. Is everyone hungry? Would you like to have a hearty meal? Wang Wei raised the loudspeaker to his lips, amplifying his voice threefold, ensuring that everyone present could hear him clearly. The mere mention of hunger caused many survivors' stomachs to rumble audibly. Wang Wei was acutely aware of the dire living conditions of the majority of survivors from the East City base, having himself endured 3 months of life there. Although survivors received a daily ration of kanji distributed by the 2 major factions, it was limited to 1 serving per day, and each portion barely filled half a bowl. This scarcity of food meant that some frail and ailing survivors often went without a meal. I haven't had a full meal since the apocalypse began, echoed the sentiments of many. Is this brother really going to distribute food to us for free? Murmured the crowd. Wang Wei scoffed at the naivety of the survivors. Did they truly believe he was some kind of benevolent savior? Even if he possessed an ample supply of food, he would not distribute it freely. In this post-apocalyptic world, only the capable and resourceful could secure sufficient sustenance. If they wished to eat their fill, they must first consider what they could contribute. If you desire a full meal, then you must be quiet, Wang Wei proclaimed into the loudspeaker. The thousands surrounding him fell silent, their demeanor more obedient than that of students facing a strict teacher. A palpable tension filled the air as a multitude of eyes turned toward Wang Wei. He surveyed the crowd with a serious expression and spoke calmly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To have enough to eat, you must be willing to pay a price. I, Wang Wei, am neither a do-gooder from the old world nor a tyrant. As long as you are obedient and wholeheartedly serve me, I can guarantee your hunger will be satisfied. As his words hung in the air, many survivors stepped forward, pleading, "Can we have some food first? I'm so hungry." In an instant, dozens began to clamor, each voicing their desperation, causing a slight uproar among the crowd. Wang Wei drew his MP5 submachine gun, firing a barrage of bullets into the sky. The sharp cracks of gunfire echoed, and the spent cartridges clattered to the ground. The thousands of survivors, startled by the sound, instinctively trembled, ceasing their disorderly behavior. They gazed at Wang Wei with a mix of respect and, more importantly, fear. Lowering his weapon, Wang Wei's expression hardened as he coldly declared, "But should anyone take advantage of my generosity and disregard my commands, know that my gun is not aimed at the sky, but at their heads." At that moment, Wang Wei embodied both benevolence and authority. To ensure compliance from the survivors, mere persuasion was insufficient. He needed to instill a sense of fear within them. Only when they were afraid would they listen and refrain from harboring ulterior motives. I intend to employ 200 robust men to journey to Yanshan Town. Our team will be tasked with exterminating the nearby zombies and ensuring the safety of your people. The hired individuals will also assist in transporting construction materials to the trucks. Each participant will receive 2 pounds of rice, available on a first-come, first-served basis, Wang Wei proclaimed, positioning the loudspeaker at his mouth with a grave tone. Upon hearing this announcement, the thousands of survivors present exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. The prospect of traveling to Yanshan Town to transport construction materials seemed perilous. Indeed, who could predict the unforeseen dangers that might arise? If these individuals fail to protect us, we would be in dire straits. 2 pounds of rice for undertaking potentially life-threatening tasks felt rather unworthy. The surrounding survivors shook their heads, appearing reluctant to participate. A middle-aged man with a shifty appearance gazed at Wang Wei and mockingly remarked, "You expect us to risk our lives for merely 2 pounds of rice? You are being exceedingly frugal. At the very least, offer each person 20 pounds. No, 50 pounds of rice, and then we might consider signing up." 50 pounds of rice. This elicited a derisive laugh from Wang Wei. This man, it seemed, was quite famished. To audaciously demand 50 pounds of rice. Did he truly think Wang Wei was a fool with an abundance of provisions? Observing that many in the crowd were rallying behind the man's mockery, Wang Wei realized that without taking decisive action, attracting 200 laborers would prove challenging. Very well. I shall increase the offer from 2 pounds of rice per person to 3 pounds. Should anyone meet with misfortune while out, I will compensate the family of the deceased with tenfold remuneration. There are only 200 spots available. First come, first served. Wang Wei declared solemnly, raising his voice. One must be willing to sacrifice to achieve one's goals. To motivate the survivors to act, one must offer a greater portion of sustenance. The shifty man sneered, dismissively addressing Wang Wei, "Is that all? I expected you to offer 50 pounds per person. You think 3 pounds of rice will entice us? Dream on. I assure you, no one will follow you." He spoke with confidence. However, the subsequent scene left him utterly astonished. The survivors began to step forward eagerly. "I want to sign up. 3 pounds of rice is better than none. It's just an outing. If I perish, my mother will receive 30 pounds of rice in compensation. It's worth it." Many survivors voiced their intentions, and in the blink of an eye, more than 500 individuals chose to enlist. Yet, only 200 positions were available. A surplus of applicants. Wang Wei surveyed the unfolding scene with satisfaction. Hadn't he, the shifty man, claimed that not a single survivor would volunteer? Now, over 500 were stepping forward. At that moment, the previously boisterous man jogged over, a grin plastered on his face, standing before Wang Wei. "Boss, what do you think of my prospects?" Chapter 52. Abundance commands authority. Wang Wei exchanged a knowing smile with the head of security. The man who had once been so arrogant had transformed entirely, now eager to enlist. It was indeed a case of adapting to the winds of change. Wang Wei gazed down imposingly at the man with beady eyes before him and jested, "Pray, do not speak so lightly. In our humble locale, how could we possibly afford the services of such a revered figure as yourself?" Just moments ago, this fellow had audaciously demanded Wang Wei pay each individual 50 pounds of rice. Did he truly consider Wang Wei a philanthropist? Presently, the formidable powers in the East City base occasionally employ survivors from the slums for various tasks, yet the compensation seldom exceeds 1 pound of rice per person per day. Acknowledging the inherent risks of the forthcoming venture, Wang Wei had deemed it reasonable to propose a remuneration of 3 pounds of rice per individual. "Boss, I admit I spoke out of turn earlier and uttered some unflattering words. Please grant me another chance. I possess great strength and can accomplish the work of 2 men. The man with beady eyes flexed his muscular arms, displaying a standard fitness pose, and beseeched Wang Wei. "Had you not been so reckless with your words, perhaps the offer of 2 pounds of rice each would have swiftly filled the 200 slots. Now, I find myself burdened with an excess of 200 pounds of rice. How can you still dare to ask for another opportunity? What gives you the audacity?" Wang Wei's hands rested firmly in front of him, his expression stern. This left the man with beady eyes utterly speechless, his gaze lowered, and a deep regret washed over him. Regret for having offended Wang Wei with his earlier remarks. He had foolishly squandered this chance. Everyone must bear the consequences of their misdeeds. No one is exempt. "Sergeant, I do not wish to see this man again. If he remains before me after 10 seconds, shoot him on sight," Wang Wei commanded coldly. What could have been settled with a total of 400 pounds of rice had now escalated to 600. An additional 200 pounds due to this wretched man. "Understood," the sergeant nodded, directing his firearm at the man with beady eyes while counting down. This terrified the man, causing him to tremble and break into a cold sweat, prompting him to flee as if he wished for additional legs to hasten his escape. In less than 10 seconds, he vanished from sight. Wang Wei, standing atop the vehicle, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This scoundrel may lack skill, yet he was remarkably adept at fleeing. Grasping the megaphone, Wang Wei noticed over 500 individuals eager to register, a mix of men and women. He raised his voice, "Not just anyone can enroll. I seek strong, capable men. Sergeant, you shall oversee the selection and record their names." "Yes." The sergeant saluted Wang Wei. Half an hour later, the 200 laborer positions were filled. Wang Wei surveyed the workers he had gathered. They were robust men, though gaunt from prolonged starvation. Numerous survivors still met Wang Wei's criteria and implored him, "Boss, please accept me. I am strong. Indeed, accept us too. We shall unquestionably obey your commands. We can manage with just 3 kilograms of rice. 2 kilograms per person will suffice." As individuals arrive one after another, there are now over 1,000 survivors eager to enlist. Among those who meet the criteria, there are no fewer than 300. Wang Wei, observing the chaotic crowd before him, adopted a serious demeanor, and picked up the megaphone, coldly declaring, "I have stated before that there are only 200 positions available on a first-come, first-served basis. The quota has now been filled, and recruitment will not continue for the moment." A collective sigh of disappointment resonated among the thousands of survivors, each lamenting their failure to register sooner, their spirits visibly diminished. "Boss, do you have any other work for us?" A bespectacled young man inquired of Wang Wei. Indeed, there were other tasks at hand, but they would not commence immediately. "If you wish, you may wait here until before 4 this afternoon. I will hire a group of laborers to construct the camp," Wang Wei replied calmly. After much contemplation, he resolved that the camp needed to be established without delay. The camp within the East City base served merely as a temporary shelter, aimed at later recruiting a reserve army and selling healing serums to amass gold. Wang Wei had no intention of building the main base here, due to the entangled power dynamics and the insufficient 4-meter city walls that could not withstand the onslaught of the zombie hordes. Only by establishing his own red alert base outside could he truly feel secure. As his words hung in the air, the previously despondent survivors lifted their heads, their faces alight with excitement, each eager to voice their intentions. "Wonderful. I want to sign up. I shall remain here, ready to serve the boss." Others echoed, "The boss is a good person. May good people live long." Wang Wei couldn't help but smile wryly. He was no benevolent figure. In this apocalyptic world, goodness often led to a swift demise. If he were to offer them compensation, it would be contingent upon their contributions. Wang Wei had no intention of supporting idlers. In this dire age, it was the ruthless who survived. Subsequently, Wang Wei returned to the camp with his security detail, followed by 200 robust laborers. The procession moved through the streets, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Some attempted to infiltrate the ranks of the laborers, but Wang Wei raised his megaphone, sternly warning, "The 200 laborers are all registered. We will distribute provisions according to the roster. Anyone wishing to sneak in should be prepared for a futile endeavor. Do not say, 'I did not warn you.'" Upon hearing this, many survivors abandoned their dubious intentions. Before long, the procession reached the camp. Feng Xianya and Bei Yi honored their promises by sending people with 6 trucks. At that moment, 12 large trucks were parked before Wang Wei, neatly arranged in 2 rows, a sight to behold. This brought a sense of satisfaction to Wang Wei. 12 large trucks, once laden with steel, cement, and bricks, would sufficiently meet the material requirements for constructing the camp. A long line, "You shall guard the camp with your men. Should any adversaries approach, shoot on sight. The squad leader and the second company leader, take your respective teams and accompany me to Yinshan town," Wang Wei commanded, gazing at the senior officials of the Red Alert. "Yes," the crowd responded in unison. Just as Wang Wei was about to shout for departure, his younger sister, Wang Exan, rushed over, grasping his arm and pleading, "Brother, I wish to accompany you." Huang Quan stood silently by, saying nothing. "Absurd. The outside world is perilous, and you are well aware of it." Wang Wei unhesitatingly rejected his sister's request. "I do not wish to live perpetually in a greenhouse. I want to assist you, even if my contribution seems trivial." Wang Xian insisted, lifting her gaze to meet Wang Wei's. This sentiment struck a chord in Wang Wei's heart. The notion that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse could never flourish in the open air left him astonished. Perhaps it was not wise to confine his sister under his protective wing indefinitely. After contemplating for a few seconds while observing his resolute sister, Wang Wei finally nodded slightly. He retrieved a Type 92 pistol and a magazine from his person, placing them in Wang Xian's hands. "Very well. Perhaps it is time for you to experience the harshness of this new world. I consent to your joining us. But you must heed my commands and remain with the group," Wang Wei stated with conviction. "Thank you, brother," Wang Xian exclaimed joyfully, accepting the pistol and ammunition. Huang Quan stepped forward, addressing Wang Wei earnestly. "Brother Wang, rest assured, I shall ensure Wang Xian's safety." Wang Wei nodded, patting Huang Quan's shoulder. Huang Quan's prowess among the new breed was unparalleled, and with him safeguarding Wang Xian, Wang Wei felt reassured. Casting a sweeping glance at those present, Wang Wei waved his hand and declared, "Let us depart." Chapter 53. Fear, a cloud over the mind for this mission. Wang Wei mobilized a significant portion of the Red Alert soldiers. One security squad, alongside the second company of recruits, totaled 40 Red Alert soldiers. The journey to Yinshan town served 2 purposes: to gather ample construction materials and to drill the recruits, elevating them to the level of first-star veterans. The disparity between soldiers in the no-star and 1-star states was considerable. Differences in combat capabilities, marksmanship, and equipment were stark. To elevate Red Alert soldiers to 3-star status not only required combat experience, but also time and seniority. However, advancing to 1-star status demanded merely a requisite amount of combat experience. Wang Wei had previously estimated that a Red Alert soldier needed to eliminate approximately 35 ordinary zombies to achieve the rank of a 1-star soldier. The challenge was not insurmountable. In addition to the 12 trucks, there were 3 pickup trucks accompanying the convoy. Wang Wei and his entourage, accompanied by 200 laborers, proceeded with great vigor towards Yinshan town. After a span of 40 minutes, they arrived at the outskirts of Yinshan town. Prior to the apocalypse, this town boasted a modest permanent population, not exceeding 3,000, and its inhabitants were widely dispersed. While it was referred to as a town, the term village would be more fitting. The roar of their vehicles soon attracted the attention of the zombies lurking within Yinshan town. A cacophony of growls erupted. Wang Wei, seated in the driver's position of the foremost pickup truck, steered the vehicle directly towards the encroaching horde. With a resounding crash, the collision reverberated. The pickup, equipped with a collision-resistant apparatus, emerged unscathed, while the unfortunate zombie was sent hurtling, landing 20 meters away on the grass. Remarkably, even in its defeated state, the zombie staggered towards the advancing vehicles. The convoy, undeterred by the presence of the undead, accelerated towards the cement factory. In a brief moment, they reached their destination. Wang Wei disembarked first, retrieving his MP5 submachine gun, and commanded, "Everyone dismount. Security team, follow me in eliminating the zombies within the factory. New recruits, secure the main entrance and dispatch any zombies that approach." Yes, the Red Alert soldiers responded in unison, under the leadership of the second platoon leader. The new recruits hastened to the factory entrance, effectively neutralizing the zombies that surged forward. Meanwhile, not all of the 200 laborers had disembarked when over 20 zombies burst forth from the factory, their gaping maws aimed at Wang Wei and his group. Wang Wei, sensing the urgency, swiftly aimed his weapon at the advancing horde and squeezed the trigger. The gunfire erupted in a series of rapid bursts, a shower of sparks igniting from the muzzle. In an instant, 5 zombies collapsed, blood spraying forth as they were struck down. Wang Wei was taken aback by this newfound accuracy. His marksmanship had evidently improved. Previously, he struggled to take down even a single zombie with a similar barrage. Yet now he had felled 5. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. This transformation was undoubtedly a result of his evolution into a new breed of humanity. Since embracing this new form, not only had his strength and speed surged, but his vision and ability to track movement had also significantly enhanced. The security team, armed with their Type 95 assault rifles, directed their weapons at the approaching zombies. A relentless barrage enveloped the advancing horde, causing them to fall one after another into pools of blood. The stench of carnage thickened in the air as over 20 lifeless bodies lay scattered. Led by the squad leader, all Red Alert guards entered the factory together. At that moment, zombies emerged from all directions, instilling fear in the hearts of the 200 laborers, who trembled in terror. Some individuals, overwhelmed by fear, lost their senses and fled in a frantic direction. A laborer dashed into a nearby bungalow, only to encounter 2 zombies within. Right before Wang Wei's eyes, the 2 zombies viciously tore into the laborer's throat, causing blood to spill profusely onto the ground amid his anguished cries. Swiftly, Wang Wei aimed his firearm at the zombies inside the bungalow and pulled the trigger. Sparks erupted from the muzzle as he dispatched the 2 undead creatures. "Boss, save me. I do not wish to die," the laborer gasped, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as he spoke. With his throat ravaged by the zombies, the laborer was beyond salvation. The room was permeated with the stench of blood. Wang Wei lifted his submachine gun, and a single bullet ended the laborer's life. The sound of the gunshot echoed, splattering the laborer's blood across Wang Wei's face. With a thud, the laborer collapsed, devoid of any signs of life. Wang Wei stepped outside, gritting his teeth as he barked. "Why are you running? I have previously stated that you are my hired laborers, and I will ensure your safety. Should anyone disobey and flee, I will deal with you first before confronting the zombies." At that moment, a streak of blood adorned Wang Wei's face, coupled with his fierce demeanor, which instantly intimidated all the laborers present. They lowered their heads, silent and submissive. Gunfire echoed continuously within the cement factory. In less than 5 minutes, the squad leader emerged and reported to Wang Wei, "Commander, all zombies within the cement factory have been eliminated." Wang Wei nodded nonchalantly, then surveyed the laborers before him, issuing a stern command. "You all need to go inside and load the cement onto the trucks. Fill up 4 trucks, and do so expeditiously." The laborers nodded in understanding of the gravity of the situation and hurriedly entered the factory to transport the cement. "Squad leader, you and 2 guards remain here to supervise their work. Anyone caught slacking, pretending to work, or secretly searching for supplies within the factory will be shot on the spot." Wang Wei instructed the squad leader in a low, commanding tone, deliberately raising his voice so that the laborers inside could hear. Although his words were harsh, such was the necessity in tumultuous times. Severe punishment for offenses served as a deterrent for those with ulterior motives. He had hired these 200 laborers solely to transport construction materials, not to laze about or exploit the situation to seek supplies. "Understood. We will ensure the task is completed." the squad leader replied resolutely. Subsequently, Wang Wei led the remaining red alert guards toward the entrance of the cement factory. Before him lay a scene of chaos. With no fewer than 500 zombies visible on the flat ground, while at least 300 lay lifeless in pools of blood. The gunfire persisted. Wang Wei's sister, Wang Xin, gripped her Type 92 pistol firmly, her expression turning serious as she aimed at a zombie 50 meters away. Bang! The 92 pistol emitted a flash of fire. Wang Wei initially believed that his sister Wang Xin's shot could never take down the zombie before them. He even doubted she could hit it at all. Yet, to his astonishment, the bullet emerged from the muzzle of Wang Xin's 92 pistol and accurately struck the target's head. A bullet hole appeared in the zombie's skull as it collapsed to the ground. Surely, this was a mere fluke, a stroke of luck, Wang Wei mused to himself. At that moment, 3 zombies charged towards Wang Xin from different directions, the closest within 10 meters. A surge of alarm shot through Wang Wei, prompting him to rush to her aid. However, the next instant, his sister's face bore no trace of fear. Rather, she seemed to revel in the chaos. She aimed her weapon at the advancing zombies without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed, and shell casings ejected from the pistol as 3 zombies fell, each marked with a bullet hole in their foreheads. At that moment, Wang Wei couldn't help but swallow hard, unable to conceal his excitement. This was no mere chance, it was an innate skill. His sister Wang Xin possessed the makings of a sharpshooter. Had this been before the apocalypse, the national shooting team would undoubtedly have recognized her as a prime candidate for training. Wang Wei had never anticipated that his sister harbored such sharpshooting potential. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it impossible to believe. Thus, as he gazed at his sister, a smile crept across his face. Since fate had bestowed upon her such extraordinary marksmanship, he was determined to help her reach even greater heights. Bang! 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 Wang Xin's shooting was nearly flawless, and in the blink of an eye, several more zombies fell into pools of blood. Brother, you arrived just in time. The gun you gave me is out of bullets. Do you have any spare rounds? Wang Xin exclaimed, brimming with excitement, akin to a player on the verge of a 5-kill streak, eager to finish off the final foe. Wang Wei shook his head and, gazing intently at his sister, replied, No, I've given you all the bullets for the 92 pistol. Sister, how is your aim so precise? Have you practiced before? Wang Xin shook her head vigorously in denial. No, this is my first time shooting. I don't know what happened. Once I held the gun, I just felt it. Like playing a shooting game. Wang Xin was an innocent girl and had never lied to Wang Wei, so he believed her sincerity. He handed over his MP5 submachine gun to Wang Xin with a hint of curiosity, saying, Take this submachine gun and spray fire at the zombies ahead. Let us see what happens. All right. Wang Xin eagerly accepted the MP5, along with the remaining 2 magazines. Wang Xin, armed with a submachine gun, appeared transformed. Her demeanor exuded an intensity akin to that of a seasoned warrior. Her gaze sharpened as she wielded the MP5, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the approaching horde of zombies. The sound of gunfire echoed, accompanied by sparks dancing from the muzzle. In a single magazine, she decimated a line of zombies before her, leaving behind a trail of lifeless bodies, each marked by a bullet wound. The scene left Wang Wei utterly astounded. Was this truly human? A magazine containing 30 rounds had just been expended, resulting in the demise of over 20 zombies sprawled across the crimson-stained ground. In contrast, he could only manage to fell 10 with a single magazine. Her marksmanship was astonishingly precise, shattering his previous notions of firearm proficiency. Elation suffused Wang Wei's face as he marveled inwardly at his sister's prowess. A sharpshooter. Undoubtedly a sharpshooter. He vowed to cultivate her into the most elite sniper imaginable. Outside the cement factory's gates, hundreds of zombies fell one after another into pools of blood. In less than 20 minutes, over 1,000 corpses littered the ground, effectively annihilating the majority of the undead in the heart of Yanshan town. Wang Wei retrieved the MP5 from his sister's reluctant grasp, and with a reassuring smile, he encouraged her. Our camp is stocked with plenty of Type 81 automatic rifles and an abundance of ammunition. Once we return, you may indulge as you please. Really, brother? Hooray! Wang Xin exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to leap in joy as she handed the MP5 back to Wang Wei. He could only smile wryly. He had long prepared for her to revel in the Type 81s and their ammunition. After all, an exceptional marksman requires a copious supply of bullets to hone their craft. The second platoon of new recruits lived up to expectations, successfully advancing to the rank of 1-star Red Alert Soldier. With a flash of golden light, their equipment and combat capabilities underwent a substantial enhancement. Wang Wei noted that the radiant glow accompanying their promotion was visible solely to himself and the Red Alert soldiers. Others remained oblivious, which was fortuitous, as it spared them from arousing suspicion in the future. Meanwhile, the laborers within the cement factory continued their work. and Wang Wei observed that they had now transported the third truckload of cement. The fourth truck was half filled, and within 5 minutes, they would achieve their cement objectives, allowing them to proceed to the nearby rebar and brick factories for further transport. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from within the factory. Bang! The sound captured Wang Wei's attention. He hastily donned his red alert guard uniform and entered the factory, where he found the guard leader and 2 guards aimed their Type 95 rifles at 4 laborers. A bullet hole marred the floor before them, indicating that the shot had not struck the workers but rather the ground at their feet. What was happening? Wang Wei approached, his voice low as he inquired of the guard leader. Commander, the 4 of them stealthily ventured into the back kitchen of the cement factory while my attention was diverted, and I happened upon them just in time. The head of the guard stood upright, saluting Wang Wei as he reported the incident. Before Wang Wei could utter a word, one of the burly workers scoffed disdainfully. What's the fuss about? It's just a bit of kitchen supplies we're taking. Why all this commotion? The brazen demeanor of the man irked Wang Wei significantly. Advancing towards him, Wang Wei delivered a sharp kick to the burly man's body, coldly stating, I have made it clear before. If you take my provisions, you must serve me wholeheartedly. And you dare confront me with such audacity? You are forcing my hand. With that, Wang Wei seized the Type 95 automatic rifle from the guard and pressed the muzzle against the forehead of the insolent worker. In that moment, the once arrogant man was suddenly consumed by fear, trembling uncontrollably as he pleaded, I was wrong, big boss. Please don't kill me. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Wei pulled the trigger. The gunshot reverberated through the factory. The burly man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed into a pool of blood, a bullet hole marking his forehead, crimson blood gushing forth from the wound. In this instant, both the 3 disobedient workers before him and the laborers transporting cement within the factory displayed unmistakable terror on their faces. They understood. The formidable boss Wang Wei was certainly not a benevolent ruler, but rather resembled a merciless butcher. When Wang Wei executed the burly man, his expression remained calm, as if he had merely dispatched a chicken or a duck, devoid of any psychological burden. Consequently, the workers exerted themselves even more diligently in their tasks, fearful that any sign of laziness might provoke Wang Wei's displeasure. Observing the expressions of the laborers, Wang Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. His intent was to set an example, to strike fear into the hearts of all workers here. The death of one could serve to intimidate the multitude and dissuade any ill intentions. Big boss, we were wrong. We should not have gone to the back kitchen to collect supplies without permission. I have elders to care for and children depending on me. I beg for your mercy. The 3 laborers trembled in fear, kneeling before Wang Wei. The young man in the center bowed his head in supplication, terrified of meeting the same fate as the burly man. Mistakes are mistakes, and those who err must face the consequences. I may spare your lives, but I will not retain your presence here. Depart. Wang Wei pronounced coldly. Thank you, big boss. The 3 contrite laborers nodded vigorously, rising to flee, anxious that Wang Wei might change his mind. However, as soon as they exited the cement factory, a raucous voice erupted from outside. You think you're tough just because you have a few guns? What are you bragging about? We're never coming back. Big boss, I wish you a swift demise. This provoked Wang Wei's ire, causing his brow to furrow as he snatched the guard's rifle, intent on dealing with those 3 ruffians. Yet, as he stepped outside, 3 laborers, their faces etched with terror as though they had encountered some horrifying entity, fled in panic towards the cement factory, exclaiming, Boss, save us. Just moments before, they had been brazenly boasting. In the next instant, a pack of mutated dogs materialized on the factory grounds, their gaping maws ready to devour the ill-fated trio. The air was filled with their anguished cries, and blood pooled beneath them. In their final moments, Wang Wei discerned a flicker of regret upon their faces, which filled him with a sense of grim satisfaction. However, the appearance of the pack of mutated dogs cast a pall over his expression, and he commanded, Guard team, second row, prepare for battle. Chapter 55. The green gelatinous entity. The threat posed by these mutated creatures was in no way inferior to that of zombies. Indeed, they were potentially even more formidable. Previously, Wang Wei had encountered the Black Tiger King at the Qingda shopping mall, a third-tier mutated creature far surpassing the evolved zombies. This revelation made him acutely aware that some apex mutated beings were nothing short of nightmares. While there were no third-tier creatures present at this moment, a dog king of considerable strength comparable to the Black Tiger stood before him. This mutated dog king, with a grotesque visage and bared fangs, towered over 2 meters tall, its muscular limbs bulging ominously. Undoubtedly, this creature was a second-tier mutant, on par with the evolution of zombies in terms of capability and power. The remaining 16 mutated dogs were all first-tier mutants. Before the apocalypse, they had been commonplace rural dogs, but their bodies had undergone grotesque transformations, likely due to their consumption of too much zombie flesh. They now exhibited a frenzied thirst for blood, their sizes having increased several fold since the onset of the apocalypse. With precision, 40 Red Alert soldiers raised their Type 95 automatic rifles in unison, aiming at the pack of mutated dogs, awaiting Commander Wang Wei's command. The mutated dogs, sensing the armed humans before them, formed two lines, baring their teeth and preparing for combat, as if awaiting the Dog King's order. Wang Wei, observing the mutated dogs, relinquished his rifle to the squad leader and unsheathed his tactical knife, his combat spirit surging to its zenith. He understood that this battle was imperative, otherwise, their efforts to gather construction materials would be thwarted. Huang Quan, standing beside Wang Wei, drew a tang sword from his back, ready to fight alongside him. As both were new humans, their combat prowess far exceeded that of the first-tier Red Alert soldiers, positioning themselves at the front line. With a fearsome roar, the mutated Dog King issued a battle cry, and the 16 dogs surged forward, lunging at Wang Wei and his comrades. Fire! Wang Wei bellowed, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted. The network of firepower from the 40 Type 95 rifles unleashed a torrent of bullets, each second producing hundreds of rounds that whistled through the air. Under the relentless barrage, the 5 leading mutated dogs were riddled with bullets, their cries of despair echoing as they collapsed into pools of blood. Undeterred by the hail of gunfire, the remaining mutated dogs charged forward recklessly. The preceding mutated dog was shot down, only for the subsequent one to take its place. The distance between them dwindled rapidly, with the nearest mutated dog now less than 2 meters away from Wang Wei, as he had yet to draw his blade. His companion Huang Quan swiftly executed a draw-cut technique, instantly cleaving the oncoming mutated dog in two. Blood gushed forth, a crimson spray cascading from the air, with a portion splattering onto Wang Wei's clothing. At that moment, the mutated Dog King charged forth, its speed surpassing that of the others by a considerable margin. In less than 3 seconds, it closed the 50-meter gap, standing before Wang Wei. Die! Wang Wei bellowed, gripping his tactical knife tightly as he advanced towards the mutated Dog King. The creature's sharp claws slashed towards his face with lethal intent, should he be caught. Even survival would not spare his visage. Wang Wei could not afford to be careless. The speed and agility of the new humans were vividly displayed in this moment. In an instant, he pivoted, narrowly evading the full force of the mutated Dog King's strike, which left a deep claw mark in the space he had just vacated. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wei and Huang Quan surged forward, their weapons aimed at the mutated Dog King. However, the creature's hide proved exceedingly tough, akin to being clad in armor. The tactical knife struggled to breach its defenses, and in retaliation, the mutated Dog King swatted Wang Wei away, causing his knife to clatter to the ground. Huang Quan, gripping the hilt of his tang knife with both hands, exhibited a blood-red glint in his eyes, as if possessed, and charged at the mutated Dog King with unparalleled speed. The nearby Red Alert soldiers could barely perceive his shadow flitting by, and even Wang Wei found it challenging to anticipate Huang Quan's next move, revealing the latter's superior strength. At that moment, the only remaining threat was the mutated Dog King, as the others lay defeated at the end of gunfire. As Huang Quan engaged in close combat with the mutated Dog King, the Red Alert soldiers hesitated to fire, fearing they might accidentally harm Huang Quan amidst the fray. After 10 seconds of intense battle, Wang Wei regained his composure, retrieved his tactical knife from the ground, and quickly rejoined the fray. Taking advantage of the mutated Dog King's momentary distraction, he thrust his knife fiercely into the creature's flank. A howl of agony erupted from the mutated Dog King, echoing in despair. The sergeant standing nearby chuckled, teasing, "Commander, you're being rather cautious." Seizing the opportunity presented by the Dog King's disorientation, Huang Quan leapt into action, his blade descending upon the creature's massive head. "Execution!" he roared, his presence formidable. With a swift motion, the enormous head of the dog fell to the ground, its colossal body collapsing uncontrollably. As he witnessed the mutated Dog King slain by Huang Quan, Wang Wei felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Although he was not the one to personally slay it, the significance lies in the fact that the trouble has been resolved. Wang Wei unsheathed the tactical knife from the mutated Dog King, and at that moment, a foul odor emanated from the blade, causing him to retch and hastily toss it to the head of the guard squad. "Sergeant, please clean this knife for me." Wang Wei covered his mouth and nose, his face contorted in distaste for his own tactical knife. The sergeant, with a resigned expression, accepted the knife while also covering his mouth and nose, exclaiming, "This is utterly filthy." Despite the sergeant's apparent reluctance, the Red Alert soldiers are bound by duty to obey their commander's orders without question. Thus he completed the task of cleansing Wang Wei's tactical knife. At that moment, Wang Wei lowered his gaze to the head of the mutated Dog King before him. Within it lay a green, gel-like substance the size of a thumb. For reasons unknown, as he stared at this green substance, an involuntary swallow escaped his throat, akin to the sensation of being starved and suddenly presented with a feast of culinary delights. This peculiar urge was not exclusive to Wang Wei. Even Huang Quan, standing beside him, shared this sentiment. Wang Wei discerned that only the new humans seemed to harbor an interest in the green gel, driven by an instinctual urge to consume it. While the red alert soldiers and ordinary survivors exhibited no reaction whatsoever, he extracted the green gel from the dog's head and placed it in the palm of his right hand. The longer he gazed at the substance, the more insistent the voice within him became. Consume it. Consume it. A primal instinct surged through his mind. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, leaving him in a daze. As if the world had shrunk to just himself and the green gel in his hand. He swallowed once more, and his right hand, seemingly beyond his control, impulsively shoved the green gel into his mouth, swallowing it whole without a second thought. At that moment, the sergeant's voice jolted Wang Wei back to reality. Commander, why on earth did you eat that? Chapter 56. The Barefoot Doctor's Hemostatic Powder, now fully aware. Wang Wei looked down to find the green gel had vanished from his palm, and he detected a strange taste lingering in his mouth. With a bitter smile, he mused, did I just eat that lump of green gel? Indeed, the sergeant nodded emphatically. The thought of that green gel resembling dog brains made Wang Wei feel nauseous, as he fought the urge to expel it from his stomach. Yet, in the next moment, the changes within his body instilled a sense of calm. A surge of warmth flowed unceasingly through him, filling his limbs and core. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and even his shirt was drenched with perspiration. Wang Wei clenched his fists, acutely aware of his strength escalating exponentially. In that instant, it felt as though he possessed boundless energy. Wang Wei's face registered shock. But soon he seemed to grasp something profound, pondering within. Mutated creatures and new humans alike derive their extraordinary power from ancient pathogens. Could it be that the green gelatinous substance I just consumed is the source of the mutated Dog King's strength? Now that I have inadvertently devoured the source of its power, I have inadvertently augmented my own. The more he contemplated, the more convinced Wang Wei became of this revelation. After a minute, the surging warmth within him gradually dissipated, and consequently, his strength did not continue to escalate. However, Wang Wei felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In that fleeting moment, he had at least enhanced his overall capabilities by 20% in terms of strength, speed, and agility. This realization filled him with elation. Indeed, the gelatinous substance within mutated creatures could elevate the power of new humans. Previously, Wang Wei had been mulling over how to further augment his abilities, but he had not anticipated such a swift solution. The answer lay in the continuous consumption of the gelatinous substances found within mutated beasts. At this moment, Wang Wei recalled the Tier 3 mutated creature, the Black Tiger King, located within the Qianda shopping center. If he were to vanquish the Black Tiger King and consume its gelatinous substance, he wondered how much his new human strength could potentially increase. It seemed necessary to plan another expedition to the Qianda shopping center to hunt the Black Tiger King. Hey, are you alright? His sister, Wang Xian, approached with a concerned expression. Absolutely. Splendid. Let us all work with alacrity. If we can return to the camp before 3:30, each laborer will receive an additional pound of rice. Wang Wei replied, nodding with a smile and calling out to the workers in the factory. Joy begets vigor. At this moment, Wang Wei felt as though he had discovered a new world, and a profound joy enveloped him. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the laborers became invigorated. Their productivity markedly increased. Subsequently, Wang Wei inspected the corpses of other mutated dogs, but regrettably, these Tier 1 mutated creatures did not possess any gelatinous substances within their heads. It seemed that only Tier 2 and higher mutated creatures contained such substances. In less than 5 minutes, 4 large trucks were filled with cement. The Red Alert engineer had previously informed Wang Wei that at least 100 tons of cement were required for the construction of the camp. And it was clear that the cement on these 4 trucks far exceeded that amount, totaling at least 150 tons. The team then proceeded to the nearby rebar factory, where the laborers worked efficiently, each one eager to avoid idleness. Clearly motivated by the prospect of returning to the camp before 3:30 to claim their additional pound of rice. Nearby, there was a factory producing high-powered floodlights, which the camp also required for nighttime illumination, serving a streetlight-like purpose. Guard captain, have some laborers transport a truckload of floodlights. And don't forget to bring the stands as well, Wang Wei instructed, waving his hand dismissively yet with authority. Understood. The guard captain nodded and immediately summoned 50 laborers to transport the floodlights and stands. In no time, 2 trucks were filled to the brim with rebar, while another truck was laden with floodlights and their stands. Wang Wei led the team toward the nearby brick factory, instructing the laborers to fill the remaining 5 trucks. As the laborers had filled a truck with bricks, the foreman of the guards hurriedly approached, standing before Wang Wei to report. Commander, a local survivor has arrived, claiming to possess something valuable and wishes to meet with you. The phrase something valuable immediately piqued Wang Wei's curiosity. After all, The laborers still needed time to load the remaining 4 trucks. It was the perfect opportunity to discover what this survivor could offer. Very well. Bring him in to see me, Wang Wei commanded calmly. Yes. The foreman nodded and swiftly turned to head back. Within half a minute, he returned, this time accompanied by a bespectacled young man who appeared quite refined. Greetings, Commander. My name is Lin Ling. Before the apocalypse, I was a barefoot doctor in Yinshan town. Lin Ling bore an innocent demeanor, exuding warmth and approachability. My subordinate mentioned you possess something valuable. What is it? Wang Wei inquired directly. Lin Ling adjusted his glasses, lifting his gaze to Wang Wei, and replied with a polite smile. Commander, what I have is something you will undoubtedly appreciate. However, before I present it to you, I have a small request. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The survivor wished to make a request. This was reasonable. Very well. Provided that what you possess is of use to me. Wang Wei responded sternly. Indeed, it is of great use. My request is to have you take me away from here and provide me with your protection. Upon finishing, Lin Ling produced a small transparent glass vial, no larger than 2 fingers, filled with vibrant red powder. What is this? Wang Wei asked in astonishment, gazing at the red powder within the vial. This is a hemostatic powder I developed. No matter how severe the injury, even if a major artery is severed, applying this powder to the wound will swiftly stop the bleeding without any side effects, Lin Ling explained, adjusting his glasses with an air of intellect. Before Wang Wei could voice his doubts, a thunderous noise erupted from within the factory. Rushing inside, Wang Wei witnessed a laborer who had fallen while transporting bricks. The edge of a brick slicing into the major artery of his neck. Blood gushed forth in torrents, staining the laborer's shirt crimson. Seeing this, Wang Wei's heart raced. Under normal circumstances, he would have been indifferent to the fate of this laborer. However, if this man were to die, Wang Wei would have to compensate his family with 30 pounds of rice. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Ling, the bespectacled man beside him, and said, Did you not say your hemostatic powder could stop bleeding swiftly? Go, try it now, and let me see if it works. Lin Ling nodded earnestly and replied respectfully. No problem. I guarantee the results will satisfy you, Commander. With that, Lin Ling stepped forward, applying the hemostatic powder to the injured man's neck. In the next moment, before him, the worker's neck wound began to heal and scab over at a visibly rapid pace, effectively halting the flow of blood. This astonishing scene left Wang Wei utterly amazed. Reflecting inwardly on the remarkable abilities of this barefoot doctor, the hemostatic powder developed truly had the capacity to staunch the blood from a severed artery. If this hemostatic powder could be mass-produced, it would be nearly impossible for his subordinates to meet their demise. Chapter 57. Knowing faces but not hearts. This hemostatic powder is indeed a remarkable invention. In this apocalyptic world, many have perished from excessive bleeding. With this powder, one can swiftly stop bleeding and promote scabbing at the wound, significantly enhancing survival chances. Should the influential factions at the East City base become aware of its existence, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to acquire the formula. Wang Wei gazed at the formerly gravely injured worker and inquired curiously, How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? He sought to ascertain whether the hemostatic powder was truly devoid of side effects as Lin Ling had claimed. Strangely, the wound on the worker's neck had indeed scabbed over and stopped bleeding. Initially, the application of the medicine had caused some pain, but now there was not a trace of discomfort, as if he had been numbed. The worker, his face pale from the recent blood loss, raised his head in disbelief to report to Wang Wei. After a moment's pause, Wang Wei realized that the hemostatic powder was genuinely free from side effects. A severed artery typically meant certain death. He had even prepared to compensate the worker's family with 30 pounds of rice. Yet here was this miraculous hemostatic powder saving the man's life. Please, return to the truck and rest. I will ensure you receive 3 pounds of rice as payment for your labor when we return to the camp, Wang Wei stated calmly, waving his hand. The wound on the worker's neck had just begun to scab. Any further heavy lifting could risk reopening the injury, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Wang Wei was indifferent to the worker's life. However, he was concerned about the 30 pounds of rice in compensation. Once the worker settled into the passenger seat of the truck, Lin Ling approached, smiling politely at Wang Wei. Sir, are you satisfied with the effectiveness of my hemostatic powder? Indeed. Please write down the formula for me, and I will grant your request to take you back to the camp and ensure your protection for life. Wang Wei replied earnestly, nodding seriously. The formula is my means of survival in this apocalypse. If I were to disclose it, who could guarantee that you would uphold your promise? However, I can certainly produce the hemostatic powder in bulk for you. Lin Ling maintained a harmless demeanor, though his mind was shrewdly calculating. Wang Wei paused, fixing his gaze on Lin Ling. He was determined to obtain the formula. Yet, if he pressed Lin Ling too forcefully for it now, it could lead to a rupture in their relationship. It seemed prudent to first stabilize Lin Ling. If he genuinely wished to serve Wang Wei, the latter would ensure he was well rewarded. Conversely, should any treachery arise, Wang Wei would not hesitate to resort to force to extract the hemostatic powder's formula from Lin Ling. Wang Wei raised his hand and gently patted Lin Ling's left shoulder, smiling as he nodded. Of course, as long as you dedicate yourself to serving me wholeheartedly, I, Wang Wei, shall never treat you unfairly. Keep up the good work. Thank you for your understanding, Commander. By the way, Commander, I have a batch of hemostatic powder at my residence that I would like to take along before you depart. Lin Ling replied, his face lighting up with excitement. Very well, I shall accompany you, Wang Wei responded calmly. The barefoot Dr. Lin Ling was indeed a remarkable talent. As long as this doctor was present, the hemostatic powder could be produced in abundance. Wang Wei was keen to ensure that no mishap befell Lin Ling during his journey home, thus he planned to go along. Besides, there was little to occupy his time at the moment, and it would be beneficial to see for himself how much hemostatic powder Lin Ling had stored. Wang Wei's sister, Wang Xian, and Huang Quan approached, having overheard the conversation. Wang Xian spoke up, Brother, I wish to accompany you and see the outside world. With the zombies in the center of Yinshan town mostly eradicated, there was little danger to be found for the time being, especially with Huang Quan providing close protection for Wang Xian. Considering this, Wang Wei nodded in agreement. Very well. Wang Wei and his companions, along with the barefoot Dr. Lin Ling, boarded a pickup truck and drove towards a nearby residential area. This time, Wang Wei chose not to lead the red alert soldiers, deeming it unnecessary. He preferred to let them remain at the brick factory to oversee the laborers and expedite the completion of their work. 2 minutes later, Lin Ling, seated in the back, pointed towards a house beneath the overpass and said to Wang Wei, Commander, that is my home. Beneath the overpass flowed a rushing river, its waters roaring as they surged onward. Had Lin Ling not pointed it out, Wang Wei would have overlooked the presence of a house in such a location. Wang Wei parked the vehicle beneath the overpass, and under Lin Ling's guidance, they entered the house. Wang Xian surveyed her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder, as everything outside appeared novel to her. Huang Quan trailed closely behind Wang Xian, remaining vigilant. Once inside the house, Lin Ling opened a cover on the heated bed, revealing an entrance to a basement. Lin Ling hurriedly explained, This is a basement covering over 200 square meters, excavated by my grandfather's generation. Since the apocalypse began, I have been hiding here. Wang Wei's eyes brightened at the sight of the basement entrance. The more preparations one made, the greater the opportunities that arose. Upon returning to the East City base, he resolved to construct a basement within the camp for future contingencies. Subsequently, Wang Wei and his party followed Lin Ling into the basement. The interior was well equipped with various appliances, resembling a cozy home. Lin Ling flicked a switch, illuminating the basement instantly. It was quite a comfortable refuge. Wang Wei discovered there was even a generator and an array of films that would certainly appeal to men. Lin Ling escorted Wang Wei and his companions into an underground chamber, graciously attending to them by preparing a pot of hot tea and pouring it into the cups before Wang Wei and his companions. Suddenly, as a new human, Wang Wei detected a metallic scent of blood in the air and curiously inquired of Lin Ling, Why is there a scent of blood here? Lin Ling replied, I slaughtered a poultry this morning, and the chicken's blood has not yet been disposed of. It remains in the kitchen. The presence of blood here is quite normal. As he spoke, Lin Ling continued pouring tea. At that moment, Wang Wei noticed a fleeting glance from Lin Ling, suggesting that he might be concealing something, which made Wang Wei feel uneasy. Wang Wei's sister, Wang Xian, feeling a bit parched, reached for her cup to quench her thirst, but was stopped by Wang Wei. Lin Ling, what kind of tea is this? Wang Wei asked with a smile. This tea is tea guanyin. It has a pleasant flavor. If the officer is concerned, I can drink a cup in front of you, Lin Ling replied, seemingly aware of Wang Wei's apprehensions. Without hesitation, he raised his cup and drank it all. Observing Lin Ling swallow the tea, Wang Wei sighed in relief. Had he been overly cautious? Perhaps he had misjudged Lin Ling. Initially worried that Lin Ling might have poisoned the tea, his doubts were alleviated when Lin Ling personally consumed a cup. See, what is there to be concerned about? Wang Wei remarked with calmness. Officer, please make yourselves comfortable here. Drink some tea if you are thirsty. I will retrieve a bag of hemostatic powder from the storeroom. Lin Ling's demeanor towards Wang Wei was excessively flattering. Wang Wei nodded composedly. Once only Wang Wei and his companions remained in the room. Wang Xian and Huang Quan raised their cups and drank heartily, revealing their thirst. Wang Wei lifted his cup, but, perhaps due to a lack of thirst, only took a small sip. They waited in the room for a full minute. Suddenly, both Huang Quan and Wang Xian abruptly closed their eyes and collapsed to the ground, resembling fainting spells. This startled Wang Wei immensely. Almost immediately, he felt as though his body had been injected with a tranquilizer. He trembled uncontrollably, leaning against the wall, unable to move his limbs, as if they had lost connection. Wang Wei stared at the tea on the table, momentarily stunned. This tea was problematic. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. It was undoubtedly that scoundrel Lin Ling who had poisoned the tea. At that moment, Footsteps echoed from outside, resonating loudly in the silent underground chamber. Wang Wei laboriously raised his head to look ahead as the footsteps drew nearer. The door swung open, and a familiar figure appeared before him. It was none other than that rascal Lin Ling. What puzzled Wang Wei was that Lin Ling had just consumed the same tea. Yet now he appeared completely unfazed, as lively as ever. Lin Ling, what do you mean by this? What are your intentions? Wang Wei gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Lin Ling before him. Perhaps it was due to the mere sip of tea he had taken earlier that he did not collapse to the ground like Wang Xin, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Instead, he found himself immobilized, his limbs unresponsive, yet he could still articulate words. Lin Ling removed his glasses, lifted his hand to tousle his hair, and his expression abruptly twisted into a grotesque visage, resembling a madman. After exerting such effort to lure you here, what else could I possibly want? Of course, to feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. You and that fellow are the so-called new humans mentioned in the broadcast, are you not? If I consume you, I shall seize your powers and become an even stronger new human. The tea you just drank contained my specially developed immobilizing powder. It won't take your lives, merely render you motionless for a time, making you my puppets. Although I too drank the tainted tea, I had preemptively ingested the antidote, which is why I am unharmed. Lin Ling licked his lips, revealing a sinister gleam. These words left Wang Wei momentarily stunned. Cannibalism. This scoundrel dares to resort to such barbarity. He seeks to gain the powers of new humans through such vile acts. Lin Ling is nothing short of a madman, a veritable lunatic, who claims that consuming new humans bestows their power. Such a notion is merely the foolish delusion of Lin Ling. He had previously regarded Lin Ling as an intellectual, but now realized it was merely a facade. This wretch is a cultured degenerate. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Wei, and he gritted his teeth as he confronted Lin Ling. The stench of blood emanating from the basement isn't from poultry, is it? It is human blood, isn't it? In response, Lin Ling let out a sinister chuckle and turned to open the door to the adjacent room. The sight that met Wang Wei's eyes filled him with horror. There lay a middle-aged woman, pale as death, her mouth bound with tape, on a hospital bed. Her limbs were conspicuously absent, her gaze vacant and lifeless, resembling a mere shell of a person. The bed linens were soaked in blood, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, evoking dread. Indeed, the esteemed officer is astute. Do you see that woman? I have severed her limbs, which sustained me for over half a month. As for you, your fate will mirror hers. You shall become my sustenance. Lin Ling's laughter echoed chillingly, reminiscent of a madman stripped of dignity. Wang Wei looked upon the woman in the adjacent room, feeling a surge of pity. What a dreadful existence. To live in such a state is a fate worse than death. You need not resort to this. If you release us, I shall overlook your past transgressions and provide you with provisions sufficient to last you 3 to 5 years. Wang Wei attempted to persuade Lin Ling. However, despite his words, if Lin Ling were to free him and his companions, Wang Wei would undoubtedly seek to rid the world of this monstrous wretch. Huh, Commander, do you deem me a fool? If I were to let you go, I would surely face execution at the hands of your subordinates upon turning my back. Lin Ling sneered, his hands clasped before him. Realizing that flattery had no impact, Wang Wei adopted a menacing demeanor and threatened Lin Ling with fierce intensity. I have installed a locator on the pickup truck. Should my men find me missing for too long, they will undoubtedly trace my whereabouts through it. If you allow us to leave, you may yet secure your own survival. Refuse, and you shall meet a certain demise. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ling's expression shifted to one of alarm. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Wang Wei had not actually installed any locator on the truck. His intention was solely to intimidate Lin Ling into retreating. Lin Ling swallowed hard and, without a second thought, dashed towards the exit. It appeared he genuinely believed Wang Wei's words and intended to dispose of the pickup truck. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Wei surveyed his surroundings, searching for anything he could utilize. He attempted to reconnect with his limbs, but after a minute of effort, he found himself still immobilized. The potency of this damned immobilization powder was insufferably strong. Even as a new breed of human, he felt powerless. It seemed the only way to regain control over his body was to locate and consume the antidote for the immobilization powder. At that moment, footsteps approached from ahead, signaling Lin Ling's return. Wang Wei's heart raced in surprise, but suddenly, a thought struck him, an idea that illuminated his mind. If it were anyone else, they might truly be doomed. But he was not like the others. He possessed the red alert system. Wang Wei berated himself for not remembering this sooner. Red alert system. Purchase 2 red alert soldiers. He silently commanded. After expending 200 gold, he still had 709 gold remaining in the system's funds. With a flash of golden light, 2 red alert soldiers materialized before him, armed with 95-style assault rifles, clad in camouflage combat attire, and donning combat helmets. At that moment, Lin Ling, oblivious to the events unfolding, opened the door and exclaimed, "You are quite the deceiver. There is no locator on the pickup truck. You have tricked me." Before Lin Ling could finish his sentence, the appearance of the two red alert soldiers startled him into retreat. "Subdue this scoundrel," Wang Wei commanded the soldiers. "Yes." They responded in unison. One soldier delivered a powerful kick to Lin Ling's abdomen, causing him to stumble backward and crash against the wall. Lin Ling attempted to rise and flee, but the other soldier landed a punch squarely on his right eye, shattering his glasses and embedding shards into his eyeball. "Ah!" A scream escaped Lin Ling's lips as crimson blood streamed from his right eye. The red alert soldiers swiftly moved forward, picking up the rope from the ground to bind Lin Ling's hands. Another red alert soldier delivered a swift kick to Lin Ling's inner right knee, causing him to uncontrollably collapse before Wang Wei. Two guns were pressed against Lin Ling's head, and any reckless movement on his part would surely result in at least one bullet hole in his skull. At that moment, Lin Ling trembled in fear, his legs quaking uncontrollably. However, this individual was adept at feigning emotions, leaving Wang Wei unable to discern whether Lin Ling's fear was genuine or merely an act. "Commander, please don't kill me. Grant me a chance. I can serve you like a loyal dog." In a desperate bid for survival, Lin Ling repeatedly bowed his head before Wang Wei, the sound echoing on the floor. Chapter 59. The recipe acquired. Wang Wei observed Lin Ling, who was groveling before him. Devoid of any sympathy, this man was a master of deception. His temperament was unpredictable. He presented one face while concealing another. Although Lin Ling possessed exceptional talent, capable of developing remarkable concoctions like the hemostatic powder and the immobilization powder, the moment he had poisoned the tea, Wang Wei had dismissed any thoughts of recruiting him. This man must not be allowed to live. He had to die. Yet, before his demise, Wang Wei was determined to extract the formulas for the hemostatic powder and the immobilization powder from him, at any cost. At present, Wang Wei found himself immobilized, compelled to gaze unflinchingly at Lin Ling, coldly stating, "I do not require you to serve me, nor do I wish for you to be my dog. If you desire to live, you must demonstrate your sincerity. First, provide me with the antidote for the immobilization powder." Being rendered immobile was profoundly discomforting for Wang Wei. Nevertheless, he could not deny the potency of the immobilization powder. Even someone of his enhanced capabilities was rendered powerless. It would undoubtedly yield results on the other enhanced beings at the East City base. However, he pondered whether it would have a similar effect on zombies and mutated creatures. In his desperation to survive, Lin Ling was willing to forsake his dignity. Seizing the moment, he hastily nodded, "The antidote for the immobilization powder is on me." "That blue bottle is the antidote." Wang Wei commanded a red alert soldier, "Search him and retrieve the antidote." "Yes." The soldier nodded respectfully, stowing his Type 95 assault rifle as he thoroughly searched Lin Ling and eventually unearthed a small blue glass vial, about the size of 2 fingers. As Wang Wei gazed at the blue vial, he contemplated consuming the antidote immediately. However, upon reflection, he considered Lin Ling's cunning nature. Who could ascertain whether the contents of this blue vial were indeed the antidote for the immobilization powder? What if it were poison? One must always be wary, especially against someone as treacherous as Lin Ling. Wang Wei cast a cold glance at Lin Ling and ordered the soldier, "It would be remiss not to reciprocate. Administer a dose of the antidote for him to taste." Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's countenance shifted dramatically and his eyes flickered. No, I misspoke. That is not the antidote for the immobilization powder, but rather poison. The true antidote to the paralysis powder lies within the bag behind me, contained in that white bottle." Lin Ling, startled, furrowed his brow and quickly admitted his fault. Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. "Poison? This substance is not an antidote at all. Rather, it is indeed a poison." Fortunately, he had been cautious, keeping a wary eye on Lin Ling. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to Lin Ling's treachery once again. Wang Wei gritted his teeth, filled with a desire to dismantle that scoundrel Lin Ling piece by piece. He retrieved the white bottle and commanded a red alert soldier before him. Adhering to the usual procedure, Lin Ling was made to taste one of the pills from the white bottle. After 2 minutes, confirming that Lin Ling exhibited no unusual symptoms, Wang Wei understood that the contents of the white bottle were indeed the antidote to the paralysis powder. After Wang Wei and his companions consumed the antidote, he clenched his fists, acutely aware of the gradual restoration of his physical faculties. His sister Wang Xian and Huang Quan also regained consciousness. "Commander, I can develop a hemostatic powder and paralysis powder for you. I am willing to do anything you ask, just please do not kill me." Lin Ling repeatedly bowed his head before Wang Wei, prompting a derisive smile to form on Wang Wei's lips. At this juncture, Lin Ling still wished to cling to life. Such delusion was laughable. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck Wang Wei as he stepped forward, towering over Lin Ling, and coldly proposed, "Let us strike a bargain. If you surrender the formulas for the hemostatic powder and paralysis powder, I shall spare your life." "Commander, Please do not jest with me. If I were to hand over the formulas, you would undoubtedly kill me. Lin Ling feigned a smile, fully aware that the formulas might be his only means of survival. A smile crept onto Wang Wei's face as he patted Lin Ling's shoulder. An unsuspecting observer might believe they were friends. However, in the next moment, Wang Wei seized a Type 95 assault rifle from the hands of the red alert soldier, aiming the barrel at Lin Ling's forehead, and bellowed ominously. Hand over the formulas, and perhaps you shall live to see tomorrow. Refuse, and you shall die here and now. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ling swallowed hard. A tremor coursing through him as beads of sweat erupted on his forehead, cascading down like a river. If you dare to kill me, go ahead. You think I am afraid? Given what you have just done, even if I were to flay you alive, it would not quench my thirst for vengeance. Wang Wei glared at Lin Ling with malevolence. Bang! The sound of a gunshot pierced the air as Wang Wei aimed at Lin Ling's left leg and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck Lin Ling's right leg, leaving a gaping wound from which crimson blood gushed forth relentlessly. Ah! Lin Ling screamed in agony, curling up on the ground, howling in despair. If you do not produce the formulas, I shall shoot your limbs every 3 seconds until you bleed out and succumb to your suffering. Wang Wei's expression darkened, coldly observing Lin Ling as if he were a merciless fiend. Though such words were indeed harsh, they conveyed the gravity of the situation. However, he adheres to a code of conduct. He shows mercy to his enemies while being merciless to himself. Lin Ling initially bit his lip in silence, but 3 seconds later, the sound of a gunshot reverberated through the basement once more. With a loud bang, a bullet pierced Lin Ling's left arm, causing blood to flow profusely. 3, 2, 1. Wang Wei coldly counted down, instilling a sense of boundless terror within Lin Ling's heart. Just as Wang Wei prepared to fire a third shot, Lin Ling gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't shoot. I will give you the prescription, just spare my life." "Where is the prescription?" Wang Wei asked sternly. "In the second drawer of the bedroom." At that moment, Lin Ling was on the brink of death, struggling for breath as he spoke. Wang Wei waved his hand and instructed a nearby red alert soldier, "Go to the bedroom and retrieve the prescription for me." "Yes." The soldier nodded and hurried towards the bedroom. In less than half a minute, he returned with a notebook in hand, respectfully handing it to Wang Wei for inspection. Wang Wei opened the notebook and saw numerous terms related to medicinal formulas, particularly noting the words hemostatic powder and binding powder. He immediately understood that the contents indeed contained the prescriptions for 2 miraculous medicines. "Commander, I have handed over the prescription. Should you not fulfill your promise and let me go?" Lin Ling lay in a pool of blood, his complexion pale and on the verge of collapse. "When did I ever say I would let you go? I merely stated that I would not kill you with my own hands. But I never promised to prevent others from doing so." Wang Wei, treasuring the notebook as if it were a prized possession, coldly remarked to Lin Ling before him. You are truly insidious." Lin Ling instantly realized he had been deceived, his rage boiling over as veins throbbed on his forehead, yet his grievous injuries rendered him powerless. At that moment, a glimmer of murderous intent surged in Wang Wei's eyes as he coldly gazed at Lin Ling, stating, "I, Wang Wei, have always repaid enmity tenfold. Throw this scoundrel to the zombies. I want him to personally experience what it means to be torn apart." Chapter 60. The birth of the first semi-infected individual. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a fish on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of Wang Wei. Such a scoundrel does not deserve any leniency. 2 red alert soldiers dragged the severely injured Lin Ling out of the basement and directly onto the overpass road. Regarding Wang Wei's ruthless actions, his sister Wang Xian and Huang Quan, who stood aside, said little, evidently in agreement with this course of action. After all, had it not been for Wang Wei's timely intervention in securing Lin Ling, their fate might have been even more brutal than that awaiting Lin Ling. Accompanying Wang Wei were the 2 red alert soldiers, and Lin Ling, Huang Quan, and Wang Xian remained in the basement, not following them. Bang! Wang Wei fired a shot into the air. Perhaps due to the gunshot or the scent of blood emanating from Lin Ling, within half a minute, 2 zombies charged forward. Wang Wei discarded Lin Ling onto the roadside, subsequently retreating with 2 red alert soldiers to watch the unfolding drama with a detached gaze. Lin Ling, the protagonist of this grim scene, was paralyzed with terror as 2 zombies charged towards him, his pallor reflecting sheer panic as he attempted to rise and flee. However, the gunshot wound in his leg rendered him powerless. He gritted his teeth to stand, only to collapse again under the excruciating pain. The distance between Lin Ling and the approaching zombies diminished, now less than 10 meters. Lying on the ground, he caught sight of the undead and, overwhelmed with fear, cried out to Wang Wei for mercy. "Commander, I was wrong. Save me. I do not wish to be devoured by zombies." Wang Wei's expression remained unyielding, devoid of any sympathy for Lin Ling. The scoundrel deserved his fate, especially after having nearly turned Wang Wei into a meal himself. Now, allowing the zombies to feast upon Lin Ling's flesh was merely poetic justice. As the two zombies drew nearer, perceiving Lin Ling as delectable prey, their excitement grew palpable. Upon reaching him, they mercilessly sank their teeth into his hands and feet, tearing away large chunks of flesh. The agony caused Lin Ling to briefly lose consciousness. But the subsequent bite jolted him awake once more, subjecting him to relentless torment. Observing this scene, Wang Wei exhibited neither fear nor cowardice. He returned his Type 95 assault rifle to its rightful place and patted one of the red alert soldiers on the arm, instructing, "Stay here. Once this scoundrel meets his end at the hands of the zombies, you may open fire to eliminate these creatures." Understood. The two soldiers saluted respectfully. Wang Wei then proceeded towards the nearby civilian house, having noted the presence of valuable items in Lin Ling's basement, particularly a high-capacity generator that he intended to retrieve. Behind him, Lin Ling's anguished cries echoed incessantly. Upon returning to the basement, he found Huang Quan and Wang Xian tending to a pitiful woman whose hands and feet had been severed. Wang Wei approached and tore the tape from her mouth. Before he could utter a word, the woman, appearing almost deranged, screamed in a frantic tone, "Go away. Don't eat my flesh. Please." Witnessing her suffering, Wang Wei couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. The state in which this woman had survived was, to be frank, more agonizing than death itself. She was perpetually tormented by pain, while also enduring the torment inflicted by Lin Ling, the despicable wretch. "That scoundrel, I have fed him to the zombies," Wang Wei stated solemnly, locking eyes with the woman in the bed. In the next moment, the woman, now devoid of her limbs, seemed to comprehend Wang Wei's words. Her frantic cries ceased, and she regained a semblance of calm, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as if thanking him for avenging her. "Benefactor, could you do me a favor?" she asked in a numb tone. "What is it?" Wang Wei inquired directly. "Kill me." The woman bore no trace of emotion, as if death were the ultimate liberation for her. Wang Wei paused, contemplating for several seconds before retrieving his tactical knife. "Very well," he said calmly. "Thank you, benefactor," the woman replied with a smile. In that fleeting moment, Wang Wei pressed the blade against her jaw, applying slight pressure, the tip piercing through, thus ending the life of this unfortunate woman. In her final moments, she exhibited no fear whatsoever. Rather, she felt a sense of solace for her soul. Wang Wei withdrew the knife and gazed at the lifeless body before him, a profound sense of empathy stirring within him. She was a wretched soul, her hands and feet severed, struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world. Rather than enduring endless torment, it was kinder to grant her release. In that instant, Wang Wei comprehended an essential truth. He must grow stronger, powerful enough that no one could threaten him. Only then could he safeguard his sister, Wang Xian, and those he held dear. At this stage, he harbored a singular goal: to enhance his own strength until the Red Alert forces were formidable enough to eliminate the enemy. Xiaosheng must perish. Only in his death would Wang Wei find peace of mind. Should anyone attempt to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to send them to the same fate as Xiaosheng. Meanwhile, on the highway beside the overpass, two zombies voraciously devoured Lin Ling's flesh. Relishing their meal, blood oozed from the corners of Lin Ling's mouth. His eyes glazed over, yet a faint breath of life lingered within him. He was unwilling, so unwilling to succumb to death. "Vengeance, I must exact my revenge," Lin Ling silently roared within. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Veins bulged beneath his skin, his eyes turning a blood-red hue, mirroring the horrid gaze of a zombie. His skin appeared to sprout dark scales, enveloping his entire body. The nails on his fingers elongated, glinting with a chilling sheen under the sunlight, exuding sharpness. The two zombies, oblivious to the change, were seized by Lin Ling's grasp around their necks. And with a swift motion, he snapped their necks with a crisp crack. Miraculously, Lin Ling rose to his feet, opening his mouth wide as if he were a zombie, and sank his teeth into the neck of one of the fallen zombies, greedily consuming its blood, which fortified his muscles. The two Red Alert soldiers standing nearby were taken aback, hastily aiming their weapons at the extraordinary Lin Ling. "I'm so hungry." A raspy voice escaped Lin Ling's lips, his eyes fixated with a crimson glare upon the two soldiers. At that moment, the aura radiating from him bore resemblance to that of an evolved zombie, yet also echoed the traits of a new human, like a half-human, half-zombie hybrid. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Ling discarded the lifeless zombie from which he had drained the blood, transforming into a streak of darkness, charging towards the two Red Alert soldiers with astonishing speed. Chapter 61, Blood Battle with the Half-Infected Tat-Tat-Tat. Wang Wei, in the basement, heard the distant sound of gunfire echoing from outside. His initial reaction was that the outside world was filled with the sounds of gunfire as the Red Alert soldiers shot down Lin Ling and the zombies. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss. This was peculiar. Even if they were shooting at Lin Ling and two evolved zombies, it should only require a few bullets. Yet, the scale of gunfire he had just heard suggested that at least an entire magazine had been expended. Such abnormalities surely indicated something sinister. There must be trouble above. With this thought, Wang Wei hurriedly drew his tactical knife, his expression vigilant as he raced upward. Behind him, Huang Quan and Wang Xian, although unaware of what was transpiring outside, noticed Wang Wei's grave demeanor and sensed that something was wrong. They quickened their pace, following him up. As Wang Wei emerged from the basement entrance, he was immediately enveloped by a thick stench of blood. He burst through the door of the residential building, and the scene that unfolded before him caused his pupils to constrict and his eyes to widen in disbelief. Half-infected Lin Ling had already snapped the neck of a Red Alert soldier, extinguishing his life on the spot. Now, with both hands gripping another Red Alert soldier's shoulders, he rendered the soldier immobilized. "I'm so hungry." A rasping voice emerged from Lin Ling's mouth. He opened his gaping maw and viciously sank his teeth into the neck of the Red Alert soldier, greedily drinking his blood, causing the soldier to tremble momentarily before he succumbed to death. It was only after the soldier had been transformed into a lifeless husk that Lin Ling relinquished his grip, callously discarding the soldier's body at Wang Wei's feet, as if to provoke him. This infuriated Wang Wei. He yearned to save his Red Alert soldier, but he was a moment too late. Since acquiring the Red Alert system, this was the first time a soldier had perished. Wang Wei had prepared himself for the possibility of soldier sacrifices, yet witnessing the demise of his subordinate filled his heart with both rage and sorrow. He tightened his grip on the tactical knife, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze at the transformed Lin Ling before him. At that moment, Lin Ling appeared to be enveloped in a layer of black scales, which bore the marks of bullets. It was evident that the previous two Red Alert soldiers had hit him, yet the rifle bullets had proven ineffective against this layer of black-scaled defense. Furthermore, Lin Ling's physique had become more imposing. He had grown from a height of approximately 1.7 meters to over 2 meters, resembling a monstrous figure. His long, sharp claws glimmered ominously in the sunlight, stained with blood that dripped steadily onto the ground. Veins bulged on his face, contorting it into a fearsome visage. With fangs bared as he opened his mouth wide, his eyes glowed a deep crimson, exuding an unsettling aura reminiscent of an evolved zombie. Yet what astonished Wang Wei was that Lin Ling still bore traces of humanity. This left him utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Could it be that a new breed of zombies has emerged? Wang Wei, it is all your fault that I have transformed into this half-human, half-zombie monstrosity. I shall devour you. Lin Ling's face contorted in a grotesque grimace as he charged directly toward Wang Wei. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced echoed through the air. Wang Wei, witnessing the scene before him, felt a shiver run down his spine. The speed was astonishing. Even the underworld would not possess such swiftness. Yet, at this juncture, to survive, he must confront Lin Ling with unrelenting ferocity. So what if he is a half-infected? I am a new human. Wang Wei tightened his grip on the tactical knife in his hand, his expression resolute, ready to face the approaching half-infected Lin Ling. At this moment, Wang Wei's speed surpassed that of a champion sprinter from the pre-apocalyptic era, the force behind his strike equating to that of 500 pounds. He aimed for Lin Ling's neck, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. However, Lin Ling's unleashed speed and strength exceeded Wang Wei's. With a swift motion, Lin Ling raised a clawed hand, forcing Wang Wei into a defensive stance, using his tactical knife to block. Bang! A violent clash resounded. The claw and the tactical knife collided, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, sparks flying in all directions. Yet, in his half-infected state, Lin Ling possessed overwhelming strength. Wang Wei's tactical knife was sent flying from his grasp, and then Lin Ling delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. That kick, it sent Wang Wei hurtling through the air. His stomach churned violently, as if his very organs were about to erupt. The searing pain in his lower abdomen caused Wang Wei to spit out a mouthful of blood. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, suppressing the agony coursing through his body, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as he turned to Huang Quan and declared, "Huang Quan, let us attack together." Wang Wei had truly been careless. He had assumed that Lin Ling, in his half-infected state, would merely be slightly stronger than a mutated zombie. Yet the earlier confrontation had made it clear. The half-infected Lin Ling possessed strength far beyond his imagination. He undoubtedly possessed power rivaling that of an evolved zombie. Or perhaps, he was akin to a secondary-level mutated entity. Alone, he could not defeat the half-infected Lin Ling. But what if Huang Quan joined him? Huang Quan was certainly stronger than most new humans. Huang Quan drew his tang knife, his expression stern as he nodded, gripping the hilt tightly. This time, he initiated the assault against the half-infected Lin Ling. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air resonated in Wang Wei's ears. In an instant, Huang Quan surged forward to stand before Lin Ling. Lin Ling wielded his formidable claws. Yet Huang Quan possessed the unbreakable tang knife. Huang Quan's offensive was relentless, the blade flashing, the sound of the knife ringing out in rapid succession. Wang Wei also charged forward, employing the techniques of 8 Extremes fist against Lin Ling. For a moment, the half-infected Lin Ling found himself suppressed. Huang Quan leaped into the air, bringing his blade down toward the shoulder of the half-infected Lin Ling. Bang. The sound of metal clashing echoed once more. The once impenetrable black scales, capable of withstanding rifle bullets, were cleaved in two by Huang Quan, scattering fragments in all directions. The blade's momentum was unstoppable. Severing the left arm of the half-infected Lin Ling, dark red blood gushed from Lin Ling's wound, pooling onto the ground. Lin Ling inhaled sharply, as if he still felt pain like any human. Seizing the moment, Wang Wei circled behind Lin Ling, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, struck fiercely at Lin Ling's back. With the technique of Bejiquan, he unleashed a furious roar within himself, the tyrant's hard break. Wang Wei poured all his strength into this blow, feeling that even a bull could not withstand its might. A resounding thud echoed. The half-infected Lin Ling was propelled backward, landing 5 meters away. Wang Wei had hoped to finish Lin Ling off in one stroke, but the resilience of the half-infected Lin Ling was astonishing. Despite enduring 2 devastating blows, he remained alive. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of black blood, gritting his teeth as he rose to his feet. His right hand clutching the wound on his left arm, glaring at Wang Wei with deep-seated hatred. In a hoarse voice, he vowed, "Wang Wei, one day I will consume you, and then devour everyone around you." With that, the half-infected Lin Ling leapt away, scaling the cliff like a gecko, disappearing within seconds. Wang Wei wished to slay Lin Ling, but he and Huang Quan were not capable of such agility, feeling helpless as they watched Lin Ling vanish from sight. What manner of creature is he? Wang Wei's expression grew grave as he murmured to himself. Chapter 62. Mobilizing 500 to construct a forward base, Wang Wei did not regard Lin Ling's threat with any seriousness. Was he not merely a half-human, half-corpse monster? What was so formidable about that? If only his armed mining vehicle had arrived, the 20mm cannon mounted on it would have reduced Lin Ling to mere rubble. Yet, Wang Wei found himself intrigued by the transformation that had turned Lin Ling into a half-human, half-corpse. Once, he had been a frail, ordinary survivor. After being bitten by a zombie, not only did he not perish, nor did he transform into a zombie. Instead, he evolved into a conscious half-human, half-corpse. Having just undergone this metamorphosis, he possessed strength rivaling that of evolved zombies. If such beings proliferated among the zombies, it would pose a lethal threat to both other human survivors and himself. Strengthen. He must grow stronger and swiftly. Only by attaining an unassailable level of power could any threat be rendered as inconsequential as a paper tiger. Just then, the sound of a vehicle horn echoed from the road ahead. Wang Wei lifted his gaze to see a pickup truck approaching. Leading the way was none other than his subordinate, the squad leader of the guards. Alongside the squad leader were 3 other guards. "Commander, what just transpired?" "Upon hearing gunfire, we presumed you were in peril and hurried here to join you." The squad leader stepped down from the vehicle and stood before Wang Wei, expressing concern. "We encountered a scoundrel who managed to escape." Wang Wei succinctly replied. "A scoundrel? Where is he now?" "My subordinates will pursue him and bring him back." The squad leader, looking at Wang Wei, volunteered himself for the task. This elicited a wry smile from Wang Wei. Capturing the half-infected Lin Ling? That was a fanciful notion. Perhaps with heavily armed soldiers, it might have been feasible, not to mention Lin Ling's uncanny ability to scale walls. Given Lin Ling's current prowess, he was far beyond what the squad leader's men could handle. If they attempted to confront him, it would be akin to delivering themselves to their doom. No need for that. Bury the bodies of the 2 fallen warriors, and then accompany me to the basement to retrieve the electrical equipment and the high-capacity generator. Wang Wei calmly instructed, shaking his head. Understood. The squad leader stood at attention, raising his hand in salute. Just then, the corpse of a fallen Red Alert soldier suddenly stirred, rising like a zombie and charging toward Wang Wei and his group. With a rapid succession of shots, the squad leader pulled the trigger, flames erupting from the muzzle of his Type 95 rifle as the 2 transformed soldiers fell lifelessly to the ground. This spectacle astonished Wang Wei. The half-infected Lin Ling had the alarming ability to infect others, rendering them akin to zombies. Did this imply that Lin Ling was, in essence, a sentient zombie? Wang Wei's expression grew grave, his eyes reflecting a chilling resolve. Should he encounter Lin Ling again, he would ensure his swift demise. For Lin Ling was a volatile powder keg, posing a danger comparable to the Lord-class zombie previously encountered in the city. With several guards joining in, the remains of the 2 Red Alert soldiers were swiftly dealt with, and the electrical equipment and generator were removed from the basement. Wang Wei was particularly pleased with the high-capacity generator, capable of providing power as long as there was a supply of oil. Although the camp currently had sufficient electricity, courtesy of the Jiang family, Wang Wei could not guarantee that future relations would remain amicable. One must always be prepared. Better safe than sorry. Observing the generator being loaded onto the vehicle, Wang Wei pondered. The construction interface within the Red Alert system featured a power station. Alas, It required the deployment of a base vehicle to transform it into a primary structure before a power station could be constructed. If only that restriction did not exist, and one could directly build a power station. Upon returning to the brick factory, the laborers had just finished loading the last truck. All 12 trucks were filled to the brim with supplies. A bountiful harvest indeed. Wang Wei glanced at his watch. With just 5 minutes until 3 o'clock, he was confident they would return to the East City base before 3:30. He stood atop the truck, addressing nearly 200 laborers before him with fervor. As long as you dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to my cause, I assure you, I shall not treat you unfairly. I previously stated that if we can return to the camp before 3:30, each of you will receive an additional pound of rice as a reward. The laborers below erupted with excitement, each yearning for that extra pound of rice, which would mean 4 pounds of rice in total for each individual. None among them wore a watch, leaving them uncertain of their ability to return by the designated time. A weary, sweat-drenched middle-aged man lifted his head and inquired of Wang Wei, "Boss, can we make it back to the East City base by 3:30? This question echoed the thoughts of all present, causing a palpable tension as their collective gaze turned toward Wang Wei, still perched atop the truck. Yes, Wang Wei affirmed solemnly, nodding his head. Upon hearing this, the laborers below erupted in jubilant cheers, chanting long life to their boss and exclaiming in playful jest about his stature. Wang Wei couldn't help but smile wryly at their antics, yet their current attitude filled him with satisfaction. He aimed to establish an image among the survivors in the camp, a man of his word, yet resolute and uncompromising. He wanted them to realize that although he was not a benevolent master, he was a man of integrity. This display would facilitate future recruitment, whether for laborers or skilled survivors from the East City base. Originally, 200 laborers had set out, but only 195 returned to the East City base. Regarding the deaths of the 5 laborers, Wang Wei decided to compensate only the family of the one who had succumbed to panic induced by a zombie, offering them 40 pounds of rice. He chose not to compensate for the deaths of the other 4, as they had previously spoken disrespectfully to him and had violated rules by shirking their duties and hoarding supplies. Wang Wei felt no obligation to extend fairness to those who disregarded the established order. At the East City base, in less than half an hour, Wang Wei and his party returned successfully, instructing the laborers to unload the truck's cargo before proceeding to settle their wages. After conferring with the Red Alert engineer, Wang Wei drove the pickup truck, accompanied by his security team, toward the slums where thousands awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Wang Wei, the crowd surged with excitement. Rising to their feet, their eyes filled with profound respect for him. This time, I seek to recruit 500 laborers with construction experience to build a forward operating base. Regardless of gender, the work will entail an 8-hour shift, with a wage of 1 pound of rice for your labor, Wang Wei proclaimed, utilizing a loudspeaker as he stood in the open bed of the pickup truck. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd of over 1,000 erupted into a frenzy, eagerly waving their hands and rushing forward to sign up. "I used to be a construction worker. I want to enlist," one shouted. "Boss, before the apocalypse, I sold lunchboxes on construction sites and observed the workers. I wish to join as well." Chapter 63. The 2 great forces bestow gifts within the slums. There exist over 10,000 survivors, and at this moment, more than 3,000 have gathered on site. The atmosphere is vibrant and bustling, as everyone is eager to register for participation. After all, Wang Wei has just announced a labor compensation of 1 kilogram of rice for merely 8 hours of work. In comparison, other factions offer only half a kilogram for the same duration, which is already considered generous. The arrival of a wealthy benefactor offering such favorable terms has captured the attention of all present survivors. Yet, there are only 500 spots available. With the demand far exceeding the supply, individuals are vying fervently for a chance to secure a position. At this moment, Wang Wei, standing in the open bed of a pickup truck, feels a profound sense of satisfaction. The sensation of being the boss is delightful. It is no wonder that, before the apocalypse, some individuals preferred to be employers subsisting on pickled vegetables rather than laborers feasting on chicken legs. The scene grows increasingly chaotic. Wang Wei raises his MP5 submachine gun and fires several shots into the air. The gunfire echoes around, bringing calm to the throng of over 3,000 survivors, who now collectively direct their gazes toward Wang Wei at the center. Those with construction experience will be given priority. If you wish to register, form an orderly line for screening. Anyone attempting to deceive will receive not a single grain of rice, Wang Wei proclaims through a megaphone, surveying the crowd before him. Concerned about incurring the wrath of their benefactor, the crowd quickly complies, hastily forming lines, fearful of losing their chance. As lines begin to take shape, the vigilant guards conduct screenings until 500 individuals with relevant work experience are selected. These 500 are genuine construction workers, those who, before the apocalypse, sold boxed lunches or provided other services to laborers have been eliminated from consideration. Boss, although I lack construction experience, I am willing to endure hardship. Please grant me an opportunity. I am ready to undertake any task, implores a gaunt middle-aged woman, grasping the hand of a small boy as she approaches Wang Wei. Wang Wei notices the woman's pitiable appearance. However, this is not a time for compassion. This is the apocalypse. If he were to extend a hand to this woman, countless others would soon follow, begging for the same chance. Wang Wei is not a savior, nor does he wish to be one. His sole objective is to ensure the survival of his own and those he holds dear. The plight of other survivors is of no concern to him. Though such sentiments may seem heartless, in this world of despair, kindness and a bleeding heart will only hasten one's demise. To achieve greatness, one must cultivate a heart of stone. Rules are rules. No one is permitted to breach them. The guard captain, accompanied by the 500 laborers he had recruited, returned to the camp. Wang Wei gestured with his hand and directed the guard captain below. Understood. The guard captain saluted sharply. Upon their return to the camp, Wang Wei and the 500 laborers found that the Red Alert engineer had meticulously devised a detailed plan for the outpost and promptly saluted Wang Wei. I have successfully brought back all 500 laborers with construction experience. I now entrust their arrangement to you. Feel free to command my soldiers as well. Should you require anything further, I am at your complete disposal, Wang Wei stated, patting the Red Alert engineer on the shoulder with a calm smile. Yes, I assure you the task will be accomplished, the Red Alert engineer declared with resolute confidence. He then ascended to a higher vantage point, gazing down at the 500 temporarily recruited laborers. Taking the megaphone from Wang Wei, he proclaimed, "Now, you 500 will be divided into 5 battalions, each further divided into 3 companies, and each company into 3 squads. Those with over 30 years of construction experience may serve as battalion leaders, receiving an additional 3 gene of rice as compensation. Those with over 20 years of experience may assume the role of company leaders, earning an extra 2 gene of rice. And those with over 10 years of experience can lead a squad, receiving an additional gene of rice." Wang Wei observed the Red Alert engineer's words without objection, fully supporting him, for the engineer was indeed a professional. The assembled laborers, upon hearing of the potential for increased compensation, became animated, with many meeting the criteria stepping forward to register. The Red Alert engineer, possessing keen discernment, could easily detect any falsehoods. Those attempting to deceive would be promptly removed from the labor list. In a brief moment, he selected 5 temporary battalion leaders, 15 temporary company leaders, and 45 temporary squad leaders. The 1st battalion would be responsible for mixing cement, the 2nd for transporting cement and construction materials, the 3rd and 4th for construction, and the 5th for installing floodlights and clearing debris from the camp. The battalion with the best performance would see each member rewarded with an additional half gene of rice. The Red Alert engineer animatedly organized the tasks for the 500 laborers. Upon hearing that the top battalion could earn an extra half gene of rice, all the laborers were invigorated, their spirits soaring as they pledged to give their utmost effort. Wang Wei, seemingly grasping the situation more clearly, instructed the Red Alert soldiers. 1st squad leader, take your men to safeguard the materials. 2nd squad leader, oversee the work. Anyone who accepts compensation without contributing will be dismissed. Guard captain, maintain vigilance over the camp. Understood. The 2 squad leaders and the guard captain raised their hands in a respectful salute to Wang Wei. With the 2nd squad responsible for oversight, a deterrent effect would dissuade any laborers harboring thoughts of idleness. Once arrangements were finalized, the entire camp commenced with fervent activity, embarking on a large-scale construction endeavor. Most laborers aspire to secure the top position, yearning for additional rewards akin to an extra half kilogram of rice. Thus, they become fervently engaged in their tasks, exerting themselves as though constructing their own homes. With over an hour remaining before dusk, the floodlights were erected, supported by sturdy frames, resembling street lamps along the roadway. The outer structures of the outpost, including warehouses, living quarters, and watchtowers, were gradually established under the meticulous guidance of the engineers. However, given the current pace, it would take at least a week for everything to be completed. Therefore, when the 500 laborers learned they would be working for a week, excitement surged among them. In what felt like the blink of an eye, the day transitioned into night. At midnight, the outpost had begun to take shape. After receiving their wages for the day, the 500 laborers returned to the slums, ready to resume work the following morning at 8. Wang Wei sat on the bed within the tent on the grassland. The events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving him somewhat on edge, and he intended to rest well. Just then, the guard captain hurriedly approached, reporting to Wang Wei, "Commander, 2 rather attractive women have arrived outside, claiming to be sent by Master Bei and the Feng family, specifically to serve you." Chapter 64. Mr. Wang, please do not send me away a proposition of intimate companionship. Such fortune. Wang Wei could not help but smile wryly. It appeared that Master Bei and the Feng family were exceedingly eager for him to join their ranks. even going so far as to send beautiful women to win his favor. Had this been before the apocalypse, Wang Wei would have undoubtedly accepted the two women without hesitation. Yet now, his sole focus was on strengthening his own power, entirely dismissive of romantic entanglements. In the future, with the strength to surpass any faction, he would have no shortage of women to choose from. Send them back whence they came, and inform their masters that I, Wang Wei, appreciate the gesture, he stated calmly, gazing steadily at the guard captain. Upon uttering those words, Wang Wei couldn't help but admire himself. It seemed he had truly matured, rejecting temptation without a moment's hesitation. The guard captain nodded slightly and hurried outside. Within 2 minutes, he returned, a look of exasperation on his face as he reported, "Commander, I conveyed your message to the two women, but they refused to leave, insisting that Master Bei and the Feng family ordered them to serve you, or they would face dire consequences upon their return." Refusing to leave? They were clearly attempting to impose their will. After a long day, Wang Wei felt some stiffness in his neck and legs. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he instructed the guard captain, "Bring the two women in to see me." In truth, Wang Wei was indifferent to the fate of those women outside, nor was he captivated by their beauty. He merely wished to have those two women enter and knead his shoulders and legs, seeking a moment of relaxation. Yet, in the eyes of the guard captain, the situation appeared quite different. He suspected the commander was merely lusting after the two women's forms. Moments later, the guard captain escorted the two women into Wang Wei's tent on the grassland. "Commander, the individuals have arrived," he reported. Wang Wei, indifferent, lifted his gaze toward the two women before him. To his astonishment, he recognized them. One, with short hair and an innocent, captivating demeanor, possessed eyes that shimmered with a beguiling light, evoking a desire for affection. This was none other than Tian He, a local actress from Shurching before the apocalypse. The other woman, alluring and enchanting, sported strikingly fair legs and donned a short skirt, epitomizing allure. She was Pan Rongrong, a popular internet celebrity from Shurching, boasting over 500,000 followers before the world changed. In the days prior to the apocalypse, encountering either of these women was akin to reaching for the stars. Yet now, they stood before Wang Wei, eager to serve him. This phenomenon stirred a profound sense of nostalgia within Wang Wei. How fickle fate can be. 30 years of prosperity can swiftly turn into 30 years of decline. The two women before him were nothing short of exceptional. He swallowed hard, but quickly suppressed any inappropriate thoughts. "Mr. Wang, please don't send me away. If I don't do anything, the Feng family will kill me," Tian He implored, tears glistening in her eyes, her plea heart-wrenching. "Mr. Wang, please don't dismiss me either. Bei Yi ordered me to serve you well, or else he would kill me too," Pan Rongrong added, stepping forward to grasp Wang Wei's hand, her voice trembling with emotion. Wang Wei quickly withdrew his hand and cleared his throat. "Cough, guard captain. Please bring a basin of hot water from outside. I wish to soak my feet." "Yes." The guard captain nodded with composure. "If you wish to serve me, I shall grant you the opportunity to massage my shoulders and knead my legs. After a long day, I need to unwind." Wang Wei cast a glance at the two women, devoid of any sense of tenderness. "Is that all?" Pan Rongrong asked in surprise. "What else do you expect? Do you think I truly wish to exploit you? Do not entertain such fanciful notions," Wang Wei replied with a tone of righteous propriety. Upon uttering these words, Wang Wei couldn't help but admire his own composure. Had anyone else found themselves in this situation, they would likely have revealed their predatory nature. Shortly thereafter, the guard captain entered the tent with a basin of hot water, placing it before Wang Wei before discreetly exiting. "What are you standing around for? Begin." Wang Wei gestured impatiently. "I learned some techniques for shoulder massage. I can knead Mr. Wang's shoulders," Tian He quickly declared, removing her shoes and kneeling on the bed, her delicate hands poised to work on Wang Wei's shoulders. It must be said that Tian He's technique was indeed skillful, providing Wang Wei with a sense of relief from the ache in his shoulders. Pan Rongrong wore a reluctant expression, yet under the command of Bei Yi, she had no choice but to attend to Wang Wei's foot massage, with his feet immersed in the warm water of a basin. Coupled with Pan Rongrong's ministrations and Tian He attending to his shoulders, Wang Wei felt a refreshing lightness, as if he were floating. No wonder some individuals before the apocalypse were so fond of visiting foot massage parlors. This was pure bliss. After indulging for a minute, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted Wang Wei's reverie. He lifted his gaze to discover none other than Uncle Huang entering. Observing Wang Wei in the company of two exceptionally beautiful women, Uncle Huang's imagination began to wander, and he smiled at Wang Wei, saying, "Mr. Wang, I see you are quite busy. I shall not disturb you. I will come to speak with you tomorrow." Before Wang Wei could offer an explanation, Uncle Huang turned and exited the tent, leaving Wang Wei feeling utterly helpless and wearing a bitter smile. What was he thinking? Barely had Uncle Huang departed when his sister, Wang Xin, entered the tent uninvited. Upon seeing the two stunning beauties attending to Wang Wei, her face flushed with shyness. And she dared not meet his gaze. Lowering her head, she awkwardly addressed Wang Wei. Brother, I apologize for interrupting your business. Have you seen Uncle Huang? I wanted to learn some skills from him. He just left, sister. Please don't misunderstand. I am not that kind of person, Wang Wei hastily explained. Before he could finish, Wang Xin, her cheeks aflame, dashed out of the tent. Wang Wei sighed in exasperation. What on earth was going on? He merely wished to have these two lovely women massage his feet and shoulders. Why did misunderstandings abound? At that moment, another set of footsteps approached, and Wang Wei looked up to find Huang Quan. Concerned that Huang Quan might misconstrue the situation, he preemptively smiled and said, Huang Quan, please don't misunderstand. They are just giving me a foot and shoulder massage. Huang Quan nodded thoughtfully and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, understood, no need for further explanation. Just a word of advice, Brother Wang. Do take care of yourself and avoid overexertion. With that, Huang Quan turned and left the tent. Sitting on the bed, Wang Wei lowered his head, chuckling ruefully. The more he explained, the less clarity he achieved. Chapter 65, Fanning the Flames. All he desired was a simple foot and shoulder massage, yet it had led to misunderstandings with all three individuals. Did they truly believe him to be the sort of man who could not resist the presence of women? Wang Wei gazed at Pan Rongrong, who was diligently massaging his feet, her attire light and cool, and the proximity rendered him momentarily entranced. Had this been before the apocalypse, marrying a woman like Pan Rongrong or Tian He would have felt like a stroke of fortune. Yet, for the battle-hardened Wang Wei, women had become inconsequential. In the future, with power and influence, what kind of woman would elude him? Upon this realization, Wang Wei promptly dismissed any thoughts of Pan Rongrong. After you two have finished massaging my feet and shoulders, my people will escort you back and convey my regards to Lord Bei and the Feng family, stating that I, Wang Wei, have taken note of their gesture. With a slow, indulgent closure of his eyes, he addressed the two beautiful women beside him. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The arrival of two lovely ladies at his doorstep from Lord Bei and the Feng family could hardly be a mere act of goodwill. There must be ulterior motives at play. It is highly likely that they intend to plant spies within his ranks. Of course, this was merely Wang Wei's conjecture. Whether it held truth was inconsequential. What mattered was his resolve to not keep these two women. One must always be wary, especially in this apocalyptic era where caution is paramount. As his words fell, Tian He and Pan Rongrong were taken aback, halting their tasks and kneeling before Wang Wei, tears welling in their eyes. Tian He, sobbing, implored, Mr. Wang, please do not send me away. Before I came here, the Feng family warned me to please you and serve you well. If you cast me out, the Feng family will kill me. Pan Rongrong, her face filled with panic, beseeched, Mr. Wang, I beg you allow me to stay. I will take care of you diligently. I am willing to do anything. Just please do not send me away. The two women presented a pitiful sight as they knelt before Wang Wei, pleading for mercy. Had this been before the end of the world, Wang Wei might have genuinely considered their pleas. However, times had changed, and he was no longer the same man. A person of ambition must remain resolute and consistent in word and deed. I do not require your services in the future, nor will I ask you to perform any tasks. That is settled. I will arrange for you to be escorted back shortly. Given that you have served me well thus far, I can speak to Lord Bei and the Feng family on your behalf to ensure your safety. Wang Wei stated with a stern expression. Upon witnessing Wang Wei's unwavering attitude, the two women ceased their entreaties, fearing that further words might provoke his displeasure. Continue to massage my feet and shoulders, Wang Wei commanded, slowly closing his eyes once more, his demeanor calm. The two women, seemingly lost in thought, nodded in compliance. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Wei enjoyed half an hour of this pampering, the aches in his body dissipating entirely. Just then, he sensed that Pan Rongrong's grip fluctuated between firm and gentle, which struck him as peculiar. If she were fatigued, her pressure would surely lighten. Yet her alternating intensity persisted for a full 10 seconds, raising his suspicions. Slowly, he opened his eyes and cast a glance at Pan Rongrong. At that moment, her face drained of color, as if she had been caught in a transgression, her entire form trembling. It was her reaction that intensified Wang Wei's unease. One who harbors no guilt fears no specter at midnight. Before him, Pan Rongrong exhibited an unusually erratic demeanor, prompting Wang Wei to harbor suspicions. What is the matter with you? Your pressure while massaging my feet fluctuates between light and heavy. Wang Wei scrutinized Pan Rongrong, his voice low and penetrating. I apologize, Mr. Wang. This is possibly my first time massaging someone else's feet, and I am still unaccustomed to it. Pan Rongrong hastily set aside her tasks, lowering her head to explain, avoiding direct eye contact with Wang Wei. This further piqued his curiosity regarding her true intentions for being there. Pan Rongrong was clearly hiding something. Although her previous foot massaging techniques were not entirely proficient, they did indicate some experience. Yet now, She claimed it was her first attempt. This was unmistakably a falsehood. Coupled with her earlier peculiar reaction, it only solidified Wang Wei's belief that Pan Rongrong had ulterior motives, and they were undoubtedly nefarious. Wang Wei continued to gaze intently at Pan Rongrong until, after several moments, he spoke again. Mistakes in foot massage may be trivial, but certain errors can lead to dire consequences. He utilized his words as a subtle warning, hoping she would grasp his meaning and voluntarily confess. Mr. Wang, I am truly sorry. I will certainly be more attentive next time. Pan Rongrong's heart raced in fear, yet she still refrained from revealing the truth, leaving Wang Wei feeling helpless and uncertain if she comprehended his insinuations. Just as he contemplated a different approach to extract her intentions, the head of security rushed into the tent, standing before Wang Wei, urgency etched on his face. Commander, there has been a grave incident outside. Do not panic. What has transpired? Wang Wei maintained his composure, raising his gaze to the security chief. It appears that several thousand survivors from the slums have gathered outside, surrounding the entrance to the forward base. From their demeanor, it seems they do not come with good intentions. A line of soldiers is already at the entrance. Confronting the survivors, the security chief reported hastily. Thousands of survivors gathered, surrounding the entrance to the forward base. Wang Wei instantly recognized that someone was inciting unrest, prompting the survivors to encircle the base in the dead of night. Summon everyone from the second platoon to the entrance of the forward base. Leave 2 guards to secure the tent. No one is permitted to enter or exit without my command. The remaining guards will oversee the supplies. Wang Wei quickly devised a plan, instructing the security chief. Yes, the security chief saluted Wang Wei. At the entrance of the forward base, after 8 hours of construction, the outer wall was finally completed. It soared over 3 meters high, with only one passage serving as the entrance and exit. At this moment, over 20 red alert soldiers, armed with Type 95 assault rifles, stood ready for combat, facing a multitude of survivors on the nearby slope. Beneath the illumination of the camp floodlights, a throng of at least 5,000 souls surged, creating a cacophony of voices. At the heart of this multitude, a man with a sharp visage seized a megaphone and proclaimed with fervor, "Before the apocalypse, we were all legitimate taxpayers of Z Nation, and those within are the regular troops of the provincial city. They are duty-bound to safeguard our lives and attend to our daily needs. It is our right." Wang Wei, accompanied by the second squad of the Red Alert warriors, had just arrived at the gates of the outpost when these words reached his ears, stirring a sense of familiarity within him, as if he had heard this voice before. He raised his gaze and beheld the instigator standing defiantly at the center of the crowd, igniting a simmering rage within him, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. It was this scoundrel, the rabble-rouser, none other than the rodent-eyed man he had encountered during the day, deliberately causing chaos. Was it not sufficient to live in peace? Why seek death so recklessly? In the wake of the rodent-eyed man's impassioned speech, the throng of over 5,000 survivors became electrified, each individual clenching their fists and raising their voices in unison. "You are the regular troops of the provincial city. You must protect us. Before the apocalypse, you served us. Now, in these dire times, you must continue to serve us. We demand our rights and the assurance of sustenance." As the fervor of the survivors escalated, Wang Wei could not help but scoff at the scene before him. They were not the true regular troops of the provincial city. They were merely masquerading, fabricating their identities to intimidate the various factions within the East City base. Were it not for this layer of deception, perhaps Xiao Sheng and Lord Bei would have already dismembered him by daylight. Thus, it was imperative to maintain this facade. The regular army of Z Nation had vanished for over 3 months. Wang Wei was uncertain whether any authentic military presence remained in the provincial city. If true soldiers of Z Nation were indeed present, they might acquiesce to the demands of these rebellious survivors and offer them refuge. Yet, he was not a genuine soldier. Their survival bore no relevance to him. Did they presume to morally compel him into providing for them? Did they believe he would cater to their daily needs? Did they truly think themselves lords over him? Wang Wei erupted into raucous laughter, a wild and unrestrained sound that astonished the 5,000 survivors outside the gates, halting their actions as they turned to regard him, puzzled by the outpost's master and his inexplicable mirth. Fools are a dime a dozen, but this year, they are particularly abundant. Wang Wei chuckled coldly. At that moment, behind him stood over 50 Red Alert soldiers, armed with Type 95 assault rifles, forming 2 rows at the gate. Yuli and the Wolfdog rifle flanked Wang Wei, ensuring his protection. Even Huang Quan, Uncle Huang Air, and Wang Xian had arrived, wielding their trusty weapons, ready to face the impending confrontation alongside Wang Wei. The armored mining vehicle rolled in on the inner side of the outpost gate, its 20mm cannon aimed squarely at the survivors before it. Everyone present was poised for combat. "You Wang, what audacity! You are merely the temporary commander of this outpost." The speaker continued, "You are the regular army of Country Z. Before the apocalypse, we were your benefactors. Now that we are in peril, you must fulfill our every demand. This is our right. The man with rat-like features seized the megaphone and declared with great fervor, what insatiable greed. What demands do you wish to make? Wang Wei placed his hands before him, regarding the rat-faced man with bemusement, and retorted with a mocking smile, what do you desire? We demand food. Every survivor must be fed. You must also ensure our safety and uphold our rights. Furthermore, the outpost must elect a qualified leader through a vote, in which you cannot participate or interfere. The rat-faced man shouted with great intensity. No sooner had he finished speaking than the thousands of survivors behind him rallied in support. Yes, we must be fed. We are your benefactors. You must protect us. We will elect a leader for the outpost. The chorus of voices surged, echoing in a cacophony of demands. The rat-faced man grinned, believing that with over 5,000 supporters behind him, he could easily dominate Wang Wei. Wang Wei scanned the crowd of survivors on the hillside, his expression one of disdain. He turned his gaze back to the rat-faced man and spoke with calm assurance. If you seek nourishment, protection, and the right to elect a leader, that can be arranged. The rat-faced man beamed, his face lighting up with excitement as he urged. Then hurry and open the camp gates, allowing us to enter the outpost for our meal. This excitement was not limited to the rat-faced man. The more than 5,000 unruly survivors on the hillside shared in the thrill. Not so fast. I have yet to finish my words. I can grant you what you desire, but under one condition. You must contribute to the outpost. We do not accept the worthless, nor do we tolerate deceitful scoundrels. Do you understand your standing? Do you require a reminder that, to me, most of you appear as mere waste? Wang Wei's tone was frigid as he surveyed the thousands of survivors on the hillside with a piercing gaze. Those who lack shame are invincible. Wang Wei had previously been puzzled by this adage, but today, it had become crystal clear to him, much like the rat-faced man and these survivors before him, who bore an air of entitlement, seeking to claim the outpost as their own while expecting his subordinates to serve them. How shameless could they be? We are not worthless. We are survivors. The rat-faced man spat through gritted teeth, directing his fury at Wang Wei. Is there a distinction? Wang Wei waved his hand dismissively. At this, Huang Quan and Wang Xian, standing behind him, could not contain their laughter. Huang Quan raised his head and teasingly remarked to Wang Wei, Brother Wang, you are truly my idol. Your eloquence is unmatched. Opposite them, the rat-eyed man wore an ashen expression, his face contorted with rage, as if he had just swallowed something foul. The over 5,000 survivors standing on the hillside shared a similar sentiment. At that moment, Wang Wei surveyed his surroundings, noticing the absence of any subordinates from the 8 major factions of the East City base. Clearly, both factions were aware of the situation, recognizing it as a troublesome affair that could potentially lead to bloodshed. Thus, both camps chose to turn a blind eye. Wang, regardless of circumstances, we survivors were once legitimate taxpayers of the Z Nation. Even now, you are obligated to serve us, as it is our rightful claim. Should you refuse, we shall take matters into our own hands. I refuse to believe you would dare to fire upon us. The rat-eyed man brandished a loudspeaker, inciting the throng of survivors behind him to stir unrest. The expressions of those on the hillside turned fierce. There are over 5,000 of us, while they have hardly 100. We will fight for our sustenance. We are taxpayers of the Z Nation. If they dare to fire upon so many of us, the regular army from the provincial city will surely not let them off lightly. Why should they wield power while we struggle to fill our stomachs? We will fight. The survivors on the hillside became increasingly agitated. Wang Wei observed the impending riot among the survivors, his demeanor shifting to one of steely resolve. He raised his hand and issued a solemn command to the red alert soldiers behind him. All units. Anyone approaching the camp gate within 20 paces is to be shot on sight. Chapter 67. Benevolence exhausted. No more patience. Wang Wei was furious. It was the first time he encountered such shamelessness. If he did not show them the consequences, they would truly believe themselves invincible. He gazed at the sea of survivors on the hillside, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. All along, these individuals had regarded him as part of the regular army. It was precisely for this reason that they dared to act so recklessly, assuming Wang Wei would not dare to fire upon them collectively. Yet they were unaware that Wang Wei, like them, was a survivor in this post-apocalyptic world. Anyone who dared to seize his supplies would face his wrath, regardless of their status. At that moment, over 50 red alert soldiers behind Wang Wei raised their assault rifles, aiming at the more than 5,000 survivors before them. The 20mm cannon of the armed mining vehicle hummed ominously, its fearsome barrel ready to unleash destruction. Even Wang Xian, his sister, had picked up an 81-style automatic rifle, chambered and poised for battle, prepared to stand with her brother Wang Wei in the face of adversity. The sight of soldiers at the forward base gate, weapons aimed at them, sent shivers down the spines of many among the throng of survivors on the hillside. The man, known as Mouse-eyed, could not suppress a gulp of trepidation, a flicker of fear crossing his visage. Yet, as if struck by an epiphany. He gritted his teeth and raised the loudspeaker in his hand, turning to address the over 5,000 survivors on the hillside before him. We must defend our rights. We must secure our sustenance. We shall no longer endure the oppression of the 8 great powers. They will not fire upon us, for they fear us. Brothers and sisters, charge forth. Storm the outpost, seize their weapons, claim their provisions, and let us govern ourselves. With fervent zeal, Mouseide spoke, reminiscent of a master orator, stirring the hearts of many survivors on the slope, particularly with the notion of securing enough to eat, a longing shared by each and every one of them. Wang Wei drew his MP5 submachine gun, firing into the air. The rapid gunfire echoed, and instantly, Mouseide and the multitude of survivors turned their gaze towards Wang Wei. I, Wang Wei, though not a man of bloodlust, am no soft-hearted soul either. Let me reiterate, if you wish to eat, if you desire power, you must contribute to the outpost. What I provide is yours to take, but should anyone dare to seize by force, I shall establish my authority through bloodshed, in the name of the god of death. Wang Wei cast a cold glance at the survivors across from him, attempting one final persuasive appeal, his voice resonating with passion. Everyone has principles, and I am no exception. Though many of you have been incited to come here, should you attempt to invade the outpost and rob our resources, I will not hesitate to fire. The effect was immediate. Wang Wei observed a flicker of fear among many on the hillside. Yet, more than half still sought to seize the opportunity in the chaos. As the instigator, Mouseide once again raised the loudspeaker, exclaiming, "Do not be afraid. He is merely trying to intimidate us. He does not truly dare to shoot. For the sake of our future prosperity, for our liberation from prior oppression, for the promise of a full meal, charge." No sooner had he finished speaking than dozens standing beside him clenched their fists and surged toward the outpost. With the lead of the first group, hundreds, then thousands, joined in. In the blink of an eye, no fewer than 2,000 people rushed from the hillside toward the outpost, illuminated by the floodlights. Resembling a dark swarm of ants, stretching endlessly, the foremost survivors quickly closed the distance to less than 50 meters. Wang Wei gritted his teeth, the intent to kill intensifying in his eyes. They were forcing his hand. He had shown them mercy long enough. It seemed today would be marked in blood. To ensure that all survivors in the East City base thoroughly understood, he was no benevolent lord, nor a savior, but rather the god of death safeguarding his own interests. One must look after oneself, or face annihilation. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The foremost group of survivors is now less than 30 meters from the gates of the outpost. The number of survivors rushing down the hillside has swelled to over 3,000. At this moment, the survivors before them, noticing that Wang Wei and his companions have yet to fire, have grown increasingly brazen, as if they are certain that Wang Wei would not dare to shoot. Many among the survivors are already envisioning themselves occupying the outpost. Just then, several survivors have approached within 20 paces of the outpost gates. A glint of murderous intent flickers in Wang Wei's eyes, and it feels as if the temperature in the air has plummeted. Everyone, open fire. Wang Wei barks coldly. As the command leaves his lips, the red alert soldiers raise their assault rifles and pull the triggers, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the survivors who have encroached within 20 paces of the outpost gates. The sound of rapid gunfire reverberates through the air. Over 50 assault rifles erupt in sparks, transforming bullets into a dense web of firepower that descends upon the crowd. In an instant, the foremost dozen survivors collapse into pools of blood, each punctured by no fewer than 5 bullet holes, resulting in their swift demise. The gunfire echoes into the night. The 20mm cannon mounted on the armored mining vehicle roars to life. Bursts of fire erupt from the muzzle, as dozens of cannon shells rain down upon the closest survivors, claiming the lives of many on the spot. This time, the throng of survivors rushing forward halts in their tracks, their faces etched with terror. They are utterly astonished that Wang Wei and his group would actually dare to open fire, and even fire artillery. In less than 5 seconds, the chaotic survivors begin to withdraw, retreating 50 paces from the outpost gates, leaving behind no fewer than 50 bodies. Wang Wei's expression hardens, his eyes blazing with fury. Do they truly believe they can bully him without consequence? To be candid, he had not intended to resort to violence to drive them away. Yet, these survivors appear to him as mindless rabid dogs. To protect the outpost, to safeguard his resources, and to defend those he holds dear, he must fire. Only by inflicting pain upon them will they come to understand their true position. At this moment, the thousands of survivors descending the hillside are left pale with fear, their hearts pounding, hesitant to press onward. Meanwhile, at the foot of the hill, the rat-eyed man, seeing the tide has turned, plans to flee. Wang Wei's gaze falls upon him, his murderous intent intensifying, and he instructs his subordinates behind him. Yuri, grab the rifle. You too, go bring that instigator over here. Anyone who dares to challenge me will regret being alive. Chapter 68. terrifying speculations, the riotous survivors present are utterly subdued, for they all understand that Wang Wei and his group are indeed willing to fire. If anyone dares to provoke Wang Wei at this moment, it would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, all the survivors present swiftly circumvented a path, revealing the current position of the rat-eyed man to the crowd. Woof! The red alert wolf dog took the lead, charging towards the rat-eyed man. This one-star red alert wolf dog was significantly more robust than a Tibetan mastiff from the pre-apocalyptic era, and the survivors, having never encountered such a formidable creature, instinctively recoiled in fear. Red alert Yuri strode forward with an air of calm composure. Just as the onlookers believed the rat-eyed man was on the verge of capture, a sudden gunshot rang out. Bang! The rat-eyed man was hit, blood gushing from his wound. Perhaps due to the dim light, the lurking gunman failed to strike a fatal blow, merely grazing the rat-eyed man's left arm. In agony, the rat-eyed man fell to the ground, wailing in despair. Wang Wei, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. Someone intended to kill the rat-eyed man. But why had they not done so earlier? Why wait until now to fire? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Wang Wei. Perhaps the instigator was not solely the rat-eyed man. There were other forces at play in this affair. To be blunt, it was highly plausible that the rat-eyed man was merely a pawn in a larger scheme. In light of this, the rat-eyed man could not die just yet. They needed to extract information about the mastermind behind this plot. Yuri, protect that scoundrel for the time being. Do not let him perish. Rifle, apprehend the hidden gunman. Wang Wei hurriedly commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, the gunman attempted to fire again, aiming to eliminate the rat-eyed man to silence him. Red alert Yuri immediately unleashed a mental wave, seizing control of the gunman's hand, causing the weapon to fall uncontrollably to the ground. The wolf dog lunged forward, toppling the assailant and swiftly clamping its jaws around the gunman's neck. After a brief struggle, the gunman ceased to breathe. The surrounding survivors, witnessing this grim spectacle, trembled in fear and hastily fled the scene. In no time, Red alert Yuri brought the rat-eyed man before Wang Wei. Before Wang Wei could utter a word, the rat-eyed man hurriedly knelt, bowing his head in supplication. Sir, I was wrong. I should not have incited the survivors. I beg you, spare my life. I have elderly dependents and young children. If anything happens to me, who will care for them? The rat-eyed man wept bitterly, attempting to evoke Wang Wei's sympathy in a desperate bid for survival. However, Wang Wei merely scoffed at the display. This rat-eyed man was cunning. Who could discern whether his words bore any truth? Even if he had elderly and children, given his actions tonight, the rat-eyed man must perish. But before his demise, they needed to extract the identity of the true orchestrator behind this turmoil. Whoever dared to orchestrate this plot and incite chaos among the survivors would not go unpunished. A smile emerged on Wang Wei's face, leading the uninformed to mistakenly perceive him as a benevolent individual. If you wish to preserve your life, it is not impossible. Tell me, who commanded you to incite the survivors to create chaos? Wang Wei crouched down, gazing directly into the eyes of the man before him, who knelt on the ground, still wearing a faint smile as he inquired amiably. Under normal circumstances, a person of such a lowly character would undoubtedly divulge everything to save himself. However, at this moment, the man seemed to recall something, casting furtive glances around, as if wary of a formidable power, hesitating to respond. No one ordered me. This was entirely my own scheme. The man hastily shook his head, yet the panic etched on his face betrayed his deceit. Do not be afraid. With me here, regardless of the origins of your master, I can ensure your survival. Boldly reveal to me, who is your master? Wang Wei patted the man's shoulder, attempting to coax him. Yet, the man remained reluctant to disclose the truth, frantically shaking his head. No, truly, there is no one. The man's explanations left Wang Wei deeply dissatisfied. Do not test my patience. You have 3 seconds to consider. If you remain silent, I shall unleash my attack dogs to shatter every bone in your body. Wang Wei's expression turned grave as he glared fiercely at the man before him. When gentle persuasion failed, he resorted to intimidation. Upon finishing his threat, his attack dog approached, obediently displaying its massive jaws in a menacing manner, exuding an aura of ferocity. The effect was immediate. The man trembled in fear, his trousers dampened in terror. Please, do not kill me. I will tell you everything. Indeed, someone ordered me to do this. The objective was to compel you to withdraw from the eastern city base. That person is Foam, the man hastily confessed. Bang! Yet, before the man could complete his sentence, a sniper shot rang out from afar. The bullet struck the man's head with deadly precision, and blood erupted forth as he collapsed lifelessly into a pool of crimson. The death of the man severed the thread of information. Wang Wei understood instantly that it was the man's master who had fired the shot, aiming to eliminate him and silence him forever. His countenance darkened as he followed the source of the gunfire, raising his hand to command coldly, Huang Quan, rifle. You two go ahead and be sure to capture the sniper and bring him to me. Yes, Both the man and the dog responded in unison, transforming into shadows as they raced toward the origin of the gunfire. At that moment, Wang Wei recalled the thousands of survivors standing before him. He had to provide an explanation for this incident. Otherwise, he would bear the infamy of being a murderer. You have all heard. Someone commanded this scoundrel to incite you to cause trouble. I, Wang Wei, fired in self-defense. In terms of reason and sentiment, I, Wang Wei, stand guiltless. Moreover, I reiterate, if you wish to secure sustenance and seek refuge under our protection, it is imperative that you contribute to our cause and the outpost. Considering that you have been misled, I can overlook your transgressions this time. However, should such an incident occur again, the consequences will be severe. Wang Wei cast a fierce glance over the gathered survivors and declared with solemn authority. The survivors immediately yielded, apologizing profusely and vowing never to repeat such actions. Subsequently retreating en masse, over 5,000 individuals swiftly departing the area. Within a mere 2 minutes, the hillside was devoid of survivors. Save for the 50 or so corpses left a mere dozen steps from the outpost gate. Lieutenant, bury these bodies, Wang Wei instructed in a low voice. Understood. We shall fulfill the task. The lieutenant saluted Wang Wei and signaled to his men to dig graves for the deceased. At that moment, Wang Wei's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the rat-eyed man, recalling the final words he uttered before his demise, which caused Wang Wei to furrow his brow in deep contemplation. The man's last word had invoked the name Feng. Could it be that the masterminds behind this plot were indeed orchestrating from the Feng family of the East City base? Chapter 69. The master of Pan Rongrong. The Feng family is a long-standing representative of the established factions within the East City base. Their power ranks just below that of Lord Bei. What perplexed Wang Wei was his amicable relationship with the young lady of the Feng family, Feng Qinya. If this incident were truly instigated by the Feng family, what motive could they possibly have for driving him out of the East City base? In that moment, Wang Wei felt a throbbing headache, unable to discern the cause and effect of the situation. It seemed he would have to wait until Huang Quan and Lang Go's rifle returned with the sniper to uncover the truth behind this affair. With such a significant event transpiring that night, Wang Wei's mind was consumed with thoughts of revelation as he stood at the outpost's entrance, eagerly awaiting Huang Quan and Lang Go's return, desperate to uncover the identity of the puppet master behind it all. In less than 5 minutes, Huang Quan and Lang Go returned. Upon seeing that they had not brought anyone back with them, Wang Wei immediately grasped the situation. The sniper who had taken down the rat-eyed man had evaded capture. Brother Wang, I apologize, we were unable to apprehend the sniper. Huang Quan lowered his head, expressing his remorse. It is quite normal not to have captured him. Do not blame yourself, Wang Wei reassured him, patting Huang Quan's shoulder. The sniper is a formidable presence. No one knows when they might fall victim to a concealed sniper lurking at a distance. To counterbalance the threat posed by snipers, there is but one solution. One must cultivate their own snipers. Snipers possess acute observational skills, enabling them to detect the presence of other snipers almost instantaneously. At this moment, Wang Wei's sister, Wang Xian, could be considered a budding sniper. With further training, she could undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional marksman, albeit requiring substantial time for development. Wang Wei could not afford to wait that long. After earning gold through the therapeutic serum tomorrow, he must prioritize the development of snipers and procure a batch of elite red alert snipers. Only in this way can one be shielded from the threats posed by enemy snipers. At this moment, Wang Wei pondered a pressing matter. Lost in thought, could it be that the Feng family is behind this? Even if I were to personally inquire, they would likely not divulge the truth. Regardless of their involvement, from this day forth, I must remain vigilant against the Feng family and every faction within the Eastern City base. Only through strength can I become more formidable, impervious to the threats of other powers. I must expedite the development of the Red Alert system, amass gold resources, and establish a formidable Red Alert team. Wang Wei sighed contemplatively. Suddenly, he remembered the two beautiful women still awaiting him in his tent, particularly Pan Rongrong, whose presence felt distinctly unsettling. It was time to extract from her the truth of her origins and intentions. With this thought in mind, Wang Wei made his way towards his tent. 2 Red Alert soldiers stood guard outside the canvas shelter, and upon seeing Wang Wei approach, they saluted. Commander. Ah, well done. You may return to rest, Wang Wei responded calmly. After all, the Red Alert soldiers were human too. They required rest and resupply. Yet, the camp needed to be patrolled. So Wang Wei had established a rule. The first half of the night was to be patrolled by the first squad of Red Alert, while the second half was assigned to the second squad. The guard unit, burdened with daytime duties, was exempt from patrols. Once the 2 guards departed, Wang Wei entered the tent, where Pan Rongrong and Tian He awaited him. Their expressions revealed a mixture of surprise and fear upon his arrival. Mr. Wang, you must be weary. Please, have some tea to quench your thirst, Pan Rongrong offered, placing a cup of tea before him. This gesture immediately raised Wang Wei's suspicions. As he took the cup, his gaze locked onto Pan Rongrong. She averted her eyes, unable to meet his gaze, shyly asking, "Mr. Wang, why do you keep staring at me?" No sooner had she spoken than Wang Wei poured the hot tea onto the ground. At the moment the liquid hit the earth, it hissed and released plumes of white smoke. Clearly, the tea was poisoned, and not just with a common toxin. Had he ingested it, he would surely have met a gruesome demise. Pan Rongrong, care to explain? Wang Wei had been wary of her intentions from the start. How could he ever drink the tea she offered? A simple test revealed her true colors. Pan Rongrong's countenance turned pale with shock, her delicate brows knitting together. Yet, instead of offering an explanation, she produced a pin gun, aiming it directly at Wang Wei. This unexpected turn left him utterly astonished. She possessed such a rare weapon. Nevertheless, Wang Wei felt no fear. He was confident in his ability to evade the bullet once she fired. Bang! Sparks erupted from the pin gun as Wang Wei prepared to dodge. At that very moment, a figure rushed forward, using their own flesh and blood to shield another from a gunshot. The bullet struck this individual's left shoulder blade, blood gushing forth. To Wang Wei's astonishment, it was none other than Tian He who had taken the bullet for him. In truth, with Wang Wei's skills, he could have easily evaded the bullet from the pin gun. Tian He's act of bravery was, in essence, unnecessary. Yet, Wang Wei found himself moved by her selfless gesture, perplexed as to why she would risk her life in such a manner. Did she not fear death? Wang Wei embraced Tian He's trembling form, while Pan Rongrong, seeing that her shot had missed its target, seized the opportunity to flee. Yet, just as she stepped outside the tent, a figure kicked her back inside, leaving a sizable shoe print on her face. Hong Jing, Yuri, Huang Quan, Huang Ershu, and the wolf dog entered the tent together. The kick that had sent Pan Rongrong sprawling was delivered by Huang Quan. At this moment, Pan Rongrong gritted her teeth, appearing ready to take her own life. Huang Ershu swiftly approached and struck her neck with a precise chop, causing a capsule, no larger than a fingernail, to eject from her mouth. "Did you think to poison yourself without my consent?" Huang Ershu mocked her. Huang Quan stepped forward and kicked Pan Rongrong's inner knee, causing her to collapse before Wang Wei. Seeing that Tian He was no longer in immediate danger, Wang Wei hastily bandaged her wound, intending to address the current situation before extracting the bullet from her shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, Pan Rongrong, with a defiant glare, shouted at Wang Wei, "If you have the guts, kill me. Even in death, I will reveal nothing." Her resolve was palpable, as she faced death without fear. Wang Wei chuckled softly, shaking his head as he stroked the fur of the wolf dog. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "You possess spirit, a true heroine. Wolf dog, tonight you shall have a feast. Savor every morsel of this woman's bones." The wolf dog growled in agreement, baring its teeth in a fearsome display. At that moment, Pan Rongrong trembled with fear, her body shaking uncontrollably. "I was wrong. I will confess everything. Just spare me from being fed to the dog. It was Xiao Sheng who sent me, instructing me to disguise myself as Bai Ye's subordinate to serve you. But my true mission was to assassinate you." Chapter 70. A matter of reciprocity. Xiao Sheng, that scoundrel. Wang Wei clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. He longed to dismantle Xiao Sheng piece by piece. However, he was acutely aware that Xiao Sheng commanded over 300 followers and had hundreds of gunmen at his disposal. Charging directly into his stronghold would yield little advantage for him. Moreover, once one takes action, the esteemed Bai from the new faction will undoubtedly not remain idle. They might even lend their support to Xiao Sheng in countering me. Initially, Wang Wei intended to exploit the mutual strife between the two major factions at the East City base. However, given that tonight's orchestrated disturbance by the survivors is likely masterminded by the Feng family, he finds himself unable to discern their true stance towards him. Now, in his quest to eliminate Xiao Sheng, he sees two possible avenues. One is to overtly crush Xiao Sheng with absolute might, rendering any intervention from Bai or the Feng family powerless. The other is to covertly undermine Xiao Sheng, employing subterfuge and assassination. Contemplating this, Wang Wei promptly opted for the latter. With a cold gaze fixed upon Pan Rongrong, he smirked and remarked, "Given your skills, Xiao Sheng must have invested considerable effort in you. Pray tell, how many assassins like you does that scoundrel command? Specifically, how many shooters are at his disposal? And what are his trump cards?" Knowledge of both oneself and the adversary leads to victory in every battle. The wolf dog rifle bared its teeth at Pan Rongrong, startling her into a hurried response. "Brother Xiao Sheng has a contingent of over 20 assassins, including several new mutants. As for shooters, there should be more than 150. I cannot ascertain what his trump cards are." Realizing the animosity between Wang Wei and Xiao Sheng, Pan Rongrong quickly addressed Xiao Sheng by his full name, fearful of incurring Wang Wei's displeasure. "How many new mutants does he possess?" Wang Wei inquired with curiosity. "I am uncertain of the exact number, but there are at least 8. Pan Rongrong pleaded, Mr. Wang, please do not kill me. I can serve you well. Whatever you desire. 8. Quite a number of new mutants. Wang Wei mused, recognizing that to date, only he and Huang Quan bore the identity of new mutants. At that moment, a glimmer of intrigue lit up Wang Wei's expression as he regarded Pan Rongrong. I have no need for your service. Yet there is indeed a task I wish for you to undertake. What task? Pan Rongrong inquired eagerly, as if grasping at a lifeline. I require your assistance in eliminating Xiaosheng, Wang Wei declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, Pan Rongrong's heart skipped a beat, caught off guard by Wang Wei's demand. However, as realization dawned upon her, she quickly nodded with a smile. Certainly, I will ensure Xiaosheng's demise upon my return, she expressed gratefully. At this juncture, Wang Wei crossed his arms, seemingly piercing the veil of Pan Rongrong's thoughts. Did you assume that you could leverage this opportunity to remain by Xiaosheng's side and thus secure your life? If so, you are gravely mistaken. Pan Rongrong's heart sank, as if her deceit had been unveiled. Her complexion turned anxious. That will not happen. Please, Mr. Wang. Trust me and grant me one chance. In that moment, she lowered her head, repeatedly bowing to Wang Wei in a bid for sympathy. Once a social media influencer with over 500,000 followers before the apocalypse, Pan Rongrong now resorted to any means necessary to survive, eliciting a sense of melancholy within Wang Wei. Why should I trust you? Today, you may betray Xiaosheng, and inevitably, you will betray me in the future. Yuri, seize control of this woman's mind and body. Wang Wei let out a cold laugh, gesturing towards Yuri, who stood behind him. Understood. Yuri, the Red Alert commander, nodded slightly, stepping forward and raising his hand towards Pan Rongrong, who stood a few paces away. Pan Rongrong felt a wave of astonishment wash over her, lifting her gaze to meet Yuri's. Their eyes locked in an intense gaze. Submit to my will. A voice imbued with magnetic allure emanated from Yuri, as a mental wave radiated from his eyes and hands, invading Pan Rongrong's mind. In the next moment, she trembled, her pupils constricting suddenly, her demeanor shifting to that of a soulless automaton. With a vacant expression, she stood up and addressed Wang Wei, Commander. Observing this scene, Wang Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. There was a distinction between the Red Alert system and the original Red Alert. In the latter, Yuri could only control a single unit. However, within the Red Alert system, Yuri's ability to control another's body through a biological brain allowed him to command multiple units. Now, at a 1-star level, Yuri could control 3 units, as long as they were below the 3rd level of mutation or non-humans. Commander, I have successfully seized control of her body, Yuri stated directly to Wang Wei. Standing nearby, Huang Quan and Uncle Huang were left utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Yuri, standing beside them, was such a formidable master capable of controlling another human's body. This revelation deepened their admiration for Wang Wei's stature. Huang Quan stepped closer to Wang Wei, first glancing at the dazed and controlled Pan Rongrong, then inquiring, Brother Wang, did you instruct Brother Yuri to control this woman, to send her to Xiaosheng's stronghold for an assassination? Wang Wei nodded calmly. In life, one must reciprocate. Since Xiaosheng has bestowed upon me such a generous gift, I too must prepare a suitable present for him. However, this woman is merely average in combat, and Xiaosheng is a new human. The odds of a successful assassination are quite low. Uncle Huang voiced his concerns. In response, a slight smirk played upon Wang Wei's lips as he instructed Yuri, Yuri, find a sealed wooden box and set up a grenade trap inside. Once the box is opened, it will explode in a short time. We shall stage a performance for Xiaosheng, pretending that the contents of the box are my head. Given Xiaosheng's nature, he will certainly open it to inspect. Yes, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Yuri nodded eagerly. At this moment, Wang Wei noticed the wolf-dog rifle beside him and conceived another devious plan. He instructed, right? Go collect some of the golden essence from the rifles and place it into the wooden box. Golden essence? The onlookers exchanged knowing smiles, for they understood that the so-called golden essence was nothing but the excrement of the wolf-dog rifle. Once the box was opened, the instant the grenade detonated, it could wreak havoc upon the enemy. Even if Xiaosheng managed to escape death, the essence within the box could seep into his wounds, rendering them difficult to heal. This was a scheme aimed at obliterating Xiaosheng. Huang Quan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, giving Wang Wei a thumbs up and exclaiming, Brother Wang, you truly are diabolical. To think you could devise such a cunning trick. Chapter 71. In the dead of night, the specter emerges. Xiaosheng, that scoundrel, dared to send someone to assassinate Wang Wei. Naturally, Wang Wei had to retaliate with equal ferocity. Given that it was currently impossible to eliminate Xiaosheng overtly, he resolved to employ underhanded tactics to deal with the scoundrel decisively. Within moments, aided by the guards, they located a small wooden box previously used for storing valuables. Its seal was remarkably tight, reminiscent of ancient boxes used for safeguarding heads. Yuri, Having received 2 grenades from the guards, placed them inside the small box and installed a spring mechanism. Once the box was opened from the outside, the spring would instantly activate the grenades. The crucial final step involved the golden essence of the wolf dog rifle. Huang Quan approached with a basin containing the warm golden essence, causing everyone present to pinch their noses and halt their breathing. The odor was overwhelmingly invigorating. Wang Wei smiled wryly. After pouring the golden essence into the small box, Yuri hastily closed the lid, finally exhaling in relief. Commander, everything is ready. Red alert, Yuri reported to Wang Wei. Yes, proceed as planned. Even if we can't kill Xiao Shang, we must maim him, Wang Wei commanded in a low voice. Understood. Red alert, Yuri nodded solemnly, saluting Wang Wei before directing Pan Rongrong to carry the small box towards Xiao Shang's camp. Previously, Wang Wei had felt anger towards the Feng family for secretly inciting the survivors and had found no one to vent his frustrations upon. He never anticipated that Xiao Shang would so brazenly walk into the line of fire. Thus, he would unleash all his wrath upon Xiao Shang. With the box containing the grenade mechanism and the golden essence, even if he couldn't kill Xiao Shang, he would ensure the scoundrel was left incapacitated. Wang Wei gestured for the group inside the tent to return to their rest, instructing Huang Quan to take away the basin that had contained the golden essence. The scent was too overpowering. The air within the tent still bore traces of the essence's foul odor. Soon, only Wang Wei and Tian He remained in the tent. Wang Wei retrieved the tweezers and disinfectant alcohol he had prepared, skillfully extracting the bullet fragments from Tian He's left shoulder while inquiring. Why did you shield me from the bullet? The Feng family has entrusted me to Mr. Wang. If something were to happen to Mr. Wang, my existence would lose all meaning. Tian He lowered her gaze, unable to meet Wang Wei's eyes directly, which plunged him into silence. After a few moments, Wang Wei extracted the bullet fragments from Tian He's body and applied a hemostatic powder to staunch the bleeding. It must be said, the hemostatic powder is truly remarkable. A mere application upon the wound allows it to clot and cease bleeding rapidly. Contemplating the hemostatic powder, Wang Wei resolved to recruit individuals with medical expertise at the East City base in the near future to produce the powder and immobilizing powder in bulk for his needs. Are you not afraid of death? Wang Wei inquired, wrapping a bandage around Tian He's wounds with a calm demeanor. Indeed, I am afraid. Yet, I fear even more the thought of dying a coward's death. Mr. Wang, I implore you not to cast me away. Accept me. Even if it means I must slay zombies, I shall have no regrets. After a brief pause, Tian He asserted her stance resolutely. Considering that you shielded me from a bullet, I shall provisionally offer you shelter for a few days. In due time, we shall venture out again to gather supplies, and you will accompany us to demonstrate your worth by exterminating zombies. Thus, in these few days, you may learn some skills from Uncle Huang Er, Wang Wei replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Tian He exclaimed, her emotions surging, tears welling in her eyes. You ought to thank yourself for taking the bullet for me. However, do not rejoice too soon. Should your performance disappoint me in a few days, I shall send you back to the Feng family, Wang Wei stated, his expression unyielding. Tian He is indeed sent by the Feng family. To some extent, Wang Wei harbored doubts regarding her true intentions. Coupled with the previous incidents of the Feng family inciting survivors, had Tian He not shielded him from the bullet, he might have hastily returned her to the Feng family. In the current circumstances, he could only offer her temporary refuge to observe her capabilities closely. At the headquarters of Xiao Shang, located within the inner city of the East City base, Pan Rongrong entered the wooden fenced camp, holding a small wooden box. The guard on watch activated the searchlight and, upon recognizing Pan Rongrong, quickly ordered the gate to be opened. With a stoic expression, Pan Rongrong entered the camp and addressed a squad leader before her. Kindly inform Brother Xiao that the plan was successful. I have returned with the head of that individual. The squad leader, merely a gatekeeper, was unaware of the overarching plan and promptly nodded, instructing Pan Rongrong to wait while he reported to Xiao Shang. In less than 5 minutes, the squad leader returned and escorted Pan Rongrong to Xiao Shang's residence, a 4-story villa guarded by over 100 henchmen. Outside the hall on the 4th floor, the squad leader sought permission from within. Brother Xiao, the person has been brought. Let her in, came the magnetic voice of Xiao Shang from inside. Pan Rongrong lifted the small wooden box in her hands and entered the hall. Xiao Gu, she greeted with a vacant expression. This peculiar demeanor unsettled Xiao Shang, who quickly speculated that her unusual behavior might stem from the recent murder she committed. Is that little rascal Wang Wei truly dead? Xiao Shang inquired directly, lifting his gaze to meet Pan Rongrong's. At that moment, he sat on the sofa clad in his pajamas, his face alight with excitement. Yes, Wang Wei is dead. His head is right inside this small box, Pan Rongrong replied. Let us take a look, Xiao Shang said, undeterred by the mention of a head, instead feeling a rush of exhilaration. Pan Rongrong stiffly nodded, taking a few steps forward, preparing to open the wooden box. Yet, In that instant, Xiao Sheng's sixth sense tingled with foreboding, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and attempt to stop her from opening it, but he was a moment too late. Pan Rongrong, standing less than 3 steps away from him, lifted the lid of the box. Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions resonated throughout the villa. Flames erupted, and thick black smoke filled the air. The entire hall was left in disarray, shards of glass strewn across the floor. Hearing the explosions, Xiao Sheng's subordinates rushed forward. As they reached the entrance of the hall, they all covered their mouths and noses. The stench was overwhelming. Was something foul being detonated inside? Boss, are you all right? One of the new recruits, holding his nose, bravely charged into the stench-filled hall. Help me up. A familiar voice called from beneath the sofa. It was Xiao Sheng. The recruit hurried over, only to find Xiao Sheng battered and bruised, covered in debris from the explosion, with remnants of filth adhering to his wounds. Had he not managed to take cover behind the sofa at the moment of the blast, he likely would have perished in the explosion. As for Pan Rongrong, she lay amidst a pool of blood, her body devoid of any signs of life. Brother, what happened? How did you end up in such a state? Xiao Sheng gasped, struggling to hold his breath as he assisted his brother out of the hall. Xiao Sheng clenched his fists, a glimmer of rage igniting in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. It must be that little rascal Wang Wei. He surely incited that wretched Pan Rongrong. How insidious! To orchestrate such treachery. I, Xiao Sheng, will not rest until this vendetta is avenged. Chapter 72. The sale begins. Xiao Sheng was nearly driven to the brink of fury, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He had anticipated witnessing Wang Wei's demise that night, but never did he imagine that not only was Wang Wei alive, but he had also escaped, leaving Xiao Sheng nearly dead in the hall. Tomorrow, headlines would announce that Xiao Sheng, the leader of one of the 8 major factions, had met his end in such a humiliating manner. Brother, I will rally my men and eradicate that scoundrel Wang Wei. Standing beside him, a trusted confidant instigated a raucous uproar. A group of henchmen in the corridor brandished their firearms and blades, clamoring for vengeance. Annihilate Wang Wei, avenge our brother. At that moment, Xiao Sheng struck the wall with a powerful fist, leaving a notable imprint and sending a web of cracks sprawling across the surface, showcasing the extraordinary strength behind his blow. This vendetta must be avenged, yet not at this moment. After all, I initiated this conflict. Wang Wei is undoubtedly aware. If we were to launch a brazen attack against him, the likes of Bei Yi and the Feng family would not remain idle, and they might even come to Wang Wei's aid. With a grim expression and a serious demeanor, Xiao Sheng articulated his thoughts through gritted teeth. Then what shall we do? Elder brother? The confidant, seeming to grasp the implication, nodded thoughtfully. Tomorrow, Wang Wei is to host a sales event, is he not? Let us ensure that he cannot proceed with it, rendering him a pariah in the East City base, unable to maintain his foothold. Once Wang Wei is ousted from the East City base, we shall act to eliminate them. As for the events of tonight, no one is to speak of it. Should anyone betray our trust, let them not blame me, Xiao Sheng, for being merciless. Clenching his fists, Xiao Sheng cast a cold glare towards Wang Wei's outpost, his eyes filled with malice and fury. Elder brother, your wisdom is unmatched, but how shall we dispose of the body of this wretched woman? The confidant gestured towards the lifeless form of Pan Rongrong, who lay slain in the hall, her body similarly defiled. In response, Xiao Sheng's countenance hardened as he waved his hand dismissively, seething. Dismember this vile woman's corpse and feed it to the dogs. The following morning, the sun cast myriad rays upon the desolate earth. Wang Wei stretched languidly, rising from his slumber to prepare for the day's endeavors. A significant task lay ahead, the sale of healing serums, an opportunity to amass a fortune. He had long coveted the Red Alert sniper and heavy soldier, yet financial constraints had prevented his acquisition. With the profits from this sale, he could transform them into Red Alert resources, enabling him to develop and purchase units from the Red Alert system. Since the sub-interface shop would only open after noon, allowing for a mere 6 hours of operation each day, Wang Wei had already procured 10 healing serums from the shop the previous afternoon. There was no alternative. As a commander of intermediate rank, he was limited to purchasing a maximum of 10 serums daily. To acquire more within a single day would necessitate spending to elevate his commander's authority. Regarding the sale, Wang Wei had instructed his subordinates to promote it throughout the East City base, announcing that it would take place outside the outpost gate at 12:30. The timing was strategically chosen to allow him to purchase another set of 10 healing serums for resale. After 4 arduous days outside, it was essential to take some respite. After all, no one could perpetually endure a high-pressure environment. Throughout the entire morning, Wang Wei neither ventured out to gather supplies nor wandered aimlessly around the East City base. Instead, he chose to rest within his own territory while supervising the labor of 500 workers. Time passed swiftly, and by noon, he once again procured 10 vials of healing serum, bringing his total to 20, having spent 2,000 gold coins in the process. His remaining funds amounted to 709 gold coins. sufficient to purchase at most 7 red alert soldiers. At this moment, outside the gates of the outpost, the diligent labor of the 500 workers had resulted in the construction of a cement plaza, reminiscent of the spacious and pristine squares from the world before the apocalypse. This territory represented his facade, and thus, Wang Wei dedicated considerable effort to the establishment of this nearly 500 square meter cement plaza. To the left of the entrance, a 3-meter-high platform was erected to facilitate the upcoming sales event. As the time approached, numerous factions began to arrive, with the 8 major forces making their appearances one after another. Presently, there were no fewer than 200 individuals gathered outside the gates, all eager to witness the healing serum and make purchases. Among them were several smaller groups, just beneath the 8 major factions in stature. Though gold was not consumable, survivors of the apocalypse took pleasure in its collection, recognizing it as a stable asset that could prove valuable should the world revert to its former state. Consequently, those in positions of power often sought to amass gold. A resounding voice echoed, announcing the arrival of Bei. It seemed as if the speaker feared that the gathered crowd had not heard. Everyone turned to look, only to be met with another booming call proclaiming the arrival of Feng Yi. 2 groups emerged, their presence commanding attention. Wang Wei lifted his gaze to see a man in his 50s, wielding 2 iron balls, stepping forth from the leading convoy. This individual bore a resemblance to Feng Qinya. Unmistakably Feng Yi, the head of the Feng family, and also the father of Feng Qinya. He represented one of the established factions within the East City base, second only in power and status to Bei. Wang Wei had some understanding of the Feng family's background, having heard rumors that they commanded over 800 gunmen, with at least 20 of them possessing new human identities, far surpassing the strength of Xiaosheng. In contrast, Bei led 1,000 gunmen, with more than 30 new humans under his command. Thus, the Feng family's position within the East City base was subordinate only to Bei. Feng Yi strode confidently from the vehicle, flanked by Feng Qinya and a man known as Ailang, whose left cheek bore a wolf tattoo. Behind them followed more than 20 robust men, each armed. Bei's entourage was equally impressive, consisting of over 20 elite subordinates, accompanied closely by 4 new humans. The heads of the established factions, the Feng, Jiang, Lu, and Song families, had all arrived, exchanging greetings upon their meeting. The northern faction led by the esteemed Bei Yi, alongside the Lin brothers and the grassroots-born Chun Dezhu, have arrived at the scene, leaving only Xiaosheng yet to make his appearance. Speaking of Xiaosheng, Wang Wei remains unaware if that rascal met his demise in last night's explosion. Perhaps it would be for the best. It would spare him the disgust. Nevertheless, even if he survived, it is likely that Xiaosheng has sustained considerable injuries. Wang Wei stood upon the elevated platform at the entrance of the outpost, poised to commence today's sales event. Just then, another convoy approached. The banner prominently displayed a large character for Xiao, unmistakably indicating that it was Xiaosheng's men. The convoy halted at the perimeter, and over 20 individuals disembarked, with none other than Xiaosheng at the forefront. Dressed in a tailored suit, a lit cigar clasped between his fingers, he strode forward with an air of confidence reminiscent of a gambling deity. This momentarily took Wang Wei by surprise. Could it be that Xiaosheng was still alive? However, observing Xiaosheng's somewhat unsteady gait, it became evident that he was indeed injured and merely putting on a brave front. Mr. Wang, I've heard you are hosting a sales event, so I brought my brothers to lend support. Are you in need of supplies? I can certainly lend you a batch of provisions in a pinch, provided you soften your stance, Xiaosheng taunted, exuding arrogance as he cast a scornful smile towards Wang Wei. The various factions present remained silent, fully aware of the animosity between Wang Wei and Xiaosheng. Yet, Wang Wei, standing on the platform, displayed no anger upon his countenance. He understood that Xiaosheng thrived on eliciting his ire. The more Xiaosheng sought to provoke him, the more Wang Wei resolved to remain unfazed. Instead, a hearty laugh would be the appropriate response. I am a man of firm resolve, unaccustomed to yielding. By the way, Xiaosheng, what is that peculiar odor emanating from you? It wafts all the way over to me, Wang Wei remarked, raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose, his expression one of disdain. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd turned their attention to Xiaosheng, especially the newcomers, who faintly detected an unusual scent surrounding him. Xiaosheng's expression darkened, as if struck to the core. At that moment, Xiaosheng wore a face of fury, wishing nothing more than to dismantle Wang Wei right before him. However, with the 8 major factions of the East City base gathered, should news of last night's events leak, Xiaosheng would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among all survivors of the East City base. Though uncertain if there was indeed an unpleasant odor, the psychological impact compelled Xiaosheng to feign a smile and respond to Wang Wei. Mr. Wang, you truly possess a sense of humor. Despite Xiaosheng's efforts to suppress his rage and seek peace, Wang Wei seized the opportunity to further humiliate him. I'm not joking. You genuinely carry an unpleasant scent. Last night, I heard 2 explosions from your camp, and the odor wafted 2 miles to my location. Are you all right? Wang Wei mocked coldly, arms crossed before him, as he derisively gazed down at Xiao Sheng. As Wang Wei raised his voice at the final statement, he aimed to ensure that everyone present was aware that Xiao Sheng had endured humiliation the previous night, and that it was he who had orchestrated the jest. Xiao Sheng, what transpired last night? Bei Yi inquired with a seriousness that suggested he sensed something amiss. No wonder there was a foul odor wafting from my camp last night. Could it be that your latrine was blown up, Xiao Laodi? Feng Yi mocked coldly from the side, seemingly unfazed by the potential escalation of the situation. There was no way Xiao Sheng would divulge the details of last night's embarrassment. It was simply too humiliating. Bei Yi, I'll explain this matter to you after the auction concludes. Aren't we here for the sale? Xiao Sheng suppressed his fury and redirected his focus toward Wang Wei on the platform, urging him to commence. Observing Xiao Sheng's impotent fury, Wang Wei felt a sense of satisfaction and casually nodded. The auction should have begun long ago. Had you not shamelessly barged in earlier, we would already be halfway through. You, Wang Wei, are pushing your luck. Xiao Sheng could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Wei on stage. What? Do you wish to resort to violence? This is my territory. If you are dissatisfied with my words, you may leave. As I never intended for you to participate in the first place. Wang Wei waved his hand dismissively, teasing with an air of nonchalance. This infuriated Xiao Sheng further, causing him to stomp his feet in rage. Bei Yi stepped forward, patting Xiao Sheng's shoulder, whispering something in his ear. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Sheng nodded, choosing to swallow his anger, and took a seat with his subordinates on the side of the new faction for the auction. Brother Wang, let us commence the auction without delay. Everyone is eager to witness the healing serums, Bei Yi suggested kindly, casting a warm glance at Wang Wei. Initially, Wang Wei had intended to continue teasing Xiao Sheng, but Bei Yi's reminder prompted him to refocus on the primary objective. The pressing matter at hand was to sell the 20 healing serums at a lucrative price. With the funds secured, he could procure other Red Alert units and fully equip his battalion. Indeed, as you say, I shall now preside over the auction. Wang Wei replied with a smile and a slight nod. Since his arrival, Wang Wei had refrained from greeting Bei Yi, Feng Yi, or the heads of other major factions, aiming to cultivate an air of neutrality that would encourage both camps to vie for his favor. Through this relationship, he hoped to secure a favorable price for the 20 healing serums during today's auction. The items for sale included serums capable of preventing non-humans from succumbing to the zombie virus. A single dose would ensure lifelong immunity. There were a total of 20 available. With a first-come, first-served policy, Wang Wei grasped the microphone and surveyed the crowd of over 200 before him, announcing, "What I present today are healing serums that will protect non-humans from the zombie virus. There are 20 in total, and they will be sold on a first-come, first-served basis." As these words echoed throughout the venue, the attendees began to murmur excitedly among themselves. Some individuals displayed intense excitement on their faces, evidently intrigued by the therapeutic serum mentioned by Wang Wei. The new humans possess immunity to the zombie pathogens, eliminating any concerns of infection. However, ordinary non-new humans lack this immunity. Influential figures from major factions, many of whom have close relatives that are non-survivors, are eager to procure a batch of the therapeutic serum for the benefit of their loved ones and trusted aides. Mr. Wang, is the therapeutic serum effective? Elder Feng inquired from his seat on the left side of the platform, his eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. It is indeed effective. This therapeutic serum was developed by professional scientists from the regular army in the provincial capital and has been administered to numerous individuals. Boasting a success rate of 100%, Wang Wei replied, casting a calm glance at Elder Feng. He was resolute in his decision not to disclose any information regarding the Red Alert system. To alleviate their doubts, he opted to once again invoke the esteemed reputation of the provincial army. At that moment, Uncle Huang stepped forward and approached Wang Wei, seemingly prepared for this moment. Rolling up the sleeve of his shoulder, he spoke. "My left shoulder was once bitten by a zombie, and I should have transformed into one. It was Mr. Wang who intervened and injected me with the therapeutic serum, allowing me to miraculously continue living." The crowd collectively raised their gazes towards Uncle Huang's left arm, where a distinct bite mark was evident. It became clear to everyone present that Uncle Huang had indeed been bitten by a zombie. There was no doubt about it. Yet, he had not transformed into a zombie. Instead, he appeared vigorous and full of life. This revelation convinced more than half of those present of the serum's genuine efficacy. "Brother Wang, what price do you intend to set for the therapeutic serum?" Elder Bei inquired, looking curiously at Wang Wei on the platform. "What price?" Wang Wei had already determined a suitable price for the therapeutic serum in his mind. The cost price of the serum was set at 100 gold for each vial. Naturally, he aimed to reap a substantial profit. Wang Wei extended 2 fingers and replied with a serene smile. 1 vial of therapeutic serum for 2 pounds of gold. 2 pounds of gold equate to 1,000 grams of gold. When converted, that would yield 1,000 gold, subtracting the 100 gold cost price, resulting in a net profit of 900 gold per vial. 2 pounds of gold is not an exorbitant price. Mr. Wang, I will purchase all 20 vials of your therapeutic serum, Elder Feng declared with a grand gesture, overflowing with enthusiasm. Old Feng, your eagerness is rather unbecoming. There are only 20 vials of the therapeutic serum in total. If you buy them all at once, what will become of the rest of us? Elder Bei remarked, casting a cold glance at Elder Feng with a smirk. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, bowing respectfully towards Wang Wei on the platform. Mr. Wang, a friend of mine was bitten by a zombie this morning. Could you sell me a vial of the therapeutic serum? I am willing to offer 4 pounds of gold. The middle-aged man's proposal greatly pleased Wang Wei. He had called out a price that was double. To forego such an opportunity would be foolish. Moreover, this would allow him to earn an additional 2 pounds of gold. What could be more advantageous? Chapter 74. Deliberately provoking trouble. I shall teach you the ways of humanity. I, Wang Wei, hold profound admiration for those who value loyalty and righteousness. Very well, allow me to offer you a vial of healing serum, thus making you my inaugural customer. With a dismissive wave of his hand, a red alert soldier stepped forward, brandishing a vial filled with a verdant liquid. The man opposite did not hesitate. He retrieved 4 pounds of gold, exchanging it for the serum with one hand while delivering the payment with the other. The initial transaction proceeded smoothly. The middle-aged man, having acquired the healing serum, turned and strode toward the exit. Wang Wei surmised that he was hurrying to aid the individual who had been bitten by a zombie. In total, there were 20 vials of healing serum. One had already been sold at double the price. 19 remained. Concerned that others might seize the remaining vials at inflated prices, the leaders of various factions eagerly raised their hands. Mr. Wang, I wish to purchase 2 vials of healing serum. I lack for nothing except gold. I offer 10 pounds of gold for 5 vials. I possess no gold, but I have individuals willing to serve you, Mr. Wang, in exchange for 1 vial of healing serum. At this moment, Xiaosheng rose to his feet, casting a sweeping glance over those present, and addressed Wang Wei. Everyone, do not rush. Mr. Wang claims the healing serum is effective, but how can we ascertain the truth of his words? That man just took the serum to treat the person bitten by a zombie. Soon, we shall discover whether the serum truly possesses efficacy. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei felt an unsettling tension. The individual who had purchased the serum for 4 pounds of gold seemed somewhat dubious. Had Xiaosheng not made this statement, Wang Wei might not have perceived the underlying intricacies. However, with this revelation, Wang Wei sensed a potential collusion between the middle-aged man and Xiaosheng before him. Given the current situation, should he refuse, it would only arouse the suspicions of those gathered. Very well, I shall wait, Wang Wei commanded, turning to his 2 subordinates, Yuri, Huangquan, go fetch that middle-aged man and the bitten individual. Understood. Yuri and Huangquan nodded decisively and hastened toward the exit. Hold on. How can we trust that your subordinates are merely bringing them back and not silencing them permanently? I suggest each faction send a representative along to ensure a proper arrangement. Xiaosheng remarked with a knowing smile. This prompted Wang Wei to fix a steely gaze upon Xiaosheng, who he now perceived as a potential threat, suspecting that mischief was afoot. Otherwise, Xiaosheng would not have taken such unnecessary precautions. It seemed likely that Xiaosheng had come specifically to orchestrate his downfall. The assembled crowd, finding merit in Xiaosheng's reasoning, dispatched 1 representative each to accompany Huangquan and Yuri in their quest to bring back the middle-aged man and the bitten individual. After a 5-minute wait, Wang Wei cast another glance at Xiaosheng, his desire to eliminate him growing ever more intense. Yet, he quickly recalled that despite Xiaosheng's small entourage, the presence of the new elite faction led by Bei Yi would certainly prevent any attempts at betrayal from going unchallenged. The true attitude of the established faction remains shrouded in ambiguity. Wang Wei is uncertain whether, should he take action against Xiaosheng, the Feng family of the established faction would come to his aid. Consequently, he grits his teeth, resolved to endure a little longer. He plans to wait until the Red Alert team has formed, strong enough to be impervious to external influences before he eradicates Xiaosheng and his cohorts. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps draws his attention. He raises his gaze and sees the very group that had departed earlier returning. Among them is the middle-aged man who had previously purchased the healing serum. However, as the crowd pushes a prison cart onto the cement ground, Wang Wei's expression darkens ominously. Inside the cart lurks a zombie, its eyes a menacing crimson, baring its teeth in a grotesque snarl. With a feral roar, the creature's presence sends a palpable shock through the gathering. Before Red Alert's Yuri can report, the middle-aged man rushes forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Wei. His voice laced with fury. Wang Wei, the healing serum you sold me is utterly ineffective. It has only accelerated my brother's transformation into a zombie. You scoundrel. You owe us an explanation. Wang Wei is taken aback. This cannot be right. The serum produced by the red alert system is supposed to be 100% effective. Why then does this man claim otherwise? He turns to Yuri and Huang Quan below, urgently inquiring about the situation. Yuri furrows his brow and reports, Commander, as soon as we found him, we witnessed the individual bitten by the zombie transform into one. As his words hang in the air, Xiao Sheng below bursts into cold laughter, seeming to revel in the chaos. He mocks Wang Wei, Mr. Wang, if you're looking to profit, we can support you. But selling counterfeit medicine is beyond reproach. Does your conscience not ache? Bei and Fengya wear grim expressions, yet they remain silent, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, though perhaps not fully comprehending it. Those from powerful factions begin to voice their outrage. I thought the healing serum would be effective. To discover it is counterfeit is shocking. Thank goodness, Xiao Sheng suggested we wait, or we would have been duped. It is utterly disgraceful to sell fake medicine in front of so many. Do you take us for fools? Wang Wei, you must provide us with an explanation. The leaders of various factions and small groups join in the uproar, demanding Wang Wei's expulsion from the East City base. A smirk spreads across Xiao Sheng's face, as though his scheme has succeeded. Wang Wei glances at the middle-aged man, then darts a look at Xiao Sheng. He realizes, without a doubt, that this is a trap laid by Xiao Sheng. The middle-aged man must have been bribed in advance. This situation is undeniably troublesome. If mishandled, it could lead to a coalition of all factions within the East City base uniting against him. At that moment, it became increasingly difficult for him to maintain his position at the East City base. Wang Wei paused, his mind racing with thoughts of strategizing. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his face, and the tension that had previously marred his expression was replaced with a smile. Descending from the high platform, Wang Wei approached the middle-aged man directly. Tell me, have you truly injected the therapeutic serum I sold you into that individual? The middle-aged man pointed towards the zombie in the cage, asserting, see for yourself, my brother has injection marks on his neck. The crowd looked up, and indeed, there was a visible injection mark on the zombie's neck. You lie? Wang Wei glared coldly at the middle-aged man, his voice rising in accusation. The man trembled in fear, as if caught in a guilty act. I did not lie, he stammered. Rifle, come here. Wang Wei commanded. The wolf dog named Rifle hurried to Wang Wei's side. Wang Wei produced a vial of therapeutic serum, placing it under Rifle's nose to familiarize him with the scent. He then stroked Rifle's fur, instructing, Rifle, remember this scent and find the therapeutic serum for me. With a bark, Rifle seemed to understand, shaking his head in acknowledgement. Just when the crowd anticipated that Rifle would venture outside, he instead approached the middle-aged man, knocking him to the ground and rummaging through his pockets. Suddenly, Rifle extracted a syringe filled with green liquid from the man's pants, a syringe that was, in fact, the therapeutic serum Wang Wei had sold him earlier. Rifle presented the serum to Wang Wei, who displayed it for all to see. Now, do you have any further explanations? If not, I shall send you to your demise. Let it serve as a lesson to those who seek trouble. Wang Wei drew an MP5 submachine gun, pressing the barrel against the middle-aged man's forehead. With a mere pull of the trigger, he could end the man's life. This was a calculated move, intended to compel the man to reveal his superior for the sake of his own survival. The tactic proved effective, as fear washed over the middle-aged man's face. Don't kill me. I was coerced. Someone orchestrated this. It's Xiao? The man trembled, hastily kneeling and begging for mercy. However, before he could finish his plea, a distant gunshot echoed through the air. A sniper, concealed on a nearby hill, had taken aim and struck the middle-aged man in the head, blood spraying forth as he collapsed into a pool of crimson. Chapter 75. True Gold fears no fire. The sound of the sniper's shot reverberated through the sky. Wang Wei observed the middle-aged man fall, a bullet hole now marking his forehead, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, gritting his teeth in realization. He understood that the deceased man was undoubtedly linked to Xiao Sheng. Originally, Wang Wei intended to seize this opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Xiao Sheng, compelling him to divulge 30 pounds of gold. However, with the middle-aged man now deceased, the trail had vanished, and his plans lay in ruins. How could this not incite his fury? All of you, take down the sniper on the opposite hill. Wang Wei bellowed. Instantly, dozens of red alert soldiers raised their Type 95 assault rifles towards the hill and pulled the triggers in unison. The sound of gunfire erupted, a cacophony of rapid bursts. The gunner of the armed mining vehicle unleashed a barrage from the 20mm cannon, raining explosive shells upon the target. In less than 10 seconds, no fewer than 1,000 rifle rounds and 100 cannon shells struck the hill, transforming the landscape as leaves scattered, trees toppled, and dust billowed into the air. Cease fire, Wang Wei commanded, raising a hand. The red alert soldiers lowered their weapons, the echoes of gunfire fading into silence. Brother Wang, I will ascend the hill immediately and capture that sniper. Huang Quan volunteered. There's no need. The sniper is either dead or long gone by the time you arrive. Wang Wei replied, his expression stern. Huang Quan, reluctant to yield, pressed Wang Wei, are we to simply endure this? Who told you we must suffer in silence? The master of that sniper is right here. We can settle the score with him. As he spoke, Wang Wei turned and glared menacingly at Xiaosheng below, enunciating his words with fierce emphasis. What does it have to do with me? Why are you looking at me? Xiaosheng retorted, lounging casually in his chair, seemingly unconcerned. Xiaosheng, you know full well what you've done. That sniper was your arrangement, and the assassination of this man was an attempt to silence him, thereby obscuring your scheme. Wang Wei asserted, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiaosheng. Where's the evidence? Present your proof, and I shall concede. Xiaosheng mocked, extending his hand in a gesture of demand, laughing derisively. In this moment, Xiaosheng's arrogance reached its zenith, igniting Wang Wei's wrath. Someone, seize this scoundrel Xiaosheng. If they dare resist, eliminate them without mercy. Wang Wei gestured, his demeanor now fierce and commanding. Over 40 red alert soldiers surged forward, their weapons aimed at Xiaosheng and his entourage, while the turret of the armed mining vehicle pivoted to target them as well. Do you really think I, Xiaosheng, can be intimidated? Since I've come, I am fully prepared. Xiaosheng shouted defiantly. At that moment, the sound of vehicles echoed in the distance. A convoy emerged, and from it descended over 100 armed men, now facing off against Wang Wei's red alert soldiers. The tension in the air thickened, charged with the scent of impending conflict. It appears that even the slightest spark could ignite the flames of conflict. Yet, there was not a hint of trepidation on Wang Wei's face. Those who perish ascend like birds to the heavens. Those who survive endure for eternity. Initially, he intended to cultivate the red alert forces before eliminating the scoundrel Xiaosheng. However, it now seems he must hastily alter his plans. Should he manage to eradicate Xiaosheng today, it would be most fortuitous. Even if it demands a heavy toll, it would be worth the sacrifice. Stop. A familiar voice resonated. Wang Wei lifted his gaze to find it belonged to Bai Yi. His expression had turned steely, and with a furrowed brow, he strode directly toward Xiaosheng. Both Bai Yi and Xiaosheng were factions within the new meritocratic camp of the East City base. Thus their relationship was inextricably intertwined. Before Bai Yi could utter a word, Xiaosheng implored, Bai Yi, as you have witnessed, it is Wang Wei who is distorting the truth, seeking to frame me and eliminate me. I beseech you to take my side, unite our forces, and together rid the East City base of Wang Wei and any foreign threat. Wang Wei watched the unfolding scene, a shiver coursing through him. He remained uncertain of Bai Yi's true stance. Although he was operating under the banner of the provincial army, instilling a sense of caution in Bai Yi, the reality was that even if he were to perish within the East City base, as long as Bai Yi sealed the gates, nothing would befall him. Thus, Wang Wei was apprehensive that Bai Yi might genuinely ally with Xiaosheng. If they truly joined forces, where would that leave him? At that moment, the veteran faction leader, Feng Yi, held 2 iron balls in his hands, his small eyes thoughtfully scrutinizing Bai Yi and Xiaosheng, as if contemplating a significant decision. What followed from Bai Yi's lips left the onlookers incredulous. Xiaosheng quickly apologized to Mr. Wang. Bai Yi admonished with righteous authority. The crowd was left in stunned silence. They had never anticipated Bai Yi would counsel Xiaosheng to apologize. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a thing were possible. Why should I apologize to him? I refuse, Xiaosheng retorted, his teeth clenched in defiance. At this juncture, Bai Yi leaned in closer to Xiaosheng, whispering words inaudibly to anyone else. Wang Wei could not discern their conversation, but he observed Xiaosheng's face transform in horror as he nodded, seemingly grasping a revelation. Bai Yi, I understand, he hastily declared, then turned to address Wang Wei on the platform, saying dismissively, Mr. Wang, I was impolite and impulsive earlier, I apologize. Brother Wang, since Xiao has sincerely apologized, be magnanimous and let this minor incident slide. Bai Yi, who had previously worn a fierce expression, now donned a genial countenance, acting as a peacemaker. In response, Wang Wei refrained from immediate judgment, first glancing at Xiaosheng below before turning his gaze back to Bai Yi. It was evident that Bai Yi still sided with Xiaosheng. If I do not provide a way out for Lord Bai now, it would be tantamount to incurring his wrath. In such a case, I would have no choice but to align myself with the old faction. However, the unrest incited among the survivors last night was likely orchestrated by the Feng family of the old faction, as they seek to actively join their ranks. Though it is uncertain whether the old faction would accept them, there is a real possibility that I could become an adversary of the 8 influential powers of the East City base. After much contemplation, Wang Wei found clarity in his thoughts. Very well, for the sake of Lord Bai's reputation, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter concerning Xiaosheng. Nonetheless, at this sale, I shall not sell him a single vial of the healing serum. Furthermore, no faction present shall sell their purchased healing serums to Xiaosheng. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my future leniency. Wang Wei cast a stern gaze at the crowd below, asserting his authority. Huh, what is so impressive? Xiaoxing scoffed dismissively, intending to retort further, only to be silenced by a fierce glance from Lord Bei, which rendered him speechless. The armed forces from both sides gradually retreated to the back. Wang Wei prepared to discuss the healing serum once more. At that moment, the usually reticent Lord Feng raised his head and inquired curiously, Brother Wang, I share concerns regarding the efficacy of the healing serum. I believe many here harbor similar doubts. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate its effects before everyone? As he spoke the final words, Lord Feng glanced towards the caged zombies, evidently suggesting that Wang Wei select someone to be deliberately bitten by a zombie, only to subsequently administer the healing serum for verification of its effects. Real gold fears no fire. I would certainly comply, but currently, I lack a suitable candidate for the experiment, Wang Wei responded. Suddenly, a familiar sweet voice echoed from within the outpost. Mr. Wang, I am willing to serve. I shall verify the efficacy of the healing serum. Wang Wei turned to see that it was Tian here who had stepped forward. Chapter 76. A frenzied scramble. Wang Wei was reluctant to waste a vial of the healing serum for the purpose of testing its efficacy. After all, the healing serum represented wealth, 2 pounds of gold. To use it for experimentation would mean a loss of 100 gold in purchasing costs. Thus, he initially intended to decline politely. However, he did not anticipate that at this moment, Tian here would volunteer herself as a test subject. Before Wang Wei could voice his thoughts, Lord Feng, seemingly perceiving Wang Wei's hesitations, calmly remarked, Brother Wang, I am willing to purchase the vial of healing serum for the 2 pounds of gold you desire, charging it to my account. How does that sound? This proposition immediately piqued Wang Wei's interest. A benefactor willing to cover the costs. What could be better? Moreover, only by establishing the reputation of the healing serum could he attract a growing number of buyers. Lord Feng's words dispelled all of Wang Wei's concerns. A smile emerged on Wang Wei's face as he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, stating, Since Lord Feng has spoken, I shall proceed with the public experiment as per your wishes. Excellent. How forthright. Lord Feng chuckled, manipulating the 2 iron balls in his hand with a knowing smile. At that moment, Wang Wei cast his gaze upon Tian here below. Due to sustaining a gunshot wound the previous night, her shoulder was still bound with bandages. Wang Wei did not truly regard Tian here as one of his own, for she had previously belonged to the Feng family. This very identity led him to harbor doubts about her true intentions. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Wei, illuminating his mind with a method to ascertain Tian here's authenticity. He hurriedly descended from the platform and whispered deceitfully into her ear, Tian here, this serum is not guaranteed to be completely effective, and it contains a special agent. Once injected, if the subject lies shortly thereafter, their face will flush. Are you certain you wish to be a test subject? Upon hearing this, Tian here trembled, appearing deep in thought. After a few moments, she clenched her teeth and resolutely declared, Yes, I am certain. If I am to be by Mr. Wang's side, I must contribute to the camp and to Mr. Wang, and I shall not waver even at the slightest opportunity. Let us begin then. Wang Wei gestured towards Huang Quan, signaling him discreetly. Being infected by a zombie does not necessitate a bite. The blood of a zombie can also lead to infection. Huang Quan drew his tang knife and swiftly dispatched the zombie within the prison cart, with a trace of zombie blood on the blade. He then made a shallow incision on Tian here's left palm, allowing the zombie's blood to enter her body. Moments later, the wound on her palm turned a ghastly shade of blue, mirroring the initial symptoms of a zombie bite victim. 5 minutes passed, and the zombie pathogen spread throughout Tian here's limbs, causing her veins to bulge and her eyes to fill with a crimson hue. Sergeant, inject the serum into Tian here, Wang Wei commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes. The sergeant saluted Wang Wei and approached Tian here with a syringe filled with green liquid, beginning the injection at her left arm, administering the entirety of the serum into her. Instantly, the scene left the onlookers in astonishment, as the subsequent transformations in Tian here were nothing short of remarkable. The bulging veins on her body rapidly subsided, and the dark hue of the wound on her left hand visibly transformed back to normal, healing and scabbing over, even her pupils returning to their usual color. The gathered crowd then comprehended the truth. Wang Wei had spoken no falsehood. The serum was indeed effective. It truly provided immunity against the zombie pathogen. Facts spoke louder than words, and the crowd ceased their doubts regarding the serum's efficacy. Even Xiaoxing, who had been causing a ruckus moments prior, fell silent, for to continue questioning would render him the enemy of all present. This caused Xiaoxing's expression to darken, his displeasure evident. Wang Wei, observing Tian here now restored to normalcy, smiled calmly and inquired, Tian here, do you feel any discomfort in your body now? There was no discomfort. Rather, a sensation of lightness enveloped her. Tian here shook her head and candidly confessed. At that moment, Wang Wei leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Tell me, are you a spy sent by the Feng family to infiltrate my ranks?" His voice was so low that only the two of them could hear. This statement caused a tremor in Tianhe's heart, prompting her to hastily shake her head in denial. "No, I genuinely wish to serve Mr. Wang." The notion that one would blush when lying after receiving the serum treatment was a fabrication by Wang Wei, intended to probe Tianhe's true nature. Should she hesitate in her explanation, it would imply that she was indeed a spy for the Feng family. Conversely, a swift denial would suggest her innocence. Her immediate and unhesitating response confirmed that she was not an agent of the Feng family. It seemed he had truly misjudged her previously. Well, it was time to return to the camp and rest. Additionally, congratulations are in order. You are now officially part of my team. A smile illuminated Wang Wei's face as he patted Tianhe on the shoulder, speaking kindly. To Wang Wei, this statement was inconsequential, yet to Tianhe, it felt akin to gaining admission to a prestigious university after rigorous examinations, or securing a position at a high-paying company after submitting her resume. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "Mr. Wang, thank you for this opportunity." Upon her return to the outpost, Wang Wei ascended back to the platform to continue overseeing the sales event. Now, everyone should have clarity. The therapeutic serum developed by our provincial military is indeed effective, offering 100% immunity against the zombie pathogen. We currently have 19 vials available. First come, first served, Wang Wei declared, wielding a microphone with conviction. The crowd erupted with excitement. Each person recognized the serum as a coveted commodity. In the event that a loved one or trusted associate was bitten by a zombie, the serum could mean the difference between life and death. For this reason alone, most attendees deemed any price worthwhile. In addition to the 8 major factions from the East City base, there were no fewer than 20 small gangs present. The leaders of various factions raised their hands to express their intent, clamoring eagerly. "I wish to purchase 2 vials of the therapeutic serum. Please, Mr. Wang, grant me this." "Mr. Wang, I am willing to offer 6 pounds of gold for 3 vials. The Jiang family will pay an additional pound of gold for each vial in order to acquire 10 vials. I implore you, Brother Wang, to fulfill this request." Chapter 77. The art of business. The East City base was predominantly dominated by 8 major factions. The weakest among them commanded over 100 gunmen and more than 200 blade wielders. The most formidable were the likes of Bei Yi and Feng Yi, each boasting over 800 gunmen and having trained numerous blade wielders, equipped with substantial heavy weaponry. Wang Wei had previously heard that these 2 powerful factions even possessed armored vehicles and armed helicopters. Beneath these 8 factions lay an additional 20 to 30 small gangs. Equivalent to the secondary forces of the East City base, smaller gangs possess a few firearms and a handful of cutthroats, while larger ones boast dozens of guns and nearly 100 assassins. At this moment, all factions, from the 8 major powers to various smaller groups, are eager to procure the life-saving serum. For those who understand its significance, the serum is a vital resource for survival, potentially ensuring their own safety and that of their closest confidants in the future. A bald man swallowed hard and, brimming with excitement, directed his inquiry towards Wang Wei on the elevated platform. "Mr. Wang, I do not possess much in the way of gold or jewelry. May I trade food and essential supplies instead? Reputation is built through strength, and the events of the past couple of days have led all forces at the East City base to regard Wang Wei with newfound respect. The leaders of the 8 major factions treat him as an equal, referring to him as Brother Wang, while local gang leaders, perceiving him as a figure of higher status, respectfully call him Mr. Wang. Regrettably, the higher-ups only accept gold and do not barter for other goods. You may exchange your supplies for gold on the black market and return to purchase the serum," Wang Wei replied dismissively, shaking his head. He was not in need of food supplies. What he required was gold. Once the gold was secured, it could be converted into funds for the Red Alert system, enabling the development of unlocked units and the procurement of his favored Red Alert soldiers. "Do not rush for the remaining 19 serums," exclaimed the grassroots figure Chen Dizhus, raising his hand high, yet struggling to articulate his words, managing only 4 at a time, as if uttering more would cost him his life. Had it been anyone else speaking in such a manner, they would have faced ridicule from the crowd. However, no one dared to mock Chen Dizhus. They all understood that he was a natural stutterer, and any affront to him would provoke his wrath. This was not mere hearsay. A gang of over 100 had suffered dire consequences after their leader publicly mocked Chen Dizhus, resulting in a bloody retribution that same night. Before Chen Dizhus could finish his statement, a stooped man behind him hurriedly interjected, "My boss has declared that we will purchase all 19 remaining serums." This stooped figure was Chen Dizhus' trusted aide, which granted him the audacity to speak so boldly. Anyone else would have faced the brunt of Chen Dizhus' iron fist. Chen Dizhus nodded in satisfaction, stammering, "For each serum, I can add an additional pound of gold." Wang Wei regarded Chen Dizhus with approval. This was what one called generosity, purchasing 19 serums and adding extra gold without a second thought. Wealth affords one the luxury of such boldness. If every faction at the East City base were as magnanimous as Chun Di's, how splendid that would be. Suddenly, Wang Wei's eyes brightened. The 19 vials of healing serum were exceedingly coveted. If he failed to secure a lucrative price, it would indeed be a pity. Ladies and gentlemen, as a representative of the provincial military, my intention in offering these healing serums is to allow everyone to partake in the blessings they provide. Thus, he proclaimed his intent to distribute the serums among several buyers, organizing the sale into 4 batches to be auctioned off. Wang Wei presented himself with a facade of righteousness. Yet his true aim was to extract a higher price for the 19 vials. Initially, he had planned to sell each vial for 2 pounds of gold. But given the current circumstances, there were offers approaching 4 pounds of gold per vial. Previously, gold was merely a store of value for survivors, lacking immediate utility, yet now, it could be exchanged for healing serums. One could only imagine the fervor that would ensue during the bidding. Such blatant speculation. Wasn't it merely a ploy to drive up prices? How utterly hypocritical. Xiao Sheng crossed his arms, muttering derisively under his breath. However, Wang Wei on the platform caught wind of his words. Xiao Sheng, if you refrain from speaking, no one will consider you mute. You dare to call me hypocritical? Very well, I shall suspend today's sale and resume at a later date. Wang Wei's cold gaze bore down on Xiao Sheng, his words laden with meaning. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the powerful factions present erupted in outrage. Many were eager to purchase Wang Wei's healing serums, yet he had just announced a halt to sales. How could they not react vehemently? All eyes turned to Xiao Sheng, blaming him as the instigator of their inability to procure the serums. The leaders of smaller groups cowered in fear of Xiao Sheng, unable to voice their anger. However, the heads of the 8 major factions from the East City base were not intimidated. They pointed fingers at Xiao Sheng, hurling accusations. Xiao Sheng, you truly are a troublemaker. You've caused me to miss out on this opportunity. Brother Xiao, perhaps you should apologize to Brother Wang. I implore you. Aside from Bei Yi and Feng Yi, the leaders of the other 5 factions pointed at Xiao Sheng, condemning him. In that moment, Xiao Sheng became the common enemy of all present. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Sheng dismissed their ire with a scoff and departed the auction with his followers. Yet, as he exited, the previously silent faction leaders unleashed their vitriol upon his retreating figure, nearly cursing his ancestry. Bei Yi raised his head to address Wang Wei on the platform, speaking candidly. Brother Wang, while it is understandable to be upset, do not allow one person's provocations to derail your business. Surprisingly, Feng Yi, usually at odds with Wang Wei, chimed in, smiling as he added, indeed, business must go on. I urge you to continue the auction. The assembly echoed their agreement, praising Wang Wei as a dragon among men, a talent of great promise, with some even flattering him, claiming he was as youthful as 18. This left Wang Wei both amused and exasperated. Very well. For the sake of everyone present, let the sale commence, he declared with an air of ease as he descended the steps. His earlier remarks had been a deliberate ploy to cast Xiao Sheng as the public enemy, and it had worked splendidly. Humiliated, Xiao Sheng stormed off with his entourage. The audience erupted in joy. Wang Wei seized the microphone, proclaiming, 19 vials of healing serum will be auctioned off in 4 rounds. The first round will feature 4 vials, while the subsequent 3 rounds will each offer 5 vials. The starting bid is 8 pounds of gold, with increments of no less than 1 pound of gold. The highest bidder shall prevail. Let the bidding begin. Chapter 78. A windfall. Overflowing with wealth, the healing serums were divided into 4 rounds of auction, with the intent of fetching a higher price, inciting the wealthy patrons below to eagerly compete for bids. First round, for vials of healing serum. Wang Wei announced, I bid 8 pounds of gold. I shall add 1 more pound, totaling 9 pounds of gold. Scoffed Chun Di's, a prominent figure from the new army faction, boldly waving his hand and stammering with bravado. This bid nearly doubled the previous amount. With such lavish spending, many in attendance refrained from further bidding due to the exorbitance of Chun Di's offer. Thus, the first round was claimed by Chun Di's of the East City base's 8 major factions. An exchange of payment for product ensued, and Chun Di's, grinning from ear to ear, held the 4 vials of healing serum in his hands, appearing both naive and straightforward. Wang Wei, as the beneficiary, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The purchase cost of the 4 vials was merely 400 gold, and having auctioned them for 15 pounds of gold amounted to 500 grams of gold, which could be converted into 500 gold pieces. After deducting the cost, the profit stood at a staggering 100 gold. Such an exorbitant gain. Wang Wei could hardly suppress a gulp, reminding himself to restrain his excitement until all 4 rounds of serum were auctioned off before retreating to his tent to revel in triumph. The second round features 5 vials of healing serum, with a starting bid of 10 pounds of gold and increments of no less than 1 pound of gold. Wang Wei announced, raising the microphone once more. The bidding for the second round proved even more fervent than the first. Although the leaders of the smaller factions wished to participate, their financial resources paled in comparison to the 8 major factions. Ultimately, the 5 vials of healing serum in the second round were purchased by the venerable Jiang Lao Lu from the Jiang family of the old faction for 16 pounds of gold. Now, for the third round, 5 more vials of healing serum. Wang Wei fought to contain his exhilaration as he continued to call out. Notably, the esteemed Bei Yi and Feng Yi had not engaged in the previous 2 rounds, leaving Wang Wei perplexed. Could it be that these 2 influential figures held no interest in the healing serum? Unthinkable. The serum was a matter of life and death. Though Bei Yi and Feng Yi were of the new humankind, possessing blood that could immunize against zombie pathogens, many of their trusted subordinates and close relatives were not of the new kind. Acquiring the healing serum could undoubtedly benefit their loyal companions and loved ones. Yet, as the third round progressed into its latter stages, the 2 prominent figures remained silent. Lin Zhua, one of the Lin brothers, was a quintessential avaricious individual. However, in a bid to secure the 5 vials of therapeutic serum in this round, he gritted his teeth and declared, "No one shall compete with me. I, Lin Zhua, will claim the therapeutic serum for this round. I offer 14 pounds of gold." The leaders of the small factions bowed their heads, unwilling to continue the contest. Just as Lin Zhua basked in his apparent triumph, believing he would effortlessly acquire the serum, the seasoned elder Feng, manipulating 2 iron balls in his hands, settled into a genuine leather chair and slowly pronounced, "My Feng family offers 16 pounds of gold." "What do you mean, elder Feng?" Lin Zhua furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze at Feng, who was toying with the iron balls. "The highest bidder wins. If you disagree, feel free to raise your bid." Feng replied nonchalantly. 17 pounds of gold, then. Lin Zhua shouted through gritted teeth. 20 pounds of gold. Feng waved his hand dismissively, as if the 20 pounds were merely a sequence of numbers to him. "You're ruthless." Lin Zhua stomped his foot in frustration, but dared not utter anything more excessive, letting out a heavy sigh instead. The Lin brothers represented the new faction, while Elder Feng stood as the representative of the established camp. The 2 factions were already at odds, and this situation only intensified the rivalry, with the established faction holding the upper hand, much to the displeasure of Bei Yi, who stood nearby. However, for Wang Wei, he fervently wished for the competition between the 2 factions to escalate further. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. The higher they raised the price, the more he would profit. As the final round for the 5 vials of therapeutic serum commenced, Wang Wei saw the Feng family deliver their gold and hastily initiated the 4th round of bidding. This time, the head of the established faction, Song Kong, took the lead, flamboyantly exclaiming in a rather effeminate tone, "My Song family offers 15 pounds of gold. Let us see who dares to challenge me." Despite being a man, Song Kong appeared quite effeminate, adorned with an abundance of makeup, giving off a rather dubious impression, while referring to himself as I in a rather grandiose manner. This left Wang Wei momentarily taken aback. Truly, there was no shortage of peculiar individuals in this world. Upon Song Kang's bold declaration of 15 pounds of gold, the leaders of the smaller factions immediately lost the desire to bid, despite their eagerness to acquire the therapeutic serum. 3 seconds passed. Just as Song Kong believed he would secure the final round of the serum, Bei Yi, seated within the new faction, raised his hand nonchalantly and proclaimed, 20 pounds of gold. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Truly, the foremost power of the East City base. Bei Yi's silence was profound, but when he spoke, his words struck like thunder. He matched Elder Feng's earlier bid. "Bei Yi, you have money. You are formidable. I shall not compete with you." Song Kong, the head of the Song family, retorted, fidgeting uncomfortably. Wang Wei, observing from the high platform, nearly felt the urge to retch. Before the apocalypse, he had seen a considerable number of effeminate men on television. However, among these, the most outstanding was undoubtedly Song Kong, the head of the Song family, who embodied the essence of effeminacy to an exquisite degree. Wang Wei could not comprehend why the Song family had chosen this effeminate man as their patriarch. Was it not preferable to select a more conventional figure for such a significant role? During the 4th round of bidding, Bei produced 20 pounds of gold to secure 5 vials of the healing serum, achieving a stalemate with the previous bidder, Mr. Feng. At the very least, neither side could claim superiority in this encounter. In the first round, he had earned 15 pounds of gold, in the second, 16 pounds. And in the third and fourth rounds, he garnered 20 pounds each. Adding to this were the promises of 1 pound of gold from Mr. Feng, alongside the 4 pounds spent by a middle-aged man previously. Thus, at this sales conference, Wang Wei amassed a total of 76 pounds of gold. After deducting the 2,000 gold cost, his total profit reached 36,000 gold. If he were to invest this sum entirely in recruiting Red Alert soldiers, He could enlist 360 of them. The mere thought of this filled Wang Wei with uncontainable joy. At this moment, those who had failed to acquire the healing serum began to approach Wang Wei, inquiring eagerly, "Mr. Wang, when will the next batch of healing serum be available for sale?" Indeed, many were equally curious. "If there is another supply, I will definitely bring enough gold next time." "Brother Wang, may I place a reservation? I am willing to pay a deposit in advance." The leaders of various factions and the heads of the 8 major powers clamored for more information. Upon hearing Song Kang's words, Wang Wei suddenly experienced an epiphany, as if a new world had been unveiled before him. Reservations. Deposits. Yes, he could certainly implement a reservation system, allowing for deposits to be made in advance. This would provide another opportunity to amass gold. Wang Wei looked towards the exuberant Song Kang below, feeling a surge of excitement. This effeminate man seemed quite agreeable to behold. Chapter 79. Sudden wealth. Whether for purchasing Red Alert soldiers or subsequent construction of Red Alert bases, the demand for gold resources would be immense, tantamount to a vast gold mine. The more gold one possesses, the better. Standing atop the platform, Wang Wei surveyed the crowd below, noticing numerous earnest faces eager to reserve the healing serum. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he grasped the microphone. "Reservations are certainly possible, but I currently have no healing serum available. We will have to wait until the regular army from the provincial capital delivers a fresh batch to me after some time," he stated calmly. "Brother Wang, when you mention some time, how long are you referring to?" Lin Zhua, one of the Lin brothers, raised his head to look at Wang Wei, inquiring with curiosity. It was not only Lin Zhua who sought an answer. Nearly everyone present was eager to know when the new batch of healing serum would arrive at the East City base, so they could make their purchases. "I cannot provide an exact time, but at most, within a month, the new batch of healing serum should arrive from the provincial capital," he replied. Wang Wei paused for a moment, and after a few seconds, he began to explain, feigning a contemplative demeanor to persuade those present that his words held truth. Chun Dezhu from the New Sun faction inquired with a stutter from the high platform, "How many vials of the therapeutic serum will be available in the next batch?" Wang Wei held up 2 fingers, not providing a direct answer. 20 vials, exclaimed Song Kang, the effeminate member of the Song family, with curiosity. "Not 20, but at least 200. Wang Wei replied with a calm smile. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, their faces lighting up with joy. For the small factions, the previous sale of 20 vials was already a challenging feat, even with ample gold. Acquiring them was not a certainty. However, Wang Wei's assertion of being able to provide over 200 vials implied that all factions present, including the leaders of the small groups, would have the opportunity to purchase. The leaders of the 8 major factions in the East City beamed with delight, particularly the small faction leaders present, who were nearly beside themselves with excitement. "Mr. Wang, how much gold is required to reserve a vial of the therapeutic serum? What is the payment process?" One of the small faction leaders eagerly asked, looking up at Wang Wei on the platform. "For reservations, each vial of the therapeutic serum is priced at 2 pounds of gold, with full payment required as a deposit," Wang Wei explained. Observing the jubilant expressions of those below, Wang Wei felt a surge of excitement himself. It seemed the market for the therapeutic serum was indeed thriving. The Red Alert system shop interface also offered evolution potions with a purity of 60. Should this information be publicized, it was likely that everyone present would go into a frenzy. They would spend any amount of money to acquire the evolution potions. However, Wang Wei had no intention of selling the evolution potions. He would limit himself to selling only the therapeutic serums. His reason for this was the concern that those who became new humans through the evolution potions might turn against him in the future. After all, why would he nurture potential enemies? Moreover, it was a matter of keeping resources within one's own circle. The evolution potions also had purchasing restrictions, which were even more stringent than those for the therapeutic serums. Currently, with the existing privileges, one could purchase a maximum of 5 evolution potions per day, half the amount allowed for therapeutic serums. At that moment, the crowd below erupted in excitement. "Mr. Wang, I will offer 4 pounds of gold as a deposit for 2 vials of the therapeutic serum. I will offer 6 pounds of gold as a deposit for 3 vials. I wish to purchase 4 vials. With over 20 small faction leaders present, nearly all were clamoring to reserve their shares, as if fearing that others might seize their opportunity. In just a brief moment, nearly every small faction leader below expressed their willingness to reserve the therapeutic serums. Firstly, it must be stated that while individuals may reserve the healing serum from me, there is a requisite period for its arrival at the East City base, which may take up to a month. Therefore, during this interim, I implore everyone to remain calm. Once the new batch of supplies reaches me, I shall distribute them according to the reserved quantities. Wang Wei surveyed the crowd below and spoke, apprehensive of the incessant inquiries regarding the serum's arrival. To preempt this, it is prudent to clarify certain matters in advance. The enthusiasm exhibited by the audience was also fueled by another factor. The price of the healing serum. 2 pounds of gold could procure a vial of the serum, a price significantly more affordable than at auction. Many in attendance, driven by the desire for a bargain, eagerly raised their hands to place orders. Such trifles, as long as it arrives within a month. I, your humble servant, would like to reserve 15 vials of the healing serum, declared Song Kong, the flamboyant representative of the Song family, waving his hand with a smile. Indeed, merely trifles. I, Lin Zhua, shall also reserve 15 vials of the healing serum, proclaimed Lin Zhua of the Lin clan. I, Chen Dezhu, shall reserve 10 vials, stuttered Chen Dezhu, raising his hand. The Liu family orders 15 vials of the healing serum. The Jiang family reserves 10 vials. The Feng family orders 20 vials. Bei reserves 20 vials. Among the 8 major factions of the East City base, nearly all heads of the 7 factions present, except for the absent Xiaosheng, expressed their intent to reserve. The leaders of smaller factions also clamored to place their orders, and the atmosphere swiftly became lively. Sergeant, please tally the reservations, Wang Wei instructed his subordinate. Yes, replied the sergeant, saluting Wang Wei. Subsequently, individuals systematically approached the sergeant to register their orders, beginning with the 8 major factions before moving on to the smaller groups. The crowd behaved themselves, wary of any mischief in Wang Wei's presence, and all paid deposits, resulting in a small mountain of gold accumulating before him. After exchanging courteous remarks with the crowd, they gradually departed from the courtyard outside the outpost, leaving Wang Wei and his entourage behind. Gazing at the mound of gold, Wang Wei was filled with exhilaration and hurried to the sergeant. Sergeant, how many vials of the healing serum were reserved in total? Wang Wei asked directly. Report, a total of 150 vials of the healing serum, amounting to 300 pounds of gold. The sergeant saluted and reported. At these words, Wang Wei trembled, his entire visage quivering. 300 pounds of gold. That equates to 150,000 grams of gold, converted into the system's currency. That amounts to 150,000 gold. By heavens, it appears I have struck it rich this time. Instant wealth. Now it is time to showcase my abilities. To research and procure the Red Alert troops. Chapter 80. The arrival of the Red Alert sniper. Wang Wei gazed upon the mountain of gold before him, a radiant smile spreading across his face. At this moment, he finally grasped a profound truth. When firepower is lacking, tactical maneuvering is essential. When firepower is ample, the artillery plows the fields. This is akin to collecting gold. When one's fists are not yet strong enough, gold may be gathered from urban jewelry stores. However, with millions of zombies lurking in the city, a reckless foray could lead to disastrous losses. Yet now, by selling the healing serum from the Red Alert system to others, he could effortlessly amass vast quantities of gold. This venture promised quick and abundant wealth. At the recent sales event, he had garnered 36,000 grams of gold through 20 vials of healing serum and collected a staggering 150,000 grams through pre-orders. Although purchasing 150 vials of serum required a significant investment of 15,000 gold, it paled in comparison to the deposits he had received. At this moment, Wang Wei struggled to contain his excitement and gestured to his guards, commanding, "Guard unit, transport all this gold to my tent immediately." Yes. The 10 Red Alert warriors responded in unison, stepping forward to carry bag after bag of gold. This 300 pounds of gold consisted of both bars and jewelry. However, Wang Wei was indifferent to the form. What mattered to him was that this gold could be converted into system funds. He longed for additional legs to hasten the transfer of this wealth into his tent for conversion. 2 minutes later, Wang Wei returned to his tent. Gazing at the resplendent mountain of gold before him, he swallowed hard and promptly instructed the guard captain, "Captain, please stand watch at the entrance of the tent. No one is to enter without my permission." "Understood. I will ensure the task is completed." The guard captain saluted Wang Wei and turned to stand vigil outside the tent. Wang Wei's caution stemmed from a desire to keep the moment of conversion from prying eyes, to protect the secrets of the Red Alert system. At this juncture, he was alone within the confines of the tent. "Red Alert system, convert all this gold," Wang Wei uttered softly. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped the space, and the mountain of gold vanished. "Congratulations, Commander. This conversion yielded 188,000 gold, bringing the total system resources to 188,709 gold, the mechanical voice of the Red Alert system announced. Wang Wei's face radiated with elation, a smile stretching from ear to ear. He had struck gold. With such a substantial amount of system funds, financial concerns were a thing of the past. Previously, he had toiled endlessly to collect gold, but now, with this wealth, he could recruit over 1,800 Red Alert warriors. "System, I wish to elevate my commander privileges to battalion level," Wang Wei declared, his voice filled with ambition. The higher his commander privileges, the more healing serums and evolution potions he could procure each day. Indeed, Wang Wei intended to first elevate his commander rank to the battalion level. However, he faced an unfortunate setback. His attempt to advance to the battalion commander level failed. The cold, mechanical voice of the red alert system echoed in his mind. Why did it fail? Previously, his promotions to the platoon and company ranks had been remarkably smooth. Wang Wei queried in confusion. The red alert system patiently elucidated. Advancing to the battalion commander level and beyond requires not only the expenditure of red alert currency, but also a requisite of time and experience. What is this time experience? Wang Wei inquired with curiosity. Transitioning from the company to the battalion level necessitates not only a cost of 30,000 credits, but also a period of 2 weeks, which constitutes the time experience. The red alert system clarified. This revelation enlightened Wang Wei. The so-called time experience was akin to a necessary condition for advancement, requiring a certain duration. 2 weeks. A day had already elapsed yesterday, indicating he must wait a further 14 days to achieve the battalion commander rank. Initially, Wang Wei had planned to amass an overwhelming force to eradicate Shaosheng entirely. However, it now appeared he would need to allow Shaosheng's head to remain in suspense for an additional 14 days. Once the 2-week prerequisite was fulfilled, he could then expend the necessary resources to promote to battalion level, thereby unleashing a battalion's worth of troops. Although he could not yet ascend to battalion rank, he still had the capacity to recruit 37 additional red alert soldiers to fill his company slots. Open the soldier interface. Wang Wei commanded. Instantly, a virtual interface materialized before him, showcasing red alert soldiers, red alert attack dogs, heavy infantry, red alert engineers, and red alert snipers. Aside from the red alert soldiers who come with inherent development capabilities, the other 4 soldier types remained in an undeveloped state. Due to Wang Wei's commander rank being limited to company level, he was temporarily unable to develop or purchase additional red alert soldiers. The higher the commander rank, the greater the variety and potency of red alert soldiers one could develop and acquire. The development cost for red alert attack dogs was 2,000 credits, with a purchase price of 200 credits each. The development cost for heavy infantry was 4,000 credits, with a purchase price of 400 credits each. The red alert engineers, although non-combatants, had a development cost of 5,000 credits and a purchase price of 500 credits, exceeding that of typical combat units. The development cost for red alert snipers was 6,000 credits, with a purchase price of 600 credits. As Wang Wei scrutinized the soldier interface, he fell into deep contemplation. At present, he had sufficient basic soldiers. What he lacked were agile, mobile units equipped with heavy weaponry. The attack dogs were nimble and served as perfect counters to the zombies, with their keen sense of smell, making them ideal for guarding the camp and undertaking external missions. The heavy infantry, armed with the M60 machine gun, could suppress hordes of zombies single-handedly, even proving effective against evolved zombies and Tier 2 mutated creatures. Wang Wei also held a keen interest in the red alert engineers and snipers. The wolf dog, heavily armored soldier, engineer, and sniper. These 4 red alert units have all been developed. Wang Wei commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier interface before him underwent a remarkable transformation. The words "not developed" that had previously adorned the interfaces of these 4 soldiers vanished completely. The total development cost amounted to 17,000 gold, leaving the system's total funds at 171,709 gold. Despite the substantial expenditure for development, it felt negligible in the face of the overall funds. A faint smile played on Wang Wei's lips, reflecting his satisfaction. Given the limited space within the tent, accommodating too many individuals was impractical. Thus, Wang Wei opted not to recruit all 37 red alert soldiers at once. Instead, he decided to enlist a few and assess their equipment. Recruit a red alert sniper. Wang Wei directed the red alert system, his gaze fixed on the virtual soldier interface displaying the sniper. Understood, esteemed commander. The voice of the red alert system resonated once more within his mind. The system funds decreased by 600 gold, leaving a balance of 171,109 gold. A dazzling flash of golden light enveloped the area, prompting Wang Wei to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. When the brilliance faded, a red alert sniper, clad in camouflage and wielding a large caliber sniper rifle, stood before him. Red alert sniper reporting for duty. The sniper stood tall, saluting Wang Wei with precision. Chapter 81. Long-term strategy. Wang Wei scrutinized the red alert sniper before him. Indeed, the value of 600 gold was reflected in the stark contrast between this elite soldier and the 100 gold red alert warriors. The sniper exuded an air of confidence, his gaze sharp and determined, embodying an essence of focused intensity. Dressed in camouflage, he wore a ghillie suit that seamlessly blended with the grass, making it nearly impossible for the untrained eye to discern his presence while lying in wait. Report your equipment. Wang Wei inquired curiously, directing his attention to the sniper. Yes. My primary weapon is the M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle with a caliber of 12.7 mm, featuring a 5-round magazine. I carry 5 armor-piercing incendiary rounds and 40 standard rounds. Equipped with an 8-power scope, the rifle measures 480 mm in length, with an effective range of 500 meters. My secondary weapon is a Browning handgun and a tactical knife. Report concluded. The Red Alert sniper stood at attention, delivering his report to Wang Wei with unwavering clarity. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei was filled with exhilaration. A 12.7 mm sniper rifle. What a formidable weapon. Even when confronted by evolved zombies or second-tier mutated creatures, it could likely bring them down. More importantly, with the Red Alert sniper now at his disposal, he no longer needed to worry about the threats posed by snipers from various factions around the East City base. As fellow snipers, they could sense each other's murderous intent, enabling them to pinpoint the location of opposing snipers in the shortest possible time. This scenario is akin to two seasoned chefs who, upon tasting a dish prepared by the other, can discern the exact methods employed in its creation. Wang Wei harbored immense satisfaction regarding the Red Alert sniper unit. Although the cost of a single sniper amounted to 600 gold, the investment was undoubtedly justified. With this M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle, are you capable of eliminating other snipers? Wang Wei inquired with curiosity. That largely depends on the combat experience of the opposing sniper. If their experience is less than a year, my subordinate possesses a tenfold assurance of taking them down, the Red Alert sniper solemnly elucidated. Combat experience. Wang Wei paused, reflecting on the fact that whether it be Shaosheng or the snipers cultivated by the 8 factions of East City base, their combat experience was undoubtedly under a year. After all, it had only been slightly over 3 months since the apocalypse commenced. This realization filled Wang Wei with quiet delight. Excellent. Now, can you eliminate a level 3 mutated creature? Wang Wei, captivated by the large caliber sniper rifle in the Red Alert sniper's possession, could not suppress his curiosity. I am not yet capable of killing a level 3 mutated creature, but I can dispatch a level 2 with 2 shots. Once I advance to a 1-star sniper, I will be able to achieve that with a single shot. Upon reaching the 3-star rank, I will possess the capability to eliminate level 3 mutated creatures. The Red Alert sniper responded, locking eyes with Wang Wei. Achieving the 3-star sniper rank means the ability to hunt level 3 mutated creatures. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei felt a surge of excitement. This sniper was undeniably formidable. With the Red Alert sniper stationed, he would no longer fear the level 2 and 3 mutated beings lurking outside. Instead, he envisioned seeking out these higher-tier mutated creatures, allowing the Red Alert sniper to eliminate them in order to extract the gel-like substance within their bodies. Consuming this substance would enhance his own powers as a new human being. While the Red Alert sniper could indeed take down high-level mutated creatures and even evolved zombies, there was a drawback. The speed of elimination was rather sluggish. This flaw was common among all snipers. The time taken by the Red Alert sniper to fire 3 shots equated to the duration a Red Alert soldier would spend emptying an entire magazine. Thus, it was clear that the Red Alert sniper was best suited for targeting high-level mutated creatures and evolved zombies, while the basic soldier, the Red Alert warrior, remained necessary for dealing with ordinary zombies and level 1 mutated beings. To unleash the greatest potential, cooperation among units was essential. At that moment, dark clouds gathered outside, heralding the rumble of thunder. Boom. The thunder rolled ominously. Wang Wei gazed at the Red Alert sniper before him, his mind racing with future prospects. With ample system funds at his disposal, he could develop and construct buildings for the Red Alert system, establishing it as a unique primary base solely for himself. As for the outpost, it could merely serve as a secondary base, a place to recruit talents and expand the reserve army within East City base. Now, the only thing lacking was a suitable piece of land. Wang Wei seemed to have a sudden realization as he hurried to the table, unfurling the map of Shurqing. The map meticulously delineated the various districts and towns within Shurqing, as well as the terrain of the area. Wang Wei placed his finger on a lakeside island in the southeast of the map, a place he had visited before the apocalypse. This island, nearly 4 million square meters in size, housed a tourist village, constructed by developers 2 years prior. They had erected a magnificent 500-meter-long bridge spanning the lake, connecting the island to the mainland. This location was undoubtedly the optimal site for establishing a Red Alert base. By securing the Soul Bridge, one could effectively defend the island. Moreover, the expansive area of the island perfectly met the spatial requirements for a Red Alert base. This was it. I must seize this lakeside island and transform it into my Red Alert stronghold. Wang Wei murmured softly, his resolve growing ever stronger. With a Red Alert base, he could eventually construct factories for war vehicles, air command centers, and other edifices to produce tanks and aircraft within the Red Alert system. The zombie overlord he had encountered in the city posed a formidable threat, should it lead a horde of over 200,000 zombies to the East City base. The sheer scale of the undead army, coupled with the Overlord's command, would inevitably lead to the base's downfall. Thus, he had to prepare in advance. He needed to establish the red alert base promptly, ensuring strategic flexibility. Just then, the rain intensified in the sky, pouring down in torrents. The wind howled, scattering leaves in its wake. Wang Wei recalled the clothes he had hung out to dry the previous night and decided to ask the security squad leader outside for assistance in retrieving them. Squad leader, please fetch my clothes, Wang Wei instructed as he stepped out of the tent. The red alert sniper accompanied him. Yes. The squad leader saluted Wang Wei before leading several guards into the downpour to collect the clothes. At that moment, the red alert sniper detected something amiss on the mountain opposite them, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. His expression changed dramatically as he rushed to push Wang Wei aside. Commander, there are snipers on the mountain, the red alert sniper shouted. In the next instant, a thunderous boom echoed. The simultaneous roar of thunder and the crack of a sniper rifle rendered the source of the shot nearly indistinguishable. Wang Wei felt the bullet from the sniper rifle was past him, causing his ears to ring from the shockwave. The bullet struck the very spot where he had just stood, shattering a nearby vase into countless pieces, sending soil flying in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Wang Wei couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart racing with trepidation. It was fortunate that the red alert sniper had sensed the impending danger and pushed him away just in time. Otherwise, the fate of the shattered vase could very well have been his own. He quickly slipped back into the tent and, gritting his teeth, ordered the red alert sniper. It must undoubtedly be the sniper sent by Xiao Sheng, who dares not act openly against me, resorting instead to underhanded tactics. Red alert sniper. Eliminate that scoundrel atop the mountain. Chapter 82. A grand gift for Xiao Sheng. Aside from Xiao Sheng, Wang Wei could hardly conceive of anyone else who would desire to send a sniper to eliminate him. Presently, Wang Wei has established business connections with various factions and groups at the eastern city base. Thus, they would certainly not dare to attack him. If any other faction were to brazenly assault the outpost, they would likely assist Wang Wei in countering the threat. For this reason, Xiao Sheng would certainly not risk a direct retaliation. To exact revenge, he could only dispatch a sniper to deal with Wang Wei. Wang Wei initially believed that Xiao Sheng would lie low for a time, but to his astonishment, shortly after the conclusion of the sales conference, the scoundrel Xiao Sheng had already sent a sniper to prepare for his assassination. This was intolerable. This time, if he did not inflict severe pain upon Xiao Sheng, he might as well reverse his own name. Indeed, I shall ensure the mission is accomplished. The red alert sniper saluted Wang Wei, then retrieved his M99 semi-automatic rifle and sprinted towards the tent's entrance. Wang Wei also stealthily exited, instructing the red alert soldiers outside. All personnel, find cover and conceal yourselves. Gunner, unleash all firepower and bring down the sniper on the mountain. With that command, the gunner of the armed mining vehicle began operating the 20mm cannon from the passenger seat, aiming at the mountain peak across the way, and pressed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks erupted from the cannon's muzzle, creating a thunderous cacophony. The 20mm cannon, designed for rapid fire, unleashed a barrage of shells with each pull of the trigger, sending over 10 rounds whistling toward the mountain 500 meters away. The initial wave of bombardment sent splinters flying from the mountain. One shell struck a large tree trunk, cleaving it in two, causing the tree to crash down, leaving a crater the size of a basketball upon impact. Should such a projectile strike a human, even a new breed of humanity would find themselves fatally struck. Bang, bang, bang. The gunner continued to fire, unleashing round after round, as if attempting to plow the mountain with artillery fire. Meanwhile, the red alert sniper, undeterred by the pouring rain, took cover beneath a wall, raising his 12.7mm M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle. Through the eightfold scope, he swiftly locked onto the position of the enemy sniper. In that moment, the red alert sniper squeezed the trigger. Bang! A large caliber sniper round whistled from the barrel, hurtling toward the enemy sniper on the mountain. The opposing sniper, sensing the presence of the red alert marksman, hastily ducked. Yet, his reaction was a fraction too slow. At the instant he lowered his head to evade, the red alert sniper's bullet struck his left arm, sending a spray of blood and severing his limb. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Wang Wei, seizing a pair of binoculars, gazed toward the mountain and, upon witnessing the devastation of the opposing sniper's left arm, felt an overwhelming surge of elation. Indeed, the red alert sniper, valued at 600 gold, proved to be worth every coin. The opposing sniper displayed remarkable tenacity. Even with his left arm rendered useless, he refused to surrender. Gritting his teeth as he raised his sniper rifle, determined to eliminate the red alert sniper, he embodied a defiant spirit, akin to a broken vessel refusing to yield. However, the moment he revealed himself, the red alert sniper swiftly locked onto his position and pulled the trigger. Bang! The thunderous crack of the sniper rifle echoed simultaneously with the rumble of thunder above. A flash erupted from the muzzle of the M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle as the bullet soared through the air, striking the opposing sniper squarely in the head. Wang Wei raised his binoculars to observe the scene. Half of the opposing sniper's head was instantly obliterated, his body collapsing into a pool of blood, mingling with the rain. "Well done, sniper. Guards, retrieve that bastard's corpse from the opposite hill," Wang Wei exclaimed, joyfully patting the red alert sniper on the shoulder and hastily instructing his guards. Moments later, within Wang Wei's tent, the body of the opposing sniper, missing half of his head and a left arm, lay before him, accompanied by a sniper rifle. Turning to the red alert sniper, Wang Wei inquired, "What model is this rifle?" "This is the 5.8mm caliber Type 88 sniper rifle. With a 10-round capacity and an effective range of 800 meters, the red alert sniper eagerly explained. Wang Wei took possession of the Type 88 sniper rifle, realizing it was the perfect addition, as his sister, Wang Xin, was in need of a sniper rifle. "Commander, how should we dispose of this body?" The guard leader raised his head to look at Wang Wei, seeking guidance. "Hire 2 survivors shortly to transport this body to Xiaosheng's camp," Wang Wei instructed with a wave of his hand. "Understood," the guard leader nodded solemnly. Standing nearby, Huang Quan appeared puzzled and asked Wang Wei in astonishment, "Brother Wang, why have you become so benevolent?" "Benevolent? Huh. If you truly believe that, you are mistaken. Guard leader, fetch me a pen. I have a grand gift for Xiao Dog," Wang Wei replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke nonchalantly. Half an hour later, outside Xiaosheng's camp, the rain had diminished. 2 survivors from the slums carried a stretcher, atop which lay a corpse draped in white cloth, stained crimson with blood. "Who are you?" A squad leader atop the camp's walls raised his weapon, aiming at the 2 survivors below. The survivors looked alarmed. One of them raised his head to explain to the squad leader on the wall, "We are here on behalf of the outpost to deliver a body." "Delivering a body?" The employer is none other than Wang Wei, the master of the outpost. The squad leader, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly notified Xiaosheng. Within 5 minutes, Xiaosheng emerged from the camp villa and drove directly to the camp's entrance. As for the 2 survivors, they had long departed from the scene. "Xiao Gu, this is the corpse sent by that bastard Wang Wei," the squad leader explained to his superior. Xiaosheng gazed at the body on the stretcher before him, raising an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Before he could utter a word, a middle-aged man rushed forward, reporting urgently, "Xiao Gu, I just learned that our sniper was killed by Wang Wei. The sniper was slain, and shortly thereafter, Wang Wei sent a body over." At that moment, everyone present understood. The body lying on the stretcher, draped in white cloth, was indeed that of the sniper. Once bitten by a snake, one is frightened by a rope for 10 years. Xiaosheng's expression twitched, as memories of the previous night flooded back. He waved his hand, commanding the squad leader beside him, "You, go and uncover the white cloth from the body." The squad leader, sensing something suspicious, trembled in fear, as if the cloth concealed the bomb, and hurriedly pleaded with Xiaosheng, "Xiao Gu, spare me, let someone else do it." Xiaosheng's face darkened as he drew a handgun, aiming it at the squad leader's head, threatening, "You talk too much. Are you going or not? Go." The squad leader immediately straightened up, nodding vigorously, and slowly approached, preparing to unveil the white cloth. Xiaosheng and his subordinates stepped back a few paces, terrified that the events of the previous night might repeat themselves. The squad leader, steeling himself, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and unveiled the body. Just as everyone braced for an explosion, the body beneath the cloth lay still, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. It was indeed the sniper's body. Xiaosheng noticed a hard wooden board on the sniper's corpse, inscribed with words, and inquired of the squad leader, "What does it say on that board?" The squad leader picked up the board and, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Xiao Gu, I dare not read it. You should see for yourself. Read it." Xiaosheng glared fiercely at the squad leader, coldly commanding. The squad leader, with a pounding heart, swallowed hard and, glancing at the board, murmured, "A grand gift for Xiao Dog." Upon hearing this, Xiaosheng's face contorted with rage, his body trembling, blood vessels bulging in his eyes. He aimed the gun skyward and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Only when the gun was emptied did Xiaosheng put it away. "Wang Wei, you dare to humiliate me like this. I will not rest until I see you destroyed. In this East City base, it is either me or you. One day, I will personally slay you and eliminate all those you hold dear." Xiaosheng seethed, his voice echoing with fury. At 3 in the afternoon, within the outpost, the sky was overcast with thick clouds, and a light rain fell incessantly. Wang Wei surmised that the rain would likely persist into the night. With construction at the outpost halted, they would have to wait until the following day for 500 laborers to resume building. Wang Wei initially intended to recruit new soldiers for the 3rd squad, but upon reflection, he realized that the present moment might serve as an opportune occasion to eliminate that scoundrel, Xiaosheng. Should Xiaosheng discover that Wang Wei was leading only a small contingent outside, With his typical behavior, he would undoubtedly take command himself and confront Wang Wei. If, at the moment of confrontation, the third squad were to appear unexpectedly, it could catch Xiao Sheng off guard, possibly leading to his complete annihilation. One must risk something to gain something. The more he pondered, the more convinced Wang Wei became that this plan was feasible. He resolved to venture outside the following day, primarily to recruit the third squad of Red Alert soldiers and facilitate their swift promotion to a one-star unit, thereby increasing the likelihood of defeating Xiao Sheng. Establishing a Red Alert base on Hard Island was certainly a task he intended to undertake. However, if he could eliminate that wretch Xiao Sheng beforehand, it would be even better. At this moment, Wang Wei stood within the tent, preparing to send someone to deliver a small-caliber sniper rifle to his sister, Wang Xian. Yet, before he could call for anyone, his sister Wang Xian entered the tent of her own accord. "Brother, I heard you seized a sniper rifle." Wang Xian approached, halting 2 steps away from Wang Wei, blinking her eyes and smiling at him with an adorable expression. Just as Wang Xian stepped into the tent, Huang Quan followed closely behind. Wang Wei, observing Huang Quan before him, could easily surmise that it was Huang Quan who had informed Wang Xian about the small-caliber sniper rifle he had acquired. The 88-type small-caliber sniper rifle was intended for Wang Xian, so he nodded calmly, retrieving the seized sniper rifle from beneath the table and placing it on the surface. "There are only 25 rounds for the 5.8mm caliber sniper rifle. Cherish them and do not waste them." Wang Wei casually produced all the ammunition for the 88-type sniper rifle, clearly indicating to his sister that the weapon now belonged to her. Wang Xian, possessing the innate talent of a sharpshooter, would undoubtedly thrive with the 88-type sniper rifle. "Yay, long live my brother," Wang Xian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she hurriedly embraced the 88-type sniper rifle. "By the way, I will introduce you to a sniper master. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him." Wang Wei clapped his hands, and instantly, a Red Alert sniper entered the tent. At that moment, upon seeing the 12.7mm caliber M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle in the hands of the Red Alert sniper, Wang Xian felt her newly acquired 88-type sniper rifle suddenly lost its allure. She placed it on the table and turned to approach the Red Alert sniper. "Wow, that is the sniper rifle I desire most. Big brother, could you lend me your sniper rifle?" Wang Xian gazed at the M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle with longing, swallowing hard in her excitement, resembling someone who would borrow without the intention of returning. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. 500 laborers returned to the construction site, led by the Red Alert engineer, to continue building the outpost, which is expected to be completed in approximately 5 days. In addition to the engineer, the entire Red Alert team gathered at the outpost, including Huang Quan, Uncle Huang Er, his sister Wang Xian, and Tian He. Regarding yesterday afternoon's events, Wang Xian expressed her desire for the M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle, but Wang Wei could not acquiesce to her request. After all, the M88 semi-automatic sniper rifle could only unleash its full potential in the hands of a Red Alert sniper, and it had the added capability of automatically replenishing ammunition after 3 hours. Thus, Wang Wei persuaded his sister, promising that he would request a superior sniper rifle from the higher-ups soon. This assurance dissuaded Wang Xian from pursuing the M99 any further. Concerning the matter of sign-ins, including yesterday, Wang Wei had not signed in for 2 consecutive days and planned to forego claiming the sign-in rewards for the next few days, hoping to amalgamate several sign-in opportunities in the hopes of obtaining a high-level Red Alert unit. "Squad leader, you will remain at the camp with your team. While I am away, the outpost is entirely under your command. The guard squad and the 1st platoon will accompany me to Yinshan Town. Huang Quan, Uncle Huang Er, Wang Xian, and Tian He will also join us," Wang Wei proclaimed, standing atop a high platform. "Understood." The assembled crowd responded in unison. A single platoon was sufficient to guard the camp. The reason for heading to Yinshan Town was primarily due to Wang Wei's interest in the area's abundant resources of cement, steel pipes, and bricks, as well as a wealth of ready-made manufacturing tools. Securing Yinshan Town would enable the establishment of numerous outposts in the future, and he envisioned creating a sub-base there, conditions permitting. Moreover, the mission to Yinshan Town included the objective of eliminating the half-infected Lin Ling previously. The absence of heavy weaponry had allowed Lin Ling to escape, but now, equipped with an armed mining vehicle, Red Alert snipers, and heavily armed soldiers, Wang Wei was confident in his ability to eliminate Lin Ling should they cross paths. The group set forth towards Yinshan Town in grand procession. The armed mining vehicle led the convoy, crushing any stray zombies encountered along the way into a pulp. If the number of zombies on the road became excessive, the gunners aboard the mining vehicle could open fire to clear the path. 2 trucks and 4 pickups closely followed the armed mining vehicle. After 15 minutes of travel, Wang Wei surveyed the desolate surroundings, retrieved his walkie-talkie, pressed the switch, and quietly commanded, "Everyone, halt immediately." The armed mining vehicle was the first to come to a stop, with the subsequent vehicles gradually following suit. Uncle Huang Air, seated in one of the vehicles, felt puzzled and inquired, "Mr. Wang, why are we stopping?" "I just received word that a contingent of regular troops from the provincial capital is located 2 kilometers southeast. I will take the guard squad to assist them. You and the main force will remain here temporarily." Wang Wei had already prepared his explanation, maintaining a composed demeanor. "All right," Uncle Huang Air replied with a nod of understanding. Subsequently, Wang Wei steered a pickup truck and a larger truck southeast, accompanied solely by his security detail. Upon reaching a bamboo grove, he surveyed the surroundings. Noting the absence of both human presence and any threats from zombies, he commanded the team to halt, opened the vehicle door, and stepped out. "Red alert system," Wang Wei murmured softly. "Esteemed Commander, how may I assist you?" responded the red alert system in its customary mechanical tone. "Recruit 10 red alert soldiers, 9 red alert attack dogs, 9 heavy infantry, and 5 red alert snipers," Wang Wei declared, resolutely summoning a total of 33 red alert units. Instantly, the funds displayed on the virtual interface decreased by 11,800 gold, leaving a total balance of 159,309 gold. The current number of personnel in the company reached 96, with the capacity to recruit 4 additional units. This allocation of personnel was intentionally reserved to accommodate any unforeseen circumstances in the future, allowing for continued recruitment of red alert soldiers. Before long, a flash of golden light illuminated the area, revealing the newly summoned red alert soldiers, attack dogs, heavy infantry, and snipers. New recruits of the 3rd platoon, assemble. A soldier clad in camouflage, wielding a Type 95 assault rifle, stepped forward and saluted, declaring, "3rd platoon leader reporting to the commander." Chapter 84. Return to Yinshan town. Each beam of golden light arose, signifying the recruitment of a red alert soldier from the red alert system into the apocalyptic realm. As the 33 golden lights dissipated, 9 red alert attack dogs and 24 soldiers materialized before Wang Wei. Observing the new recruits, a subtle smile crept across Wang Wei's face. This 3rd platoon could undoubtedly be considered the most formidable assembly of fresh recruits, comprising 5 snipers, 9 heavy infantry, 9 attack dogs, and 10 red alert soldiers. The 3rd platoon would likely prove a match even against the combined strength of the 1st and 2nd platoons. However, upon reflection, this was to be expected, given that the resources expended to assemble the 3rd platoon far exceeded those required for the 1st and 2nd platoons. Wang Wei regarded the 3rd platoon leader with astonishment, realizing that both the security team leader and the leaders of the 1st and 2nd platoons had been selected from the ranks of red alert soldiers. Could it be that the higher echelons of red alert were all chosen from the grassroots level? 3rd platoon leader: "May I inquire if future mid-level and senior positions within the red alert team will be filled exclusively by red alert soldiers?" Wang Wei asked curiously. "Not necessarily. Until the commander assigns personnel planning, the system randomly selects red alert soldiers for mid-level positions. Currently, as the commander holds only a company-level rank, the platoon leader positions are filled by basic infantry red alert soldiers," the 3rd platoon leader replied, standing tall and gazing directly at Wang Wei. This revelation sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Wang Wei's mind, prompting him to quickly inquire, "Does this mean I have the freedom to select red alert soldiers for mid-level positions and can rearrange the personnel planning of the 3 red alert platoons?" "Indeed, Commander." The 3rd platoon leader nodded vigorously in affirmation. A broad smile spread across Wang Wei's face. Currently, the personnel in the guard unit are all red alert soldiers. The 1st platoon of red alert has the fewest members, numbering only 23. While the 2nd platoon is not lacking in numbers, it consists solely of red alert soldiers, resulting in a singular combat capability. The 3rd platoon is overly populated with snipers, heavy infantry, and red alert attack dogs. The fragmentation among the 3 red alert platoons within the guard unit is severe. This will significantly impact the combat effectiveness of the red alert soldiers. To resolve this issue, it is imperative to integrate the teams and reallocate personnel to ensure a relatively balanced distribution of soldier types and numbers in each platoon. Wang Wei paused, contemplating how best to rationally distribute the 3 platoons. The total population of red alert soldiers stands at 96, 1 gunner and 1 commander for the armed mining vehicle, 1 red alert engineer, 1 red alert Yuri, 6 red alert snipers, 10 red alert attack dogs, 10 heavy infantry, and 66 red alert soldiers. As the primary protective force, the guard unit must possess formidable strength to genuinely safeguard themselves. Consequently, the unit must be staffed with the most powerful red alert soldiers. After much deliberation, Wang Wei decided to allocate the guard unit as follows: 1 red alert Yuri, 1 attack dog, 1 heavy infantry, 1 sniper, and 2 red alert soldiers, totaling 6 members, with the original guard unit leader continuing in their role. The 1st platoon of red alert will consist of 3 attack dogs, 1 red alert engineer, 3 heavy infantry, 1 red alert sniper, 2 personnel from the armed mining vehicle, and 20 red alert soldiers, amounting to 30 members, with the original platoon leader maintaining their position. The second and third platoons will have identical compositions, each comprising 3 attack dogs, 3 heavy infantry, 2 red alert snipers, and 22 red alert soldiers, also totaling 30 members, with the original platoon leaders remaining in charge. This arrangement will enable inter-unit distribution among various soldier types, unleashing their maximum combat potential. Naturally, it is currently impossible to allocate the teams as envisioned. They must first regroup at the camp and then proceed with the desired personnel distribution for the guard unit and the 3 red alert platoons. Everyone, board the vehicle and prepare to join the main force, Wang Wei commanded, casting a glance at the new recruits in the 3rd platoon and gesturing his directive. Yes, woof, responded the red alert soldiers and attack dogs of the new recruits in unison, their voices resonant and robust. Prior to departure, Wang Wei had instructed his subordinates to drive a truck alongside them, intended for transporting the new recruits swiftly to reunite with the main force. Wang Wei returned to the passenger seat of the pickup truck, gazing at the desolate scenery outside the window, and slightly waved his hand. The guard unit leader at the wheel then drove back along the original route. The 2 vehicles carrying Wang Wei soon merged with the main force, the convoy advancing with great momentum towards Yinshan town. Given the need to devise a strategy against Shaosheng, the new recruits in the 3rd platoon must not return to the East City base's outpost for the next few days, nor should they be detected by the personnel at the East City base. Therefore, it was essential to find a temporary residence outside. Yinshan town, being remote geographically, had seen most of the zombies exterminated by Wang Wei in the preceding days. In addition, Yin Mountain Town is abundant in construction materials, prompting Wang Wei to contemplate establishing a subsidiary base there. This would not only provide shelter for the new recruits of the 3rd platoon, but also allow him to transform these raw materials into his own assets. Perhaps due to the torrential rain that fell last night, the roads had become exceedingly treacherous, riddled with muddy pits. The journey, which should have taken merely 10 minutes, stretched into half an hour before the convoy finally reached the entrance of Yin Mountain Town. All present, disembark, Wang Wei calmly commanded, retrieving his walkie-talkie. The team began to descend from the vehicles in an orderly manner. The squad leader hurriedly exited the vehicle, opening the door adjacent to the front passenger seat. Wang Wei, a cigar clenched between his teeth, stepped down with a boot firmly planted on the ground, his gaze drawn to a towering stone tablet inscribed with the characters for Yin Mountain Town. With a puff of smoke escaping his lips, a veil of mist enveloped him. However, the commotion caused by the convoy had attracted attention. Before Wang Wei could issue further orders, over 20 zombies emerged at the entrance of the town, baring their teeth and rushing towards him and his men. Eliminate all zombies within Yin Mountain Town, Wang Wei gestured with his hand, issuing a composed command. Yes, the members of the guard squad, along with the 1st and 3rd red alert platoons, responded in unison. The zombies before them were of the ordinary variety. 5 heavily armed soldiers brandished their M60 machine guns, taking aim at the approaching horde. Rat-a-tat. The M60s erupted in a chorus of gunfire, sparks flying as spent shells ejected from the chambers. The deafening gunfire reverberated throughout Yin Mountain Town. In a single exchange, the 20 or so zombies at the forefront were reduced to a sieve by the 5 M60s, each corpse riddled with no fewer than 5 bullet holes, with the shots to the head proving most lethal, capable of dispatching them with a single bullet. Shots to other parts of the body merely slowed their advance. The ground was soon stained with blood as the 20 or so zombies collapsed, filling the air with a putrid stench. A series of beast-like roars echoed from within Yin Mountain Town. One after another, zombies surged forth. In less than a minute, over 500 zombies appeared before Wang Wei, including several of the mutated variety. Drawn by the sound of gunfire, the horde continued to swell, nearly attracting all the zombies in the vicinity. The total count of zombies still lingering in Yin Mountain Town approached 1,000. Crush them. Wang Wei discarded his cigar, retrieving his MP5 submachine gun. With a fierce expression, he aimed at the oncoming throng of zombies and opened fire. The red alert soldiers formed 2 lines, adopting a fan-shaped formation at the entrance of Yin Mountain Town. The front line knelt with their weapons trained on the zombies, while the rear line stood and fired, minimizing the risk of friendly fire. An armed mining vehicle remained stationed at the rear, its turret-mounted 20mm cannon targeting the advancing horde. As the red alert soldiers squeezed their triggers, a dense barrage of firepower enveloped the approaching zombies. Chapter 85. The arrival of the myriad corpses, a horde of over 500 zombies surged towards Wang Wei and his companions. It was only a matter of time before the number of zombies reached 1,000. Although most of these undead were ordinary, each moved with a speed comparable to that of an adult male, with some individuals unable to outrun even the most basic of zombies. Wang Wei and his group positioned themselves at the entrance of Yin Mountain Town, effectively guarding a bottleneck terrain. Ahead lay a stone wall approximately 30 meters wide, rendering their position defensible yet challenging for any assailant to breach. Gunfire erupted. The red alert soldiers aimed their rifles at the advancing horde. Sparks ignited from the muzzles of their Type 95 assault rifles as spent cartridges ejected from their chambers. The 5.8mm bullets unleashed a relentless barrage, and the foremost zombies collapsed into pools of blood. Some zombies, struck in their legs, did not perish immediately but fell backward with a thud, only to be trampled by their relentless brethren moments later. Those fortunate enough suffered merely broken limbs, while the unfortunate met their end beneath the crushing weight of the horde. Rat-a-tat-tat. 10 heavily armored soldiers wielded M60 machine guns, pulling the triggers as if unleashing 10 fiery serpents upon the zombies before them. Each ammunition belt contained 100 rounds, delivering a continuous stream of fire. The 7.62mm bullets harvested the lives of the undead, leaving fist-sized wounds on those struck, rendering them neither wholly dead nor wholly alive. Bang bang bang. The autocannon mounted on the armed mining vehicle roared to life, like a Grim Reaper's scythe. Each round unleashed a volley of over 10 bullets, effortlessly claiming the lives of no less than 30 zombies with each discharge. In a mere 2 minutes, the entire visible horde was annihilated. Even the mutated zombies stood little chance against such formidable firepower. The ground was littered with corpses, some stacked 3 layers high. Vivid crimson blood splattered across the earth, intensifying the foul stench that hung in the air. "Commander, the main force of the horde has been obliterated," reported the sergeant, raising his hand in a salute to Wang Wei, his voice steady and authoritative. A smile crept across Wang Wei's face as he contemplated clearing a path with the armed mining vehicle, preparing for the main forces to re-enter Yin Mountain Town. However, just then, a thunderous rumble echoed from ahead. Wang Wei raised his binoculars to look forward, and to his astonishment, he beheld a vast, dark mass of zombies surging forth from a distance of 1,000 meters. The scale of this horde appeared, from his elevated vantage, like a black ocean, numbering at least 10,000. This revelation left Wang Wei bewildered. During his previous incursion, he had eliminated the majority of the zombies in Yin Mountain Town. Just moments ago, the red alert soldiers had dispatched nearly 1,000. Logically, even if some zombies remained, there should only have been a handful. Yet, here, 1,000 meters away, was an overwhelming swarm of 10,000 zombies. How perplexing. Wang Wei found himself momentarily perplexed, pondering how it was possible for such a vast horde of zombies, numbering in the thousands, to converge upon Yinshan Town. Yet, with circumstances as they were, he understood that one must face the challenges ahead, ready to confront whatever came their way. To reclaim Yinshan Town, it was imperative to eliminate the overwhelming throng of undead before him. With the horde of zombies advancing, he prepared for battle, instructing the snipers to prioritize the elimination of mutated and evolved zombies. Wang Wei lowered his binoculars, his expression steely. The strength of the mutated zombies equated to that of first-tier mutated organisms, exhibiting greater speed and power than their ordinary counterparts. As for the evolved zombies, they were akin to second-tier mutated beings, impervious to standard rifle ammunition, making them the prime targets for the snipers. The soldiers, taking advantage of the distance before the horde breached their firing range, swiftly reloaded their magazines. The M99 semi-automatic sniper rifles wielded by the Red Alert snipers boasted an effective range of 1,500 meters, and the new wave of zombies fell perfectly within that scope. 6 snipers positioned themselves atop pickup trucks, leveraging their elevated vantage point to take aim at the mutated zombies ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sounds of gunfire echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, 6.12 7mm sniper rounds soared toward the heads of the mutated zombies. However, due to the snipers' lack of experience and the rapid movements of the mutated zombies, not all 6 rounds found their mark. Only 3 successfully struck their targets. The remaining 3 bullets pierced the bodies of the mutated zombies, causing sprays of blood to erupt. Although these 3 zombies survived, they fell to the ground, their speed diminished. And before they could recover, they were trampled to death by the advancing horde. Wang Wei had previously estimated that the ratio of mutated to ordinary zombies was approximately 1 in 500. 1 mutated zombie for every 500 ordinary ones. Yet, he was taken aback by the sight before him, as the leading front of the horde contained an astonishing number of mutated zombies, numbering in the hundreds, suggesting a ratio closer to 1 in 100. What on earth could account for this anomaly? Suddenly, the image of Lin Ling, the half-infected individual, flashed through Wang Wei's mind, and he murmured to himself, could it be that this massive horde, along with the hundreds of mutated zombies, is the result of that scoundrel Lin Ling's machinations? The thought solidified his suspicions. Before becoming half-infected, Lin Ling had already been a prodigious inventor of pharmaceuticals. It was hardly surprising that he could develop a serum capable of enhancing zombies. Now, as a half-infected, Lin Ling possessed abilities comparable to evolved zombies, and it was possible that he wielded powers akin to those of a zombie lord. With this realization, Wang Wei's resolve to eradicate the half-infected Lin Ling intensified. This menace must be dealt with promptly, otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to greater calamity in the future. The snipers swiftly chambered their rounds, adjusting their aim through their 8 power scopes at the foremost mutated zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The simultaneous reports of sniper fire rang out once more. As the horde of zombies drew ever closer, 6 precision sniper rounds struck the skulls of the mutated undead, causing their bodies to topple backward, crashing into the blood-soaked ground. At this moment, the throng of over 10,000 zombies was less than 500 meters away, now within the firing range of assault rifles, general-purpose machine guns, and 20mm autocannons. Rat-a-tat-tat. The red alert soldiers squeezed the triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets that swiftly found their mark upon the heads and bodies of the zombies. The firepower of 10 heavily armored soldiers surpassed that of 30 red alert fighters, with machine gun rounds slicing through the foremost zombies like a metallic scythe, transforming them into a sieve. Bang, bang, bang. The 20mm autocannon mounted on the armed mining vehicle roared to life, its thunderous barrage shaking the ground. With each pull of the trigger, the gunner released a deluge of rounds that soared like meteors, crashing into the horde and enveloping them in a cloud of crimson mist. Beneath the dense swarm of zombies, nearly every shell fired claimed the lives of no fewer than 3 of the undead. The horde surged ever closer, now within a mere 300 meters. Yet, Wang Wei and his team had only managed to slay about 1,000 zombies. A paltry number compared to the overwhelming multitude confronting them. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. The roar of artillery echoed. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the undead, resembling a battlefield of infernal fury. "Commander, the zombie horde is less than 200 meters away," reported the squad leader to Wang Wei. "Gather all fragmentation grenades from the guards. We will concentrate our fire upon the horde. If they breach Yinshan town, I shall turn my name, Wang Wei, backward." Wang Wei's expression darkened as he waved his hand and bellowed his command. Only soldiers promoted to the rank of 1-star could possess a fragmentation grenade. Armored soldiers at a non-ranked level carried one, while those who achieved 1-star status were allotted 2. At this moment, the guard squad hastily collected all available grenades, amassing a total of 38 fragmentation grenades. Divided equally, each guard would possess roughly 4 grenades. As the foremost mutated zombies charged, they were now less than 100 meters away from Wang Wei and his team. The closer the horde drew, the more precise the aim of the red alert soldiers became. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire was deafening. The mutated zombies became the primary targets for the red alert snipers. In the blink of an eye, 6 mutated zombies fell to their marksmen. Wang Xin, Wang Wei's younger sister, stood resolutely in the open bed of a pickup truck. Her demeanor transformed into one of seriousness, her gaze sharp. With her Type 88 sniper rifle, she became a harbinger of death, dispatching the mutated zombies with a precision that rivaled even the 1-star red alert snipers. Since her engagement, no fewer than 10 mutated zombies had perished at her hands. From the initial appearance of over 100 mutated zombies, now fewer than 20 remained. At this moment, with a commanding voice, Wang Wei ordered the guard squad. "Concentrate fire with fragmentation grenades on the mass of corpses ahead." Understood. The members of the guard squad responded in unison. 10 red alert soldiers retrieved fragmentation grenades, removed their safety pins, and hurled them high towards the mass of bodies, landing them on the road 80 meters away. Boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted. Flames soared into the sky, and dark smoke billowed upward. The fragmentation grenades produced by the red alert system could scatter no fewer than 2,000 shards upon detonation. When 10 grenades exploded simultaneously, over 20,000 fragments were unleashed. This was akin to dozens of heavy machine guns firing indiscriminately in all directions. The mutated zombies at the forefront were obliterated by the initial barrage of grenades, with more than 100 zombies collapsing into pools of blood. Each grenade effectively eliminated at least 10 zombies, clearing a vast expanse of ground strewn with corpses. Wang Wei and his team took position at the entrance of Yinshan town, utilizing the terrain to effectively prevent the advancing horde from breaching the town. Rifle rounds, machine gun bullets, sniper shots, and cannon fire whistled through the air, severing the heads of zombies that dared to emerge. Wang Wei raised his MP5 submachine gun, relentlessly firing into the throng of zombies. Having expended 3 out of 4 magazines and claiming no fewer than 30 zombie lives. At that moment, a shift occurred. The squad leader of the guard, sensing commotion from behind, turned abruptly, his face reflecting alarm as he reported to Wang Wei. "Commander, we have a serious situation. A swarm of over 1,000 zombies is approaching from the rear." Wang Wei quickly turned to assess the situation, and a chill ran down his spine. The cacophony of zombie howls grew louder. Not only were there over 1,000 zombies surging forward, But among them were also 2 evolved zombies. Old threats had not yet receded, and new ones were already emerging. Wang Wei felt as though someone was deliberately orchestrating this chaos against him. Huang Quan, Uncle Huang Heir, Yuri, Wang Xian, and all the wolfhounds, we must annihilate the horde from the rear. Wang Wei urgently commanded, recognizing that they were the only ones available to take action. He hoped they could eliminate the 1,000 zombies. Even if they couldn't eradicate them entirely, they needed to delay the horde. Yes, we will accomplish the mission. The designated individuals shouted in unison. Woof, woof, woof. The 10 wolfhounds were eager to spring into action, seemingly itching to engage. At this moment, the approaching horde was less than 300 meters away from the main force. Leading the charge were 2 evolved zombies accompanied by over 20 mutated zombies. The appearance of evolved zombies in such a confined area was astonishing. Wang Wei could only attribute this phenomenon to the genius pharmacologist Lin Ling, as he could not fathom who else possessed the capability to transform zombies into evolved ones. 10 wolfhounds surged to the forefront, baring their fangs as they toppled the zombies to the ground, swiftly severing their heads with their razor-sharp teeth. In less than half a minute, these 10 wolfhounds had achieved the remarkable feat of slaying 100 zombies. Huang Quan, a new breed of human, wielded a Tang Dao with the prowess of a war deity, charging directly at an evolved zombie before him. In that fleeting moment, Huang Quan dominated the evolved zombie, effortlessly dispatching the surrounding mutated zombies as well. Although Uncle Huang was not a new human himself, his exceptional combat skills rivaled those of Huang Quan, empowering him to engage another evolved zombie. With the strength of an ordinary man, he held his ground against the evolved zombie through sheer martial expertise, creating a standoff where neither could gain the upper hand. Wang Xian had exhausted the 25 rounds of her Type 88 sniper rifle and was compelled to reach for the Type 81 automatic rifle once more, methodically eliminating the advancing zombies. Her marksmanship had reached new heights, a stark contrast to her performance just days prior. Shell casings ejected continuously from the chamber as each shot found its mark, systematically taking down the zombies before her. In fact, at this moment, Wang Xian even managed to perform a one-handed magazine swap. The barrage remained relentless. Standing to the left, Yuri found himself encircled by 30 to 50 zombies. With a flicker in his eyes, he suddenly leapt to a height of 1 meter, unleashing a furious cry. Psychic shockwave. A resonant wave emanated from Yuri, expanding outward like the shimmering heat haze seen on a sun-baked road. The throng of 30 to 50 zombies collapsed, their skulls concaving as if turned to mush, their breath extinguished. 2 mutated zombies attempted a rear assault, unaware that Yuri had already anticipated their approach. He turned, extending his hand towards the 2 mutated zombies, and suddenly, they halted, their eyes void of life, obediently standing beside him, akin to 2 tamed hunting dogs. Dispatch the zombies ahead. Yuri gestured, softly instructing the controlled mutated zombies. With a resounding roar, the 2 obedient creatures brandished their claws and charged into the horde before them. Subsequently, Yuri made his way towards Uncle Huang's position, dispatching dozens of ordinary zombies along the way. The evolved zombie entangled with Uncle Huang sensed Yuri's presence, mistakenly believing that devouring him would enhance its own power, and rushed towards Yuri. When Yuri was within 5 paces of the evolved zombie, he raised both hands, his gaze fixed upon the creature. A surge of mental will materialized within the evolved zombie's mind. Submit to my will, Yuri commanded coldly. Instantly, the evolved zombie ceased its advance, its eyes glazing over, becoming a mere puppet to Yuri's command. In the town of Yanshan, Wang Wei spotted a familiar figure 800 meters ahead. He took out his binoculars to get a closer look, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered something truly terrifying. The surrounding zombies, upon seeing this individual, appeared utterly indifferent, neither surrounding nor attacking him. The figure was clad not in mere black clothing, but rather covered in a layer of glistening black scales, dazzling under the sunlight. It was him. Wang Wei was left speechless, astonished beyond measure. The being before him was neither human nor zombie, but the half-infected Lin Ling, a creature that was part human, part zombie. Yet, compared to 2 days prior, Lin Ling now emanated an even more formidable aura. His muscular limbs were taut and brimming with explosive power. His severed left arm had fully healed, and his left claw had become even sharper, sparkling with a chilling gleam in the sunlight. It seemed Lin Ling had already detected Wang Wei, casting a cold gaze in his direction. The 2 locked eyes, both filled with murderous intent. When enemies meet, their animosity intensifies. Chapter 87. New recruits of the 3rd Squad. Ascend. Lin Ling's sudden appearance caused a shiver to run down Wang Wei's spine. Indeed, it was as he suspected. This horde of over 10,000 zombies had been conjured by that scoundrel Lin Ling. Wang Wei could hardly fathom how such a multitude could arise in the small town of Yanshan, apart from Lin Ling's involvement. He lifted his gaze and noted that the zombies in Yanshan were not attacking the half-human, half-zombie Lin Ling. Rather, it felt as though they regarded him as one of their own. All snipers, take aim and eliminate the half-infected at 800 meters. Wang Wei commanded, gesturing to the 6 red alert snipers. At this moment, Lin Ling was in a half-human, half-zombie state, prompting Wang Wei to refer to him as the half-infected. Lin Ling bore a grudge against him and possessed the ability to facilitate the mutation and evolution of zombies. Now, having transformed into a half-infected entity, his strength was on par with that of an evolved zombie. If left unchecked, Lin Ling would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. Such a being must be eradicated in its infancy. With Lin Ling before him, Wang Wei was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, causing the air around them to grow noticeably colder. Yes, we will ensure the completion of this mission. The 6 red alert snipers responded in unison. With the aid of their 8-fold scopes, the snipers clearly targeted Lin Ling, 800 meters away, and each pulled the trigger. The sharp crack of sniper rifles resounded as 12 7mm bullets sliced through the air with a whoosh. At that moment, Lin Ling seemed to sense the impending danger and quickly seized a grotesque zombie to shield himself. The first 12 7mm bullet soared accurately towards Lin Ling's head. In a split second, Lin Ling reacted swiftly, lowering his head just in time, causing the sniper bullet to strike the head of the zombie in front of him instead. As the sniper bullet struck the zombie's head, it shattered like a watermelon, spraying the ground with foul black blood. 5 additional sniper rounds were fired, 3 of which soared over the headless zombie and struck the undead behind Lin Ling. Each 12 7mm caliber bullet possessed formidable power, capable of penetrating both the body and skull of the zombies. Amidst the dense throngs of the undead, nearly every shot could eliminate at least 2 zombies. The remaining 2 rounds struck the body of a shield-bearing zombie, creating gaping wounds the size of bowls. Having lost much of their potency, the bullets continued towards Lin Ling. His face turned pale. In that fleeting moment, there was no escape, and he could only brace himself for the impact. The diminished force of the bullets struck Lin Ling in the abdomen, piercing through his black, scale-like armor. 2 bursts of flame erupted, akin to impacts against solid metal. Ultimately, 2 bullets lodged within Lin Ling's body, leaving behind wounds the size of fists. Black-red blood gushed from the wounds, prompting Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of dark blood. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sharp claws and forcibly extracted the 2 bullets from within him. Wang Wei, observing through binoculars, felt a shiver run through him. How ruthless, treating one's body with such disregard. Doesn't he this hurt? If it were him, he could never bring himself to do such a thing. Continue to eliminate that half-infected being, Wang Wei commanded. In that moment, Lin Ling swiftly removed the 2 bullets, stained with black blood, and discarded them at his feet. Daring not to linger, he swiftly dodged towards the densely packed zombies. In the second round of sniping, 6 bullets did not hit Lin Ling, but instead claimed a multitude of zombies. Seeing that the half-infected Lin Ling remained unharmed, Wang Wei raised an eyebrow, realizing he would first have to eradicate the thousands of zombies before confronting that scoundrel Lin Ling in Yinshan Town. Commander, I'm out of bullets. I have barely half a magazine left for the machine gun. Only 20mm cannon shells remain, the red alert soldiers exclaimed. This left Wang Wei feeling overwhelmed. A total of 65 red alert units were present, including 10 red alert attack dogs, with only about 8,000 rounds of ammunition available in full capacity. After the recent extensive expenditure of ammo, most of the new recruits in the 3rd squad had already exhausted their supplies. Now, only the veterans from the 1st squad and the guard unit were holding on. In contrast, while 3,000 zombies had been killed, this number paled in comparison to the tens of thousands still remaining. Wang Wei, feeling at his wit's end, pondered his next steps. Should he retreat or continue to fight? Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him as he recalled the shop interface within the Red Alert system. He recalled that the system's store interface offered not only healing serums and evolution potions, but also a variety of firearms and ammunition. It was precisely noon. Red Alert system. I wish to procure ammunition, 5,000 rounds of 5.8mm rifle bullets, 5,000 rounds of 7.62mm machine gun bullets, 300 rounds of 12.7mm sniper bullets, and 200 rounds of 9mm submachine gun bullets. Wang Wei instructed in a hushed tone. At that moment, a flash of golden light flickered before him, and 3 large wooden crates materialized on the ground, filled with various types of ammunition, all neatly packed into magazines and ready for immediate use. Wang Wei lifted his gaze to the system's financial interface. This ammunition procurement cost him 2,300 gold, leaving a total balance of 157,009 gold. The ammunition purchased from the system was exceedingly expensive. It was not cost-effective. With 2,300 gold, he could have recruited 23 Red Alert soldiers. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, he would never have resorted to utilizing his funds for ammunition. Retrieve your respective ammunition and continue firing, Wang Wei shouted. With the supply of bullets, the red alert soldiers, heavy infantry, and snipers unleashed a torrent of firepower, ensnaring the horde of zombies within the bottleneck terrain. Their corpses accumulating in heaps, gradually forming small mounds of flesh. The gunfire echoed like thunder, relentless and unyielding. Initially, Wang Wei had intended to procure cannon shells for the armed mining vehicle, but his current rank only permitted the purchase of bullets, rendering cannon shells temporarily unavailable. Armed mining vehicle, go and annihilate the horde behind, Wang Wei commanded with a wave of his hand. At that moment, the armed mining vehicle was out of cannon shells, requiring a 2-hour wait for the system to automatically replenish them, rather than allowing the vehicle to remain idle. It was more prudent to use its armored body to crush the thousands of zombies behind. Yes, the driver in the cockpit of the armed mining vehicle responded solemnly, turning the vehicle towards the horde and charging ahead, alleviating the pressure on Huang Quan and his team. 5 minutes later, Wang Wei had lost count of how many MP5 magazines he had emptied, only noticing the ground strewn with spent casings, at least 200 or more rounds. Waves of zombies surged forward. The entire battlefield had transformed into a hellish scene. The number of zombie corpses sprawled in pools of blood reached 5,000, nearly decimating half of the horde. At this juncture, Wang Wei turned to see the red alert soldiers of the new recruit 3rd Platoon shimmering with golden light. First, 10 red alert warriors advanced to a 1-star rank, followed by 9 heavy infantry, and finally, even 6 red alert snipers achieved promotion. Their ammunition replenished automatically. The power of their weaponry enhanced. Moreover, after this fierce battle, even the 9 red alert war dogs fighting in the rear successfully leveled up. New recruit 3rd Platoon. All personnel promoted. Chapter 88. Evolution through sustenance. Wang Wei's recent procurement of ammunition had dwindled to less than 2,000 rounds. Before him loomed a horde of nearly 5,000 zombies. Initially, he had intended to procure another batch of ammunition from the system. However, he was utterly unprepared for the astonishing turn of events. Every member of the 3rd Platoon of new recruits had achieved promotion to the rank of 1-star soldiers. The ammunition had replenished itself autonomously. Each time a red alert soldier advanced in rank, a fleeting shimmer of golden light enveloped them. A phenomenon discernible only to Commander Wang Wei, while the other survivors remained oblivious to this golden spectacle, alleviating his concerns about the revelation of his secret system. With the collective advancement of the 3rd Platoon, the strength of Wang Wei and his companions surged several-fold. The heavy infantry transformed into 1-star soldiers, while the M60 machine gun automatically upgraded to a 2nd-generation model, boosting its firepower by over 30% and significantly enhancing the shooting accuracy of the heavy soldiers. Likewise, the marksmanship and the lethality of the red alert snipers experienced a remarkable enhancement. Consequently, the guard squad and the soldiers of Red Alert's 1st Platoon could continue firing with the remaining bullets, while the 3rd Platoon could utilize the system's replenished ammunition to combat the encroaching zombies. Given the current momentum, it was merely a matter of time before the remaining thousands of undead would be annihilated. A cacophony of roars erupted from the zombies within Yinshan town, as if expressing their frustration after a prolonged assault that failed to breach the firepower perimeter established by Wang Wei and his team. Concealed in the shadows, the half-infected Lin Ling wore a grim expression, his fury directed at the incompetence of the zombie horde. Miraculously, the wound on Lin Ling's abdomen had healed, and even the black scales that had been shattered moments ago had regrown. A pack of useless fools, Lin Ling rasped in a low growl. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved a bottle filled with black powder from his person, unscrewed the cap, and a nauseating stench emanated from within. Standing atop a vantage point, he scattered the black powder over the densely packed zombie corpses. Instantly, the zombies in Yinshan town seemed to receive a potent signal. They ceased their assault on Wang Wei's group and instead rushed towards the bodies of their fallen brethren, opening their gaping maws to feast upon their own kind. Wang Wei, observing the horde's temporary withdrawal from the attack, felt a wave of confusion wash over him, puzzled by this unexpected behavior. With the zombies retreating to a distance of 800 meters, the effectiveness of rifles and machine guns diminished, prompting him to order his men to cease fire. Meanwhile, the rear ranks of the horde had been thoroughly decimated thanks to the involvement of the armed mining vehicle. Yuri stood beside Wang Wei, flanked by 2 controlled evolved zombies. Once again, Wang Wei raised his binoculars to survey the scene, and a shiver coursed through him at the sight before him. The zombies had congregated in a mass, ravenously devouring their fallen comrades as if relishing a feast. From his elevated position, Lin Ling continued to sprinkle the black powder, causing some of it to settle upon the living zombies. The undead showed no regard for whether their targets were kin or still alive. As long as the zombies come into contact with the black powder, they will treat it as sustenance. In less than a minute, The initial horde of 5,000 has dwindled to 4,000. After another 2 minutes, the zombies begin to consume one another, reducing their numbers to fewer than 2,000. Commander, what has happened to the zombies ahead? Are they fighting amongst themselves? The guard sergeant asked in astonishment. I am uncertain, for now. We can only observe the unfolding situation. Inform the team to prepare for battle. Wang Wei replied calmly, shaking his head and gesturing with his hand. Understood. The guard sergeant nodded vigorously. The cannibalistic behavior among the zombies struck Wang Wei as profoundly unsettling. He feared that there might be a hidden agenda at play, which prompted him to hesitate in advancing further. He could only hope that this was merely an internal conflict among the zombies. 2 more minutes passed, and the horde had diminished to approximately 1,000. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After consuming a considerable amount of flesh, the zombies exhibited signs of mutation, transforming before Wang Wei and his team. The ordinary zombies evolved into mutated ones. In a mere instant, the number of mutated zombies surged into the thousands, while the remaining 13 mutated zombies evolved into 13 advanced zombies. A cacophony of roars erupted from the zombies, ceasing their feeding and coalescing into a dark tide of corpses, racing towards Wang Wei and his group. The ground trembled violently, small stones vibrating a full centimeter off the surface. Wang Wei's heart raced as he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. It was not simply a matter of internal strife among the zombies. Rather, it seemed they had been stimulated by something, accelerating their mutation and evolution through their cannibalistic behavior. Shoot the advanced zombies first. Everyone, concentrate your fire. Wang Wei commanded with alarm, waving his hand urgently. Yes, the Red Alert soldiers responded in unison. The crack of gunfire erupted as the Red Alert sniper aimed at the advancing advanced zombies. Each of these formidable creatures stood nearly 3 meters tall, their muscular forms bulging, with a black object resembling metal armor adorning their heads, rendering them largely impervious to conventional rifle rounds. However, even so, the advanced zombies could not withstand the power of high-caliber sniper rounds. A 12.7mm sniper bullet struck one of the advanced zombies squarely in the head, piercing through its defenses with a resounding bang, obliterating half of its skull and sending the creature crashing backward into a pool of blood. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Wei's heart soared with joy. Incredible! The upgraded Red Alert sniper is truly formidable. Since leveling up, their strength has more than doubled. With just one sniper bullet, they can eliminate an advanced zombie. From now on, with a 1-star Red Alert sniper by my side, I shall no longer fear the existence of advanced zombies or second-tier mutated creatures. The remaining 12 advanced zombies charged forward, akin to 12 mighty titans. Immediately following was a throng of thousands, all identical mutated zombies. The mere presence of over 1,000 mutated zombies exerted a pressure on Wang Wei that was even greater than that posed by tens of thousands of ordinary corpses. Rat-tat-tat. The Red Alert soldiers relentlessly fired their Type 95 assault rifles forward. However, the bullets striking the foremost evolved zombies seemed as ineffective as a drizzle, failing to bring them down and instead serving to shield the subsequent mutated zombies from a significant number of rifle rounds. 10 enhanced M60 machine guns concentrated their firepower, unleashing a barrage akin to 10 fiery serpents, assaulting the horde of zombies before them. The potency of machine gun fire surpassed that of rifle fire. Even the evolved zombies could not withstand the deluge of concentrated machine gun bullets. In that singular moment, the 2 leading evolved zombies were torn to shreds by the hundreds of machine gun rounds unleashed by the M60s. Bang bang bang. The Red Alert snipers maintained their assault, prioritizing the elimination of evolved zombies as per Wang Wei's commands. In less than 10 seconds, the snipers had successfully dispatched 7 of the evolved zombies, leaving 3 still standing ahead. The horde of mutated zombies drew ever closer. The cacophony of their growls grew increasingly deafening. Gradually, the mass of undead was now less than 400 meters away from Wang Wei and his group. Yet the number of eliminated mutated zombies amounted to less than 1/10. If this pace continued, the horde would inevitably close in upon them. To survive, an alternative strategy was imperative. Suddenly, Wang Wei spotted the armed mining vehicle behind him and promptly commanded, "Armed mining vehicle, charge in and carve a bloody path." "Yes," responded the vehicle's commander with a resounding affirmation. With that, the armed mining vehicle surged into Yen Mountain Town, barreling toward the multitude of mutated zombies ahead. The 2 foremost evolved zombies collided head-on with the armed mining vehicle. It appeared as though the evolved zombies intended to seize the humans within for a meal. However, in that instant, the steel fangs at the front of the mining vehicle brutally ripped apart one evolved zombie, sending a spray of blood and cleaving it in 2. The other evolved zombie fared no better, being overturned by the mining vehicle and subsequently crushed into a pulp beneath the merciless steel wheels. Thousands of mutated zombies charged toward the armed mining vehicle, only to meet their demise. either shredded by the front-mounted steel fangs or ground into mush by the iron wheels. The armed mining vehicle, embodying the essence of a steel monster, forcibly forged a bloody path. Not only did it eliminate 2 evolved zombies, but it also crushed no fewer than 100 mutated ones. At that moment, Wang Wei lifted his gaze and beheld the armed mining vehicle shimmering with golden light. The vehicle had leveled up. Chapter 89, Annihilation of the Zombie Horde. Since its arrival, the armed mining vehicle had already claimed over 3,000 zombies. Yet, after a prolonged period without achieving a single star upgrade, it finally, on this day, amassed enough experience through the destruction of 2 evolved zombies and hundreds of mutated ones to successfully advance in rank. Wang Wei lifted his gaze and beheld the armed mining vehicle, its armor having grown considerably thicker. The turret's 20mm cannon had been transformed into a formidable 25mm automatic weapon, significantly enhancing its destructive capabilities. The steel fangs at the front of the vehicle appeared even more menacing and razor-sharp, capable of cleaving anything in its path asunder. With the vehicle's upgrade, the previously expended cannon ammunition was replenished, under the deft control of the gunner. The turret's 25mm cannon was aimed at the approaching horde of mutated zombies. The air was rent with deafening explosions as rounds struck the group of aberrant undead, unleashing a cloud of crimson mist. In a mere blink, more than 20 zombies were obliterated, their bodies torn asunder by the explosive shells. With the armed mining vehicle drawing the attention of the mutated zombies, the pressure on Wang Wei and his companions diminished significantly. "Open fire," Wang Wei commanded, raising his MP5 submachine gun and squeezing the trigger. The weapon erupted with a series of fiery sparks. The red alert soldiers, heavily armored troops, and snipers resumed their assault, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon the oncoming horde. A mutated zombie at the forefront bellowed a furious roar towards Wang Wei's group. However, before it could finish, a sniper's bullet struck its head with pinpoint accuracy, exploding in a shower of gore, causing the creature to topple backward and collapse into a pool of blood. While the 95 type assault rifle rounds were ineffective against evolved zombies, they still proved lethal against the lesser mutated variants. Bullets rained upon the front line of mutated zombies, riddling them with holes until one finally succumbed to its injuries and fell lifeless. The heavily armored soldiers wielded enhanced M60 machine guns, unleashing a relentless barrage that decimated every zombie within range, leaving none unscathed, either killed outright or rendered limbless by the onslaught. Each second saw over 200 rounds fired into the throng, reaping a harvest of dozens of mutated undead. The horde seemed determined to vanquish the armed mining vehicle first. Hundreds of mutated zombies attempted to clamber onto its armored exterior, but often met a gruesome fate, severed in half by the vehicle's sharp steel fangs before they could even ascend. Those that approached the vehicle's vicinity were obliterated by the 25mm cannon's explosive projectiles, reduced to mere fragments. The entrance of Yinshan town resembled a battlefield of the damned, littered with the corpses of zombies, blood pooling across the ground, and the stench of their lifeblood coalescing into fetid rivers. In that moment, the entire realm appeared to be shrouded in a crimson hue, permeated by the overwhelming scent of blood. Under the dual onslaught of the armed mining vehicle and Wang Wei's group, the scene unfolded in an apocalyptic fury. The number of mutated zombies ahead is dwindling. From an initial count of 1,000, fewer than 300 remain. The ground is strewn with the corpses of the undead, piled in 2 layers. A mist of blood hangs heavy in the air. "Wolf dogs attack," Wang Wei commanded, gesturing towards the 10 red alert wolf dogs before him. Since their upgrade to 1 star, each wolf dog has seen a remarkable increase in size and combat prowess. Previously, the wolf dogs stood only 1 meter tall and measured over 1.5 meters in length. Yet now, each red alert wolf dog boasts a height of 1.5 meters and stretches over 2 meters in length, surpassing even the ordinary Tibetan mastiffs from before the apocalypse. Woof woof woof. The red alert wolf dogs seemed to comprehend Commander Wang Wei's command. Led by the wolf dog rifles, the 10 canines advanced, eager to deliver the final blows to the still-living zombies on the ground. Whether it be the feeble ordinary zombies or the severely injured mutated ones, they became the prime targets for the wolf dogs' finishing strikes. Wang Wei's intention was to allow the red alert wolf dogs to accumulate experience, hastening their progression to the coveted 3-star rank. At present, each 1-star wolf dog possesses strength rivaling that of a secondary mutated zombie. Should they ascend to 3 stars, their power would be formidable indeed. "All personnel, march forward," Wang Wei signaled to his subordinates. "Yes," echoed the solemn affirmation from those present. Leading the charge were the 10 red alert wolf dogs, closely followed by red alert soldiers, heavily armored troops, and snipers. They advanced on foot, firing their weapons while traversing the bodies of the fallen zombies. Bringing up the rear were Wang Wei, his sister Wang Xian, and Huang Quan. Wang Wei observed his sister Wang Xian, who displayed a fierce determination, her gaze filled with focus, reminiscent of a seasoned sharpshooter. Her marksmanship surpassed even that of the Red Alert soldiers. The number of zombies slain by Wang Xin exceeded 200, surpassing even the tally of those Wang Wei himself had dispatched. The remarkable feat of an ordinary individual left Wang Wei in awe. Some are born with exceptional talent, and his sister's prowess with a firearm is undoubtedly innate. Should she attain the rank of a commanding officer in the future, he would spare no expense in acquiring a pure evolution serum to transform her into a powerful new human. Perhaps then, her shooting skills would reach unparalleled heights. Wang Wei and his companions had now stepped into Yin Mountain Town. The sound of gunfire was incessant. Accompanying this were the booming blasts from the 25mm cannons mounted on the armed mining vehicles. The mutated zombies continued to fall, and their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 100. The Red Alert wolf dogs led the charge, baring their fangs, and with a wide-open maw. They pounced upon the mutated zombies, toppling them as an eagle would a chick. Their movements were fluid, as one wolf dog sank its teeth into the neck of a mutated zombie, tearing its head from its body. The mutated zombies were comparable to first-tier mutated entities, while the one-star Red Alert wolf dogs rivaled second-tier mutated beings. Thus, unleashing the Red Alert warhounds upon the mutated zombies was nothing short of an overwhelming slaughter. 2 minutes later, the horde of mutated zombies around the bottleneck of Yinshan Town lay lifeless in a pool of blood. The stench of blood in the air grew ever more pungent. Wang Wei and his companions charged through the mountain of corpses and entered Yinshan Town, glancing back at the heap of zombie bodies, which stirred a profound sense of reflection within him. Just a month prior, he would have never dared to believe he could lead his subordinates to annihilate over 10,000 zombies. Such a feat, even at the East City base, could probably only be accomplished by the two major factions, Bei Yi and the Feng family. The ordinary factions among the 8 major powers, such as Xiao Sheng and his group, would have been utterly incapable of achieving such a record. Forming groups of 10, they commenced the purge of the remaining zombies in Yinshan Town. Upon encountering the half-infected Lin Ling, they executed him on the spot. Wang Wei's demeanor was fierce, emanating an aura of a formidable leader. Lin Ling was a terrifying entity, possessing both skill and cunning. He had managed to lure over 10,000 zombies into Yinshan Town within just 2 days. Moreover, he had developed an agent that promoted zombie mutation and evolution. More critically, Lin Ling was no longer merely an individual. He had transformed into a half-infected being devoid of humanity. He was, in essence, a ticking time bomb. If Lin Ling were to survive, Wang Wei would be plagued by unrest. Chapter 90. I do not converse with foot soldiers. Lin Ling's prowess was not to be underestimated. His individual combat strength was on par with that of an evolved zombie, if not superior. Thus, Wang Wei ordered the formation of groups to prevent being countered by the half-infected Lin Ling. Each group of 10 was required to include a Red Alert sniper, a heavy infantryman, and a keen-scented Red Alert warhound. Each of these units posed a significant threat to Lin Ling's life. Indeed, the assembled individuals responded in unison. 6 groups advanced in various directions, systematically cleansing the remnants of zombies in Yinshan Town while hunting down the half-infected Lin Ling. The remaining personnel followed closely behind Wang Wei, making their way toward the heart of Yinshan Town, accompanied by an armed mining vehicle, a heavy infantryman, and the squad leader, Wang Wei's sister, Wang Xian, Huang Quan. Uncle Huang Er and the newly joined Tian He were also present. During the recent skirmish, Tian He, unable to wield a firearm, had taken on a logistical role, assisting the Red Alert soldiers with ammunition. At that moment, Wang Wei stood outside a residential door, peering through the windows to behold a zombie with only half of its body remaining. The creature still clung to life, its vitality astonishing Wang Wei. Upon noticing Wang Wei and his group, the zombie emitted a feeble groan and crawled toward them, its movement sluggish. Wang Wei halted, prompting his companions to do the same, uncertain of their commander's intentions. Tian He, Wang Wei called to her from behind, his tone composed. Brother Wang, what do you need? Tian He hurriedly approached, standing beside Wang Wei, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After a day of training with Uncle Huang, he must have taught you the skills to eliminate zombies, right? Wang Wei inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, Uncle Huang taught me a technique that guarantees a single strike to kill a zombie. Tian He replied without hesitation. Within the house, zombies continued to crawl towards Wang Wei, and the sound of multiple footsteps echoed, indicating that several more zombies were trapped inside, unable to escape due to the closed door. Wang Wei cast a stern glance at the zombie, which was reduced to only half a body. He did not tolerate incompetence. To remain, one must contribute. One must possess the skill and courage to slay zombies. Even Tian He was no exception. Draw your knife and charge in. Eliminate the zombies inside. Wang Wei commanded calmly. The sounds of crashing echoed from within the house. There were certainly no fewer than 3 zombies. For Wang Wei, a new human with abundant combat experience, This was an effortless task. However, for ordinary survivors, it posed a hellish challenge. A moment's carelessness could lead to being bitten by zombies. Tian here trembled in fear, lowering her head and swallowing hard, hesitating to respond to Wang Wei. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Wang Wei asked with a hint of amusement. Although he had previously stated that he would regard Tian here as one of his own, he would ensure that his words held true. Yet, there was a hierarchy. This was an opportunity he was granting Tian here. If she wished to ascend to higher ranks and gain recognition in the future, she needed to pick up the knife and follow his orders to slay the zombies within the house. Otherwise, she would forever remain an ordinary support, with no chance of rising above. "I am not afraid." Tian here, clever and astute, seemed to grasp that this was Wang Wei giving her an opportunity to stand out. Gritting her teeth, her expression resolute, she retrieved a sharp little knife from her possession and approached the door of the house. As Tian here swung open the door, a zombie lunged forward, baring its bloody maw, eager to sink its teeth into her neck. In that moment, Tian here swiftly dodged, maneuvering beside the zombie, delivering a powerful kick to the inner side of its left knee, causing it to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, she thrust her knife towards the zombie's head. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through, and the zombie instantly ceased to breathe. From the moment she struck until now, no more than 2 seconds had passed. Following suit, Tian here dispatched 2 more zombies within the house, ultimately eliminating the one that was left with only half a body, its foul black blood splattering across her face. Yet, this only enhanced her fierce demeanor. "Brother Wang." Tian here emerged from the house, striding directly toward Wang Wei. Perhaps it was her first experience in personally slaying zombies, as her hands trembled involuntarily. Wang Wei patted her shoulder, praising, "Well done. From now on, you shall accompany my sister." Tian here and her sister Wang Xin are both women. There are certain tasks that are rather unsuitable for men to undertake, and it is most appropriate for Tian here to handle them. 2 hours later, Wang Wei and his entourage arrived at a splendid villa. Inside, the walls were adorned with precious ancient paintings and calligraphy from before the apocalypse. If these artifacts were to be appraised in the world that once was, their value would surely reach millions. However, in Wang Wei's eyes, they now appeared as mere scraps of paper. Seated on a sofa in the living room, he listened intently to the report from the head of security. "Commander, all the zombies in Yinshan town have been eradicated. However, we have not located the half-infected Lin Ling." The head of security stood erect, saluting Wang Wei with a raised hand. "Not found. Continue searching. We must scour every inch of Yinshan town to locate that scoundrel and eliminate him." Wang Wei's expression darkened as he barked the orders. "Yes, I shall make arrangements immediately to continue the search." The head of security nodded vigorously in response. Just as the head of security departed from the luxurious villa, a squad leader stepped in, standing before Wang Wei and saluting. "Report. A group of survivors has arrived outside, claiming they wish to serve the commander." "Survivors?" Wang Wei, counting on his toes, surmised that the distant gunfire must have attracted the attention of nearby survivors. This was fortuitous, as he intended to establish Yinshan town as a base of operations, necessitating a cohort of survivors for reconstruction. "How many have arrived? What equipment do they possess?" Wang Wei inquired, regarding the squad leader with a calm demeanor. "There are about 30 or so, and apart from their leader, who carries a shotgun, the others are all equipped with crossbows," the squad leader explained. "Each armed with a crossbow." This revelation surprised Wang Wei, indicating that they likely had craftsmen among them capable of manufacturing such weaponry. Talent. This was precisely the type of skilled craftsman he was in need of. After a brief pause, Wang Wei gestured dismissively. "Disarm them and send their leader to see me." "Understood," the squad leader replied. Feeling a bit warm in the commander's coat, Wang Wei removed it and hung it over the railing, donning only a long-sleeved shirt as he leisurely perused a newspaper from the world that once was. 5 minutes later, Wang Wei stood up, intending to stretch his legs outside. However, upon opening the door, he was met with an unfamiliar face. Before him stood a middle-aged man with a brutish countenance, exuding an air of villainy. Standing beside the squad leader, Wang Wei immediately discerned that this man must be the leader of the survivors the squad leader had mentioned. "You are the leader of the survivors outside?" Wang Wei inquired, gazing at the middle-aged man with a composed expression. At that moment, the man scrutinized Wang Wei's simple attire, lifting his chin arrogantly, as if he were something extraordinary. He sneered at Wang Wei with disdain, saying, "Heh, now I know. Who are you? Step aside. I don't converse with mere foot soldiers." The squad leader shuddered momentarily, startled by the unexpected lack of discernment displayed by the middle-aged man. Wang Wei could not help but smile ruefully, realizing that without donning his commander's coat, he was mistaken for a mere private. How absurd to be regarded with disdain. The old adage, "Clothes make the man," held a kernel of truth indeed. The squad leader, addressing him, questioned, "Who is this private?" Wang Wei responded with a resigned smile. Chapter 91. Acknowledging mistakes and standing at attention without the insignia of his commander's coat, Wang Wei found himself humorously reduced to the status of a private. The squad leader quickly raised his hand in salute to Wang Wei and, with a look of discontent directed at the middle-aged man, clarified, "This individual is not the private you speak of, but our commander." The middle-aged man's face paled in shock, his heart racing. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed that the man before him was, in fact, a commander. Realizing his earlier disrespect towards Wang Wei, he trembled in fear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, soaking through his back. Swallowing hard, the middle-aged man lowered his head. Panic etched on his face. "Sir, this is all a misunderstanding. I was rude and offended you. I deserve punishment." In a frenzy, he began to strike his own face. The sound of slaps echoing in the air. It seemed he sought Wang Wei's forgiveness, each slap delivered with unrestrained force, as if to atone for his earlier transgressions. Wang Wei, standing by the door, remained unperturbed, merely observing the self-inflicted punishment. In less than 10 seconds, the middle-aged man had delivered no fewer than 10 slaps to himself, transforming his already pudgy visage into a grotesque sight, bruised and swollen. This sight brought a sense of satisfaction to Wang Wei. One must acknowledge their mistakes. To command the respect of the survivors in this post-apocalyptic world, he needed to establish an imposing presence in their minds. Initially, he had contemplated having the middle-aged man beaten severely, rendered incapable of independent living for a fortnight. Yet, he was taken aback by the man's self-awareness and willingness to seek forgiveness through self-punishment. With another resounding slap, the middle-aged man dislodged a tooth, which fell to the ground, stained with blood. "Do not be overly arrogant. Keep your eyes wide open." Wang Wei finally gestured for him to compose himself and enter the room. "Now let us converse." Wang Wei calmly waved his hand and, with a steady gaze fixed on the middle-aged man, proceeded into the villa's grand hall. There, he donned the commander's coat draped over the railing, exuding authority, while carrying an MP5 submachine gun that commanded attention. The middle-aged man hastily wiped the blood from his mouth. Then, with a sheepish grin, entered the villa. Wang Wei settled onto the sofa. A middle-aged man stood before him, 2 meters away, bowing slightly, hesitant to sit and speak. A commanding officer stood behind Wang Wei, ready to heed any orders. "Please introduce yourself and provide information regarding your camp," Wang Wei said. Calmly pouring himself a cup of hot tea, he savored its warmth, exhaling the steam before addressing the middle-aged man. "Commander, my name is Gu Dahai, the second-in-command of the Nanping Factory Survivor Camp. We have approximately over 1,000 individuals in our camp, and the leader is Dong Go. The reason for my visit is to seek your protection for us at the Nanping Factory Survivor Camp," Gu Dahai said with a grin. "Over 1,000 people." Wang Wei was taken aback, having assumed there were merely 100 or so. This revelation was indeed a pleasant surprise. He had intended to establish a resource base in Yinshan town to ensure a steady supply of construction materials, which necessitated a substantial workforce. Gu Dahai's camp, boasting over 1,000 survivors, could perfectly address this labor issue. Wang Wei set down his half-empty teacup and reclined on the sofa, his gaze coolly fixed on Gu Dahai. "To receive my protection, there is but one path. You must become one of my people. Even if I agree, my superior, Dong Go, will undoubtedly refuse. How about this, Commander? We can offer a supply of goods you desire in exchange for a batch of idle firearms and ammunition. Would that be acceptable?" Gu Dahai suggested, shaking his head in refusal after a moment's pause. Although becoming Wang Wei's subordinate would ensure safety from zombies, mutated beasts, and other survivors, it would also mean a loss of freedom and rights, living in subservience. Ultimately, Gu Dahai chose the former. Wang Wei, however, did not display anger. It seemed he had anticipated Gu Dahai's response. Yet, he could not allow this opportunity to slip away. Without providing a definitive answer, Wang Wei shifted the conversation. "You are a new human, correct?" "Yes, Commander, I am a primary new human." Gu Dahai nodded vigorously in affirmation. Each new human exuded a distinct aura, easily recognizable. Simultaneously, Gu Dahai discerned that Wang Wei was also a new human. The new humans possessed varying levels of strength, categorized by the Northern Base S experts into 4 tiers: primary, intermediate, advanced, and special new humans. Most individuals learned of this classification through broadcasts. Since the apocalypse began merely 4 months ago, the majority of new humans were primary. Only a select few had reached the intermediate level, while advanced new humans had yet to emerge. Nevertheless, every primary new human possessed capabilities far superior to those of ordinary survivors. The formidable primary new humans can rival second-tier mutated creatures and even vanquish beings such as evolved zombies. For instance, Huang Quan embodies a powerful entity of this caliber. As for the intermediate new humans, even the weakest among them can effortlessly slay second-tier mutated beings. Such individuals are, alas, exceedingly rare. Bei Yi and Feng Yi from the East City base are veritable intermediate new humans. I am particularly fond of making bets. How about we engage in a game? I shall randomly select a non-new human for you to confront unarmed. If you prevail, I will reward you with a cache of weapons and ammunition for your entire squad. However, should you lose, you will serve as my subordinate and assist me in recruiting members from your camp. Wang Wei said with a glimmer of amusement. A non-new human battling me? Commander, surely you jest. Is this not merely an invitation to receive equipment? Gu Dahai appeared bewildered, wearing a look that suggested he was already certain of Wang Wei's intentions. Shall we proceed? Wang Wei pressed, cutting to the chase. To pass up an opportunity like this would be foolish. I shall participate, but I hope you will uphold your promise, Commander. Gu Dahai exclaimed, his face brightening with excitement, as if he believed he had stumbled upon an unrivaled fortune. Even the weakest new human possesses the physical prowess to easily overpower 10 ordinary survivors. As the second-in-command at Nanshan Factory, Gu Dahai undoubtedly ranks among the elite of primary new humans. It was precisely for this reason that he exuded such unwavering confidence. Wang Wei's lips curled into a faint smile. Squad leader, summon Yuri and have him bring along the 2 new recruits. Wang Wei gestured with a wave of his hand, issuing orders to the squad leader behind him. Upon hearing this, the squad leader's face brightened with understanding, as if he discerned the commander's intentions. Understood. The squad leader stood straight, responding with a salute. The space here is cramped. Let us step outside to engage. Wang Wei calmly rose and strode towards the exit. Gu Dahai hurried to follow, exiting the villa and arriving at the expansive courtyard outside. Commander, do take care not to regret this decision. Gu Dahai cautioned Wang Wei. I assure you, I will not regret it. I merely hope you do not. Wang Wei chuckled lightly. A few minutes later, footsteps echoed from outside the villa. Leading the way were the squad leader and the summoned Yuri. Following closely behind, 2 evolved zombies emerged, startling Gu Dahai, who clenched his fists in shock, his face paling as he involuntarily swallowed hard, unable to conceal his alarm. Evolved zombies. Gu Dahai exclaimed in disbelief. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that such creatures could manifest in such an inconspicuous locale, let alone appear in pairs. Do not panic. These 2 evolved zombies are recent recruits of my subordinates. Wang Wei waved his hand dismissively, offering a calm introduction. Gu Dahai was rendered speechless. Evolved zombies can have brothers? Yet, the scene before Gu Dahai compelled him to believe. He beheld 2 evolved zombies standing behind Yuri, resembling well-trained hounds, obedient to an extraordinary degree. Simultaneously, Gu Dahai experienced an epiphany. His eyes widened in astonishment, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. His adversary was none other than the non-human entity, the alien-faced man Yuri. Engaging Yuri in a one-on-one confrontation implied contending with the 2 evolved zombies. At this moment, Gu Dahai's complexion turned an ashen hue, his expression reflecting utmost distress. Commander, Gu Dahai mused with a bitter smile, regretting his predicament deeply, almost wishing to withdraw. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Wang Wei, who waved his hand dismissively and remarked with a calm smile, "Let us begin."